Chapter 1. Indeed, you are not a weakling. Upon the vast and boundless sea, there existed a ship. The sails of the vessel were raised high, adorned with an imposing skull, from whose dark eye sockets a flash of crimson could be seen, rendering it all the more fearsome. This was unmistakably a pirate ship. On the deck, Monkey, feeling somewhat bored, sheathed his katana and surveyed the bustling pirates around him, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Monkey was not originally from this world. He had traversed into it over 2 weeks prior. As a newcomer, it was only natural that he possessed a system, albeit a rather lackluster one. This was a power acquisition system, allowing him to randomly obtain abilities from others. However, the most frustrating aspect was that the acquisition was not guaranteed. It too was subject to chance. Abilities could be classified into categories such as speed and strength. And according to the system's explanation, Monkey understood that these abilities were further tiered based on the strength of the individual from whom they were acquired, ranging from white, blue, purple, red, and culminating in the highest rank gold. Regrettably, after 2 weeks in this world, Monkey had yet to acquire even a red-level ability, let alone a gold-level one. His most significant achievement, thus far, was a purple-level ability. Therefore, in pursuit of more potent capabilities, he had reluctantly boarded the ship of the red-haired pirates, led by the infamous Emperor Shanks, where he became the lowest-ranking trainee pirate. Indeed, the deck upon which Monkey stood was that of the renowned ship, Red Force. Initially hoping to casually glean some abilities from Shanks, he found that despite his time aboard, he had yet to acquire any powers from him. Instead, other pirates had bestowed upon him several abilities, with his sole purple-level capability originating from the ship's first mate, Ben Beckman, manifesting as a strength-based power. This left Monkey feeling quite disheartened. Who would have thought that, even in a new world, luck played such a pivotal role? His luck, it seemed, was decidedly poor. This capricious system was indeed a source of frustration. Consequently, Monkey chose to embrace a life of idleness aboard the ship, engaging in menial tasks, confident that mingling among the red-haired crew would shield him from significant peril. For even if danger arose, it was unlikely to concern an inexperienced trainee like himself. As one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirates navigated the new world with a relative degree of safety. After all, typical pirate crews lack the audacity to provoke such a formidable force, and skirmishes with the other emperors were merely occasional trifles. The reputation of the 4 emperors was not to be taken lightly. "Monkey, how are you faring? Are you settling in?" A tall, slender man approached Monkey, bearing a long scar across his face, a firearm at his waist, and a cigarette clenched in his hand. This was Ben Beckman, the first mate, renowned for his strength that could rival even Shanks himself. "It's manageable," Monkey responded in a subdued tone, extending his arms to embrace the salty breeze that wafted past him. It was indeed thanks to Ben Beckman that Monkey had the opportunity to join the crew, as his invitation had allowed him to board as a pirate. "I'm quite curious. You're just a kid, probably still in your adolescence, yet you aspire to be a pirate. However, I don't recall seeing your name on the Navy's bounty list," Beckman mused. "Child, the sea is a treacherous place. Even on the ship of one of the 4 emperors, a fragile youth like you could face danger at any moment," he continued, taking a drag from his cigarette. In Beckman's eyes, Monkey's strength indeed seemed feeble. Although his combat prowess had significantly improved over the past 2 weeks of ability collection, he was still only comparable to a pirate with a bounty of around 100 million berries, a mere novice among the elite crew of the red-haired pirates. "First mate, while I may not be exceptionally powerful, I am certainly not feeble," Monkey asserted, attempting to defend himself. "True, you are not weak, yet I recall someone nearly becoming a sea beast meal during our last encounter," Beckman replied with a hint of sarcasm. However, he did not solely mock Monkey, continue to train hard. "Although I know not why you chose the path of piracy, I have been observing you these past 2 weeks, and your progress has been remarkable. Your potential is quite impressive." Afterward, Beckman strolled toward the rear of the ship. Indeed, 2 weeks prior, when Monkey first boarded the Red Force, his combat abilities were laughable. He could barely wield a katana, his stance riddled with flaws. Yet now, after 2 weeks of diligent ability collection, Monkey had undergone a qualitative leap in strength. However, surrounded by the ship's formidable crew, his growth seemed less conspicuous. Yet, one person was keenly aware of Monkey's development: Ben Beckman, who had recruited him aboard. It was precisely this understanding that led Beckman to regard Monkey's potential as extraordinary, noting his rapid improvement. Having completed his inspection of the ship's rear, Beckman entered the cabin to confer with Shanks. "Have you been chatting with that lad again?" Shanks inquired. "You wouldn't believe it, Captain. 2 weeks ago, he could barely hold a katana, yet now he seems capable of confronting a sea beast single-handedly. His progress is nothing short of astonishing," Beckman reported. "At this rate, if he continues to grow, I can envision a day when he might even best you," Shanks, Beckman remarked with a hint of jest. Shanks chuckled. "Defeat me? Now you've piqued my interest in him." He was none other than Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, a monarch of the seas. In these waters, no one had yet emerged who could claim victory over him. But a young lad who could earn such praise from his discerning first mate certainly warranted attention. Monkey? He seems to be of a similar age to Luffy. If what Beckman says is true, his potential may even surpass Luffy's, Shanks pondered. I wonder what kind of sparks would fly if these two were to meet, he mused, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. It appears the tides of this sea are about to shift. How intriguing. Chapter 2. What kind of pirate does not make the bounty list? Unbeknownst to Monkey, the conversation between Beckman and Shanks transpired behind him, as he gazed pensively at Beckman's retreating figure. The other pirates, noticing Beckman's departure, approached Monkey with playful banter. "Hey, Monkey, what did the first mate discuss with you? Surely he isn't planning to toss you overboard, right?" "Ha ha ha, not at all. The first mate said I'm a prodigy and that I should be nurtured," Monkey replied with a grin. "Has this lad lost his senses? Dreaming in broad daylight?" One pirate jested. "Indeed. Next time we face a sea beast, do stay close. We wouldn't want you becoming its dinner by mistake," another chimed in, eliciting laughter from the group. Though each pirate feigned a carefree demeanor, the underlying concern in their words warmed Monkey's heart. Despite only having been aboard for 2 weeks, the crew treated him with kindness, never belittling him due to his novice status or perceived weakness. It was this camaraderie that made Monkey feel like a true member of the crew. "Shouldn't you all be getting back to work instead of idling here? Be wary of the first mate's wrath," Monkey chided playfully. "All right, we wouldn't want to test his patience. Let's get to it, lads," they replied, dispersing to their respective tasks around the ship. At that moment, a spiky-haired man with bright red hair approached Monkey, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Why does the first mate hold you in such high regard?" "Krostad, you might not understand, but geniuses always attract attention," Monkey chuckled. The red-haired man, Krostad, was also a trainee pirate aboard the vessel, often boasting about his bounty of 94 million berries, a fact he never hesitated to flaunt before Monkey. However, to Monkey, such a bounty was inconsequential on this ship. 94 million was merely the bottom rung of the ladder. Yet Krostad seemed blissfully unaware of this reality, repeatedly bragging about his bounty as if he were a legendary pirate. "Impossible. Just 2 weeks ago, you were merely a newcomer. No matter how hard you try, you couldn't have caught the first mate's eye," Krostad insisted, skeptical of Monkey's claims. "People grow at different rates. Do you think I'm still the same person I was 2 weeks ago?" "Everyone is evolving," Monkey replied, unperturbed, treating the exchange as a casual conversation to pass the time. With the abilities acquired from the pirate ship over the past fortnight, he felt confident that he could defeat Klosta in approximately 20 moves. Although he had not yet attained exceedingly advanced powers, the members of the red-haired pirates were formidable in their own right, and their collective strength was considerable. "Let's have a match. I am eager to see how much you have grown in these 2 weeks," Klosta exclaimed with excitement. "Very well," replied Mon-Chi, who had been engaged in fierce battles with sea beasts for the past fortnight. These creatures lacked intelligence and operated solely on combat instinct, so Mon-Chi sought a worthy opponent to test his skills. However, the crew aboard the ship consisted of formidable foes unable to contend with them. He welcomed Klosta's challenge as an opportunity for assessment. "Come, the deck offers ample space for our duel," Klosta urged, barely able to contain his anticipation. Observing the enthusiastic Klosta before him, Mon-Chi smiled wryly and drew his katana, assuming a combat stance. At that moment, the crowd of pirates, having just dispersed, gathered once more, with many emerging from the ship's cabin. As they beheld Klosta and Monchi, poised for battle, they erupted in raucous excitement. "You two better give it your all if we find this spectacle unsatisfactory. We shall personally take it upon ourselves to teach you a lesson," they taunted. "How strong are these two?" inquired a few pirates who had been lurking deep within the ship's quarters, unfamiliar with the duo. "That red-haired lad is Klosta. With a bounty of over 90 million berries, his strength is quite respectable," one of the more informed pirates replied. "As for the lad in white, he just boarded the ship 2 weeks ago and does not appear on the Navy's wanted list. It seems he was recruited by the first mate during our last port call. As for his strength, you will soon find out," another pirate added, addressing the inquiry. "Not on the wanted list. Why would he choose the life of a pirate, then?" The din of the crowd did little to disrupt the impending clash between the two combatants. Standing amid the throng, both Monchi and Klosta remained serene, their minds as calm as still waters. Monchi, katana in hand, gazed steadily at Klosta across from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ding! A white-grade energy appeared beside the host. "Would you like to acquire it?" Acquired. Energy successfully obtained. White-grade energy, enhancing host strength by 1. Monchi had grown indifferent to such white-grade energy, viewing it as a meager addition. He closed his eyes, summoning his physical attribute panel to review his capabilities. Strength, 105. Speed, 103. Stamina, 101. Agility, 87. Skills, basic swordsmanship level 11, basic hand-to-hand combat level 2. Having assessed his attributes, Monchi felt a surge of renewed confidence. Just as they were about to engage, a group emerged from the cabin, led by the renowned red-haired Shanks, along with Ben Beckman and other high-ranking members of the red-haired pirates. "Captain, are you also intrigued by the duel between these two newcomers?" Ben Beckman remarked, observing the standoff on the deck. Shanks turned to Beckman and inquired, "Who do you think will prevail?" Without hesitation, Beckman replied, "Monchi." Next to them stood the sharpshooter Yasop and the rotund Lachi, who was munching on a piece of roasted meat, grease glistening on his lips. He peered at Monchi through his sunglasses, curious to discern what was so special about him, puzzled by Beckman's unwavering confidence. He shrugged and said, "Let us wait and see." At that moment, a new notification from the system appeared, revealing a golden-grade Energiant esteemed rarity. Monchi felt an overwhelming joy, the happiest moment since he had traversed into this world. After 2 weeks of waiting, he had finally acquired golden-grade energy from Shanks. The surrounding noise seemed to fade into oblivion. Monchi's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the golden-haired Shanks, a desire to express his admiration almost overwhelming him. Chapter 3. Good Fortune Arrives. Golden Grade. It is indeed Golden Grade. After 2 weeks of anticipation, he had finally arrived. Now Shanks was enveloped in a radiant golden aura. All the colors Monchi had ever encountered paled in comparison to this golden hue. The world seemed to be reduced to this singular brilliance. For reasons unknown, as Monchi's fervent gaze bore into him, Shanks felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, as if something was amiss. "Do any of you find Monchi's gaze peculiar? It sends shivers down my spine," Shanks queried to those nearby. "Peculiar? Perhaps the lad is simply overwhelmed by his admiration for you, Captain. Seeing you in person could be quite an emotional experience for him," Yasop responded, wearing an amused expression. Admiration? Shanks found himself questioning the very foundation of his worldview, unable to reconcile the fervent expression resembling that of a lovesick suitor. "Are you prepared to receive a beating?" Klosta asked, his eyes fixed on Monchi. Seeing Monchi's somewhat distracted demeanor ignited a fire of indignation within Klosta. It felt utterly disrespectful that Monchi appeared so unfazed, contemplating other matters instead of focusing on their duel. Klosta seethed with the thought that he must thoroughly punish that wretched brat. Otherwise, he would feel he had disrespected his bounty of 94 million. As for Monchi, he had no intention of acknowledging Klosta, as he was lost in the ecstasy of acquiring golden energy. The emergence of golden energy around the host prompted the inevitable choice to absorb it. Success came swiftly, awakening the conqueror's haki, which he was now absorbing. Machi was astonished at how effortlessly he had attained this formidable power. He truly felt as if he were still dreaming. It seemed the 2 weeks of waiting had not been in vain, for Shanks indeed provided golden energy. The Conqueror's Haki was a rarity, possessed by only a fraction of the populace. To have acquired it so easily was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Taking a deep breath, Machi felt a warm current coursing through his body as the golden energy began to merge with his very being. Every cell within him danced joyously, revealing the might of the Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, Machi perceived a newfound instinct, as if it were innate. It resembled a moment of enlightenment. Knowledge of how to wield the Conqueror's Haki and its various abilities began to manifest in his mind. This peculiar sensation was ineffable, akin to a newborn's first utterance. Once more, he summoned his attribute panel to review his stats: Strength 105, Speed 103, Stamina 101, Agility 87, Skills, Basic Swordsmanship Level 11, Basic Unarmed Combat Level 2. Conqueror's Haki Level 1. It appeared that the golden energy did not enhance physical attributes but rather granted a skill. Remarkably, the first Haki he learned was the most elusive one, the Conqueror's Haki, rather than the more common observation or armament Haki. Machi's spirits lifted considerably. It seemed the system's assertions were indeed accurate. Only those of strength would drop valuable attributes. Truly, the system had treated him well. Recognizing his need for combat and directly granting him the Conqueror's Haki, Machi inhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and gazed at Krasta, his heart ablaze with fighting spirit. Krasta, standing opposite him, felt an unsettling shift. Machi appeared to have undergone some transformation, and an unspoken pressure emanated from him. Surely, it was an illusion. How could a rookie instill dread in him, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 94 million? He reassured himself, attributing the sensation to recent fatigue and heightened sensitivity. Krasta gripped his sword tightly and charged at Machi, swinging his blade forward. Machi deftly sidestepped, drawing his own sword and striking at Krasta from an astonishing angle. Krasta narrowly evaded the blow, feeling a chill breeze brush past his ear, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The onlookers, including Shanks and his crew, were captivated by the duel. Shanks noted the remarkable evolution in Machi's combat style and pondered whether he would witness further developments. Captain, swords are merciless. I do not wish to harm Machi, so should I lose control, please ensure his safety, Krasta declared confidently. Shanks nodded, assuring him, rest assured. I will not allow any harm to befall my crew aboard this ship. With Shanks' assurance, Krasta felt a measure of relief. He reversed his grip on the sword and declared, Machi, I will now engage seriously. Machi was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, replying, very well. I too shall treat this contest with the seriousness it deserves. The arrogance of these two young fighters was palpable, as they seemed to believe their clash warranted the captain's intervention. Then Beckman took a puff from his cigarette and remarked slowly, the laughter of Jesus Burgess, Lycairu, and other high-ranking members of the red-haired pirates filled the air, their faces alight with mirth. Machi, emboldened, provoked Krasta further, eager to measure the gap between them. However, he had no intention of striking first. He waited, knowing that initiating the attack would expose him to vulnerabilities, an imprudent act he would never commit. Do you think I should strike first? Machi, you are exceedingly arrogant. Be wary, I will make you comprehend the disparity between us, Krasta retorted loudly, charging forward. Machi defended himself while responding, arrogant? Hardly. I merely fear that if I attack, the battle may conclude too swiftly, and that would be dreadfully dull. Moreover, I wish to observe your techniques. I aim to learn from you. Chapter 4. A shocking revelation conclude the battle with a single move? Do you imply that you could eliminate me in an instant? Krasta, rather than becoming incensed, laughed heartily. The notion was absurd. He was a pirate with a bounty of 94 million, and aside from a few exceptionally skilled officers aboard the ship, none would dare claim they could dispatch him with a single blow. The crew regarded Ben Beckman with bewildered expressions, questioning whether Machi was always so audacious. Beckman, somewhat embarrassed, acknowledged that while he believed Machi to surpass Krasta, it was implausible for him to defeat him in a single strike. Despite Krasta's nearly 1 billion bounty, he was merely a rookie, not someone Machi could so easily vanquish. I hope this lad will surprise us. Shanks smirked, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Krasta could no longer restrain himself, launching into a second offensive, swinging his blade down from above. This time, Machi chose not to evade but to confront the strike head-on. He raised both hands, positioning his sword horizontally above his head to block the blow. Machi felt an immense force surge from his head to his feet, as if he might lose his grip on the sword, and he involuntarily staggered back 2 steps. Seeing Machi retreat, Krasta was unrelenting. drawing his sword again and aiming for Manchi's midsection. Although Manchi had been pushed back, he maintained his footing and raised his sword to deflect the attack. Fighting another person was undeniably more challenging than battling sea beasts. With the latter, brute strength sufficed, but human combat demanded agility, skill, and adaptability. It was through such encounters that he could achieve greater growth. With his current strength, Manchi recognized that defeating Krosta would be a formidable challenge, though he feigned confidence. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Ultimately, he understood that his strength was still insufficient. Monkey pondered internally, reflecting that although Krosta's strength was considered low on the ship, it still amounted to a staggering 94 million berries. If he were to face someone with a bounty exceeding 100 million, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Yet, one crucial detail eluded Monkey. His own power was derived from the abilities he had gathered over the past 2 weeks. While Krosta had honed his strength over many years of rigorous training, marking a fundamental disparity between them, it was astonishing that a mere novice who had been aboard for just 2 weeks could contend with Krosta, a bounty of 94 million berries. Perhaps, as Ben Beckman suggested, defeating him was not entirely implausible. This prospect certainly piqued interest. Shanks also expressed his astonishment. Ben Beckman remarked on the remarkable progress made in just 2 weeks, deeming it truly terrifying. Both Yasu and Lachi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this young man's growth was nothing short of extraordinary. In a mere fortnight, he had transformed from a feeble novice into a formidable opponent, matching Krosta's prowess. Such rapid advancement seemed almost excessive, leaving some pirates nearby utterly dumbfounded. However, the notion that this newfound strength could effortlessly vanquish Krosta was somewhat exaggerated. The surrounding pirates buzzed with speculation. After separating from Krosta, both Monkey and Krosta took a moment to catch their breath. Krosta's expression was unusually grave. He had not anticipated the challenge posed by Monkey. Despite exerting 90% of his strength, he found himself unable to secure victory. Was he truly compelled to unleash his full power? Yet, he feared the repercussions of such an action. What if he inadvertently harmed Monkey? I will make my move now. You should be wary, Monkey interrupted Krosta's thoughts. Krosta tensed, adopting a defensive stance, but to his bewilderment, Monkey did not advance with his weapon. Instead, he gradually sheathed his blade. Krosta was left in confusion, questioning whether Monkey intended to fight him unarmed, an absurd proposition. Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the others shared his perplexity, unable to comprehend Monkey's intentions. Was he conceding defeat? Surely not. The two were closely matched, and the battle had only just begun. Monkey's unexpected action reignited the murmurs among the pirates. What are you planning, Monkey? Krosta inquired, voicing the collective curiosity. Yet, Monkey offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on Krosta. Then, as if instinctively, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. A wave of overwhelming power radiated from him, expanding outward with increasing intensity. The formidable aura swept across the ship in an instant, enveloping every one of the several hundred crew members present. Krosta, positioned directly in front, felt his complexion drain of color, rendered pale as fear gripped him. What? Krosta could scarcely comprehend the situation, overwhelmed by the oppressive force that left him paralyzed with dread, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. What was this phenomenon? He raged internally. Yet his body succumbed to the pressure, collapsing onto the deck. How could this happen? Krosta struggled to prop himself up, desperate for breath. As if teetering on the brink of death, he could not fathom how a newcomer could wield such capability. Despite this, he refused to concede, not out of desire, but due to his mind being clouded, devoid of rational thought. Surrounding them, the once noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on Monkey, clad in white and standing tall. No one dared to utter a word. They were bewildered by how a moment ago, Monkey had seemed evenly matched with Krosta, only to unleash such an overwhelming presence thereafter. Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the high-ranking members of the red-haired pirates stood in stunned silence, their minds racing with tumultuous thoughts. Their expressions were remarkably uniform, all reflecting sheer astonishment indeed. It was astonishment. They were seasoned and knowledgeable, yet found it hard to believe. The atmosphere suddenly grew exceedingly bizarre. After a considerable pause, red-haired Shanks struggled to articulate. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Chapter 5, The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. A gentle breeze swept across the surface of the sea, stirring waves that crashed against the vessel, producing a cacophony of sounds. The water below shimmered in deep blue, occasionally revealing marine creatures gliding through the depths. Yet on the deck of the Red Force, everyone stood frozen in place. What had once been a lively and boisterous scene had descended into an eerie silence, a deathly stillness enveloping them, as all were entranced in disbelief. Is it truly Conqueror's Haki? Captain, you must be certain. This cannot be possible. Beckman was the first to regain his composure. Upon hearing Shanks's assertion, he immediately inquired further. The overwhelming presence they had just felt was unmistakably discernible to Beckman, who recognized it as Conqueror's Haki without doubt. However, what truly rendered him incredulous was the realization that this formidable power emanated from Monkey, a mere boy he had recruited just 2 weeks prior. In the span of 2 weeks, Monkey had matured at an extraordinary pace. They had initially thought it commendable for him to hold his own against Karasta. Yet now he was capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki. Captain, could we possibly have misinterpreted? Jessup and Lakiru asked in unison. It must be accurate. There is no way we could all be mistaken, Shanks replied once more. With this proclamation, the atmosphere was charged with renewed astonishment. Conqueror's Haki, a talent said to manifest in only 1 out of a million, signified the potential to ascend as a ruler. This gift was exceedingly rare. Shanks himself was renowned for his possession of Conqueror's Haki, which contributed to his formidable strength and status as one of the 4 emperors. Although Shanks wielded the highest grade of this Haki, the mere possession of it was already an extraordinary feat yet now. They found themselves sensing this rare ability emanating from a newcomer who had only boarded the ship 2 weeks prior. The unfolding events were nothing short of astonishing. Could Monkey truly awaken Conqueror's Haki? How could this be? Jessup was in disbelief. Not only he, but also Shanks, Lakiru, and Beckman, who had brought Monkey aboard. All found it utterly inconceivable. Such a talent was indeed 1 in a million. In that moment, Monkey's presence overshadowed even Shanks, as he became the focal point of the gathering. The pervasive aura of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire crew, compelling their attention toward him. While no one had yet succumbed to unconsciousness, some of the less powerful crew members were already exhibiting signs of discomfort. Conqueror's Haki? Upon hearing Shanks's words, Karasta felt somewhat dazed. Although he had never witnessed Conqueror's Haki firsthand, he had certainly heard tales of it. How could such a rare ability manifest in Monkey? Particularly at the moment when he fought against him. He could hardly believe that aboard this vessel, which accommodated hundreds, there were indeed 2 individuals who had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. This was truly astonishing. At this moment, Karasta found himself utterly convinced, although Monkey was merely an apprentice pirate. His prowess had already surpassed Karasta's own. In the realm of piracy, strength reigns supreme. Only those who possess formidable power earn the respect of others. Reflecting on Monkey's capabilities from 2 weeks prior, Karasta felt a profound sense of despair, realizing that he might never catch up to Monkey again. Merely 2 weeks had sufficed for Monkey to reach a level of strength comparable to his own after over a decade of training. No. It was a complete annihilation of his efforts. Was this what it meant to be a genius? Was innate talent truly more significant than relentless effort? I concede. Though Karasta remained propped on the deck, his heart heavy with dismay, he uttered his surrender. Remaining in such a vulnerable position would only serve to further humiliate him. It was only now that Karasta recognized his own insignificance. What did a bounty of 94 million berries signify? Without strength, everything was meaningless. Even an apprentice pirate could easily surpass him, rendering his bounty a mere irony. Monkey, having calmed his demeanor, remarked, "Just a stroke of luck." Karasta resolved that even if he could not match Monkey's pace, he would steadfastly follow in his footsteps. As long as he continued to progress, he too could evolve into a formidable force. With Monkey ahead as a benchmark, he would have a target to strive towards. Turning around, he noticed the gazes of those behind him, fixated on him as if he were a spectacle. "When did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki?" Shanks approached, unable to contain his curiosity. "Not long ago," came Monkey's reply. "Indeed, it had only recently occurred. In fact, it was during your arrival that my Conqueror's Haki awakened. Partially thanks to you." The Monkey would never voice such a sentiment. Sensing Monkey's reluctance to elaborate, Shanks nodded in understanding. "It has been quite some time since I've witnessed new Conqueror's Haki," he exclaimed, then fixed his gaze intently on Monkey. Could it be that this lad truly harbored the potential of a king? He sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate what was wrong. Then Beckman approached and inquired, "So, can you utilize this Conqueror's Haki at any time?" In theory, it was indeed possible, though it would deplete his stamina, necessitating a replenishment of energy. Monkey nodded in acknowledgement. After all, the methods for wielding the Conqueror's Haki were etched in his mind. Could one truly master it immediately upon awakening this formidable power? Red-haired looked at Monkey with an expression of incredulity, as if beholding a curious creature. He had never heard of anyone who could proficiently wield the Conqueror's Haki immediately upon awakening it. If this were true, then Monkey would indeed be a remarkable anomaly. Even he himself, when he awakened the Conqueror's Haki years ago, required extensive time and diligent practice to master it. Monkey's extraordinary situation only deepened the enigma in the mind of the red-haired Shanks. This monkey was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Well done, lad. I knew I had not misjudged you. Your talent is truly exceptional, even awakening the conqueror's haki. Ben Beckman chuckled, not pondering too deeply, merely acknowledging Monkey's formidable aptitude. It's just luck, Monkey humbly replied. Luck? The nearby crew exchanged glances, speechless. If this was luck, then why had they not encountered such fortune themselves? Were they all simply cursed? Let us return to our duties. Shanks commanded, wishing to prevent this matter from disrupting the ship's operations. Upon his directive, the crew dispersed, though they continued to discuss in small clusters. Today's battle had left a profound impression on them. They not only witnessed the rise of a newcomer, but also experienced the aura of the conqueror's haki emanating from him. Now, there were 2 individuals aboard who possessed this formidable ability. Chapter 6. The little monster on the ship. This battle concluded with Monkey's victory, however. The shock it instilled would linger for some time. The entire course of the fight was filled with dramatic twists and turns, leaving an indelible mark in their memories. Among those present, Shanks, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lakiru. Along with other high-ranking members of the red-haired pirates, they were all astonished by Monkey's extraordinary talent and resolved to nurture him carefully. The conqueror's haki is not something to be taken lightly. One must possess extraordinary talent to even awaken it, let alone master it immediately afterward. The fact that a newcomer aboard their ship could awaken the conqueror's haki was truly astonishing. Who would have believed it? If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have deemed it impossible. Just 2 weeks ago, he boarded the ship as a mere weakling, yet now he has grown to this extent, they mused. Although it is said that only 1 in a million possesses the aptitude for conqueror's haki, having talent and being able to awaken and utilize it are 2 different matters. Many possess talent yet cannot harness it. One can only imagine how rare the conqueror's haki truly is, yet now a newcomer had surpassed even the seasoned veterans. I can almost foresee this lad's future. Perhaps we will witness the emergence of another emperor, and our ship will then boast 2 sovereigns, they reflected. It truly is a realm dominated by the young. We are growing old. Throughout the vessel, discussions regarding Monkey continued unabated, and he even acquired a new title, the Haki Kid, denoting a novice who possesses the conqueror's haki. In their eyes, the only noteworthy aspect of Monkey was his conqueror's haki. As for his overall strength, it still required considerable training. On the deck, Shanks, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Lakiru, and the other members of the red-haired pirates remained rooted in place, not moving an inch. Locksta stood nervously before the esteemed figures, with Monkey beside him. Yet, Monkey seemed unperturbed, gazing leisurely at the sea. Being surrounded by such formidable personalities posed no stress for him. Instead, he felt at ease. Captain, is there something you need? Locksta asked hesitantly. You still have ample room for improvement. Calm your spirit and do not let this defeat dishearten you, Shanks advised. Rest assured. Captain, I will strive to improve. I shall begin my training now, Locksta replied hurriedly as he dashed to his quarters. Shanks nodded, saying nothing further. Once Locksta left, the others once again encircled Monkey, scrutinizing him with keen eyes. Feeling their gaze, Monkey felt akin to a small, vulnerable rabbit, isolated, weak, and helpless. Monkey, you better be honest with us. How did you awaken your conqueror's haki? The cadre inquired collectively. It just awakened, didn't it? Is there some special method to facilitate awakening? Monkey replied innocently. It seemed he had not heard of any specific techniques either. Shanks found a measure of credence in Monkey's words. The awakening of conqueror's haki is indeed an elusive phenomenon, defying comprehension. Some individuals may awaken it suddenly in response to certain events, while others might naturally awaken it through training. Each person's awakening process is unique, which has made it impossible to discern any commonality. Very well, you may continue your training, Shanks said, not pressing for further answers, waving a hand at Monkey. Upon hearing this, Monkey hurriedly fled the deck, eager to keep his secret safe. The more he spoke, the more likely he was to expose himself, so it was best to make a discreet exit. Once Monkey retreated into the cabin, the others began their discussion anew. Ben Beckman expressed his astonishment. I truly did not expect this. The boy's talent is astounding. I am grateful we brought him aboard. Are you certain he was a novice when he joined us? Shanks still found it hard to believe. Absolutely certain. When he boarded, he could barely hold a sword, and his steps and breaths were all over the place. That was no act, Beckman affirmed. This was likely true. For prior to his explosive awakening of the conqueror's haki, his battle with Locksta was rather conventional, and his swordsmanship appeared as if he had only recently begun to practice. Then he truly transformed from a weakling to this level in just 2 weeks. Successfully awakening and mastering the conqueror's haki, Shanks sighed. 2 weeks may be but a fleeting moment for them as powerful beings, yet for Monkey, it marked the emergence of a potential king. While it seemed unbelievable, the reality appeared to be just that, Beckman noted. Another little monster has emerged. Who knows how he has grown so rapidly? Deputy Captain, you have been monitoring his training. Do share? Jesus Burgess interjected. Beckman pondered before responding. He tends to be quite laid back, merely performing menial tasks and practicing swordplay on the deck. There's nothing else noteworthy. Surely, he hasn't stumbled upon miraculous encounters while sleeping in his quarters. Lakiru, munching on roasted meat, remarked, this lad's rate of growth is astonishing. Awakening the Conqueror's haki makes his talent nearly invincible. Think about it, if we dedicate ourselves to nurturing him. It's merely a matter of time before he becomes an unparalleled powerhouse. Fortunately, Ben Beckman brought him aboard. Otherwise, if the other 4 emperors had gotten their hands on him, it would have been nothing short of a catastrophe for us. Indeed, this is the most auspicious news. If Monkey had boarded the ships of those 3 individuals, it could have spelled our doom, undoubtedly positioning him as a formidable rival. Red-haired Shanks concurred with this sentiment. This was a widely acknowledged fact among all the officers. Moreover, Monkey's rate of growth is truly astonishing, akin to being propelled by a rocket. To have such a person as an enemy would make for restless nights. Shanks gazed at Ben Beckman, appreciatively remarking, you have indeed rendered a great service. Chapter 7. Instructing the little monster in observation and armament haki on the deck. After a brief conversation, everyone dispersed, leaving only red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman to enjoy the sea breeze. What are your plans? Ben Beckman inquired, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. After some contemplation, Shanks replied, it was quite unexpected for Monkey to suddenly awaken his Conqueror's haki. Given this development, we should arrange for someone to teach him observation and armament haki as well, providing him with more means of self-preservation to prevent an untimely demise. A faint smile graced Shanks' lips. Such a promising young lad, now part of the red-haired pirates, must be safeguarded. Shanks would not allow for any premature demise to occur. Let me handle the teaching of observation and armament haki, Ben Beckman volunteered. Oh, that does sound appealing. It has been quite rare to find something that piques your interest. Shanks laughed heartily. He could already envision the scene of Monkey being rigorously trained by the serious Ben Beckman, who approached teaching with utmost solemnity and responsibility. Should Monkey show even a hint of negligence in training, he would undoubtedly face a tempest of punishment. By the way, Captain, weren't you supposed to send a message to Whitebeard? Ben Beckman casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Shanks discerned his implication. You wish for this lad to undertake a journey as a form of training? That could indeed be beneficial. Having been exposed, Ben Beckman did not blush but readily admitted it. Shanks pondered for a moment, saying, this matter can wait. For now, focus on instructing Monkey in observation and armament haki. I find myself increasingly eager for this. The following day, the gentle sea breeze caressed the deck. Monkey stood with his katana in hand, facing the serious expression of Ben Beckman, who scrutinized him intently. Today marks your first day of training with me, but I shall not have you start from the basics. I will teach you directly the applications of observation and armament haki. First, tell me, do you understand the essence, characteristics, and applications of these haki? Monkey, unfamiliar with such concepts, shook his head. Ben Beckman continued, observation haki grants one the ability to anticipate dangers by observing the demeanor and movements of others, allowing you to evade many threats. Armament haki, on the other hand, enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities. If your fist is imbued with armament haki, you can strike directly at the essence of a Logia user. This haki can also be applied to your weapons or even to your body, forming a protective shell. However, remember that the larger the area you protect, the weaker the defense will be. Drawing his katana, Ben Beckman asserted, words alone are insufficient. Allow me to demonstrate observation haki. You will attack me with all your might, and as long as I do not call for a halt, you shall continue your assault. Understood, Monkey acknowledged. He raised his katana and swung it down with great force. Yet, as if foreseeing the strike, Ben Beckman shifted his body to the left just in time. Soon, Monkey's strikes accelerated, creating a veritable curtain of blades directed at Ben Beckman, who seemed to anticipate each movement, evading effortlessly. Observation haki. Monkey recognized that what Ben Beckman was employing was indeed observation haki, enabling him to predict the enemy's attacks and trajectories. Such an ability in combat is nothing short of terrifying. No matter how many times the opponent strikes or the strength of each blow, if they cannot land a hit, their efforts are rendered futile. That's enough. Cease your attacks, Ben Beckman commanded. Monkey halted immediately. A slight smile played on Ben Beckman's lips as he regarded Monkey, asking, do you grasp the concept? This is observation hockey. I understand. Monkey nodded in affirmation. Ding. A nearby purple level ability has dropped. Do you wish to acquire the purple level ability? Observing the purple light emanating from Ben Beckman once more, Monkey felt a surge of joy. Acquire. The purple level ability grants the skill, observation hockey. Do you wish to absorb it? Monkey was taken aback. Could today truly be his lucky day? Awakening both observation and conqueror's hockey in a single day. Absorb. A warm current flowed through his body, but due to the awakening of his conqueror's hockey, Monkey did not find it particularly surprising. Observation hockey awakened. Now, I shall commence your training in observation hockey, Ben Beckman announced, producing a wooden stick. You will sit down with your eyes closed and perceive through your body's pores. Do not open your eyes. I will attack you from various angles, and your task is to evade my strikes solely through your bodily perception. True mastery of observation hockey can only be achieved through this method. Monkey complied immediately, sitting cross-legged on the deck with his eyes tightly shut. Monkey. While you have awakened conqueror's hockey, you must remain calm and focused during training. Observation hockey requires diligent practice and is entirely different from conqueror's hockey. Remember to discard your sense of hearing. Do not attempt to listen for the sound of the wind. Ben Beckman raised the wooden stick high and aimed for Monkey's shoulder. In the next moment, Monkey slightly twisted his shoulder, successfully evading the strike. Did he evade the first strike by chance? Soon after, he dodged the second, followed by the third and fourth, each with effortless precision. Ben Beckman was astonished. The first was mere luck. The second was coincidence. But evading every subsequent blow indicated true skill. Ben Beckman, undeterred, continued to launch numerous attacks, all of which met the same fate, failure to connect. This extraordinary display from Monkey rendered Ben Beckman momentarily speechless. He was at a loss for words. Thud, thud, thud. Hawkeye heard the sound of the door and, upon opening it, saw Ben Beckman outside, his face alight with excitement. Did I not instruct you to teach Monkey D? Luffy the observation hockey and armament hockey? He questioned. Why have you come here? Ben Beckman let out a hearty laugh. Have you ever witnessed the essence of true genius? Suddenly, a brilliant light sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 8. The terrifying learning ability of a genius. Are you referring to Monkey? Hawkeye asked, perplexed. What has happened? His mind was filled with questions, utterly bewildered by Ben Beckman's unexpected visit and his cryptic remarks. I followed your orders and began teaching that kid Monkey the observation hockey and armament hockey, but do you know what transpired? Ben Beckman's expression morphed into something decidedly odd. The two settled onto the sofa, sipping rum as Hawkeye inquired, what happened? As you suggested, I went to train Monkey in the observation hockey and armament hockey. And I discovered that some geniuses truly transcend the ordinary. Ben Beckman spoke with a seriousness that brooked no argument. I have encountered many so-called geniuses. Yet I have never encountered anyone like Monkey. I dare say no genius could rival him. Wait. Tell me what exactly happened that has elevated your opinion of Monkey so highly, Hawkeye pressed, still not fully comprehending. On this ship, everyone knew that Ben Beckman was notoriously stern and serious. One would expect Monkey to be thoroughly tormented by him, yet the reality seemed to diverge sharply from expectation. Let me ask you, how long did it take you to master the observation hockey back in your day? The mention of observation hockey caused Hawkeye to fall into contemplation, recalling events from many years ago. After a moment's reflection, he remembered that it took him about 4 or 5 days to grasp the basics, during which he hardly slept, barely managing to cross the threshold into the realm of observation hockey. 4 or 5 days. Why do you ask? 4 or 5 days to reach the entry level is already considered quite impressive in others' eyes, even by your own past standards, Ben Beckman remarked. Many would struggle even after months or years, let alone grasping the fundamentals in such a short time. Now, can you guess how long it took Monkey to progress from 0 to mastering the observation hockey? Ben Beckman teased, deliberately withholding the answer. Half a day? No. That can't be right. You didn't teach him for that long. Hawkeye pondered aloud. Could it be just a few hours? Ben Beckman shook his head, extending a single finger. An hour? That's terrifying, Hawkeye exclaimed, taken aback. To his astonishment, Ben Beckman continued shaking his head, stating, you guessed wrong. Initially believing an hour would be a remarkable feat, Ben Beckman's implication suggested it was even less. Was it merely a quarter of an hour? Hawkeye remembered his own arduous 4-day journey to achieve what he considered exceptional, and now Monkey was purportedly able to accomplish it in a mere 15 minutes. Such a feat seemed inconceivable for any genius. Unless Monkey had already possessed the observation hockey, there was no way he could achieve such mastery in a mere moment. Yet, if he had such ability, why did he lack any combat prowess? Was it a newfound awakening? But no one had trained him. Hawkeye was left hanging on Ben Beckman's words, growing increasingly impatient. How long did it truly take? Please, tell me. Captain, why must you lack a sense of humor? Ben Beckman replied, somewhat exasperated but unable to contain his excitement. It was neither half a day, nor a few hours, nor even a quarter of an hour. He mastered it after just a single demonstration. What? Just one demonstration? Indeed, I merely explained the characteristics of observation hockey and demonstrated it once. And he was able to grasp it. Are you certain he didn't know it beforehand? Absolutely. Everyone witnessed how weak he was when he first boarded the ship. Hawkeye. Can you comprehend how terrifying it is for someone to learn observation hockey after merely observing it once? And to do so under my guidance, can you fathom my astonishment? Ben Beckman exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Once, even Hawkeye, a formidable figure among the four emperors, found the notion utterly implausible. His mouth fell agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Are you serious? After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Ben Beckman shot him a look. Would I just about something like this? So, you're saying that today was his first exposure to observation hockey? He had never encountered it before? It seems so. After all, he looked genuinely weak 2 weeks ago. It couldn't have been an act. Moreover, when I quizzed him about the basics of observation and armament hockey, he was entirely unaware. I scrutinized his expressions. He seemed truthful. This revelation further astonished Hawkeye, such an extraordinary talent. If he could master observation hockey in just one demonstration, what could he not learn? It was unfathomable. Something most would not dare to dream. Had anyone else made such a claim, Hawkeye would have dismissed it as mockery. Yet, this was an undeniable reality. This boy seemed almost predestined for cultivation. It appeared that no challenge could stand before him, effortlessly overcome. His talent was nothing short of terrifying. Ben Beckman continued to murmur in excitement. It was only natural. Anyone witnessing such an occurrence would struggle to regain their composure swiftly. At that moment, Hawkeye's worldview shifted once more. Was observation hockey truly so easy to master? Reflecting on the grueling 4 to 5 days he had endured. He had toiled day and night to barely reach the entry level, and yet others had already hailed him a genius. In comparison to Monkey's innate talent, his efforts seemed trivial. Hawkeye had never before questioned his own abilities in such a manner. By comparison, his own talent felt woefully inadequate. Was it truly possible for someone to possess such a fearsome aptitude for learning? He found himself asking Ben Beckman, is he even human? Hawkeye pressed further. Perhaps he is not. He is a monster, Ben Beckman replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke before speaking again. Ben Beckman's emotions were equally complex. Chapter 9. I truly believe Monkey is indeed a genius on the deck. Monkey felt Ben Beckman's departure and found it curious. He opened his eyes to see Ben Beckman hastily retreating into the cabin, his demeanor somewhat peculiar. What is the matter? Were you not supposed to teach me the observation hockey and armament hockey? Why did you only teach me about observation hockey before leaving? The art of armament hockey has yet to be imparted. Filled with profound uncertainty, Monkey D. Luffy remained seated on the deck, awaiting the return of Ben Beckman. Before long, Beckman returned, accompanied by the captain, Shanks. Shanks regarded Luffy with an odd expression, as if he had encountered a peculiar creature. Have you mastered observation hockey? He inquired. Yes, Captain, Luffy replied without hesitation. Although he was still in the rudimentary phase, he had indeed grasped the fundamentals of observation hockey. What remained was simply to refine his skills. Now, he had successfully learned both observation and conqueror's hockey, leaving only the uncharted territory of armament hockey. Nevertheless, he was confident that mastering armament hockey would not prove excessively challenging. What a monster, Shanks murmured. Ben Beckman fixed his gaze on Luffy and stated, since you have made progress with observation hockey, I shall not waste further time on that. You must diligently train in your spare moments. I will now begin instructing you in armament hockey, and you must pay close attention, for it is significantly more difficult than observation hockey. Understood, Luffy responded earnestly. Beckman then began to channel his energy, drawing forth the katana. Luffy observed as a dark energy emanated from Beckman's body, enveloping the sword. Soon after, a layer of pitch-black armor materialized around the blade, covering not only the sword itself but also the hilt, and even Beckman's right hand became shrouded in darkness, transforming his once fleshy hand into something gleaming like metal. As I previously mentioned, armament hockey can be utilized in any manner you desire, whether it be for your body or the weapons you wield, forming a protective layer that significantly enhances your defense. This is the essence of armament hockey. Do you comprehend? Beckman resumed his serious demeanor as he began the lesson. As Beckman swung his katana, Luffy noticed that not only did it bolster defensive capabilities, but the power of each strike seemed to resonate with a distinct force, producing a sound akin to slicing through the air. The true measure of a pirate's strength could be discerned from their mastery of observation and armament hockey in the treacherous waters of the New World. These two forms of hockey were fundamental prerequisites for any aspiring pirate and a crucial condition for becoming a formidable force. Ding! A purple-level ability has emerged nearby. Would you like to acquire it? Luffy noticed a purple glow emanating from Beckman, and he couldn't help but chuckle internally. The captain was nearing a purple status. Acquire. Yet, he felt it necessary to claim the benefits that were rightfully his. Acquisition successful. Purple-level ability, armament hockey. Would you like to absorb it? Although Luffy speculated on the outcome, the reality of the situation still filled him with delight. His luck today was nothing short of extraordinary. If he had once considered himself a hapless individual, today he felt like a fortunate sovereign. In just one day, he had awakened Conqueror's hockey and learned both observation and armament hockey. His fortune had never shone so brightly. He called forth his attribute panel: strength, 105 speed, 103 stamina, 101 agility, 87 skills, basic swordsmanship level 11, basic arithmetic level 2, Conqueror's hockey level 1, observation hockey level 1, armament hockey level 1. All three forms of hockey mastered. Indeed, joining the red-haired pirates had proven to be a judicious choice. A smile graced Luffy's face. Despite having endured 2 weeks of misfortune, the stroke of luck he experienced today brought him immense joy. Would you like me to demonstrate again? Beckman, noticing Luffy's dazed expression and the hint of a smile on his face, assumed he had yet to grasp the concept. He thought to himself, thank goodness. It appears this lad isn't so abnormal as to learn armament hockey after a single viewing. Beckman reassured himself. This is more like a normal person, otherwise. If he could master armament hockey at a glance, what would it mean for those of us who took months, even half a year, to learn it? Shanks pondered similarly. He recalled that when he first awakened his armament hockey, he had practiced for approximately half a month. That period was hardly a life worth living. He trained tirelessly from dawn until dusk, often neglecting even the most basic need for sustenance. Through relentless practice, he finally mastered the armament hockey. The two of them were still reminiscing, oblivious to the transformation occurring within Monkey. Suddenly, Monkey slowly drew his sword, aiming it forward, and began to experiment with condensing the armament hockey around the blade. Although it was a strenuous effort and the manifestation was tenuous, he managed to achieve it. A thin layer of dark energy enveloped the sword, rendering it menacing and fearsome. At last, he had grasped the essence of armament hockey. Was this truly the nature of armament hockey? What a remarkable power it is! With the sword in hand, Monkey beamed at the two. As they regained their senses, they were utterly petrified by the sight before them. Is this really possible? He learned it just like that? Beckman was somewhat unfazed, having witnessed Monkey's rapid mastery of observation hockey. However, Shanks was not so composed, visibly shaken by the astonishing display. This was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon in his life. After merely one glance, he could grasp the basics of observation hockey and armament hockey. Moreover, it was not just a matter of understanding the fundamentals. He could wield them with remarkable proficiency. Was this boy truly human? Was it truly so difficult? He believed that one merely needed to try, and it would be achievable. It wasn't he that complicated. Red-haired Shanks felt an overwhelming urge to strangle this insufferable brat. Blessed with exceptional talent and quick to learn, yet he feigned innocence to provoke others. If mastering observation hockey and armament hockey were so simple, would everyone not aspire to become pirates? Suddenly, Shanks recalled a conversation with Ben Beckman, where Beckman had remarked that Machi lad possesses extraordinary talent. He may one day surpass you. At the time, Shanks had dismissed it as mere jest, not taking it seriously. Yet now, he was convinced that it was no joke, and it might happen sooner than anticipated. This boy was indeed a genius, no, a prodigy. Normal humans could not possess such extraordinary gifts. The future of this lad was boundless. Chapter 10, Talent Beyond Reason. After a while, Ben Beckman, wearing a mischievous grin, inquired of Shanks, Shanks, how long did it take you to awaken your armament hockey? Shanks felt his face flush with embarrassment and cleared his throat, saying, let us not dwell on that. Oh, come now, don't be shy. Let us discuss it. Beckman teased, a smirk plastered on his face. I think we should talk about how long it took you to awaken your armament hockey. I am quite curious. Shanks immediately retorted, forget it. There is no point in discussing it. Beckman shrugged, unwilling to delve further. Shanks, too, preferred not to mention it, as admitting it would be rather humiliating. There was no need for that. Shanks, I have a proposition, Beckman said with a sly smile. Why don't you take on the role of guiding Machi's training? I believe only you have the capability to teach him. No. You are far more suited to instruct him. My temperament is not suited for teaching others. Who says? Shanks, Machi's primary focus is swordsmanship. And you are the master of that very art. In this world, it would be a challenge to find someone who could claim to surpass your sword skills. It's not that exaggerated. It's merely courtesy, a bit of empty praise. Neither of them wished to instruct Machi, seeking to evade the responsibility, resulting in a somewhat comical standoff. Machi watched with amusement as the captain and first mate bickered like children. It was surprising to see the typically stoic Beckman display such playful antics. Perhaps it was only in the presence of those he cared about that this side of him emerged. Kid, you ought to thank the captain. His willingness to teach you swordsmanship is a rare opportunity, one that few can claim in the new world. Considering the captain's unparalleled sword skills, Beckman shot Machi a knowing glance. Machi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such an opportunity was indeed a rarity. Thank you, Captain, for agreeing to teach me swordsmanship. I promised to learn humbly. To receive guidance from a swordsman of Shank's caliber was the dream of countless sword masters. Drawing his sword, a layer of armament haki enveloped it instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Machi planted one foot and charged forward. As he lunged, he activated his observation haki as well. Facing Shanks, Machi dared not exhibit any slackness, entering his most formidable state. You need not be so tense. I am merely offering guidance. Although Shanks spoke casually, his respect for Machi increased significantly. A lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. That is a commendable habit. Shanks observed as Machi charged, casually unsheathing his sword. Griffin, to parry the attack. With a resounding clash, Machi felt as though he were confronting a mountain instead of Shanks. No matter how hard he tried, Shanks remained immovable. Regardless of Machi's attempts to employ various techniques, he could not force Shanks to yield even an inch. It was as if Shanks were rooted to the deck, his feet firmly planted like iron to a magnet. Standing there with Griffin in hand, Shanks regarded Machi with a broad smile, though his movements were far from slow. Every swing of his sword accurately deflected Machi's offensive maneuvers. Such astonishing reflexes. It was evident that Shanks had mastered observation haki. His strength was equally formidable. Machi's powerful strikes could not even cause Shanks' sword to budge a fraction. Machi was astounded. This was incredible. Indeed, before Shanks, every strike he delivered was with utmost effort. After all, he was facing one of the four emperors. How could he dare to hold back? However, even when he exerted himself to the utmost and unleashed his armament haki to its limits, he could not shake Shanks even slightly. Not even the slightest movement. This was the disparity. For the first time, Machi tangibly experienced the terrifying power of one of the four emperors. A sword possesses life. One cannot wield it like a mere automaton, hacking and thrusting without a sense of tactical thought. Such mindless aggression is utterly futile. Shanks commenced his first instruction. While parrying Machi's attacks, he effortlessly provided guidance. A notification chimed nearby. A white level ability has appeared. Do you wish to acquire white level? Acquire it, Machi thought. Feeling somewhat resigned, it seemed his luck for the day had been exhausted. Acquisition successful. The white level ability is basic swordsmanship level 1. Do you wish to absorb it? Absorb. Absorption successful. Current basic swordsmanship level is now 12. Machi felt a peculiar sensation. His swordsmanship seemed to have reached new heights. It appeared that he could no longer overlook white-level abilities. Every energy source had its purpose. As a result of absorbing basic swordsmanship, Machi's technique became more agile and varied. Each strike now possessing more unpredictable angles of attack. What is this? Shanks, too, noticed the change. This lad was actually progressing in his understanding of swordsmanship amidst their confrontation. Drawing closer to mastery. It was precisely because of this that Shanks felt a profound stirring within. This boy truly was an anomaly. Shanks mused, contemplating how Machi was enhancing his comprehension of swordsmanship through their practice, thus elevating his own skill level. Such individuals are not entirely absent from the seas, yet they are exceedingly rare. Shanks genuinely did not anticipate that Machi's talent in swordsmanship could be so astonishing. Then Beckman, observing from the sidelines, also recognized this development. Has this boy improved again? Beckman's expression shifted dramatically. To elevate one's swordsmanship level during combat, Machi was accomplishing feats that were truly astonishing. Each one was a remarkable achievement. His talent was indeed fearfully potent. In the midst of the flickering light on the deck, Monkey found himself increasingly breathless due to his relentless offensive, his steps losing the rhythmic precision they once possessed. In contrast, Red-Haired remained composed throughout, effortlessly parrying Monkey's strikes. With narrowed eyes, Monkey unleashed a technique he had meticulously studied, the swallow's return. His katana traced a semicircular arc through the air, slicing it as he thrust forward with ferocity. A faint purple sword aura surged towards red-haired, who merely waved his griffin with a delicate motion, effortlessly dispelling the attack. Impressive swordsmanship, red-haired remarked, genuinely impressed. However, the previously neutralized sword aura re-emerged, launching from behind red-haired. He suddenly sensed the impending strike, shifting his feet just in time to narrowly evade it, though the edge of his garment was still grazed. The purple energy collided with a water barrel at the ship's edge, penetrating it and causing water to cascade everywhere. Red-haired couldn't he help but be moved. Remarkably powerful swordplay, he acknowledged, for he had nearly been struck. Next time, it won't be merely about shifting your feet. Monkey had never harbored dreams of defeating red-haired, for he was one of the 4 emperors, the pinnacle of strength in this world. I believe you can achieve it. Red-haired did not dismiss Monkey's words, recognizing that he had indeed earned the right to voice such aspirations. Have you made new progress in battle? Ben Beckman inquired from the side, seeking confirmation. Monkey nodded, revealing that his greatest gain was acquiring a foundational swordsmanship skill that elevated his technique. Moreover, it had afforded him a stark realization of the terrifying power wielded by the 4 emperors. It was no wonder they had dominated the seas for so long. Yet, in red-haired's eyes, Monkey was a formidable individual, not due to his current strength, but rather his immense potential. Your swordsmanship requires further refinement. That technique of yours is commendable. Yet still lacking, red-haired patted Monkey's shoulder before departing. You must intensify your training. Your practical experience is insufficient, and your swordplay is overly rigid and lacking in adaptability. This will be a disadvantage in actual combat. Ben Beckman imparted his advice earnestly before leaving as well. Alone on the desolate deck, Monkey remained, the night having fallen. With only a handful of stars twinkling in the sky above, he silently absorbed the events of the recent battle and opened the system's attribute panel in his mind. Strength, 105, Speed, 103, Stamina, 101, Agility, 87. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship Level 12, Basic Fist Technique Level 2, Advanced Sword Skill, Swallow Return, Level 4, Conqueror's Hockey Level 1. Observation Hockey Level 1, Armament Hockey Level 1. The gains from these past 2 days had been substantial. Not only had his swordsmanship level increased, but all 3 forms of hockey had awakened as well. When fortune arrives, it truly cannot be hindered. After adjusting his breathing, Monkey prepared to return to his quarters for rest. However, upon entering the cabin, he encountered Roxasta. After the setback of the previous day, Roxasta had become significantly more humble, no longer boasting about his identity as a great pirate. I wish to challenge you once more, Roxasta declared. Monkey did not refuse. He too was curious to ascertain how long it would take him to defeat Roxasta without relying on the Conqueror's hockey. Tomorrow then. It's already late. And I've had a tiring day. I wish to rest. Very well, I shall wait for you on the deck in the morning, Roxasta replied, aware that it was indeed late. Little did Roxasta know that Monkey considered him a benchmark for his growth. The next morning, the deck was abuzz with voices as everyone watched the two face each other again, uncertain of their intentions. Given their stance, it appeared they were about to engage in a contest. No way. Didn't they just fight a couple of days ago? After some discussion, it became clear that Roxasta was challenging Monkey once again. Is Roxasta not intimidated by the Conqueror's hockey from last time? At this, Roxasta's face flushed. How about we agree that you won't use the Conqueror's hockey this time? Roxasta suggested somewhat shyly, acknowledging that it was indeed Monkey's own technique. Not a problem, Monkey replied. Having no intention of using the Conqueror's hockey, he aimed to test the power of observation hockey and armament hockey instead. Using the Conqueror's hockey would defeat the purpose of their match. Are you ready? I will commence my attack now, Roxasta shouted, charging forward with his blade. Monkey retorted. Aren't you going to use armament hockey? Roxasta hesitated. I'm afraid using armament hockey might injure you. That's fine then. I won't hold back. Roxasta was left speechless, doubting whether Monkey had been pretending to be weak when he boarded 2 weeks prior. Suddenly, a layer of black enveloped Monkey's blade as it clashed with Roxasta's. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Roxasta's sword shattered. The crew watching was taken aback. Roxasta held the hilt of his broken sword, the blade having fallen away. Simultaneously, Monkey's sword was now poised against Roxasta's throat, rendering him rigid as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Had Monkey not restrained his strength at the last moment, his head would have been in jeopardy. The outcome of the battle was unmistakably clear. I concede, Roxasta said, his vitality seemingly drained in an instant. Yet his admission came with genuine respect. Just days prior, they had exchanged blows evenly until Monkey unleashed his Conqueror's hockey, but today, without that advantage, He had defeated Roxasta with a single stroke. The atmosphere became eerily silent, the transition from chaos to tranquility occurring in mere moments. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. My heavens! With just one strike, Roxasta has been defeated by Monkey. He truly accomplished it. Indeed, just days ago. I thought Monkey was boasting, but it appears he was sincere. It seems none of us can surpass Monkey. His growth is astonishing. At that moment, a voice cut through the excitement. That must be armament hockey on Monkey's blade. The lively atmosphere fell silent again as the crowd scrutinized Monkey's sword. Indeed, it was armament hockey. Jesus walked out from the crowd to confirm their suspicions, gazing at Monkey with a peculiar expression. Just days ago, he had observed this youth unable to wield armament hockey, yet now he had grasped it. Was it truly so simple to progress from nothing to proficiency in just 2 days? Jesus was left speechless. Lakiru, holding skewered meat, had wide eyes filled with astonishment, his face trembling with disbelief. The crew, aside from red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman, were all in utter disbelief. Shanks and Beckman had anticipated such developments and, fearing comparison, chose to retreat to their quarters. Who could explain to them where Monkey had learned to harness armament hockey? Their emotions were a tumultuous mix of curiosity, envy, and unnameable feelings. Roxasta, having already conceded, stood in a daze. As a pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million, he was well aware of what armament hockey represented. Although he had feigned concern about harming Monkey, deep down he knew he could not utilize it flawlessly. You truly have mastered armament hockey? Roxasta's lips quivered as he glanced at the hilt of his broken sword, feeling thoroughly defeated. 2 weeks prior, he had dismissed Monkey as inconsequential. Now, he realized that Monkey had ascended to a level that left him in awe. He now finds it exceedingly difficult to keep up. The entire process has taken merely 2 weeks. Your growth over these past 2 weeks has indeed been remarkable. I can no longer consider myself your rival. Yet, you should not think so. Each individual possesses unique talents. As long as the belief in becoming a strong person remains unwavering in your heart, no one can truly defeat you. Seeing Loxta in such a state of despair, Machi felt compelled to alleviate his worries. Machi sheathed his sword, and his hockey gradually subsided. At this moment, Machi began to comprehend the formidable nature of hockey. Even at the beginner level, it had significantly enhanced his strength. If he were to master it, what would happen then? Previously, without the use of Conqueror's hockey, he had to engage in prolonged battles to secure victory. But now, employing hockey, he achieved victory with a single strike. Impressive, young man. Well done. We need such strong individuals aboard our ship. I apologize for my earlier remarks about your weakness. Someone like you deserves respect. The sounds of cheers from the crew surrounded them, and everyone rejoiced for Machi. Before long, the red-haired captain and Ben Beckman sauntered onto the deck. After understanding the situation, they were not overly surprised, for they had already witnessed all the astonishment the previous day. After all, hockey had awakened before their very eyes. It would indeed be peculiar if Machi, having mastered hockey, could not defeat Loxta with a single blow. Captain, what exactly is this hockey that Machi has? Rakira could not contain his curiosity. He just learned it yesterday. What's the matter? Red-haired replied. Just 1 day? He mastered the basics of hockey in a single day? What did you expect? You all saw his battle with Loxta the day before. He was not capable of using hockey then. If it wasn't learned in a day, how long do you think it took? Red-haired refrained from disclosing the fact that Machi had learned it in one go, as it would be too demoralizing. If others compared themselves to Machi, he would surely feel embarrassed. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed among the crowd. He truly mastered it in just 1 day. What kind of genius is this? Such a learning aptitude was indeed beyond their reach. Not only hockey, but the young man also learned observation hockey yesterday. Ben Beckman uttered astonishing words, disregarding the shock of those present. What? He learned both observation and armament hockey in a single day? Jesus and Rakira were once again taken aback. The surprises this young man brought were simply overwhelming. I always said this young man has potential. He is worth nurturing, remarked a bald crew member in a blue shirt, who had previously been critical of Machi. Isn't it ironic that you were once the most opposed to Machi boarding the ship? Someone retorted. You don't understand. I was merely pushing him. Otherwise, how would he improve so swiftly? Without pressure, there is no motivation. The greater the pressure, the greater the drive. The bald man laughed heartily. All right, let's disperse, Raherd said, sensing that the battle had concluded and instructing everyone to return to their respective duties. He approached Loxta, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Don't be disheartened. Put in the effort, and you too can grow stronger. Captain, rest assured, I will strive to improve. After experiencing 2 defeats, Lox's pride was thoroughly shattered, leaving only a determination to progress. He may no longer be that boastful pirate. All right, you all may leave. I have a few matters to discuss with Machi. Red-haired waved his hand, dismissing the remaining crew. I will always strive alongside you, Lox said before departing. Ben Beckman observed Red-haired with a complex expression. Are you really going to say it? This matter is of great importance. If it goes awry, it could be detrimental. Red-haired chuckled heartily. Don't worry, I have it all under control. Machi is the most suitable candidate. As the two conversed in a manner that Machi couldn't comprehend, he felt curious but refrained from asking further, knowing that Red-haired would eventually explain everything. Red-haired turned and pulled a red envelope from his pocket, placing it in Machi's hands. I am entrusting you with an absolutely vital task. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Captain, what is this task? Machi felt increasingly uncertain. Deliver this letter to Whitebeard. I believe you will manage it without issue. Chapter 13, Setting Sail for the Whitebeard Pirates. Delivering a letter to Whitebeard? Machi was astonished that such a task had fallen to him, yet he did not dwell on it further. He is now solely focused on boarding Whitebeard's pirate ship. For Whitebeard is renowned as the mightiest man in the New World. It is believed that any energy he might shed would possess extraordinary levels. Moreover, the opportunity to engage with Whitebeard up close is a matter of great honor. Thus, Monkey did not resist too much. Are you willing to go? Red-haired, concerned that Monkey might decline, asked earnestly. Of course, I am willing. When the captain commands, one must comply, Monkey replied with a smile. Monkey, be sure to keep the letter safe. It must reach Whitebeard's hands personally. This journey will serve as a valuable trial for you. As you lack not only combat experience but also social acumen, I believe that interacting closely with Whitebeard will greatly benefit your mindset and broaden your horizons. This expedition will be advantageous in every sense, Red-haired advised solemnly. Captain, there's no need for further elaboration, I understand. I merely wish to know if the ship and the map are ready, Monkey inquired again, tucking the letter into his breast. The ship is prepared and awaits behind. The map is already aboard. The weather in the New World is unpredictable, and given that you are on a small vessel, you must exercise caution throughout your journey. The New World has its own rules, which cannot be thoroughly learned while aboard a ship. Many lessons must be gleaned through personal experience. Knowledge gained from others differs greatly from that acquired firsthand, Red-haired cautioned once more. With the letter in hand, Monkey returned to the cabin to gather his belongings. Disappearing from the watchful eyes of Red-haired and Ben Beckman, Ben Beckman remarked, it is indeed necessary for this lad to undergo trials. But will Whitebeard accept a novice pirate delivering a letter? Ha ha ha, concerning the affairs of the youth, it is futile for us to speculate. We can only hope this lad does not meet a watery grave, Ben Beckman said, his eyes narrowing with concern. As long as he does not encounter Kaido or Charlotte. With his mastery of the 3 types of haki, he should be able to withstand other pirate crews. While 1 billion berry bounty pirates are prevalent in the New World, Monkey, who has mastered the 3 types of haki, can dispatch a 94 million bounty pirate with a single strike, making those with a 1 billion bounty largely no threat. Even if he were to encounter one, the outcome remains uncertain. As for natural ability users, with the enhancement of armament haki, Monkey can contend with them as well. Overall, as long as Monkey avoids provoking the Yonko ships, with his current strength, he can navigate these seas with confidence. There is no need for excessive worry about this lad. His character does not suggest he would succumb to the depths. Without experiencing battle, he will never grow. Furthermore, his rapid progress necessitates some setbacks to temper his temperament. Red-haired spoke slowly. Perhaps, Ben Beckman replied, still apprehensive. As for Monkey, he set off alone with a katana and a few articles of clothing. His small ship well stocked with fresh water and provisions sufficient for 2 months at sea. However, the vast expanse of the New World makes locating Whitebeard's pirate ship a daunting task. Therefore, it all hinges upon Monkey's luck. Upon learning of Monkey's mission to deliver a letter to Whitebeard's crew, the members of the red-haired pirate crew were astonished. They rushed to bid him farewell. Be careful out there, lad. The Whitebeard crew might not easily allow you aboard, so remain vigilant. As they spoke, their gazes toward Monkey shifted to one of concern. You need not see me off. I shall depart as is, Monkey waved to them. Before leaving, as his companions gathered to bid him farewell, the system notifications rang incessantly. Ding, white level energy detected nearby. Would you like to acquire it? Ding, white level energy detected nearby. Would you like to acquire it? Ding, blue level energy detected nearby. Would you like to acquire it? Monkey, aware of the perils of this journey, unhesitatingly chose to acquire all. For strengthening himself is paramount. These energies are his lifeline in the treacherous New World. Y-level energy acquired, speed attribute increased by 1. Would you like to absorb? Y-level energy acquired, armament hockey level increased by 1. Would you like to absorb? Blue-level energy acquired, stamina attribute increased by 3. Would you like to absorb? Absorb all. Monkey felt a multitude of warm currents merge with his body, distinctly sensing his physical prowess augmenting. He accessed his attribute panel, strength, 105 speed, 104 stamina, 104 agility, 87 skills, basic swordsmanship level 12, basic fist technique level 2, advanced sword technique, swallow return, level 4. Armament hockey level 2, 20, observation hockey level 1, conqueror's hockey level 1. Not only had his armament hockey level increased by 1, but it had also surged by 20%. It seemed he would soon reach level 3. It became apparent that this level increment was not merely a rank increase, but also yielded additional percentages. Before long, Monkey stood at the edge of the deck. Surrounded by a throng of crew members, their faces alight with smiles yet tinged with subtle concern, though they wished to keep it from him. Hockey lad. Don't perish out there. I'm waiting for you to return so we can share some rum. Perhaps, by the time he returns, his strength will surpass ours. One crew member mused. Indeed, with such talent, he shall undoubtedly return far stronger than us. Another added. Ha ha ha, perhaps next time he returns, we shall have another monarch among us. Amidst the gazes of his comrades, Monkey leaped onto the small boat. He lifted his head, scanning the faces of red-haired Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo, his eyes growing misty. He knew he could no longer linger. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to part. I set off. After letting out a loud shout, Machi turned around, paddling away in his small boat without a backward glance. Without the slightest hesitation, Machi rowed steadily, gradually distancing himself from the red fuss, until he became a mere speck in the gaze of the onlookers, eventually vanishing from sight. He was headed toward the destination of this voyage, the Whitebeard Pirates, even though he was unaware of where that destination lay. Chapter 14. Is his head worth this price? A single-masted sailboat sailed slowly across the sea. A gentle breeze stirred the surface of the water, creating ripples that spread outward. Standing on the deck, Machi held a map in his hands, meticulously examining it before lifting his gaze to the vast expanse of the ocean. His expression was one of helplessness. His mind a blank canvas devoid of thoughts. The captain actually expected me to venture alone in search of the Whitebeard Pirates, but where could they possibly be? Moreover, the map was woefully incomplete. To make matters worse, I had also forgotten to ask him for the berries. Monkey, in his frustration, set down the map and let out a deep sigh. He indeed forgot this most significant matter. The gentle breeze continued to caress the sails. As the entire vessel swayed with the whims of the sea wind, this ship aimlessly navigated the perilous waters of the New World. Occasionally, one could glimpse enormous dark phantoms traversing the ocean's surface. Those were the Sea Kings. Setting aside such thoughts for a moment, he pondered what to do next. After all, it was merely a matter of delivering a letter, and it shouldn't be an urgent affair. Moreover, had it been a matter of utmost urgency, the captain would not have entrusted such a task to a novice like him. Monkey contemplated this, yet he still needed to devise a plan for the days ahead. The immediate priority was to locate a place to dock, preferably an island, to facilitate essential resupply. Additionally, he needed to find a means of acquiring some berries. For without even a single berry in hand, continuing the voyage would prove exceedingly difficult. While berries may not resolve every predicament, they could alleviate many of Monkey's concerns in these vast waters without consuming too much time. The final step would be to ascertain the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates, a task Monkey regarded as the most formidable challenge. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates were among the 4 emperors. No one could ascertain their current location, and due to their notorious reputation at sea, few possessed the audacity to monitor their movements constantly. After sailing for approximately half a day, Monkey finally spotted an island not far away. Following his line of sight, the ship slowly approached the shores of the small island. Vaguely, he could discern numerous pirate ships anchored along the coastline, along with several merchant vessels coming and going. They all docked beside the shore, rendering this small island exceptionally lively. Machi stowed away the flag bearing the skull emblem that had been hanging from the rail as the sailboat gradually came to rest along the coastline. He leaped directly from the deck, landing gracefully upon the shores of the island. Surrounding him were the vibrant sounds of merchants hawking their wares, indicating that this small island thrived with prosperity. He pondered that perhaps here, he could glean some information regarding the Whitebeard Pirates. With this thought in mind, he strolled slowly from the coast towards the heart of the island. Upon reaching the center, he discovered a scene even more bustling than the shoreline. Various trades flourished, and the streets were alive with the chatter of passers-by. In this lively locale, he beheld numerous shops, while vendors lined the streets, including taverns and clothing boutiques, creating an ambience reminiscent of a miniature city. Although the island was not particularly large, it boasted an array of establishments that catered to every whim. He mused that taverns often served as hubs for lively discussions, and perhaps therein lay the opportunity to acquire the information he sought. As he contemplated this, his gaze was drawn to a lavishly adorned tavern situated beside the street. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way towards it. Upon pushing open the door, he was enveloped by an intoxicating aroma of fine spirits that permeated the establishment. The entire tavern was suffused with the scent of exquisite wines. And for those with a low tolerance for alcohol, merely inhaling this fragrance might render them pleasantly tipsy. He approached the front desk, where a statuesque woman sat, adorned in a flowing purple robe that accentuated her alluring figure. "What would you like to drink, young man?" she inquired, her voice laced with a soft laughter as she regarded Machi. "I seek to gather some information," Machi replied candidly. "Oh, is that so?" Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What is your name?" "You may call me Longxi," Machi responded. "Machi, my dear, you should be familiar with our rules," Longxi remarked, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Could you elaborate?" Machi inquired, revealing his lack of understanding, as it was his first visit to this island and such establishments. Upon hearing this, Longxi appeared taken aback. Casting a quick glance at Machi, information can indeed be procured, but depending on the significance of your inquiries, a fee in berries is required. Furthermore, regardless of the veracity of the information provided, we shall not be held accountable for any subsequent consequences. It is essential for you to discern the truth for yourself. Even if the information is false, the same fee will apply. Should you discover that the information we provided was misleading and feel deceived, we shall not refund your payment. Now that you are aware of these rules, do you still wish to pursue this information, Machi? In essence, once information is disclosed, it is detached from the source, regardless of its truthfulness, absolving any responsibility here. While this may seem rather unjust, such are the customs of this place. Moreover, even if the information turns out to be false, the cost remains the same as for genuine information. Is this not a form of deception? I did not expect such regulations to exist here, Machi remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. So, do you still wish to know? Longxi offered no further explanation, her fingers delicately holding a cigarette as she exhaled a plume of smoke. Naturally, Machi nodded without hesitation. "What would you like to know, Machi?" Longxi inquired, her interest piqued. Machi stated plainly, "I wish to know the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates." "What?" Longxi responded, somewhat astonished. She straightened her posture and scrutinized Machi with a discerning gaze. "The whereabouts of an emperor's crew demands quite a price, not to mention, why do you wish to know? Can I learn this from you?" Machi pressed. "Certainly," Longxi nodded thoughtfully, then added, "but the cost will be steep." "I shan't haggle," she declared. "It will be 80 million berries. 80 million berries to learn the location of the Whitebeard pirates? That is not exorbitant," Machi observed, locking eyes with Longxi. "However, I currently lack such funds. Then why waste my time?" Longxi's patience began to wane. "Yet, I believe there may be alternatives to offer," Machi suggested, his eyes scanning the tavern surroundings. "What could possibly serve as a substitute?" Longxi inquired, intrigued. "What of that man's head? Does it hold such value?" Machi gestured towards a raucous corner of the tavern, where a boisterous middle-aged man with striking purple hair stood out, his muscular frame adorned with numerous tattoos, his loud voice echoing throughout the establishment. Chapter 15. Let us negotiate. I would like to borrow your head for a moment. The instant Machi entered the tavern, his observation hockey sensed the presence of numerous pirates within. Among them, the most striking was the purple-haired man, his formidable build and fierce demeanor reminiscent of a fearsome beast. Throughout his conversation with Longxi, Machi intermittently caught snippets of the discussions among the other patrons. They all mentioned, to varying degrees, information regarding the middle-aged man with purple hair. Consequently, Monkey swiftly became aware of him. This purple-haired middle-aged man is none other than Bansai, who is referred to as Hunan among pirates. He is the captain of a pirate crew. Simultaneously, he is featured on a bounty poster with a bounty of 112 million. However, these details are not the most crucial. What truly matters is what Monkey knows. This individual named Bansai is, in fact, a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit ability. Therefore, he is not merely the captain of the hyena pirate crew. His other identity is that of a subordinate within the Beast Pirates. Consequently, the pirate crew absorbed by the Beast Pirates falls under their jurisdiction and control, thus becoming a part of the Beast Pirates' formidable force. I trust you are aware of what you are discussing? Longxi's gaze was fixed intently on Machi, nearly terrified by his words. As she followed the direction of Manchi's finger, she beheld a middle-aged man with purple hair. Being a member of the intelligence network, Longxi was naturally aware of this man's identity, Wolf Bansai. He is indeed one of the subordinates of the beast pirates. Longxi could hardly fathom this. She believed the young man before her must be mentally deranged. Otherwise, how could he utter such insane remarks? To claim he could kill Bansai was downright delusional. I do not wish to engage in frivolous conversation. I merely seek to inquire whether his head is worth such a price. Monkey began to exhibit signs of impatience. Throughout their exchange, Longxi's hands trembled slightly. The cigarette she held slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground, while her gaze remained fixed on Monkey, her heart racing with anxiety. He realized that the young man before him was not jesting but earnestly discussing a transaction. Are you serious? The fear in Longxi's eyes deepened. Is it necessary to joke about such matters? Mingchi chuckled. At that moment, Longxi felt a wave of confusion, despite having encountered countless individuals. She found herself unable to fathom the thoughts of the lad before her. Though he appeared youthful and behaved like an inexperienced pirate, inexplicably, she sensed a profound dread within her. Why did he dare to utter such words, claiming he could slay the pirate Bansai? He seemed utterly deranged, even during the night. As she lay in bed, she struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. His bounty was a staggering 112 million berries, such a high price. Although they were in the New World, one could easily send his head to the Grand Line for a handsome reward. Frankly speaking, this deal was not only lucrative but also devoid of risk, hence she presumed he would not disagree. Minchi, still grinning, gazed at her. This madman must truly be insane. Longxi clenched her fists tightly beneath the table, her knuckles turning white, her face no longer bearing that languid demeanor but rather a visage filled with tension. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to speak. What you are saying has nothing to do with me or any of the patrons in this tavern. You can only speak for yourself. Should anything occur, we will not bear the responsibility, nor can we. I agree, Mingchi replied, still wearing a smile. With Longxi's affirmative response, he turned his back to the front desk. One hand grasped a katana, while he steadily approached the seating area of the wolf pirate Bansai. Longxi watched Mingchi's figure tremble, her heart gripped by fear. Although this tavern had been established for quite some time, it was her first encounter with such an event. Someone was daring enough to challenge the beast pirates, a feat that had not been attempted in hundreds of years, making it exceedingly rare. Is he truly prepared to slay the jackal Bansai here? Longxi dared not ponder further. He harbored an indistinct premonition that the events about to unfold would be etched in his memory for eternity. The individuals seated here were all members of the pirate crews under the four emperors. In the entire sea, it seemed that no one would dare challenge the pirate crews of the four emperors. It was utterly terrifying. Longxi found himself in a daze, his gaze fixed ahead. Lost in thoughts he could not articulate. This young man was truly on a path to self-destruction, though he could not entirely be blamed for it. Meanwhile, Monkey settled beside Bansai. The commotion surrounding Bansai began to subside. Bansai, deeply engrossed in his drinking, was poised to take a sip from his cup when he glanced at the person beside him, causing his motion to halt abruptly. He gazed coldly at Manchi, while many pirates beside Bansai shot him angry glances. Who is this insolent brat daring to interrupt our revelry? Does he seek death? I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. Manchi smiled faintly at Bansai. My boss has allowed me to approach you. Such arrogance is astonishing. The surrounding pirates erupted in furious shouts. You truly have no fear of death, do you? Bansai's voice was frigid, his gaze fixed intently on Manchi, the scars on his face twisting increasingly. I regret to inform you that you have now become my next target, hence my desire to converse with you. May I borrow your head for a moment? I trust you won't decline, will you? Manchi continued to smile as he regarded Bansai. As he had yet to utter a word, the moment he concluded his statement, an immediate hush fell over the surroundings. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the entire tavern. Silence, stillness, and eerie quietude. Chapter 16. One man against the entire hyena pirate crew. Within the tavern, which was originally vibrant and bustling, an abrupt tranquility took hold, rendering everyone mute. Not a sound could be heard. All ceased their activities. How could this individual dare to act so boldly? Longxi was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the silhouette of Mingchi, her lips trembling incessantly, her alluring visage turning pale as a ghost. Her eyes widened in terror, revealing boundless fear. Meanwhile, Bansai stood beside Mingchi, his imposing stature instilling dread. It was not only Longxi who was startled, the other patrons in the tavern were equally transfixed. Their eyes wide with fright as they gazed at Mingchi, then shifted their fearful glances towards Bansai. Not a single soul uttered a word. They all understood the terrifying strength of this crew. The wolf pirate crew, led by Bansai, was affiliated with the fearsome beast pirates, one of the four emperors. Due to this association, many pirates regarded them with immense trepidation, daring not to entertain even the slightest thought of rebellion. However, at this very moment, someone had the audacity to be so brazen in the presence of Bonsai's crew. "Do you dare to borrow a head?" This individual was nothing short of jesting. A wave of fear swept over everyone. Hastily, they fled the tavern. Yet, there were a few bold souls, driven by curiosity, who quelled their inner dread and remained inside the tavern, eager to witness what would unfold next. Bonsai was seething with rage. He has never been this angry in his entire life. He could hardly endure being provoked by such an impudent young lad. A furious flame was igniting within him. How dare that insolent brat act so impatiently with life? Bonsai's expression contorted as he glared at Meng Qi. This impudent youth had the audacity to openly provoke him in front of so many, even daring to suggest making use of his head. Such brazen arrogance was intolerable. Who could possibly endure such insolence? He abruptly raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, preparing to deliver a beating to Ma Qi, shouting, "Prepare to meet your demise. You ungrateful brat." The captain was furious, and it seemed this lad was destined for a grim fate. I had never witnessed the captain so enraged. This young fool must have a death wish to dare challenge him so audaciously. How exceedingly bold he was. The other pirates gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding drama. However, in the next instant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bonsai's swinging fist was intercepted by Ma Qi's katana, and he remained as steady as a mountain. Though Ma Qi was not as towering as Bonsai, his defense was remarkably stable, showing no signs of retreat despite the force of Bonsai's attack. He stood firm in his place. Was he able to block it? The surrounding pirates exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. It was astonishing that someone could withstand the captain's punch with such apparent ease. Ma Qi, gazing at the furious Bonsai, shook his head and sighed. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries is not so formidable after all. "You little brat. You seek death." Bonsai roared in fury. His physique began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The towering figure of a 3-meter-tall human gradually ascended, ultimately metamorphosing into a fearsome wolf standing 6 meters tall. This was the Bonsai devil fruit in its jackal form, when he assumed the shape of the wolf. His capabilities in defense, offense, and speed exceeded those of his human form by several magnitudes. It seemed that the boss was truly serious this time. I had seldom witnessed the boss transform into a jackal. It appeared he was genuinely enraged. With a thunderous roar, Bonsai exerted force through his legs and pushed off the ground. His immense strength impacted the earth, leaving behind a colossal crater. Surrounding debris cascaded to the ground. The devil fruit? Monkey squinted his eyes. He maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. However, his katana gradually began to gather an ominous aura. Its blade shrouded in a layer of dark armor, poised to confront the impending assault from Bonsai. Then, with a swift and decisive motion, Lewin brought the armored sword down. Bang! Blood sprayed in all directions. "Ah!" Bonsai let out a heart-wrenching wail as he gazed at his left hand, where a deep gash marred his arm, mingling with the droplets of crimson cascading down. He found it hard to believe his own eyes. This young man, remarkably, had managed to breach his defenses after he had transformed into a jackal. It was inconceivable. Surrounding him, the pirates who had gathered to watch were equally astonished, staring blankly at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend that their leader had been injured by the opponent. Wait. A glint of cold light flashed in Bonsai's eyes as he fixated on the katana in Ma Qi's hand. This is hockey. At that moment, Ma Qi gripped the sword and executed a swift roll, positioning himself behind Bonsai. Everything transpired so rapidly. Another strike came down. No. Bonsai's expression darkened significantly. He attempted to evade. Yet, Ma Qi's speed was truly astonishing. He had no time to evade. Bang! Another slash struck him, the blade nearly piercing through the left side of Bonsai's waist. The wound was deep, and blood gushed forth like a spring, staining his once purple wolf for a vivid crimson. The air was thick with the chilling scent of rust, the unmistakable odor of blood. Die. Bonsai was thoroughly enraged, launching a counterattack. His enormous fist descended from above. Bang! Ma Qi staggered back a few steps, the katana in his hand rendered numb by the impact. One must admit, this pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries was indeed formidable. At the very least, Ma Qi was unable to eliminate him instantly. Perish! Bonsai charged again. However, Ma Qi remained composed, intoning secret technique, swordsmanship. Swallow return. The katana in Ma Qi's grasp radiated a brilliant violet light, hurtling towards Bonsai with astonishing speed. The swallow return was indeed swift. There was no way Bonsai could evade it. He stared in disbelief as the beam of light surged toward him. Bang! The light pierced through his body and collided with the wall behind him, shattering it into a ruinous state in an instant. The tavern even trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. At that moment, the light in Bonsai's eyes dimmed, and blood enveloped his surroundings. Subsequently, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. His head and body were severed. The wolf's head rolled twice on the ground before coming to a standstill. However, its eyes remained wide open, filled with sheer terror. Everyone witnessed this harrowing scene in silence. The notorious bounty of 112 million berries for the hyena, Bonsai, had met its end. At that moment, Machi glanced at the pirates who had been watching and chattering nearby, a profound smile playing on his lips. Was there any need for an excuse to kill a man? For Machi, as a pirate, murder required no justification. Am I seeing things? The captain was killed like this? This is no human. It's a monster. We must flee. Instantly. Chaos ensued. Minutes later, within the tavern, the floor was strewn with the bodies of pirates, their dismembered limbs scattered about. Blood pooled on the ground, sticky and thick. While the air was saturated with the nauseating stench of gore, Machi surveyed the corpses, flicking his sword to shake off the blood that clung to it, and strode purposefully toward Longxi, who sat trembling in the corner. At that moment, Longxi's legs quaked uncontrollably beneath her chair. She yearned to escape, yet found herself paralyzed, helplessly watching Machi approach. Her alluring form quivered subtly, and her beautiful face contorted in fear. The hyena pirate crew, obliterated by a single individual. Chapter 17, Angered Kaido? So what? The leader of the hyena pirate crew, the ferocious Bonsai, was instantaneously slain. Not one of his subordinates escaped unscathed. In mere minutes, Machi had effortlessly annihilated the illustrious hyena pirate crew. He single-handedly dispatched a pirate crew of 100 men. The vast tavern lay littered with bodies, thick blood seeping across the floor, and the air was heavy with the scent of blood. Only a handful of people remained in the tavern. They witnessed the entire demise of the pirate crew. Not only that, this crew was a faction under the beast pirates. The notorious bounty of 112 million berries was placed on the head of the ruthless Bonsai. Is this how he perished? The remaining patrons in the tavern stared blankly at Bonsai's lifeless body, their mouths moving silently as they struggled to articulate a single word. The shock within them was indescribable. Bonsai's head lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, fixed on the tavern's ceiling, a haunting sight that instilled fear. The metallic scent of blood in the air only intensified this dread. In a corner, Longxi trembled uncontrollably, gripping the chair beneath her with all her might. Desperate to rise, but to no avail. She could only gaze in a daze at the corpse of Bonsai. He spoke the truth. Bonsai was no match for him. The battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. He was slain without any chance for resistance. This was a pirate with a bounty of 112 million berries, yet he was extinguished by a mere youth in such a crushing manner. Moreover, the entirety of the wolf pirates was annihilated in an instant. It was utterly inconceivable. Who would have imagined his strength was so formidable? Longxi lifted her gaze to Machi, fixating on the young man. He stood amidst the pile of corpses, gripping the katana firmly in his hand, advancing step by step towards Longxi. His silhouette, backlit, appeared utterly terrifying. Not only Longxi, but the remaining onlookers fixed their eyes on Monkey. Their gazes filled with dread and panic. He seemed like a specter. Was he not overwhelmingly powerful? A single individual capable of annihilating the entire hyena pirate crew. How utterly chilling. Could this individual be a deity descended from the heavens? Moreover, he was so young. Each person felt an involuntary shudder within, persistently pondering this question. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, they found it hard to believe that this monkey was connected to the formidable monsters they had envisioned. In their minds, Monkey's visage was utterly unfamiliar, a face they had never encountered before. They had never seen such an appearance on any wanted posters. Consequently, Monkey was both terrifying and enigmatic to them as he advanced step by step. They all lowered their heads, their hearts filled with trepidation. Lacking the courage to meet Monkey's gaze, Monkey made his way to a corner of the tavern, observing the visibly frightened Lance. He spoke, regarding our prior agreement. Exchanging his head for the secrets of the Whitebeard pirates, I trust you are capable of fulfilling your promise. Drops of blood trickled from the katana, sliding down the blade and falling to the floor. Drip. The sound was faint, yet Lance heard it distinctly. She hurriedly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with terror as she exclaimed, "Certainly." She dared not defy Monkey's command, unless she truly wished to forfeit her life. Then tell me, where is the Whitebeard pirates now? Monkey shook the blade in his hand, removing the bloodstains. In a flurry of anxiety, Lance quickly responded, 3 days ago. Someone informed me they spotted the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates in the region of the Azure Sea. The Azure Sea? Monkey's eyes sharpened. We're specifically in the Azure Sea. I'm not entirely certain, but I have a map of that area. Lons hastily retrieved a scroll of parchment from beneath the table and handed it to Monkey. A map? Excellent. This will certainly simplify matters, Monkey remarked with a smile. He swiftly glanced at the map before contentedly stowing it away in his breast. Then, he extended his hand to point at Bonsai's corpse. These pirate remains are all yours. As per our prior agreement, you receive Bonsai's body, and in return, I obtain the information I desire. We are thus even. However, there is one more thing. I have now eliminated all members of the Hyena pirate crew. Among these more than 100 pirates, aside from Bonsai, there should be several others with bounties as well. At the very least, a rough estimate suggests their value could amount to several tens of millions of berries. Upon his conclusion, Longsea's expression transformed into one of astonishment and confusion. So, do you mean? Witnessing the terrifying scene just moments ago, she involuntarily developed a newfound respect for Machi, even addressing him with honorifics. I require 10 million berries, and then these hyena pirates shall all be yours. Machi proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Perfect. This would alleviate his worries regarding the lack of berries. Longsea could not help but let out a soft shriek. However, Machi fixed his gaze upon her intently. She bit her lip, hesitated, yet ultimately nodded slowly in agreement. She turned and beckoned a subordinate, issuing him a few instructions. Before long, the subordinate returned, jogging with a package in hand. Longsea handed the parcel to Machi, saying, Inside is 15 million berries. 15 million berries? Machi remarked with keen interest as he looked at Longsea. Very well, you were quite perceptive. He no longer held back. With a katana, he lifted the package and rested it upon his shoulder. He lifted his foot, poised to depart from the tavern, when suddenly he halted once more. The collective breath of the crowd came to an abrupt standstill alongside his movement. They held their breath, uncertain whether this formidable creature would suddenly unleash its wrath and annihilate them all to conceal the fate of the entire Hulang pirate crew. However, it merely turned its head and smiled at Longsea, saying, If I venture to the Azure Sea and fail to find the person I seek, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly return here. After he spoke, he departed the tavern without a backward glance, leaving behind a trembling Longsea, her visage wrought with terror. She felt engulfed by despair and fear. If he ventured to that place and found no trace of the Whitebeard pirates, would he not unleash his wrath upon her? Longsea yearned to voice her thoughts, yet no sound emerged. Her eyes reflected a profound desolation, as if life itself had ebbed away. The entire tavern was once again enveloped in a silence akin to death. The entire wolf pirate crew had been annihilated. There was no doubt about it. Monkey was acutely aware that this operation would undoubtedly incite the wrath of Kaido of the beasts. Nevertheless, there was little that could be done about it. He is indifferent to these matters. To him, they were merely insignificant pests that could be easily dealt with. If Kaido were to confront him over these trivial minions, he ought to consider the presence of red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the entirety of the red-haired pirates. Their willingness to intervene would certainly play a role. Let us not forget that behind Monkey, there stands a formidable ally, the Yonko pirates. Chapter 18. He is one of the red-haired pirates. As Monkey departed from the tavern, the atmosphere within began to lighten somewhat. However, the sight of scattered pirate corpses instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. As if they were engulfed in an icy abyss, the harrowing scene of today would be etched in their memories for an extended period. A young man, whom they had never encountered before, had single-handedly vanquished the entire pack of the wolf pirates. Has he truly left? Longsea finally rose, her legs still trembling slightly. She dragged a chair and sank into it, collapsing with a sense of relief. You all follow him and observe his next moves. But be cautious not to let him notice you, she instructed her subordinates. Watching them exit the tavern, she exhaled deeply, astonished by the sheer number of bodies littering the floor. Had it not been the wolf pirates who were slain, perhaps her fear would not have been so palpable. Yet therein lay the conundrum. After all, the wolf pirates were a faction under the beast pirates. Should this incident become known to outsiders, the very tavern where the wolf pirates met their demise would become her establishment. It was uncertain whether the beast pirates would refrain from holding her accountable. No. Longsea vigorously shook her head, as if to dispel the thought. Those who take a life must pay the price. I am but a humble tavern owner. They would not implicate me in this matter. I can reveal the truth to them. By then, that young man will be unable to escape. With such thoughts, she gazed toward the entrance. The wolf pirates were not particularly terrifying. What truly instilled fear was the organization backing them, the beast pirates. That young man exhibited audacity beyond measure, daring to provoke the beast pirates. He must be tired of living. Moreover, the fact that he had indeed annihilated the wolf pirates single-handedly was nothing short of astonishing. Yet despite this, Longxi felt certain that Monkey would be relentlessly pursued by the beast pirates, with his demise being inevitable. In her understanding, inciting the wrath of the beast pirates leader was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. He is undoubtedly the most formidable force in the New World. To provoke such a terrifying monster as the beast pirates, it is evident that Mochi's chances of survival in the New World are utterly diminished. It is utterly absurd to think he could escape unscathed after inciting the wrath of the beast pirates. Even if he had followed the map and ultimately failed to locate the Whitebeard pirates, the news of his provocation would have surely reached their members. Preoccupied with his own predicament, how could he possibly return to seek me out? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she ceased to dwell on the words Mochi had uttered before his departure. In fact, she had already made a decision in her heart. She intended to inform the members of the beast pirates about the events that transpired in her tavern today. Lost in her calculations, she became oblivious to the surrounding conversations. I glanced at the bounty poster and found no mention of this young man among those with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Given his prowess, it was clear he would easily overpower the wolf pirates. His bounty could not possibly be limited to a mere 100 million berries. Yet, his name was conspicuously absent from the wanted list. Why was that? He appeared to be a phantom, with no traceable information regarding him. Furthermore, with such formidable strength, how had he remained unheard of until now? Frankly, although this young man was still in his youth, his strength was nothing short of remarkable. I surmised that soon the entire New World would become acquainted with his name. Longxi could no longer contain herself. She let out a derisive laugh. He is as good as dead. There is no need to waste time discussing him. As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to her in confusion, following her gaze to the lifeless body on the ground. Suddenly, they comprehended the meaning behind Longxi's words. Indeed, to provoke the beast pirates is to court death. Ultimately, no matter how powerful one may be, they cannot rival the might of that force in the New World. It is impossible. Clearly, he had been sentenced to death. The beast pirates would not let him escape. The remaining patrons of the tavern began to murmur amongst themselves. One individual, looking at Longxi, inquired, "Boss, how do you plan to deal with all these corpses? If they were to hand over these bodies to the Navy, a handsome sum of berries could be obtained." Yet, Longxi dared not take such action. She lacked the courage to exchange the heads of the beast pirates for berries. For if the beast pirates were to discover her involvement, she could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that would ensue. She was not foolhardy enough to disregard her own safety in pursuit of wealth. I planned to inform the members of the beast pirates about what transpired and let them handle the matter, Longxi stated with a regained sense of composure. For her, this might indeed be the most prudent course of action. The mere mention of the beast pirates cast a heavy pall over the faces of the patrons. Just uttering his title brought an overwhelming sense of oppression. The moment he departed from the island, I would promptly set about addressing this matter. His demise was assured, and he still harbored thoughts of seeking out the Whitebeard pirates. Regardless of whether what I told you is true or false, you would never return to hold me accountable. Longxi recalled Mochi's words, her heart ablaze with indignation. Mochi, with 15 million berries in his possession, strolled down the street for approximately 10 minutes, finally gathering all the items he needed. His mission here was, in essence, a resounding success. He had not only disowned the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates, but had also eliminated members of the wolf pirates, securing the berries he required. However, the veracity of this information remained uncertain. Nevertheless, progress had been made. Am I still being watched? As Mochi exited the tavern, he sensed the presence of someone surveilling him from the shadows. Yet, he recognized that this individual was not of significant consequence, and thus chose not to act. After preparing all the necessary items, he made his way towards the shore. A few minutes later, Mochi arrived at the water's edge, placing all his belongings upon the deck of the sailboat. With a swift leap, he ascended onto the deck and unfurled the sails. Gradually, a crimson skull flag rose into the air, gently billowing in the sea breeze, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the water. The sailboat drifted further away from the small island until it vanished from Mochi's sight. At that moment, in a secluded corner by the sea, a middle-aged man stared intently in the direction Mochi had departed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his entire body trembling. He beheld it with unwavering certainty. The flag upon the sailboat appeared to blaze like a fiery inferno in his eyes. Having resided in the New World for such an extended period, he frequently engaged in exchanges of intelligence. He was acutely aware of the significance of the banner before him, adorned with a skull bearing two distinct scars over its left eye. There could be no mistake. It was the unmistakable emblem of the red-haired pirates. This realization sent a shiver down the spine of the middle-aged man. Despite the bright sunlight, an overwhelming chill enveloped him. Chapter 19. Clash of the Titans. Innocents affected inside the tavern, chaos reigned. The floor was strewn with debris, bodies, remnants, and scattered tables and chairs. Several severed limbs lay grotesquely upon the tables. The once vibrant tavern had succumbed to a palpable atmosphere of death. The remaining patrons remained ensnared in the haunting nightmare of the recent events, still grappling with the aftermath. None of them emerged unscathed from the grips of terror. The Jackal Pirates are indeed members of the Beast Pirates. It is inconceivable that the Beast Pirates would remain indifferent to this matter. Therefore, every witness present is at risk of being hunted by the Beast Pirates. Since you have chosen to stay, let us together arrange these corpses. I trust none among you would oppose this notion, right? Longxi cast a glance at those surrounding her, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. No one dared to challenge her assertion, for her tavern held considerable power throughout the island. And she herself was a figure of some renown. Though she might not be significant in the New World, on this island, she was a person of great stature. Before long, the bodies were organized and placed in a corner. The corpse of the Wolfman Bansai, shortly after his demise, exhibited a gradual dissipation of the energy from his devil fruit, reverting his wolf head back to its human form. Yet, his eyes remained wide open, fixated on a single point, unblinking. All of you, leave at once. Longxi waved her hand in exasperation. Today has been exceedingly unfortunate. Her beloved tavern lay in disarray. A scene of devastation. It would be at least several days before she could resume operations, resulting in a considerable loss of berries. Longxi, are you certain you wish to inform the Beast Pirates about this incident? One of the patrons inquired cautiously. What other options do I have? Longxi replied impatiently. She believed this was the only path to ensure her survival. Only by doing so could she absolve herself of any suspicion, indicating that the day's events bore no connection to her. After all, she was facing the Beast Pirates, one of the four emperors. Where any one of its members posed a threat she could not withstand. They are demons with blood on their hands, for whom taking a life is as mundane as eating or drinking. Should she conceal this matter and the members of the Beast Pirates discover it, they would undoubtedly come to her tavern to settle the score. At that point, escape would be impossible. In this realm of the New World, no sensible individual would be foolish enough to provoke the infamous emperors, particularly the Beast Pirates, whose tempers are notoriously volatile, leading them to take lives at the slightest displeasure. For this reason, Longxi is entirely certain that this young man named Monkey will inevitably meet a fate without a burial place. In her heart, she has already drawn a definitive line under Monkey's life. Angering an emperor not only signifies the end of one's existence in the New World, but also heralds a series of terrifying torments, with relentless pursuers ever on one's heels. The only recourse is to flee the New World. Otherwise, his only fate is to meet a tragic end at the hands of the Beast Pirates. This is indeed the notorious Beast Pirates, many lamented. Do not even mention my humble tavern. Provoking the Beast Pirates could lead to our island being razed to the ground, which would be hardly surprising. Thus, one must never oppose the Yonko Pirates. Longxi said expressionlessly, yet deep within her heart, a profound fear lingered. The current peril facing this small island is immense. If the Yonko Pirates are truly intent on pursuing, then death is inevitable. In the New World, the Yonko are akin to deities. They wield absolute authority. After all, in the waters of the New World, pirates are as numerous as grains of sand, and those with formidable strength are countless. Yet, even in such a fiercely competitive realm, the Yonko stand unrivaled, becoming the sole overlords. It is evident that each crew within the Yonko Pirates possesses terrifying power. Thud, thud. Longxi turned her gaze towards the source of the sound as the tavern door swung open. A subordinate sent by Longxi to keep watch on Monkey stumbled into the tavern, his face awash with terror. Did he see you? Longxi's expression grew grave. No, he left. The man's hands trembled slightly. He recalled the scene he had witnessed by the shore, the image of the flag bearing a red-scarred skull indelibly etched in his mind. He has left. And that is for the best. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Longxi's eyes. He prepared to inform the Beast Pirates, intending to relay the events that transpired in the tavern in meticulous detail. Once the members of the Beast Pirates became aware of today's occurrences, the one called Monkey would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by countless members of the Beast Pirates. Thus, his demise was inevitable. I believe only an inexperienced young fool would dare to provoke the Yonko Pirates in such a manner, Longxi declared, confident that he would soon come to regret his actions. Upon hearing this, the patrons around him nodded in agreement. If he had any understanding of the rules, how could he have slaughtered every member of the Wolf Pirates? Not so, boss. He will not die. A middle-aged man finally spoke up. What did you say? Longxi's brow furrowed. Even if he has angered the Beast Pirates, there remains a possibility for him to continue living in the New World. the middle-aged man replied. Longxi was perplexed by his words. What exactly did you see? I saw his flag. He is from another Yonko pirate crew. He belongs to the red-haired pirates. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances, shock evident on their faces. They stood frozen, their eyes wide with fear, staring at the middle-aged man. Is it true? Longxi could scarcely believe her ears, her chest heaving with anxiety, her beautiful face betraying her panic. Yes, when he left the island, he boarded a sailboat. The flag that billowed on that vessel bore the emblem of a red-scarred skull. I saw it clearly. That must be the insignia of the red-haired pirates. This young man certainly belongs to the red-haired pirates. The middle-aged man trembled as he spoke. The revelation struck like a thunderclap. The young man was indeed a member of the red-haired pirates? This implied that the annihilation of the wolf pirates was, in fact, a conflict between two mighty Yonko crews. As Longxi contemplated this, her mind ground to a halt, leaving only her body to react in trepidation. The struggle between these two powerful factions, and we, mere mortals, are caught in the crossfire. Both of these titans are forces to be reckoned with in the new world. As mere mortals, regardless of whom they may anger, they cannot escape the fate of death. Goodness! It is astonishing that the young man belongs to the red-haired pirates. Everyone was left in utter disbelief, as they had initially assumed. He is merely an inexperienced young man, utterly oblivious to the world around him. However, now, their perspectives have been profoundly transformed. It was no simple task. Opposite her stood members of the red-haired pirate crew, a backdrop none had anticipated. One could assert that they far surpassed the deceased wolf pirate crew. After all, the beast pirates, one of the four emperors, commanded numerous pirate crews, with the wolf pirates merely being one among them. Yet that young man was undeniably a genuine member of the red-haired pirates. This raised the question. Was it truly wise to inform the beast pirates? Should she disclose this information, or feign ignorance of the incident? Longxi found herself in a quandary. Realizing that the unfolding events were spiraling beyond her control, deteriorating rapidly, a chill coursed through her. Chapter 20. A sole effort elevates the red-haired pirates. Longxi was now at an impasse, grappling with her dismal predicament. How to articulate it? It felt akin to a solitary individual adrift at sea, confronted by a sea king in front, while a menacing pirate ship loomed behind, whether advancing or retreating. Her safety was precarious. To her left loomed the beast pirates, to her right, the red-haired pirates. Both formidable crews aligned under the four emperors, representing the most potent forces in the New World. Caught between these two pirate factions, Longxi realized that any action on her part would incite hostility and pursuit from the opposing crew. The depth of her despair enveloped her as she reflected on her role as merely a minor intelligence officer. She could not comprehend why fate had thrust upon her such an arduous choice. Faced with two emperors of piracy, any misstep could yield catastrophic consequences. She could not afford to err. Moreover, the notion that the seemingly naive young man was, in fact, a member of the red-haired pirates was unfathomable. A wave of hopelessness washed over her. She collapsed to the ground, her countenance reflecting her turmoil. Was this truly how her life was destined to conclude? The remaining patrons in the tavern, numbering a mere 10 or so, beheld Longxi's expression and felt an unsettling sense of concern for themselves. None of them had anticipated such a turn of events, caught between the conflict of these two formidable pirate crews as mere ordinary folk. The consequences of being entangled in their strife were unimaginable. Against such terrifying forces, they stood utterly defenseless. I truly had expected that young man. He was actually a member of the red-haired pirates. The expressions of everyone present darkened. Wait. Long suddenly stood up. Her hands clenched tightly, her gaze fixed on the middle-aged man as she demanded, Are you certain you saw correctly? Or is he merely using the name of the red-haired pirates to intimidate others? Tell me, if he truly belonged to the red-haired pirates, his name would surely appear on their bounty posters. I've never seen him before. He must be an imposter. The red-haired pirates would never have a member like him. As soon as she finished speaking, the patrons in the tavern seemed to grasp the possibility. Perhaps she was right. Why else would no one recognize his face? If he were truly affiliated with the red-haired pirates, they would have surely encountered him before. Bring me the bounty posters for the red-haired pirates, Longs ordered the middle-aged man. Soon, a stack of posters was handed to her. Her expression tense and focused, she meticulously examined each one. After confirming that none matched the young man, she set them aside on the table. The crowd gathered around her, equally curious. Was this man truly connected to the red-haired pirates, or was he merely a fraud, borrowing their name for intimidation? If so, his audacity was staggering. They couldn't help but admire his nerve. But impersonating a member of the red-haired pirates was crossing a line. Once the crew learned of this deception, they would undoubtedly retaliate. Worse still, he had killed Bansai, enraging the beast pirates. This meant he had provoked two of the four emperors simultaneously. The combined wrath of these pirate crews would be merciless. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. No one could survive the pursuit of two emperor-level crews. Such a thing was inconceivable. Longs frantically flipped through the posters until suddenly, her hands trembled as she held up a tattered bounty notice. Her eyes widened in shock and horror. She displayed it to the tavern. Name, Monkey Bounty, 10,000 berries affiliation, apprentice of the red-haired pirate's notable deeds. None. The room fell deathly silent as everyone stared at the poster. Gulp. After what felt like an eternity, a single patron swallowed hard, breaking the silence. Only now did they understand why things had unfolded this way. A gust of wind swept through, snatching the poster from Long's grip. It fluttered through the air before landing on another patron's head. The man picked it up and scrutinized it. No doubt about it, he really is one of them. His voice trembled with disbelief. A bounty of only 10,000 berries? Impossible. How could a pirate worth so little kill one worth over 100 million? Have the Marines lost their minds? Is this poster even real? I've never seen someone with such a low bounty take down a pirate of that caliber. It's terrifying. Why would the Marines set his bounty so absurdly low? Are they mocking us? If some bounty hunter actually tried to claim this reward, they'd be walking into their own death. The murmurs spread like wildfire. Doesn't this mean the bar for joining the red-haired pirates is impossibly high now? And to think, he is just an apprentice. Yet he wiped out an entire crew in moments, including Bansai, worth 112 million berries. But the reality was not as they imagined. Within the red-haired pirates, Monkey was an exception. No other apprentice possessed such strength. Longs, lost in thought, barely registered the surrounding chatter. Her mind fixated on one detail from the bounty poster, apprentice of the red-haired pirates. So it was true, he was one of them. But what now? What could she possibly do? Despair settled over her like a suffocating weight. If despair had a taste, she was drowning in it. Trapped between two emperor crews, how could she not despair? A single misstep, and her life would be forfeit. Chapter 21. Stirring the calamity, a response from the beast pirates inside the tavern. Longs no longer cared for appearances. She trembled violently before collapsing to the floor. Her once alluring face now etched with helplessness and dread. Witnessing this, the patrons fell silent, then one by one, found excuses to leave. This was no longer a matter they could discuss. This was war between emperors. As ordinary individuals, if they become excessively entangled in this matter, they are bound to meet a tragic fate. In their hearts, they profoundly understood this truth. Thus, they departed from the tavern, unwilling to entangle themselves further in this conflict. Gradually, the tavern was left with only Longxi and the middle-aged man standing beside him. Their gazes were fixed upon the numerous corpses in the corner, while the air remained thick with a nauseating stench of blood, causing them both to tremble uncontrollably. An overwhelming sense of fear consumed them. "Boss, what shall we do next?" The middle-aged man's voice quivered. What to do? Longxi was equally eager to discover the answer. Her mind had ceased to function, entirely overtaken by despair. No one could have imagined that within her tavern, two individuals with deep connections to the four emperors' pirate crew had arrived in succession. One belonged to the beast pirates, a subordinate of the four emperors, while the other was an intern under the red-haired pirates. Moreover, this intern possessed formidable strength, almost monstrous in nature. Yet, astonishingly, his bounty was a mere 10,000 berry, and he had managed to accomplish this deed. He single-handedly eradicated an entire pirate crew, with a bounty soaring over 200 million berries. Even now, the events that transpired in the tavern continue to replay vividly in Longxi's mind. For an extended period to come, she will perpetually reminisce about the occurrences of this day. After nearly half an hour of silence, a frenzied gleam ignited in her eyes. Her gaze gradually shifted, eventually resting upon a den mushy. In the New World, on a small island controlled by the beast pirates, the sound of the den mushy echoed through the air, gradually drifting into the distance. A deep, resonant rumble emerged from afar. Had one not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, it would be unfathomable that such a heavy yet thunderous sound could merely be the footsteps of a solitary individual approaching. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, hinting at the formidable stature of the person advancing. A towering man approached, his physique robust and imposing. His hair was tied in a single ponytail, complemented by two wheat-like braids. He wore a metallic mask over his mouth, and his head and shoulders were adorned with ivory ornaments. He lifted the telephone with his remarkably large palm. "Lord Jack, the hyena pirate crew has been entirely annihilated." A voice filled with palpable panic emanated from the receiver. "What?" Drought Jack slightly raised his eyebrow. Under the sunlight, his visage appeared exceedingly menacing. Indeed, He was one of the infamous three calamities, known as Drought Jack. His bounty amounts to a staggering 1 billion berries, a testament to his formidable strength. It is said that wherever the calamity known as drought passes, the very ground loses its vitality, and all living beings emit mournful cries in its wake. This is the essence of drought, the reason it bears such a name. At this moment, Drought Jack hears this news from his subordinate, yet his countenance remains remarkably composed. Even if everyone were to be annihilated, so what? If one's strength is insufficient, being eradicated by others and buried beneath the sea is merely a commonplace occurrence in the New World, such as the nature of this world. This is also a fundamental survival rule in the New World. Without formidable power, one is destined to be slain by those stronger. Moreover, such events are hardly surprising to Drought Jack. My Lord Jack, that is not the case. The strength of the Wolf pirate crew was, indeed, lacking, leading to their complete annihilation by a single individual. Yet, the one responsible for the demise of the Wolf pirate crew was a member of the red-haired pirates. And this individual was merely an intern among them. Upon receiving this information over the phone, Drought Jack's eyes began to redden, signifying his intense fury. Red-haired. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of terror erupted from Drought Jack, shattering the calm facade on his face and gradually giving way to rage. Had it been any other pirate crew that vanquished the Wolf pirates, he would have paid little heed, for he was occupied and lacked the leisure to dwell on such matters. However, if it were the minions of the red-haired pirates who obliterated the subordinates of the beast pirates, that was an entirely different matter. After all, they all belonged to the four emperors. Such a scenario of being attacked without the ability to retaliate had never occurred before, particularly when the opposition was the aggressor. Thus, retaliation was inevitable. Furthermore, they must ensure that the prior attacks are avenged to preserve their dignity. To be eradicated by an intern is a profound disgrace. In his fury, Drought Jack shouted vehemently into the phone. If the red-haired pirates have already initiated their attack, then what are you waiting for? Do I need to instruct you on what to do next? Immediately, go and eliminate that individual, even if he is a subordinate of the red-haired pirates. He must understand the repercussions of his actions against us, the beast pirates. No matter who it is, not even red-haired himself can obstruct our vengeance. He furiously hung up the phone, his eyes ablaze with wrath, a sinister smile spreading across his face. His countenance was exceedingly fearsome. The entire isle was shrouded in his fury. The red-haired pirates. It seemed he had not engaged in a direct confrontation with them for quite some time. Thus, this truly presented a rare opportunity. He is now poised to engage in a fierce contest with several formidable members of the red-haired pirates. Amidst the vast ocean of the New World, it is widely recognized that he is akin to Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, as one of the three calamities. The drought incarnate, Jack, he possesses a penchant for self-harm, coupled with an insatiable thirst for combat. No one dares to meet his gaze, for he is indeed a fearsome individual who inspires dread among all. Chapter 22. The one they seek is present. A few days later, at the shores of Fossa, a sailboat gradually approached the coastline. After lowering the sails and tidying up the ship's belongings, Monkey leapt down from the deck. He had finally set foot on this land. Standing by the sea and surveying his surroundings, it had been several days since he vanquished the Jackal pirates. Guided by the map provided by Longxi, he navigated his course to the Azure Sea. However, the Azure Sea was still quite a distance away. The waters over there belonged to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, traversing from the domain governed by the red-haired pirates to the waters controlled by the Whitebeard pirates would require a significant amount of time. Upon careful calculation, he departed from the Red Force and, as of today, 3 days have elapsed. According to the distance indicated on the map, it will take another 3 days for Manchi to reach the Sky Blue Sea, where the Whitebeard pirates are located. He is merely at the midpoint of this protracted journey. However, Manchi remains uncertain whether the Whitebeard pirates still inhabit that location. Since receiving this information from Longxi 3 days ago, and factoring in the 2 days required for navigation, a total of 5 days has passed. Whether the Whitebeard pirates remain in the Sky Blue Sea is still an enigma. Yet, he has no choice but to proceed, as this is his only lead. Thus, he refrains from pondering whether the Whitebeard pirates might have departed from that place. Regardless, he must first venture forth and see for himself. Manchi resolves to set aside his concerns for now. For the first time at sea alone, he realizes that the task assigned to him by Captain Red-Haired is not as easily accomplished as he had anticipated. The Sky Blue Sea still lies a considerable distance from his current position, which is the Fossa coast. His next destination is Fuling Island, followed by Jarrah Island and 6 other islands. Only then will he truly enter the Sky Blue Sea. Manchi stows the map into his pocket and drops the anchor, securing the sailboat along the shore. Although there is nothing particularly valuable aboard the vessel, should the waves carry it away, it would pose a significant inconvenience. Further complicating his search for the Whitebeard pirates, he decides to procure some supplies on this island before embarking on the next leg of his journey. Machi strides towards the heart of the island. After nearly 2 days at sea, the provisions he last acquired have been nearly exhausted, particularly the meat, necessitating a replenishment. He secured the sailboat and then proceeded directly towards the central area of the island. After walking for approximately a few minutes, he arrived at the heart of the island. This isle, though not as bustling as the previous one, sufficiently catered to Monkey's needs. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air incessantly. Along the streets, numerous locals had set up their stalls. Despite being situated in the perilous seas of the New World, the islanders were honest and straightforward individuals. Much like the common folk he had encountered in the Grand Line, they possess no formidable strengths, thus they require someone to rely upon. It is essential for this small island to belong to a powerful pirate crew. Otherwise, should a formidable and nefarious pirate set their sights on this place, all the inhabitants of the island would face dire misfortune. At such a time, being taken under the wing of one of the 4 emperors would be an immense blessing for them, as long as they are under the protection of the 4 emperors. No pirate daring to visit this island would dare to act maliciously towards them. After all, the 4 emperors are terrifying entities throughout the New World. Monkey strolled around the island, successfully selling all the items he needed, thanks to the 15 million berries provided by Rongs. He was no longer troubled by a shortage of funds. To speak candidly, while not everything can be resolved with berries, they undoubtedly afford him considerable convenience. With both hands laden with goods, he decided to carry everything on his back. Nevertheless, his expression remained relaxed, even though the items behind him were several times larger than himself. Yet, this posed no challenge for him. He walked upon the small island, where he overheard a flurry of conversations. The locals were engaged in animated discussions, and he leaned in to listen. Did you hear? 3 pirate crews arrived on our island yesterday, and they have yet to depart. One voice exclaimed, let me tell you. These 3 crews are all affiliated with the Beast Pirates, which means they are part of one of the 4 emperors. Is that true? Why would such formidable pirate crews come to our humble abode? The expressions of those who heard this were filled with trepidation. After all, the reputation of the 4 emperors loomed large in their minds. In the New World, anything associated with the 4 emperors instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. And now, 3 crews belonging to the Beast Pirates were on their island. They had never encountered such a scene before, and naturally, a sense of trepidation enveloped their hearts. It was rumored that their purpose for coming here was to search for a young man. Searching for someone? 3 pirate crews have landed on our island solely to find one individual? What could possibly be so extraordinary about this young man that it has stirred such a commotion? Indeed, it is true, and I have heard that several nearby islands have been seized by the Beast Pirates, who are scouring the area for this person. It is truly terrifying. Who could they be seeking? Look, this is the portrait of the person. Beneath it, the bounty is clearly stated. Anyone who can provide information about this individual will be rewarded with 10 million berries. Beside Monkey, a rotund man with a shaved head produced a bounty notice. His expression was shrouded in mystery. This matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone. The Beast Pirates have gone to great lengths to locate this young man. The reason is that he recently single-handedly annihilated an entire crew under the Beast Pirates. Therefore, the Beast Pirates seek revenge. The crowd gathered around, scrutinizing the bounty notice with keen interest, engaged in fervent discussions. This young man possesses remarkable audacity. At such a tender age, he managed to vanquish an entire crew of the Beast Pirates. His strength is truly formidable. However, he has acted with reckless abandon, after all. In the New World, no one dares provoke the Yonko pirate crews. He is now ensnared in a perilous predicament. Indeed, anyone who incurs the wrath of the Beast Pirates is surely courting death. Meanwhile, someone beside the rotund man exclaimed, "May I take a look at that bounty notice?" The man lifted his gaze to the source of the voice. Upon a mere glance, his eyes widened in shock, and he trembled uncontrollably. He glanced at the portrait, then back at Monkey, his hands involuntarily shaking. The atmosphere grew profoundly silent. Everyone stared at Monkey in astonishment. Monkey said nothing. He simply snatched the bounty notice from the man's hands. As he had surmised, the likeness depicted on the notice was indeed his own. There was no surprise in this. He had anticipated it all along. He smiled faintly and returned the bounty notice to the bald, rotund man. He faced the panicked gazes of the crowd. And with a smile, Mochi declared, "I can answer all your questions. Indeed, I am the young man the Beast Pirates are seeking." Chapter 23. I am merely an ordinary intern, so do not be afraid. As Machi's words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew even more eerie. Silence enveloped the scene, with not a single soul daring to speak. The dozen or so individuals encircling Machi remained utterly silent, as if he had transformed into a black hole of sound, starkly contrasting the vibrant and bustling street just a few meters away. The bald, rotund man stared at Machi in a daze, a chilling sense of dread coursing through him. Unmistakably palpable, he could never have imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that he would witness the legendary figure who annihilated the entire hyena pirate crew on their very island. Furthermore, the surrounding dozen or so individuals who heard this news shared the same incredulous sentiment. They all found it difficult to believe the unfolding events before their eyes. You. The bald, portly man could utter nothing more than this single word, rendered speechless thereafter. He simply could not comprehend the situation. At this very moment, 3 pirate crews from the Beast Pirates were scouring the area in search of him. In such perilous times, this young man audaciously dared to appear brazenly on their island. It is worth noting that these crews are affiliated with the Beast Pirates. Moreover, and most crucially, these pirate factions possess formidable strength. Yet, at this critical juncture, they unexpectedly discovered that Machi had arrived here alone. "Do not fear, for I bear you no harm," he assured them. "Moreover, I would appreciate your assistance in notifying the pirate crew that has come to this island of my presence. After all, there is no need for me to conceal myself. If they wish to seek me out, they are welcome to do so without the need for a laborious search. However, they must act swiftly. For once I have completed my affairs, I shall take my leave." A subtle smile graced Machi's face as he spoke gently. Then he departed from the neighborhood, burdened by his immense package. The crowd he left behind stood in a daze, gazing at the direction in which he vanished. After a prolonged moment, as the echoes of his departure faded, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They gradually regained their composure, only to realize that each person's back was slick with a layer of cold sweat. As the sea breeze swept through, a chill enveloped them. "Is this?" one person dared to utter, shattering the prior silence. "Is it truly the one who vanquished the jackal pirates? How audacious of him to come here directly. Moreover, he had the audacity to arrive knowing that the Beast Pirates sought vengeance against him. Surely, he must be aware that these 3 pirate crews are subordinates of the Beast Pirates. My goodness, how could he possess such audacity? It seems he is truly reckless. He even urged us to inform the Beast Pirates of his whereabouts." The expressions of fear on everyone's faces had yet to dissipate, and they were engaged in hushed discussions amongst themselves. They could never have imagined that such a scene would unfold today. This young man unexpectedly stepped forward to confront the vengeful pursuit of the Beast Pirates. He is indeed audacious, seemingly endowed with the courage of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. However, I suspect he is still oblivious to the reality that he faces not merely these 3, but the formidable 4 Emperor's pirate crew looming behind them. Yesterday, upon the arrival of the pirate crew on our island, I took the opportunity to peruse the bounty notices. Each captain among those 3 boasts a bounty of no less than 100 million berries. Even if this young man were capable of single-handedly vanquishing the entire wolf pirate crew, he would still be no match for the members of the 4 emperors. Yet, why does he not flee for his life, allowing us to inadvertently reveal his whereabouts? The youth is indeed recklessly impulsive, perhaps still unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. The tavern is abuzz with liveliness. The 3 pirate crews that have come to this island have congregated here, with roughly 1,000 pirates noisily drinking and reveling. The cacophony threatens to shatter the very roof of the establishment. In the very center of the tavern, 3 remarkably imposing figures sit. Their presence is commanding. The captain of the Great Eagle pirate crew, Great Eagle Green, the captain of the Sword Tiger pirate crew, Sword Tiger Cook, and the captain of the Grey Mouse pirate crew, Grey Mouse Rupert. Each of these captains is a formidable individual, their bounties soaring over 100 million berries. Not only that they all share the same identity, belonging to the Beast Pirates. Moreover, these 3 individuals are all capable of wielding the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits. Perhaps it is precisely because they possess such abilities that they are deemed worthy of joining the Beast Pirates. Suddenly, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed through the air. The 3 captains turned their gazes towards the source of the noise. A pirate was approaching them. "Is there any news?" Grey Mouse Rupert scrutinized the subordinate. "Captain, there is indeed new information. Several individuals have spotted the lad that Lord Drought instructed us to search for," the subordinate replied hurriedly. "Is that so?" The 3 captains were filled with excitement. They could hardly believe that they had finally received the news they had been waiting for. Such a splendid opportunity to achieve merit must not be easily overlooked. "Should we inform Captain Cyphus Head?" Sword Tiger Cook inquired. Cyphus Head is one of Lord Drought Jack's most favored assistants. His identity far surpasses that of the 3 captains. The news of the pursuit of Monkey was conveyed to these three individuals by Sip's head. No need. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the eyes of Grey Rat Rupert as he spoke. Are you not tempted to seize this opportunity for yourselves? If this matter is successfully accomplished, the drought boss will undoubtedly reward us handsomely and regard us with newfound respect. The other two listened to his words, their excitement palpable. Indeed, their thoughts were aligned. After a moment, the mighty Eagle Green expressed his concern, however. This individual possesses the capability to annihilate the entire hyena pirate crew single-handedly. Should we not inform Sip's head? Green, why are you so lacking in faith? You are a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Why exhibit such cowardice? Surely, you do not believe he can defeat all three of our pirate crews alone? Exactly. If you are afraid, you may simply observe from the sidelines. Rupert and I can handle him. Upon hearing the derisive remarks from the two captains, Green's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. I merely consider all angles. This is not fear of that brat. Since we are in agreement, let us confront him together. I will not stand idly by. Thus, it was decided that the three of them would join forces, confident in their ability to vanquish him. He is merely a subordinate of the red-haired pirates, not someone to be feared. Even if he did manage to eliminate the hyena pirate crew, it merely indicates their weakness. We are far superior to them. Consequently, the three pirate crews under the beast pirates began plotting their revenge against Monkey. Chapter 24, Surrounded at Sea, Certain Death? At the edge of Fossa, Monkey, with the immense package on his back, approached the ship. With a surge of effort, he effortlessly tossed the package onto the deck. Boom. A resounding noise echoed as the package was hoisted aboard. Monkey glanced back at the shore, then surveyed his surroundings, a hint of anticipation gracing his features, his eyes sparkling. The conversations he had with Red-Haired and Ben Beckman lingered in his mind. What he lacked now was not an upgrade in power or speed, but rather the mastery of his own strength. In other words, he must endure numerous battles to fully unleash his potential, and in doing so, enhance his swordsmanship to a higher level. Therefore, upon learning that the pirates under the beast pirates had arrived on this island, he resolutely decided to come here and reveal his identity to the island's inhabitants. He contemplated that the leaders of the beast pirates would soon come knocking at his door. Thus, he could fulfill his desire to hone his skills through combat, which was the very purpose of his arrival here. Little did he expect that by vanquishing the wolf pirates, he would inadvertently offend the beast pirates, prompting them to send numerous adversaries to pursue him. Nonetheless, this presented a splendid opportunity for him to refine his abilities. Monkey cast a glance at the shoreline. There was an eerie stillness, and no sign of any pirates. However, there were certain corners near the coast that hinted at potential activity. He could sense that a dozen or so life forms were silently observing him. They must be the island's inhabitants, covertly watching his every move. This implies that the three members of the pirate crew would soon come looking for him. If his conjecture was accurate, these observers were the ones relaying his whereabouts to the beast pirates. Monkey did not regard them with any significance, nor did he intend to take any action against them. Not long ago, he had revealed his identity before the crowd. Thus he bore no ill will towards the islanders for their actions. However, after several minutes had passed, Monkey still had not encountered the pirates pursuing him, which struck him as peculiar. Could it be that they were deterred from chasing him upon hearing of his defeat of the wolf pirate crew? If that were indeed the case, he would feel a sense of disappointment in his heart. He arrived here with the intention of engaging in battle. He turned and stepped aboard the sailboat, raising a hand to unfurl the sails. The flag bearing the red-scarred skull fluttered in the sea breeze, strikingly visible under the bright sun. Among the onlookers lurking in the shadows was the bald, portly man. In their eyes, there was only that crimson pirate flag, leaving them utterly astonished. They stood frozen in place. Despite being under the bright sun, an unsettling chill enveloped them. Am I not mistaken? Is that not the emblem of the red-haired pirates? The bald, stout man could no longer suppress the tremors in his legs. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the pirate flag fluttering in the air, a profound sense of fear gripping his heart. Could it be that the boy who had provoked the beast pirates was a subordinate of the red-haired pirates? Good heavens! This was indeed a clash between two of the four emperors. In that moment, they found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. Yet, the bald, rotund man sought to console himself, attempting to alleviate his fear. That boy was surely doomed. Just look over there. Following the direction of his finger, one could vaguely discern in the distance along the coast 3 colossal pirate ships approaching from 3 different directions towards this pirate vessel. The flags upon these ships were all too familiar. These 3 vessels belonged to the beast pirates, who had only just landed on their island the previous day. The conflict between the beast pirates and the red-haired pirates, a struggle among the 4 emperors. I surmised that the lad named Monkey, despite his affiliation with the red-haired pirates, would find it nearly impossible to escape death. These three pirate crews were indeed subordinates of the beast pirates, bolstered by thousands of reckless pirates. Each captain's bounty exceeded 100 million berries. Now, this boy was utterly trapped. Truly, he was still brimming with youthful arrogance. I once thought to myself how audacious he was to brazenly reveal his location. Did he truly believe he could contend against three forces from the beast pirates simultaneously? Such notions were the fantasies of a fool, utterly implausible. Even if he belonged to the red-haired pirates, such a feat would remain beyond reach. All of them remained fixated on the distant coastline, their anxiety palpable. They believed that this young man named Machi was doomed. The three pirate crews gradually approached the shore, effectively sealing off every possible escape route for him at three distinct locations along the coast. Should he feel fear at this moment and attempt to retreat to the island, it would be a futile endeavor. Thus, the local residents who were covertly observing concluded that the young man had nowhere left to flee. In the face of the formidable beast pirates, his fate was sealed. Death was inevitable. The outcome was glaringly apparent. He would be besieged and annihilated by these three pirate crews. Perhaps this was what one might call a desperate situation. This young man, though a subordinate of the red-haired pirates, was still a novice. How could he possibly escape the relentless pursuit of three pirate crews? Moreover, the captains of these crews were ruthless demons, merciless and formidable foes. Even if he had previously single-handedly vanquished the entire wolf pirates, what difference would it make now? Regardless of his extraordinary abilities, today he was destined to meet his demise. The three pirate crews numbered 1,000, whereas Machi stood alone. Thus, without any support, his fate was unmistakably sealed. He was as good as dead. Chapter 25. With but a single stroke, the entire pirate ship was shattered. On the shoreline, Machi beheld the three colossal pirate ships, floating upon the waves, blocking the island's exit from three different directions. Consequently, Machi found himself ensnared on the coast of the island. The situation was abundantly clear. Unless he could defeat one of the pirate ships, he would have no means to set sail from this place. They intend to encircle me? Machi narrowed his eyes into a slit, feeling a surge of excitement. He leaped gracefully into the air. He ascended to the deck, where Machi's gaze fell upon the waters several hundred meters away. The positions of the three pirate ships were roughly equivalent to Machi's distance, all situated a few hundred meters off the coast, effectively surrounding him on three sides. Behind Machi lay only a small island. If he wished to escape, his only option would be to retreat to the island. However, even then, he would find no sanctuary. Yet, how could Machi even contemplate fleeing? He has come here solely for the purpose of battle. Is his overt disclosure to the islanders not the very catalyst for the unfolding events? The three formidable pirate crews, numbering perhaps over 1,000, belong to the beast pirates, and their prowess is undoubtedly formidable. They cannot be deemed inferior to the wolf pirates. Otherwise, they were well aware that Machi single-handedly annihilated an entire pack of jackal pirates. If their strength were insufficient, they certainly would not have dared to challenge him. Since they have come this far, let me witness the prowess of these pirates hailing from the beast pirates. Machi chuckled with ease. He sailed his vessel towards the pirate ship that lay directly ahead. The sound of turbulent waters surged across the sea surface. The onlookers from the coastal corner could hardly fathom why this young man dared to approach the crew of the beast pirates. Remarkably, he even took the initiative to advance first. His audacity was commendable, albeit somewhat reckless. It seemed evident that this battle was destined to unfold. The spectators murmured among themselves, their expressions fraught with tension. At last, Monkey's ship came to a halt just a few meters from the formidable pirate vessel. At such a close distance, Monkey could clearly discern the deck of the immense ship, which was surrounded by a throng of fearsome pirates, numbering approximately 300. Their expressions were filled with disdain as they gazed upon the small sailboat of Machi. Indeed, the disparity between friend and foe was glaringly apparent, both in numbers and the size of their vessels. Moreover, Machi was utterly alone. In stark contrast, the opposing pirate ship boasted over 400 pirates. With such a formidable force, their confidence was palpable. While they exhibited considerable audacity, it did little to alter the inevitable fate that awaited him. I heard others speak of this young man, merely an intern of the red-haired pirates, yet he had the audacity to provoke the ire of our beast pirates. The pirates on the deck were also engaged in discussions about this matter. They clamored loudly, utterly disregarding Machi. Heavy footsteps approached from the deck. The formidable Eagle Green ascended to the deck, towering with a robust physique. He gazed down at Machi, his eyes sharp and piercing. Lord Jack commanded that anyone who dared to provoke the beast pirates would be courting their own demise, an unequivocal death wish. A chorus of boisterous shouts reverberated around them. almost threatening to shatter the deck itself. Jack? Monchi's eyes flickered. The only individual within the beast pirates who could be addressed as Lord Jack was indeed one of the three calamities, Drought Jack. To think that the annihilation of a mere warg pirates would attract the attention of such a formidable figure was beyond Monchi's expectations. He was taken aback. However, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the imposing silhouette of the pirate ship. The skull-shaped flag fluttered high above. The vessel bore no extraordinary features, resembling countless others in the New World. Both sides of the ship were lined with cannons. In his ears, the cacophony of raucous voices erupted as the pirates yelled and jeered. How bothersome, they ought to silence themselves. Monchi looked up at the pirates aboard the ship, all of whom regarded him with disdain and fury. Thus, Monchi slowly drew his katana from his waist. His hands gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. He fixed his gaze intently upon the colossal pirate ship, his expression one of unwavering focus. An aura of lethal intent radiated from his being. The katana in his grasp was gradually enveloped by a creeping black armor, cloaking the entire blade. The sword transformed from silver to a somber black, emanating a chilling gleam beneath the sunlight. Let me see, he mused, whether I can cleave this pirate vessel asunder with a single strike. A playful smirk graced Monchi's lips as he continued to fixate on the ship. The more than 400 pirates aboard the vessel observed Monchi's actions, erupting into raucous laughter. Look at this fool, thinking he can make a move. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. They scoffed at his audacity to resist against such overwhelming numbers. It was indeed a monumental jest. All was in vain, merely a desperate struggle of a cornered beast. The pirates' laughter echoed with derision. Yet, standing behind them was the formidable eagle, Green, who remained silent, his expression betraying a flicker of astonishment. That was hockey of armament. He could recognize it. Monkey's strength was, in fact, not as feeble as many had imagined. However, he quickly reassured himself, for they possessed a full 3 pirate ships. Thus, he felt a sense of ease once more. Standing upon the deck of the sailboat, Monkey brandished his katana, muttering incantations, secret technique of swordsmanship, Swallow's Return. He struck the air with great force, and instantly, a beam of purple light emanated from the blade, encircling Monchi before swiftly surging towards the pirate ship ahead. It seemed as though the very air had been torn apart. In the blink of an eye, that blinding radiance reached the forefront of the pirate vessel. The speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard the ship, who were still mocking Monchi, remained utterly oblivious to the brilliance unleashed by Yen Fan. However, one individual witnessed everything unfold, the mighty eagle, Green. He squinted his eyes, his expression one of astonishment. He immediately shouted loudly, "Abandon ship!" Before he could finish speaking, a beam of purple light struck the pirate ship. Boom! The tremendous sound reverberated across the sea, stirring up colossal waves. This radiant beam tore the ship asunder, and the pirates aboard had no time to evade. The deck was cleaved in twain, and the entire vessel trembled violently. The cacophony ceased as everyone gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. My heavens! They were still engulfed in astonishment and incredulity. Crack! Crevices appeared relentlessly upon the deck. In mere moments, the once mighty pirate ship was reduced to splinters. Chapter 26, all confidence shattered by the assault. The once great pirate ship lay in ruins, its fragments strewn across the surface of the sea. The massive wreckage plunged into the depths, creating tumultuous waves. With a single stroke, the colossal vessel was severed into several pieces. At that moment, the ship, having lost its balance from the rupture, could no longer remain afloat. Water seeped onto the deck. Jump ship! The crew shouted in a frenzy. Before long, Monkey witnessed the pirates leaping into the ocean like dumplings, their figures bobbing in the water. Their expressions were filled with panic and disbelief as they gazed at Monkey, who stood resolutely upon the sailboat, a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance aboard the ship. They could scarcely believe the moment they were experiencing. One stroke. Indeed, the young man they once regarded with disdain wielded a single stroke. With effortless precision, he cleaved the colossal pirate ship asunder. In an instant, their vessel was reduced to mere splinters. It was nothing short of astonishing. The pirate ship they occupied was an enormous vessel capable of accommodating thousands of individuals. Who could have imagined that it would be so effortlessly annihilated by a single young man with just one swift strike? They found it exceedingly difficult to accept the reality before them. Is this truly happening? Was it accomplished with but a single stroke? Has he shattered our ship into mere splinters? Surely, this young man possesses an extraordinary strength. He must be a monster. As they floated upon the waves, their conversations echoed such sentiments. How terrifying it is that he is but one individual. Yet, with such effortless ease, he has rendered them all speechless with a mere move. Gradually, the once dominant pirate ship began to succumb to the depths of the ocean, the water steadily creeping over the entire deck. The remnants of this vessel slowly vanished beneath the horizon. At last, this battered pirate ship was engulfed by the sea. Remarkably, it took just one strike to obliterate such a formidable ship. As they gazed towards the position of Monkey, both fear and trepidation flooded their hearts and eyes. This is nothing short of a terrifying monstrosity. Do we stand any chance of vanquishing this individual? Their once proud confidence was shattered by the techniques of Monkey. Meanwhile, the pirate ship's captain, the giant eagle Green, transformed into the figure of a colossal eagle at the instant Monkey made his move, soaring through these waters. His eyes were filled with hatred and fury, fixed intently upon Machi. The sea gradually returned to its former tranquility. From a distance, this vast ocean, previously marked by the conspicuous presence of 3 pirate ships, now revealed only 2 vessels. The third had sunk to the depths, resting eternally beneath the waves. Standing on the deck, Machi calmly sheathed his katana, raising his gaze to the giant eagle circling above him, his expression devoid of emotion. He closed his eyes, savoring the gentle caress of the sea breeze upon his face. A faint smile graced Machi's lips. At last, he could enjoy a moment of tranquility. He opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, seeking the positions of the 2 remaining pirate ships. At that moment, those 2 vessels aligned with Monkey's line of sight. The captains, Sword Tiger Cook and Gray Mouse Rupert, were separated by approximately 100 meters, exchanging solemn glances. Both wore expressions of grave concern. At that instant, the scene unfolding before them obliterated the ship of the formidable Eagle Green. Until that moment, they suddenly realized why the Jackal pirate crew had been completely annihilated. This young man was no ordinary individual. Rupert and Cook pondered this in silence. Above them, the great Eagle Green descended upon a pirate ship, reverting to his original form. He appeared exceedingly furious, striding towards Rupert with a grave expression. His anger was palpable. This individual is nothing like what you previously described, Rupert sighed, speaking with utmost seriousness. I'm fully aware of this fact. If the 3 of us do not unite against him, we may indeed find ourselves defeated, Green exclaimed in frustration. The moment when Machi swung his sword lingering in his mind, filling him with unease. At that instant, as they witnessed the devastating scene where Machi obliterated the entire pirate ship with a single strike, the reality of the situation struck them profoundly. They could no longer underestimate Machi. This individual's strength far exceeded their imagination. Have your crew rendezvous with Cook's ship, Green commanded with a grim expression. Rupert echoed this instruction to his own subordinates. The 2 enormous pirate vessels drew closer, enveloped in a heavy silence, devoid of their previous banter and bravado. Indeed, after witnessing Machi's formidable power, especially following the destruction of Green's ship, the Great Eagle, at his hands, their demeanor had transformed entirely. Their confidence wavered precariously. At that moment, 3 captains stood side by side on the deck, their expressions grave. All eyes were fixed on Machi's position, acutely aware that despite his youth, he was not to be trifled with. Defeating him would prove far more challenging than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the shore, the balding rotund man and the islanders around him stood utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Terror was etched on their faces as they gazed at the site where the pirate ship had sunk, rendered speechless for an extended period. The scene had profoundly shaken them, resembling a nightmarish vision. It was accomplished with but a single stroke. He merely executed one move. The balding man muttered, utterly at a loss for words. How could such a grand pirate ship be so easily obliterated by a solitary individual? What manner of monster was this? It appeared that the beast pirates might not be able to contend with this fellow after all. I truly did not foresee that an intern from the red-haired pirates would possess such formidable strength. With a single strike, he had annihilated the entire pirate vessel. I believe the 3 captains of the beast pirates should seriously reconsider their strategies for combat. I had underestimated this young man. Could he be a demon? His power is indeed astonishing. As they exchanged murmurs, a blend of curiosity and dread filled the air regarding what might transpire next. Nonetheless, I still maintain that he cannot possibly prevail against these 3 pirate crews. The balding man, however, held a differing opinion. He gazed intently at the distant pirate ship and remarked, now their captain will surely unite with his comrades to confront this young man. I doubt he can withstand them. He observed quietly. Only when these 3 captains launched their assault would the battle truly commence. Chapter 27. Embark. Power has been greatly enhanced. On board, Monkey cast a glance at the remaining pirates on the sea. His recent attack had sent their colossal pirate ship plunging into the depths. Consequently, they had no choice but to leap into the water to save themselves. On the surface of the sea, the pirates floated, their eyes filled with terror as they swam towards the shore, while some made their way towards the 2 remaining pirate ships. However, not a single one dared to approach Monkey even a step closer. Monkey was simply too formidable. The image of his recent display of strength lingered in their minds. Were they to unite? Monkey had anticipated the events that would unfold next, hence he felt no surprise. Although these pirates were indeed boastful, they possessed considerable strength. After witnessing Monkey's prowess, they could no longer regard him as a mere inexperienced youth. This made things considerably easier for him, as he no longer needed to seek them out individually. Monkey's subsequent actions left everyone astounded. He altered his course, steering his sailboat gradually towards the remaining 2 pirate ships. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the pirates aboard, and naturally, the 3 captains of the pirate ships, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, took notice. They watched in astonishment as Monkey's sailboat approached them. They stood on the deck, poised and ready for the impending assault. "Steady," Rupert the Grey said calmly. At his command, the pirates aboard the vessel seized their weapons, their gazes fixed intently on the diminutive sailing craft before them, their hearts a tumult of fear and tension. At last, Monkey's small boat arrived before them. Monkey lifted his head. He stood on the deck of his ship, gazing at the 2 vessels before him, without overthinking. With a leap, he plunged forward. Bang! He landed gracefully on the ground at that moment. He has arrived aboard the pirate ship. Before him stood 3 pirate captains, who regarded Monkey with a chilling gaze, yet dared not act hastily. Surrounding the 4 of them were several hundred pirates, each wielding a weapon. They glared menacingly at Monkey. Yet deep within, they harbored a sense of trepidation. They truly had not anticipated this. The audacity of the young man to approach their vessel alone was astonishing. How dare he challenge them so boldly? However, reflecting on the recent events, the pirates hesitated, unwilling to rush forward recklessly. "You possess quite a bit of nerve, considering you saw us aboard the ship and still dared to come here," remarked Sword Tiger Cook coldly. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. Now, however, 3 captains had united. Regardless of how formidable Monkey's strength might be, they believed in their hearts that as long as they joined forces, Monkey was destined to meet his demise. The Great Eagle Green and the Grey Rat Rupert stood behind the Sword Tiger Cook, surrounded by a pack of pirates with predatory gazes. Should an ordinary person step onto the ship and behold such a scene, they would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear, unable to stand. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be unwise to engage on that small vessel, for it would be swiftly destroyed. Yet, fighting on their grand ship would present a different scenario. At the very least, Monkey would have the opportunity to unleash several decisive strikes. As a member of the red-haired pirates, you have annihilated the minions of the beast pirates. Surely, you are aware of the implications of such actions, Cook said coldly. If the beast pirates were to hold grudges over these insignificant underlings, I believe our captain, the red-haired Shanks, would not hesitate to engage in battle with you. Monkey chuckled softly. Do you truly think that the demise of such trivial figures warrants vengeance? Would Kaido instigate a grand war over their deaths? Absolutely not. Moreover, Monkey is merely a lowly intern. Is it not exceedingly embarrassing to seek retribution over the defeat of an intern? If Kaido were to learn that his subordinates were vanquished by an intern from the red-haired pirates, it would be a disgrace beyond measure. He certainly would not initiate an attack on Monkey first. Instead, he must first eliminate this group of incompetent subordinates. What use are they if they cannot even handle an intern? Arrogance! Green was exceedingly enraged. The leaders of the 3 pirate crews were already on high alert, poised to launch a direct assault on Monkey. Go ahead, let me witness your true strength. Can you bring about my demise today? If you fail to kill me, then today shall mark your day of reckoning. Monkey slowly drew the katana from his waist. A voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Green shards detected nearby. Would you like to collect them? Ding! Black shards detected nearby. Would you like to collect them? The incessant sounds filled Monkey's ears. His eyes brightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he responded, collect. Collection successful. Green shard grants 1 to swordsmanship skill swift return. Would you like to learn? Collection successful. Green shard grants 1 to armament hockey level. Would you like to learn? Collection successful. Black shard grants 1 to strength attribute. Would you like to learn? Learn all. A warm sensation enveloped Monkey. Upon completing the assimilation of all the collected shards, his strength surged dramatically. He had never anticipated such a generous reward before the battle even commenced. Monkey felt an immense joy. I have grown stronger once again. This enhancement is not merely incremental. It represents a significant ascension. Compared to previous gains, this enhancement is truly monumental. Monkey deeply sensed that absorbing so many shards at once had led to a pronounced transformation within his body. Open attribute display. A thought arose in Monkey's mind. Subject, Monkey strength, 109 3 speed, 108 1 stamina, 106 3 instinctive reaction, 101 skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV-12, Swift Return LV-51. Armament Hockey LV-2-21. Martial Arts LV-2, Conqueror's Hockey LV-1, Observation Hockey LV-1 Attribute Points. 1-1 Chapter 28. There are too many of you. Let us take a moment to rest. Indeed. When Monkey beheld the attribute interface, he had already anticipated this outcome within his heart. All of his instance attributes have seen significant enhancement. Thus he felt a sense of surprise was not particularly warranted upon observing the attribute interface this time. His prowess has significantly enhanced. As he has acquired a multitude of attribute charts, he cast a glance around his surroundings, observing the throng of approximately 1,000 pirates encircling him, all of whom had boarded the pirate ship. A smile adorned Manchi's face, for he sensed that his ambitions were on the verge of fruition. To him, the pirates surrounding him now appeared almost endearing. After all, had it not been for their presence, Manchi would not have acquired such an abundance of attribute fragments. Were it not for this venture onto the pirate ship, he pondered how long it would have taken to attain his current prowess. Thus, Manchi resolved to make a decisive choice in his heart. He contemplated that when the time for battle arrived, he should exhibit a degree of leniency towards them. At the very least, he should ensure that their demise was not excessively agonizing. Even his most elusive attributes had increased by a level. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Monkey's eyes. This was indeed an unforeseen development. Moreover, it was not merely the attribute points that had surged. His Haki, along with his strength, level, and speed, had all experienced significant enhancements. Even the secret sword technique, Yin Return, had ascended by a level. One could only wonder what the outcome would be when he wielded this newfound power. Its destructive capacity would undoubtedly surpass anything he had previously encountered. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. He had grown more formidable. It was a sheer delight. Monkey engaged every one of his senses to revel in the feeling of his enhanced physique. This sensation was profoundly joyous, akin to transforming into an entirely different person, a significantly more powerful individual. His strength is no longer as it was before. Rather, it has swiftly increased by leaps and bounds. Before the battle has even commenced, my abilities have been elevated to this level. Is it a divine blessing from the heavens? Or is it that my fortune has indeed been on the rise lately? With this thought, Monkey couldn't help but smile bashfully. He calmed the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. After all, he was facing the leaders of the 300-beast pirate crew. He could not afford to underestimate them. Therefore, Monkey raised his gaze to meet the 3 pirate captains before him. At that moment, Monkey felt that even if he were to confront these 3 formidable captains, each boasting a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, it would not be an insurmountable challenge. However, had he not acquired those attribute fragments, he might have truly needed to contemplate a strategy for this battle. As it stood, the situation had become remarkably effortless. Monkey was filled with self-assurance. He believed that his current strength rendered him unafraid of a combined assault from these 3 captains. After all, they were pirate captains with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. This confrontation promised to be exceedingly intriguing. A glimmer of anticipation and excitement flickered in Monkey's eyes. What better way to gauge the extent of his strength's enhancement than through this battle? After all, while the improvement in physical prowess was evident in statistics, how would it translate in the heat of true combat? The giant eagle, Green, the gray rat, Rupert, and the sword tiger, Cook, exchanged glances, each harboring their own calculations. They stood approximately 5 meters away from Monkey. What were they waiting for? It was time to engage in battle. The 3 individuals simultaneously unleashed the powers of their devil fruits. In an instant, the 3 captains transformed into enormous beasts. The colossal eagle, Green, morphed into a gigantic hawk, soaring through the skies with piercing, cold eyes fixed upon Monkey. Rupert transformed into an enormous rat, his crimson eyes glowing, towering at an astonishing 5 meters. He stood menacingly before Monkey, brandishing his sharp claws. Meanwhile, the sword-tailed tiger, Cook, took on a humanoid tiger form, standing approximately 4 meters tall, exuding a formidable presence that would undoubtedly instill dread in any ordinary person who dared to stand before him. This was the manifestation of their devil fruits, perfectly mirroring their titles, an eagle, a tiger, and a rat. It was astonishing that the adults had simultaneously invoked their devil fruit powers. Oh, how terrifying it was. I sensed that the strength of our elders had grown exponentially. Were we finally on the brink of battle? With their transformations, their physical strength and speed would undoubtedly escalate to extraordinary levels. I believed that even the most formidable opponent would find it impossible to evade their pursuit. We would simply observe the unfolding events and witness the outcome. The expressions of the pirates were filled with exhilaration as they beheld their elders in their devil fruit forms. In the face of such overwhelming power, their previous fears began to fade, and their confidence was rekindled. Step back. The colossal eagle, green, bellowed from the heavens. Consequently, the pirates retreated in unison. They cleared the entire space on the deck, leaving it remarkably open, a perfect venue for combat. Before Machi stood a mouse and a humanoid tiger, both radiating an intense aura of killing intent. The sunlight reflected brilliantly off the deck. The adults vowed to eliminate them all. Once this young man was dispatched, they would ensure his dismemberment to vent their pent-up fury, a command originally issued by Lord Jack. Indeed, only by tearing this man apart could they demonstrate their strength. Otherwise, the red-haired pirates would continue to regard them with disdain. The pirates surrounding them erupted in raucous cheers, their voices piercing the air. You will surely regret this. Provoking the beast pirates is a grave mistake in your life, and this error will soon cost you your very existence. Sword Tiger Cook advanced step by step towards Machi. His footsteps were exceedingly heavy, each advance resonating with a thunderous roar upon the deck, causing the entire vessel to tremble beneath his weight, akin to a seismic tremor. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. You cannot truly believe that your solitary strength could withstand the combined assault of the three of us. I kindly caution you to abandon such fanciful dreams. The colossal rat, Rupert, spoke with a booming voice, his blood-red eyes fixed upon Machi. At that moment, in stark contrast to them, Machi appeared remarkably feeble. Surrounding him were a multitude of eager pirates, their expressions brimming with excitement. Encircled by this throng of 1,000 pirates, Machi maintained an air of nonchalance. He cast a glance at the two ferocious beasts before him, then looked upward at the giant eagle soaring above. His ears filled with a cacophony of noise. He turned his gaze. At last, his gaze was fixed upon the group of pirates surrounding him. Before the onset of genuine combat, he resolutely determined in his heart that he must first resolve this issue. He slowly spoke. You are truly bothersome, and the presence of so many lackeys here is significantly hindering my ability to fight. Therefore, I suggest you take a moment to rest. This way, we can engage in a proper battle without any interruptions. He turned to the three of them, inquiring, what do you think of my suggestion? Chapter 29. The Shocking Conqueror's Hockey. As Monkey finished speaking, Rupert and Cook across from him widened their eyes in astonishment. What are you planning to do? Suddenly, their hearts were filled with profound unease. All they desired was a peaceful slumber, free from worry. The smile on Machi's face bore an enigmatic significance. There was no need to engage in such trivial chatter. They should act swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainty. In the sky, the great eagle, green, exhibited signs of impatience as he exclaimed loudly, act now. With a roar, Cook opened his enormous jaws, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs, each tooth resembling a finely honed blade. In that fleeting moment, Rupert and Cook lunged towards Machi in unison. Their figures were immensely colossal, and the enormous pirate ship began to tremble due to their actions, as if an earthquake had struck. The entire vessel was violently swaying upon the surface of the sea. The great eagle, green, surveyed this scene from the sky, searching for the opportune moment to strike. He intended to bring this young man to his demise with a single strike. These three captains, each with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, aimed to place Monkey in a perilous situation. I found myself quite curious as to how he would manage to allow my band of pirates a moment's respite. Rupert scoffed disdainfully, standing 3 meters away from Monkey. This distance was ample for him to anticipate any of Monkey's movements and respond swiftly with an attack. Thus, he harbored no concerns for the safety of his crew. My strength may be beyond your capacity to withstand, Monkey remarked with a faint smile, fixing his gaze upon Rupert. An inexplicable sense of unease slithered into Rupert's heart. This young man's unwavering stare irritated him. Could it be that there was some flaw? No. This young man was already encircled by us. He firmly believed that as long as the three of them united in their assault, even someone as formidable as Machi would be unable to escape their grasp. Yet, why did he appear so utterly unperturbed? Enough of this chatter. We must swiftly eliminate him and return his dismembered remains to Lord Jack as a report of our success. This is our ultimate objective, Cook declared emphatically, advancing towards Machi as he spoke. His form resembles that of a humanoid tiger, exuding an immensely powerful aura that instills a profound sense of oppression. These three captains are all wielders of Zoan-type devil fruit abilities. However, Monkey had anticipated this long ago. Furthermore, the beast pirates are indeed synonymous with beasts. Many of the pirates under their command are users of Zoan-type devil fruits. Their master, Kaido, appears to have a penchant for acquiring those with animal-based abilities. Give me death, Cook exclaimed, his claws glimmering with a blinding brilliance under the sun. His gaze was fiercely intense. With astonishing speed, he struck towards the location where Monkey stood. However, Monkey, calm and composed, leapt deftly to evade the attack. At that moment, he cast a glance at the surrounding pirates, quietly calculating within himself. There appeared to be approximately 1,300 other pirates present. If he allowed them to remain as spectators, he would indeed need to exercise caution during his confrontation with the three captains, for the risk of an ambush was palpable. Thus, he resolved upon a rather brusque yet effective course of action, to allow these individuals a moment of respite. As I have reiterated, this power is beyond your ability to thwart. Machi narrowed his eyes, surveying the great eagle soaring above, as well as the rat and tiger before him, and spoke in a subdued tone. In the next instant, before the three individuals, he began to summon the latent power within his being. This was the Conqueror's Haki. With a thunderous resonance, though initially faint, it coursed through Machi's form. As he unleashed this potent aura, it gradually intensified, ultimately coalescing into a formidable force. In an instant, this awe-inspiring wave of energy began to envelop all in its vicinity. The Conqueror's Haki expanded from Machi, radiating outward in all directions, and within the briefest of moments, it enveloped the entire pirate ship. Every nook and cranny was suffused with this overwhelming presence. The sheer might of this extraordinary power was profoundly staggering. At that moment, over 1,000 pirates, who had previously been eager to witness the unfolding skirmish, found themselves ensnared by the Conqueror's Haki. Not a single pirate could evade its grasp. The three captains, now witnesses to this astonishing spectacle, were forever marked by the scene before them. One by one, the pirates collapsed, blood spilling from their lips, their eyes vacant, all falling lifelessly upon the deck. In mere seconds, the raucous clamor of over 1,000 pirates was silenced, rendering the atmosphere eerily still. All those within the reach of Machi's Conqueror's Haki succumbed to its influence, rendered unconscious and devoid of awareness. This transpired in just a matter of seconds. As Machi astonishingly dispatched these pirates with such brevity, those ensnared within the domain of the Conqueror's Haki lay sprawled across the ship, the scene turning profoundly silent and oppressive. Now, only the three captains remained aboard the vessel, the sole individuals capable of withstanding Machi's formidable aura. Not a single one of the remaining pirates managed to escape. At this moment, the three captains, transformed into their animal forms, stood motionless on the deck, their expressions vacant. They were indeed terrified by the scene before them, gripped by an overwhelming fear that rendered them uncontrollably trembling. The eyes of the three were filled with trepidation. They were both frightened and bewildered. They could only gaze at the multitude of pirates surrounding them, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. What was happening? Why was it like this? Chapter 30. What just transpired? The once boisterous pirate ship had descended into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Upon the deck, Grey Mouse Rupert and Sword Tiger Cook, transformed into their animal forms, stood frozen in astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity. They could hardly fathom the reality of the situation that lay before them. Merely staring at the bodies of the pirates sprawled across the deck. Above, a colossal eagle circled, its eyes also reflecting fear. The three captains, each with a bounty of 100 million berries, found it hard to accept the scene that unfolded before them. Just moments ago, they had exuded confidence and bravado. The surrounding pirates had been equally arrogant, incessantly mocking Monkey. Yet now, in a mere few seconds, all had fallen silent. The atmosphere was profoundly strange. At that moment, Monkey observed their bewildered and astonished expressions, a joyful smile blossoming on his face. At last, it is quieted down. Now, shall we engage in our duel with undivided focus? The overwhelming and formidable Conqueror's Haki he unleashed rendered all the pirates aboard the ship unconscious, save for the three captains. Monkey had anticipated this very scene. By incapacitating these pirates, he could focus entirely on the three adversaries before him without the apprehension of potential treachery during the ensuing battle. Although Monkey possessed the ability of observation Haki, the risk of being ambushed in the heat of combat remained a tangible threat. Thus, eliminating future risks was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Rupert's eyes betrayed his profound anger and panic. He was rendered speechless. Despite the extensive battles and experiences the three captains had endured, the current predicament instilled a palpable sense of dread within them. He secretly speculated in his heart. The techniques employed by that young man just now must be the Conqueror's Haki. As Cook contemplated, he voiced his thoughts aloud. This cannot possibly be true. Rupert's eyes gleamed with a red light, his heart still gripped by panic. The Conqueror's Haki emitted by Monkey enveloped all three of them. Thus, although they managed to withstand it, a lingering sense of fear remained within them. They would certainly not succumb to unconsciousness like the pirates beneath them. However, the sheer force of his presence instilled in them a profound realization that matters were not as straightforward as they had initially presumed. Conqueror's Haki. The great eagle green hovered in the air, repetitively uttering this term, his gaze vacant as he beheld the pirate sprawled unconscious upon the deck. His eyes roamed in search, ultimately fixating on Machi. A profound sense of dread enveloped him. It became evident that the technique he had just employed was indeed the Conqueror's haki. This revelation was something they had never contemplated before. Merely an intern from the red-haired pirates, yet remarkably powerful enough to wield Conqueror's haki? Such a notion was beyond belief. After all, among a million pirates, only one might possess such a rare gift. Moreover, even if one did possess this talent, it did not guarantee the ability to awaken it or utilize it in combat. However, at this moment, the three captains stood by, witnessing Monkey's extraordinary actions unfold. With remarkable ease, he rendered all the pirates aboard the ship unconscious, demonstrating an unparalleled mastery of his abilities. The captains found it difficult to come to terms with this astonishing reality. It is said that among a million individuals, one might possess such a rare talent. Yet, this fellow happened to embody that very gift. They all gazed intently at Machi. They became even more fearful upon realizing this. To their astonishment, this seemingly inconspicuous intern possessed such formidable capabilities. Moreover, through the events that had transpired earlier, they have already made up their minds. This individual possesses the ability to summon his Conqueror's haki at will. To their astonishment, he can indeed wield such power. Rupert gazed at Machi, the words escaping his lips like sharp teeth. I had warned you that you could not obstruct my strength. Machi chuckled nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three captains darkened considerably. Indeed, how could one possibly guard against the might of Conqueror's haki, unless one were to unleash their own haki simultaneously in defense? Yet, the stark reality was that none of the three possessed such capability. Now, let us commence our decisive battle. Machi unsheathed his katana, as the black armor upon the blade gradually enveloped its entirety. The sword transformed into an entity of pure darkness, exuding a chilling aura. The armament haki coalesced slowly at the tip of the blade. In a distant corner of the coast, the islanders watched intently as the pirate ship loomed in the distance. They could hardly believe that this young man dared to board the vessel voluntarily. What could possibly be driving him to such folly? The murmurs among the crowd grew as they were suddenly met with a breathtaking spectacle. They heard the distant shouts of thousands of pirates, yet soon after, a most peculiar event unfolded. They fell down in an instant, rendered voiceless. The entire pirate ship sank into an eerie silence. The bald, stout man in the crowd could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. His expression began to morph into one of profound panic, mirrored by the faces of the remaining residents surrounding him. They were all enveloped in a chilling sensation. What on earth was happening? The bald, portly man turned to survey the expressions of those around him, only to find faces etched with confusion and fear. The events unfolding before them were beyond comprehension. What had just transpired? Why had the raucous pirate suddenly collapsed? The scene was incomprehensible to these residents. Yet it instilled a profound sense of dread within them. This moment would likely linger in their memories for a considerable time. Could it be that young man? One individual murmured weakly. I have heard rumors of monstrous beings lurking in the depths of the sea, possessing a terrifying prowess. They are said to wield the power of Conqueror's haki, capable of rendering a vast area of individuals unconscious. Those within that vicinity are nearly all affected. Could this young man be one such wielder of Conqueror's haki? If so, the recent events indeed align with that notion. As the words left their lips, a collective gulp echoed among them, amplifying their trepidation. If that were the case, this young man not only possessed Conqueror's haki, but could wield it with remarkable finesse in combat. It appeared that he was indeed a formidable creature of immense strength, raising questions about the outcome of the impending conflict. Chapter 31. 1 against 3, yet they were helpless on the deck. Monkey raised the katana in his hand, its blade sheathed in black armor, exuding an eerie chill that sent shivers down the spine. The haki he unleashed this time was undeniably several times more potent than before. It seemed that acquiring the fallen cards had elevated his level, resulting in this newfound strength. Indeed, in terms of power, it surpassed that which he had displayed against the hyena pirates. The air thickened with tension as Rupert and Cook's expressions darkened considerably. They stood before Machi, reflecting upon the events that had just transpired. They have come to genuinely fear this individual, despite his mere status as an intern. Yet, he possesses the innate talent of a conqueror. By virtue of this alone, this battle will undoubtedly require them to exert all their strength. Engage in battle, Cook declared. His words were resolute yet tinged with a hint of panic. Cook and Rupert immediately assumed a combative stance, with a surge of strength from their legs. The entire pirate ship trembled violently in response to their movement. Their bodies were immense, launching the initial assault with ferocity. They encircled Monkey from both the left and right, trapping him in the center. Moreover, their claws gradually became enveloped in a dark, armored hue, a manifestation of their formidable haki. It turned out that these three captains also possessed the innate talent for armament haki. Although their prowess could not be compared to that of Monkey, they were, after all, three formidable opponents. Charge. Boom. Cook's massive claws launched an assault towards Monkey. Bang. With a languid motion, Monkey raised his katana, effortlessly parrying Cook's strike. At that moment, Rupert on the right also lunged forward. His sharp claws descended from the air with remarkable speed. Monkey leaped gracefully, landing softly upon the railing of the deck. Standing atop the railing, Monkey appeared to be nearly level with the two individuals. With a thunderous roar, Monkey propelled himself with his powerful legs. He raised the katana in his hand and, without the slightest hesitation, struck towards Cook. Oh no. Cook's face turned pale as he raised his palm to fend off Mochi's assault. However, he immediately felt an overwhelming force that was nearly impossible to resist. A sense of alarm surged within Cook. Could it be that his haki defenses were about to falter? Were it not for his haki, perhaps his palm would have been severed from his body. What manner of creature is this, so formidable? Cook hastily retreated, his eyes fixed on Mochi's every movement. His heart filled with trepidation. He turned his face towards Rupert and admonished, "Do not confront him directly. Otherwise, it will indeed be challenging to resist. Enough of this chatter. I am well aware of the situation." Rupert felt a tumultuous mix of fear and irritation within him. He observed keenly that this strike possessed extraordinary power. Even with the application of haki, each attack made him acutely aware of an overwhelming force. Haki itself is categorized into different levels. Thus possessing the innate talent for it does not render one impervious to blades and bullets. In comparison to Monkey D. Luffy, their mastery of haki indeed pales significantly. They harness the power of armament haki through their own bodies, while Mochi wields it through his weapon. "Griffin, come down quickly. We can scarcely endure any longer," Rupert exclaimed in a fit of rage, shouting towards the colossal eagle soaring in the sky. "A pair of imbeciles." The majestic griffin flapped its wings and surged forward without hesitation towards Mochi. His claws were poised to strike at Mochi's head. Should they connect, there would be no doubt that Mochi would meet a tragic fate beneath his lethal talents. Bang! Mochi swiftly raised his katana, skillfully deflecting Green's assault. Moreover, with a deft twist of his wrist, Mochi altered his angle of attack. Thud! Damn it! Green let out a pained howl, vigorously flapping his wings as he ascended into the heights. His claws were severed at 2 digits by the katana of the formidable Monkey. Blood splattered across the deck of the pirate ship. Again, Cook and Rupert exchanged a glance, their expressions marked by discomfort. Boom. Their bodies were immensely large, and their movement upon the deck caused the ship to sway violently. Mochi observed as the two of them simultaneously launched their assault. Yet, Mochi remained utterly still, raising his katana before him. In an instant, he swung the blade, and the edge began to coalesce into a beam of violet light. He struck down with great force. Whoosh! A radiant purple light swiftly surged towards the two colossal beasts before them. There was no evading it. United in defense, Cook and Rupert stood side by side, simultaneously raising their palms, their hands enveloped in an armament hue. Boom! The beam of purple light directly impacted their palms. This formidable force rapidly spread from their hands. Their expressions were filled with anguish, yet they continued to resist with all their might. Crack! Beneath their feet, the deck began to fissure continuously, spreading outward into the distance. Despite their reluctance to believe, the stark reality unfolded before them. Since the onset of this battle, up to the present moment, although they were all captains with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, they found themselves utterly outmatched by the apprentice of the red-haired pirates. Not merely outmatched, but completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the islanders who had been watching from the shore, they were diligently observing every move aboard the ship. At last, the bald, rotund man, relying on his observations, began to engage in reasoning. He uncovered an astonishing conclusion. The young man from the red-haired pirates appeared to be battling the three captains single-handedly. It seemed that even when united, the three captains of the beast pirates struggled to withstand this remarkable youth. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. The surrounding islanders were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Their legs felt weak, trembling involuntarily. 1 person against 3? Moreover, with such a crushing advantage? Yet, his opponent is none other than the captain of the beast pirates, and the bounties of these 3 captains surpass 100 million berries. Yet, they are still being relentlessly overwhelmed by Monkey's devastating assault. One can only imagine the formidable strength of that young man from the red-haired pirates. Chapter 32. How could such a monster merely be an intern? Whoosh! A blinding flash of light, fleeting and ephemeral. Crack! The deck was utterly shattered under the forceful slash. It was cleaved apart. The previously minute fissures rapidly widened, leaving the entire pirate ship's deck in a state of ruin. Boom. Rupert and Cook braced against the immense pressure, managing to withstand the onslaught. However, even with the protection of their hockey, their palms felt excruciatingly strained. Their hands were left numb and battered, the hockey itself in tatters. I can't go on. Cook's expression was one of sheer agony. He lowered his palms, letting them hang at his sides. His hands trembled incessantly. Even with the protection of armed color, he could still sense that profoundly terrifying power. He reminisced about the recent attack, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. Moreover, his expression was exceedingly grave. This young man possessed an overwhelming strength. Rupert stepped back 2 paces. He stood firm against the whims of fortune and forcefully stamped his foot upon the ground. The deck was instantly shattered, yielding a gaping hole. They gazed skyward at the colossal eagle, Green. The sight was unmistakable. His form was marred by numerous gashes, and his feathers were stained with blood, rendering him a pitiful figure. Despite our unity, confronting him proved to be a formidable challenge. Cook harbored a profound sense of resentment, his voice rising in a furious growl. Never had he anticipated witnessing such a scene. Even though they were pirates with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, it was unimaginable that they could falter before this mere intern. After all, in comparison to the Wolf pirate crew, they were undeniably formidable. For the Wolf Brigade did not possess the dual-colored hockey. Yet, any one of them can adeptly wield the dual-color dominance. Yet, despite this, they find themselves repeatedly confronted by the relentless assaults of Monkey D. Luffy. They still found it difficult to withstand the pressure. It was an arduous task. Act now, came Green's furious voice from above. He swiftly plunged downward. His claws were adorned with a black armor, lunging towards Machi's head. In the next instant, Machi had already raised the katana in his hand. The clash of his katana and Green's claws produced a piercing sound, while sparks erupted at the point of contact. With a resounding thud, Machi managed to repel Green. In that moment, Green swiftly evaded, retreating behind the two. The eyes of the 3 individuals were fixed intently upon Machi. At that moment, Machi exuded an aura reminiscent of death, instilling within them an overwhelming sense of dread. Their movements became considerably sluggish, as they were burdened by the immense pressure. If this continued, not only would we be unable to defeat this adversary, but it is highly probable that all 3 of us would meet our demise here. Cook uttered these words with great difficulty. He clenched his fist tightly. Despite being enveloped in the color of armament, his hand was still marred with scars, blood seeping out incessantly. At this moment, his body is also covered in scars from wounds. The 3 illustrious captains appeared utterly disheveled. All 3 bore grave injuries. Although the battle had not lasted long, they had consistently found themselves at a disadvantage, perpetually fending off Monkey without ever launching a successful counterattack. They could only remain in a passive state. I no longer wish to continue, Green stated coldly. At that moment, Rupert and Cook turned to Green, their expressions filled with disbelief. What did you say? Green replied nonchalantly. If I wish to leave, there is nothing he can do. After all, he possessed wings and could effortlessly escape from the battle whenever he chose. Thus, no one could hinder his flight. Rupert and Cook were taken aback by Green's declaration. If the 3 had collaborated, they might have achieved a stalemate. However, if Green departed, only the 2 of them would remain. Wasn't that a certain path to demise? I wish you all the best, Green said succinctly as he departed. He unhesitatingly spread his wings and soared into the sky. Yet, at that very moment, a violet beam of light trailed behind him. Green beheld this with wide eyes filled with terror. It was a blade hurtling towards him, advancing with alarming speed. There was no escaping it. No. Green cried out in despair. With a thunderous roar, he was ultimately struck in midair. His body fell limply from the heavens, landing directly upon the pirate ship. Boom. The force of the impact penetrated through Green's form. As he descended onto the deck, the residual energy shattered the surface beneath him. The entire deck began to collapse, becoming exceedingly fragile, surrounded by splintered wood and debris swirling in the air. In just a single blow, merely one strike, Green found himself grievously wounded. Below the deck, in the storeroom where Green had plummeted, he struggled to move, but his entire being was engulfed in excruciating pain. Summoning all his strength, he finally managed to crawl up from the storeroom to the deck. He lowered his head to examine himself, his body marred by numerous bloodstains. The very blade that had just felled him had pierced his abdomen, blood gushing forth incessantly. His lower half was drenched in crimson. How terrifying. That strike was truly formidable. Observing Green's wretched state, Rupert and Cook felt a chill run down their spines. It was a scene of utter horror. With just a single blow, it nearly claimed the life of the formidable Eagle Green. a pirate whose bounty exceeded 100 million berries. Yet, in the face of Monkey's assault, he appeared so feeble, utterly defenseless. The two could not help but cast their gaze towards Monkey. Their gazes were fixated on the katana held by Machi, their mouths quivering incessantly. And a profound sense of paralysis enveloped their bodies. How could such an extraordinary individual merely be an intern? The red-haired pirates, how could such a monstrous being exist among them? And be referred to as an intern? At that moment, they felt their entire worldview irrevocably reshaped by Machi. They had never before encountered a scene like this. Chapter 33. One person annihilated 3 pirate crews in distress. Green limped out from the hold beneath the deck. The wound on his abdomen had left him gravely injured. His body drenched in blood. Slowly, he emerged. He transformed back from the majestic eagle into his human form. The deep gash that pierced through his abdomen left Green gasping for breath. He coughed up a copious amount of blood, his complexion appearing exceedingly pale. It was merely a single move, and yet this formidable figure, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, found himself gravely wounded. Moreover, he was also a master of the dual hockey technique. Not to mention, he is now utterly incapable of maintaining his devil fruit form, having devolved directly back to his human appearance. This clearly indicates that Green has indeed suffered severe injuries. He has even lost his devil fruit form entirely. Has he truly been reverted to his original state? Rupert and Cook stood in stunned silence, a chill creeping from their feet to the crown of their heads. At this juncture, the once opulent and grand pirate ship lay in ruins, bearing the scars of battle. The deck was in disarray, shattered into pieces. From the onset until now, seawater had begun to seep into the vessel, threatening imminent submersion. Moreover, the sturdy mast that stood tall upon the ship had been struck by Machi's assault, swaying precariously in midair. Could such a monstrosity truly be merely an intern? Green fixated intently on Machi, pondering this question in his mind. Who originally spread the rumor that this lad was an intern from the red-haired pirates? How could an intern possess such terrifying power? Is it possible that the interns of the red-haired pirates have all grown this formidable? For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, nearly being slain by an intern. There was no time to squander. It was their turn now. Mingshi switched the katana to his other hand, his gaze fixed upon the 2 colossal beasts before him. He would strike down Green from the skies, forcing him to revert to his humanoid form. This signified that, during this period, he could no longer transform into the great eagle to escape from this place. Thus, he only needed to focus intently on dealing with the 2 formidable creatures before him. Rupert and Cook gazed at Mingshi with a blend of terror, instinctively retreating 2 steps upon making eye contact with him. Their physiques are remarkably colossal, presenting a stark contrast to Machi. However, the scene unfolding before us appears rather absurd. Meanwhile, in their hearts, Machi was no longer the underestimated intern he once was. He had transformed into a formidable monster. Even if the 3 of them united their strength, they could not conquer this terrifying entity. With his secret sword technique, the swallow returned. Machi raised his katana. A purple radiance coalesced upon the blade, emanating a brilliant glow from its obsidian tip. Without hesitation, he charged at the 2 colossal beasts before him. Boom! A radiant purple light transformed into a semicircle, erupting from his hands. In an instant, this brilliant beam surged towards Rupert and Cook with astonishing speed. Oh no! Fear engulfed the eyes of both men. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air. Both individuals were thrust back against the railing of the deck. The railing, unable to bear their weight, abruptly gave way. With a splatter, Rupert and Cook both expelled blood from their mouths. They reverted from their devil fruit forms back to their human selves, appearing exceedingly frail. Their heavy bodies collapsed onto the deck, rendering them immobile. At that moment, the recent impact still surged within them, waves of excruciating pain making it nearly unbearable to endure. They helplessly clung to the ground, spewing blood while intensely gazing at Machi. The scene appeared exceedingly tragic. There was an unmistakable panic in their eyes. At last, they came to this realization. Even if the 3 of them united, they could never hope to triumph over Monkey D. Luffy, because their strength is no longer on a different tier. Unexpectedly, we have been defeated. Even if the 3 of us unite, we cannot triumph over an intern. Cook felt a profound sorrow as he let out a heavy sigh. Had I known this would be the outcome, they should not be so arrogant. We ought to heed the orders of Captain Hyde and await his return. We must not. Rupert felt an overwhelming sense of regret within. Hyde? The mention of that name stirred something in Machi. He approached Rupert and Cook, casting a downward glance at their disheveled appearance, his expression devoid of emotion. As he listened intently to their conversation, he heard a name. So, does that mean there are even more formidable individuals behind them? Where had I previously encountered the name Hyde? While stroking his chin, Machi pondered internally. Before long, he glanced at the two captains at his feet, struggling in vain. Leaders of pirate crews worth over 100 million Bailey. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his katana, severing their heads cleanly from their bodies. Rupert fell lifeless in an instant. His head rolled across the deck, blood splattering everywhere. The stench of blood mingled with the sea breeze was utterly repugnant. Captain Hyde will undoubtedly come looking for you, Cook shouted in frustration at Machi's actions. Witnessing Rupert's lifeless body beside him filled him with dread. As you said, I shall wait. Machi nonchalantly shook the bloody katana in his hand, flicking off the clotted remnants. With such ease, he had dispatched the captains of these two pirate crews. Thus, only one remained. Machi turned to approach the battered Green, who was still positioned by the railing. He watched, wide-eyed, as Machi advanced towards him step by step. He offered a resigned smile, his face etched with profound despair. He had already foreseen the inevitable conclusion. With both Rupert and Cook deceased, it was now his turn. Green clutched the railing with great difficulty, mustering his last vestiges of strength to prop himself up, facing Machi. His expression, once rife with panic and fear, had transformed into one of remarkable composure, though the agony caused his lips to twitch incessantly. Nevertheless, he maintained a steadfast gaze upon Machi. Having chosen the path of a pirate, he understood that one must always be prepared for the lurking perils of the sea. I shall never submit to you. It is utterly impossible, Green gasped, struggling to articulate his defiance. Nor do I expect you to spare my life, Machi replied, his demeanor unperturbed. He then swung his sword, and Green's head fell, tumbling over the railing into the depths below. A resounding splash echoed as crimson waves erupted upon the surface, ripples expanding outward, only to gradually restore the tranquility that once prevailed. Thus far, Machi had single-handedly vanquished 3 pirate captains, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, all while facing adversaries endowed with dual hockey abilities. This signified the obliteration of 3 pirate crews at his hands. Indeed, with the captains dispatched, the crews would inevitably disband. Machi's claims were not mere bravado. He had genuinely accomplished this feat as an intern of the red-haired pirates. He had eradicated 3 crews belonging to the beast pirates solely through his own might. Such a feat was astonishing, truly terrifying. Chapter 34. The Art of Evasion Even in Desperation. Upon the expansive deck of the colossal pirate ship, Machi surveyed the 3 lifeless bodies sprawled before him. Expressing a tinge of regret, these are the heads of 3 pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. What a pity. Indeed, it was no exaggeration. He cannot possibly venture into the Grand Line bearing the severed heads of these 3 pirates to present them to the Navy. Moreover, this is not the case. Is he not, in essence, a pirate himself? No one would undertake such an action. What pirate would seek to acquire the heads of fellow pirates only to exchange them for a bounty with the Navy? Such a course would surely lead to certain demise, as the Navy would undoubtedly imprison Monkey. Having triumphed in this battle and achieved a resounding victory, Monkey has also come to comprehend the level of his own strength. If this trend continues, it could be conservatively estimated that his current prowess warrants a bounty exceeding 200 million berries. This is indeed a rather modest estimation, particularly given that he effortlessly overcame 3 pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Therefore, even in the face of such formidable adversaries, Monkey's abilities surpassed theirs by a significant margin. Little did they know that their intent to slay me would result in their own demise. I can only imagine the regret they must have felt in their final moments. Monkey could not help but chuckle softly. He turned his gaze around. There were still 1,000 pirates left on the ship, all lying unconscious. Moreover, they had just been enveloped by Monkey's conqueror's haki, and it would likely take them a considerable time to regain consciousness. How should I deal with these individuals? Monkey pondered, stroking his chin. Ultimately, he resolved that since there was no turning back, it would be best to let them meet their demise. He drew his katana, and the black armor upon the blade gradually faded away. He approached the fence, leaped with grace, and returned to his beloved little sailboat. He gazed up at the colossal pirate ship, and without a moment's hesitation, swung his katana towards it. In an instant, the blade emitted 2 piercing beams of light, hurtling directly towards the vessel, accompanied by 2 resounding roars. The pirate ship was cleaved open, leaving a gaping chasm in its midst, before it began to slowly split apart. The force unleashed was overwhelmingly powerful, causing the ship to gradually disintegrate. The surface of the sea erupted in tumultuous waves, while one of the ships could no longer maintain its balance. As the hull began to succumb to the encroaching waters, it steadily sank beneath the surface, its descent quickening. In mere moments, the entire pirate ship was enveloped by the ocean. Once again, tranquility returned to the sea, erasing the presence of the once mighty vessel that had roamed its depths. The other pirate ship, too, was slowly succumbing to the depths, making it evident that it would soon follow suit, taking with it the pirates aboard, who would vanish into the abyss alongside their sinking ship. They indeed met their end without suffering. After all, in a state of unconsciousness, they gradually sank into the sea, which could be considered a dignified demise. Monkey contemplated that the majority of pirates would likely succumb to the fate of death. However, there might be a fortunate few who could awaken before submerging, granting them a slender thread of hope for survival. Yet, it was indisputable that most of the over 1,000 pirates would lose their lives, buried beneath the ocean's depths. Observing from a distance, Monkey watched as the second pirate ship was engulfed by the waves. Standing upon the sailboat, he turned to glance at the coastline of the island, reflecting on the spot where the islanders had once gathered in curiosity. And then, he raised the sails of the vessel. And the remaining task was to venture into the azure expanse in search of the Whitebeard pirates. I had squandered considerable time here, and I could not afford to delay the captain's letter any longer. The sea gently rippled around us as the small sailboat, propelled by Monkey, gradually departed from this region. The islanders watched as the little boat slowly faded from their sight. Meanwhile, the islanders on the shore cautiously emerged from their hiding places. They stood upon the shore, their eyes filled with astonishment, fixated on the horizon, unable to regain their composure. Silence enveloped them. Not a word was uttered. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil, devoid of any sound, save for the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the coast. Time passed, and eventually, the bald, rotund man swallowed hard, his voice quivering as he spoke. Did you comprehend what just transpired? Indeed, they had witnessed the unthinkable. Not only had that formidable young man vanquished several renowned captains, but he had also obliterated their pirate ships, all at the hands of the red-haired pirates. It was utterly inconceivable. These captains hailed from the illustrious beast pirates, each bearing a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Astonishingly, the collective might of 3 men proved insufficient to subdue this singular youth, who departed unscathed. Yet, the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He had systematically dismantled 3 entire pirate crews, a feat that, for him, seemed almost effortless. Initially, they had anticipated that this young man would surely perish under the onslaught of the 3 pirate crews, as he was ensnared in what appeared to be an inescapable predicament. To their astonishment, he not only escaped but turned the tide against them. It was remarkable. This young member of the red-haired pirates had single-handedly annihilated 3 major pirate factions under the beast pirates' command. With the ships now sunk beneath the waves, it was certain that the pirates aboard had met their demise, and even if a few managed to flee, it would be but a mere fraction. No one could have fathomed that a single individual could eradicate 3 pirate crews belonging to the beast pirates. The islanders, who bore witness to the entire spectacle, were profoundly shaken. This was a scene they had never encountered in their lives, and thus, it would surely be etched in their memories for years to come. What they had initially perceived as a death trap was, in fact, unraveled by a mere intern. Despite the elaborate net they had cast, this young man had mercilessly torn it asunder. The deadlock was not directed at those ensnared within the net, but rather at those who had woven it. Such was the nature of this battle. They believed it to be a clash between the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates. Judging by the outcome, it is evident that the red-haired pirates emerged victorious. Not merely victorious, but with a resounding triumph that resembled a complete domination in battle. From the very onset of the conflict, many assumed that the beast pirates were destined to prevail. After all, this young lad was confronting a united front of 3 pirate crews, each led by formidable captains. Moreover, they had a multitude of capable subordinates at their command. It was only natural for everyone to presume that the side with greater numbers would secure victory. However, no one anticipated such an astonishing conclusion. It is truly hard to believe that the seemingly insignificant intern from the red-haired pirates achieved the ultimate victory. His strength is truly formidable, relying solely on his own power. He annihilated 3 entire pirate crews. Such a shocking spectacle had never been witnessed before. Chapter 35, The Emergence of Talent, the young man named Monkey. In the New World, the dissemination of information occurs with remarkable speed. Thus, if this trend continues, it is likely that within less than an hour after Monkey vanquished the beast pirate subordinates, news of his feat spread to various corners. Moreover, the public engaged in lively discussions, transforming the event into a popular topic of conversation. The more people debated, the swifter the spread of the news became, leading to an increasing number of individuals becoming aware of it. Monkey's name began to resonate throughout the New World, marking the first occasion it had been widely circulated. Prior to this, Monkey had never ventured away from the red-haired pirates, and as such, he had remained an obscure intern. However, this time, he single-handedly annihilated an entire 4 pirate crews under the 100 beast pirates. His reputation has spread to every corner of the New World. To speak candidly, no one dares to provoke the pirate crews under the 4 emperors. It is an unparalleled act. However, Monkey not only dared to provoke them, but also annihilated 4 teams belonging to the beast pirates. This is truly unprecedented in the annals of New World history. Consequently, this matter has garnered immense attention. Although warfare is a daily occurrence in the New World, it predominantly involves skirmishes among lesser factions, as no one would dare to challenge the crews of the 4 emperors. Everyone is acutely aware of the elevated status the 4 emperors hold in the New World. It is not just a matter of provoking them. Even discussions about them are rare. People tread cautiously regarding such matters. Because of this, Monkey's actions have taken everyone by surprise, swiftly spreading throughout the New World. Gradually, curiosity regarding Monkey's background began to brew. Upon discovering that Monkey was affiliated with the red-haired pirates, an undercurrent of intrigue swept across the New World, although the surface appeared deceptively tranquil. Dressrosa, the fabled island of love and flowers, is governed by the illustrious Don Quixote family, with its leader being one of the renowned Shichibukai of the New World, Don Quixote da Flamingo. It is widely known that the Don Quixote family resides in the royal plateau of Dressrosa. At this moment, in a secluded corner of the royal plateau, Da Flamingo reclines leisurely in a chair, his legs propped up on the table, basking in the afternoon sun. Meanwhile, in the pool beside him, members of the Don Quixote family frolic, splashing water in their playful antics. Suddenly, a hurried series of footsteps approaches, accompanied by an unpleasant odor carried by the wind. Disturbed by the foul scent, Da Flamingo rises abruptly from his chair, his face contorted with impatience and anger, casting a sharp glare at Tori Pole, a senior officer of the Don Quixote family. Tori Pole appears disheveled, exuding a repugnant stench that is quite nauseating. Step back, Da Flamingo barks, clearly irritated. Master. Tori Pole looks frantic, seemingly ignoring Da Flamingo's command as he steps closer. Speak quickly. Suppressing his growing annoyance, Da Flamingo urges, what is it? Disaster Jack has sent word that the trading team dispatched 2 weeks ago requires adjustments. Is that so? Why? Da Flamingo raises an eyebrow in confusion. Why would there be a sudden change to the previously agreed team? What transpired? Does Disaster Jack not comprehend such basic protocol? For Da Flamingo, these matters are not of great concern, though he finds himself intrigued by the need for a last-minute alteration of the trading team. It is said that the group sent to trade with us was slaughtered while carrying out Disaster Jack's orders. Tori Pole reports in a state of panic. Slaughtered? Da Flamingo is momentarily taken aback. This reason had never crossed his mind. How audacious for someone to dare provoke a member of the Beast Pirates. Such an occurrence is unheard of. With renewed interest, Da Flamingo inquires, who is this individual? Who would be so bold as to challenge the Beast Pirates and so brazenly eliminate his men? He was deeply curious to know what kind of formidable individual could bring down an entire crew of the Beast Pirates. Since he dared to provoke such a notorious crew, he must certainly not be an insignificant figure. He contemplated several possible names in his mind. It was said that he was an intern from the red-haired pirate crew. As Tori Pole's words fell, Da Flamingo's expression froze. An intern? Was he jesting? Even if he hailed from the red-haired pirates, how could an intern possibly eliminate those ruffians from the Beast Pirates? For some reason, after hearing this, Da Flamingo felt as though he were being toyed with. What is his name? Da Flamingo inquired coldly. Monkey. He is an intern under the red-haired pirates, Tori Pole replied, trembling. Is it truly so amusing? Jack must be furious, haha. He is utterly foolish to have been slain by an intern within his own crew. Imagining that scene brings me uncontainable joy. Da Flamingo chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. The tavern was bustling with life, the air thick with an intoxicating aroma of alcohol. At the front of the tavern, Longxi remained as enchanting as ever. She observed her establishment returning to its former vibrancy, feeling a swell of comfort and happiness within her. A smile gracing her lips. Several days had passed since Monkey rampaged through her tavern, and she gradually emerged from the initial panic. Moreover, since she had relayed the news to the Beast Pirates, they had not harassed her excessively, but rather sought out Monkey instead. So what if he was from the red-haired pirates? He was merely an intern. Could he truly navigate the new world with such audacity? Longxi felt a twinge of disdain. However, at that moment, snippets of conversation from the tavern wafted into her ears. Have you heard those rumors? Several pirate crews under the Beast Pirates have been annihilated. Impossible. How could someone possess such audacity to provoke the Beast Pirates? I have never witnessed anything like it. Indeed, it is true. A small fellow was responsible for the demise of these 3 crews. They say he is an intern from the red-haired pirates named Monkey. With a loud crash, Longxi dropped her cup, unable to maintain her grip, shattering it upon the floor. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her expression one of sheer terror, even more intense than during the havoc in her tavern. Is it true? He truly annihilated 3 factions of the beast pirates? This cannot be. Despair surged within Longxi. She wished fervently for time to reverse. If only she had refrained from divulging information about Monkey to the beast pirates. Perhaps these events would never have transpired. Yet it was too late now, for time could not be unwound. She silently prayed that her earlier information regarding the white-beard pirates was accurate. Otherwise, her fate would surely be grim. Chapter 36. CYPS's Head. A person of great significance to the Drought Jack. On this day, at the coast of Fossa, the sea lay tranquil. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, leaving ripples in its wake. The waves lapped at the shore, scattering shells upon the sand. Under the sun's rays, the beach appeared splendid, glimmering as if gilded in gold. A massive pirate ship emerged on the horizon, drawing closer to the shore until it finally anchored. On the deck, a burly man descended from the vessel, donned in dark sunglasses and a fur coat, with 2 black horns protruding from his head. Any seasoned pirate who laid eyes upon those horns would recognize them as the hallmark of one who had consumed a synthetic devil fruit. This indicated that the man in dark sunglasses was indeed a user of an artificial devil fruit. He gradually made his way from the coastline towards the heart of the island. His destination was unmistakable, the tavern nestled within the island. He opened the door to the tavern and stepped inside. The atmosphere was lively, with patrons engaged in spirited conversations and revelry over drinks. Among them were numerous pirates. A sight that was quite astonishing, as it was rather audacious for anyone to provoke the beast pirates. Remarkably, he had already vanquished 4 members of the beast pirates. And yet he was merely an intern. Could it be that the strength of interns has reached such formidable heights? It was said that his name was Monkey, and he was just an intern under the red-haired pirates. However, I felt that his status as an intern was quite misleading. Undoubtedly. Yet, considering the substantial losses suffered by the beast pirates, how could they possibly remain passive? I foresee an impending clash between the 2 formidable emperors. I believe that may not be the case. After all, this is merely a skirmish among subordinates. It would be rather petty for 2 major factions to engage in battle over such trivial matters. It lacks a grand vision, doesn't it? You present a valid argument. However, the beast pirates have suffered a complete defeat this time. While all these factions are under the 4 emperors, their strength pales in comparison to that of the red-haired pirates. As they engaged in conversation, they remained oblivious to the presence of the man in sunglasses standing nearby. He stood quietly by, attentively listening to their conversation, saying nothing. When the 2 finally noticed him, they were taken aback. How did you appear out of nowhere? Get lost. You startled me. One of the pirates exclaimed angrily, pushing him away. In an instant, the pirate's hand was firmly grasped by the man in sunglasses. A wave of excruciating pain surged from his wrist, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the pirate. Snap. The bones of his entire arm were shattered. The visage of the pirate contorted in agony. In an instant, all the patrons in the tavern fell silent. They all turned their gaze towards the source of the anguished screams, their curiosity fixated on the man in sunglasses. In an instant, one individual, filled with trepidation, exclaimed loudly, "This man is Cypher's head." As soon as he finished speaking, those around him were struck with fear. Some could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Their expressions were filled with sheer terror, rendering them speechless. They all gazed intently at the man known as Cypherhead. Some, unaware of the circumstances, curiously inquired, "Who is Cypherhead? Is he truly formidable?" Not merely formidable. Cypherhead is the most esteemed individual by the notorious Jack the Drought. He is one of the subordinates of the beast pirates, under the command of the formidable Captain Kaido. His bounty exceeds 300 million berries. In an instant, the atmosphere in the tavern grew exceedingly heavy, as if the very air had solidified. The presence of such a prominent figure from the beast pirates in this tavern was astonishing. The patrons, once eager to drink, now found themselves gripped by fear and confusion. Could you elaborate on the conversation we just had? I am exceedingly curious and intrigued. Cypherhead's voice betrayed no emotion, sounding chillingly cold. The crowd trembled, their eyes wide with panic, too frightened to utter another word. Lord Head. A few surprised yet joyful exclamations arose from a corner. Several pirates approached Cypherhead, saying, "Lord Head, we never expected to encounter you here. Lord Rupert and Lord Cook have met a tragic end at the hands of that wretched brat. Moreover, our pirate ship has been destroyed by him. Had we not fortuitously awakened during our descent into the sea, we would surely be dead by now. Please. You must advocate for us and for our brothers who have perished. These three pirates appeared to be the fortunate survivors of a harrowing ordeal. As they plunged into the ocean, they suddenly awakened. Thus, they were able to escape the clutches of death. Otherwise, they too would have perished in the depths of the sea like those pirates. However, although they survived, they dared not speak of the incident, fearing retribution from above. Thus, it was only upon encountering Sipshead that they mustered the courage to divulge the matter. Is that so? You are indeed fortunate, Sipshead remarked nonchalantly. My Lord Hyde. That was merely. One of the pirates had yet to finish his sentence when a loud bang interrupted. He was struck with a powerful blow to the head by Sipshead, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Sipshead slowly retracted his fist and cast a glance at the remaining two pirates. Both individuals were enveloped in sheer dread. A group of incompetents. You ought to meet the same fate as them, perishing in the depths of the sea. What purpose do you serve for me? You cannot even best an intern. Moreover, I have long since instructed you that upon acquiring his information, you must inform me immediately, allowing me to take matters into my own hands. And yet, what transpired? Did you ever regard my commands with the seriousness they deserved? Had it not been for your reckless actions, that wretch would have already fallen victim to my blade. I could have reported to Lord Jack much sooner. Sipshead's ire intensified with every word, his furious bellowing reverberating throughout the tavern. Sensing the ominous shift in atmosphere, two pirates stood submissively at the side, hoping to seize an opportunity to escape. Yet, this could not alter the inevitable outcome. They were ruthlessly slain by the exceedingly enraged sea head of CYPS. The lifeless bodies of the two individuals lay sprawled upon the tavern floor, blood pooling around them. The intoxicating aroma of the liquor mingled unsettlingly with the metallic scent of blood, creating an eerie atmosphere. Gazing upon their remains, Sipshead felt a surge of fury swell within him. Now you can rest assured, he vowed, I shall not allow your deaths to be in vain. That in turn named Machi, I will personally ensure that he meets a gruesome fate to alleviate the wrath that festers in my heart. And subsequently provide an account of Boss Jack. Sipshead cast a penetrating gaze around the tavern, surveying the pirates present. His icy stare instilled a palpable sense of dread. Moments later, he turned and left the tavern. Everyone watched him with a sense of dread as he slowly walked out the door. The sight of his receding figure instilled a lingering fear among them. Chapter 37. Upon reaching the Azure Sea, they beheld the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Days later, the sky had transformed into a brilliant expanse, dotted with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. A gentle breeze stirred the surface of the sea, creating ripples upon the water. A small vessel glided serenely across the waves. On the deck, Monkey unfurled the map in his hands. He glanced at the chart, then cast his gaze toward the vast ocean ahead. According to the map's guidance, ever since his departure from the Fossa coast, his journey had proceeded remarkably smoothly, with his speed significantly increased. He had encountered only two obscure pirate crews along the way, who underestimated him and attempted to rob him, predictably. They were utterly vanquished by Monkey. Beyond that, there was little of note to recount. Although Monkey had single-handedly obliterated 4 subordinate crews of the Beast Pirates, he had not since faced any retaliation from them, which piqued his curiosity. However, he reminded himself that the New World is an immense expanse. Even the formidable Beast Pirates would find it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to locate him within this vastness. Monkey vividly recalled the names uttered by the 3 pirate captains in their dying breaths, their leader, Lord Hyde. It would not be long before he encountered this legendary figure. Ultimately, through his relentless search, Monkey came to understand the true identity of Hyde. His name is Sipshead. He is also one of the esteemed subordinates of Drought Jack, one of the 3 great calamities. Moreover, his bounty exceeds a staggering 300 million berries, which attests to his formidable strength. Monkey narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not possess the confidence to believe that he could effortlessly vanquish such a formidable opponent. However, as time progressed, that sentiment might change. Monkey scrutinized the map in his hand once more. This map, bestowed upon him by Rongo, indicated numerous crucial locations, clearly marked for his convenience. Consequently, Monkey was able to ascertain his current position solely based on the map. After navigating a certain distance, he arrived at the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. An exhilarating thrill coursed through him as he gazed intently at the vast expanse of ocean ahead. After all, this was the domain of the Whitebeard pirates. If all went according to plan, this area would be patrolled by their subordinate crews, diligently safeguarding the waters and occasionally surveying the surroundings to deter encroachment from rival pirate crews, particularly those belonging to the other emperors. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, The other emperors would not brazenly infringe upon another crew's territory, as each had carved out their own realms. Once Monkey confirmed his precise location, he tucked the map securely back into his pocket. He navigated the sailboat, the water shimmering with ripples that cascaded behind him. This vessel, captained by Machi, sailed purposefully into the realm of the Whitebeard pirates. In a short while, the entire sailboat had traversed into their territory. Standing on the deck, Machi surveyed his surroundings. The vast, boundless ocean lay tranquil, devoid of any other ships. He contemplated the distance remaining to the Azure Sea. Although this was the domain of the Whitebeard pirates, it was still quite a distance to the Azure Sea. After all, the territories controlled by the four emperors encompassed an immense expanse of ocean, with only a small portion of the New World not under their jurisdiction. Consequently, despite the constant patrolling of pirates, it remained a challenge to prevent intrusions into their territory. Unless an overtly large group made an entrance, it was indeed difficult to detect intruders. Thus, under normal circumstances, the lack of discovery in the event of an invasion was quite understandable. He resolved to continue on his path, especially since he had already delayed for so long. Perhaps the Whitebeard pirates had long departed from the Azure Sea. Yet, if fortune favored him, he might still encounter them along the way. Machi mused that since he had come this far, it was only fitting to see where the journey led. He continued to sail towards the Azure Sea for approximately half a day. Ultimately, he finally caught a distant glimpse of the Azure Sea. Several sailboats rested upon the surface, and faintly he could discern large, shadowy forms drifting on the water. Those were the sea monsters. They merely need to open their enormous mouths to swallow both Monkey and his ship whole. However, Monkey remains remarkably composed, devoid of fear. He stands quietly on the deck, allowing the vessel to drift serenely with the waves. Before long, those colossal shadows vanish from the surface of the sea. Perhaps they hold no interest in such a trivial target as Monkey. As he observes the Sea Kings retreating before him, he resumes his journey forward. In no time, the sailboat reaches the region of the Azure Sea, the fabled territory of the Whitebeard pirates, a realm under their dominion. Throughout the voyage, there has been no sign of the Whitebeard pirates, nor even a single vessel belonging to their crew. Could it be that they have long departed from this area? Monkey surveys his surroundings. The vast ocean is tranquil and expansive. In this immense world, only Monkey and his sailboat inhabit the boundless expanse. He spent a considerable amount of time and finally arrived at the Azure Sea. However, Machi found himself uncertain. The Whitebeard pirates had lingered in the Azure Sea for an extended period. Had they ventured elsewhere? Machi was devoid of any information regarding this. Let us proceed a little further, he thought to himself, gazing into the distance. At that moment, a minuscule black silhouette appeared on the horizon of the sea, gradually enlarging. Machi possessed keen eyesight and scrutinized the shadow intently for quite some time. Eventually, he discerned that it was a pirate ship. Not only that, but the ship was heading in his direction, its flag proudly displaying the emblem of Whitebeard. If he was not mistaken, that must belong to a vessel of the Whitebeard pirates. A sense of relief washed over Machi, prompting a smile to spread across his face. Chapter 38. Red-haired. I merely sent him to deliver a letter. Before long, Machi had vanquished 4 crews from the beast pirates. This news began to reverberate throughout every corner of the New World. For the first time, the name Machi started to emerge into public consciousness. Almost simultaneously, Machi's provocation of the beast pirates became known to numerous members of the red-haired pirates, a development that was hardly unexpected. The Dreyfus, with its pirate flag fluttering in the wind, sailed across the sky. It bore the emblem of 2 crimson scars. On the deck, red-haired, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, LaCrue, and several other officers had gathered together. Beside them stood an individual dedicated to intelligence gathering, his demeanor markedly unnatural. He scrutinized the captain and the first mate, as if he were on the verge of voicing something significant. Recently, what news has emerged from the New World? Shanks inquired directly, placing great importance on the events transpiring in that realm. Despite being the captain of one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, he was particularly interested in the undertakings of figures like Kaido and Charlotte. As for Captain Charlotte, there appeared to be nothing of particular note. However, Captain Kaido had recently stirred considerable commotion, and these occurrences bore significant relevance to their own circumstances. This intelligence officer, named Rajeff, was known for his diligent collection of vital information, which underscored his formidable capabilities. He was by no means a mere trifle. What affairs might Kaido have that could concern us? Ben Beckman inquired, astonished. He indeed could not fathom how Kaido could be connected to his red-haired pirates. Could it be that Kaido intends to take action against them? Please elaborate, Rajeff said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Red-haired was somewhat perplexed and inquired, what exactly do you mean? It was hard to comprehend how they could have provoked the beast pirates in the first place. There was simply no justification for it. Sir, did you not send an intern to deliver a message to the Whitebeard pirates? Rajef timidly asked. Red-haired nodded, remaining silent. It was he who commanded Manchi to set sail. Moreover, Ben Beckman, Yasop, and Lai Cairo all witnessed Manchi's departure. This was a matter well known within the red-haired pirates. Are you suggesting that this incident is related to Manchi? Ben Beckman questioned Rajef, a look of confusion on his face. Indeed, Rajef nodded, his expression quite peculiar. Red-haired was astonished by this revelation. After all, it was merely a matter of sending a letter with Manchi. Could something truly have transpired? Yet, how could it possibly involve the beast pirates? Without delay, Red-haired asked. Did Manchi commit any wrongdoing? As he posed the question, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Nearby, Yasop, Lai Cairo, and several others watched the exchange with keen curiosity. Under their inquisitive gazes, Rajef recounted the events in full. After Manchi set sail, he annihilated all 4 pirate crews under the beast pirates. As he uttered those words, an enveloping silence descended upon the pirate ship. After a prolonged pause, Lakiru, somewhat incredulous, exclaimed, "How is that possible? He ventured out alone. He single-handedly eradicated 4 subordinate pirate crews of the beast pirates." Rajef asserted with unwavering conviction. Every individual present was taken aback, including red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, and several others. What? The strength of the subordinate crews of the beast pirates is so feeble that our intern was able to vanquish them? Monkey had initially annihilated the wolf pirate crew on a small island, and then, while being pursued by the other 3 crews, he managed to turn the tables and eliminate them all. Upon concluding his statement, Rajef himself inhaled sharply. As soon as his words fell, the fury that had been building within Ben Beckman dissipated in an instant. As he was halfway through listening to Rajef, he pondered whether the beast pirates were under the impression that they could intimidate others without fear of retribution. How audacious it was for them to dispatch members from 3 pirate crews to eliminate their interns. However, just as Rajef concluded his statement, his fury vanished in an instant. This was truly unexpected. Monkey is now undeniably formidable. However, this battle was indeed splendid. A single individual managed to vanquish 3 pirate crews, all of whom were affiliated with the beast pirates. Jesus Burgess wished to express something, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. To think that there exists such a remarkable intern aboard his ship, his mind became utterly blank. Therefore, was it Monkey who took the initiative to engage in combat with the beast pirates? Shanks inquired. Indeed, it was so, Rajef affirmed, nodding while supporting his forehead. It was indeed Monkey who instigated the trouble from the outset. This deviates significantly from the operational style of the red-haired pirates, who have always maintained a more laid-back demeanor among the 4 emperors. As long as they are not provoked, they will never instigate conflict. It is unexpected that Monkey would challenge 4 pirate crews at once. Shanks found himself at a loss for words. Who would have imagined that one day the red-haired pirates would take the initiative to provoke other pirate crews? Such a thing has almost never occurred. I am now filled with doubt. Over this period, that fellow's strength has considerably increased. Otherwise, given his capabilities when he left, it would have been arduous for him to eliminate 3 pirate crews. Ben Beckman mused, it is truly a monstrous existence. Jesus Burgess, Lucky Lou, and several others around them were left speechless. Who could have anticipated that in just a few days, Monkey's abilities would have grown? Such a rapid enhancement is rare even among their crew. It is simply relentless. Captain, could it be that under the guise of delivering a message, you sent Monkey to take revenge? After all, we have suffered some losses under Kaido's command. Jesus Burgess inquired with a hint of skepticism. Previously, there had indeed been some conflict between the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates, and at that time, the red-haired pirates had found themselves at a disadvantage. This is an egregious injustice. Shanks was suddenly at a loss for words. I did send him to deliver a message, but I never anticipated that this brat would turn it into such a significant matter. Shanks truly did not foresee it escalating to this extent. It was simply. He paused, and his expression grew increasingly serious. He stated, since he has taken such actions, if the beast pirates make any moves, such as sending the 3 calamities for vengeance, we will not stand idly by. Even if it leads to a deadly confrontation, we shall see it through to the end. Upon hearing this, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Lai Cairo, and several others nearby, including Rajef, exchanged knowing smiles. If Kaido is truly so petty as to expend such effort against Monkey, we can indeed seize this opportunity to confront them, making him aware of our prowess. Moreover, the previous struggle aligns perfectly with this occasion, allowing us to reclaim everything we lost. They are the illustrious red-haired pirates, since they are all pirate crews under the four emperors. The concept of superiority or inferiority does not apply. After all, the red-haired pirates have consistently adhered to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them in the New World. This does not imply that they are cowardly. On the contrary, they are willing to act decisively when necessary. Even in the face of monumental challenges, they were unperturbed by what lay ahead. Should the beast pirates choose to engage them in battle, they would undoubtedly stand their ground. Chapter 39, Captain Atmos of the 13th Division. Upon confirming that the insignia aboard the ship was indeed that of the Whitebeard pirates, Machi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The toils of the past few days had finally borne fruit. Regardless of the circumstances, he had at last uncovered information pertaining to the Whitebeard pirates. Although the approaching pirate vessel drew nearer, Machi discerned that this ship, flying the Whitebeard flag, was not the Moby Dick, the ship of Captain Whitebeard. Nevertheless, it was still a formidable pirate ship. Even if it did not belong to Whitebeard himself, Machi could extract valuable information from the pirates aboard, aiding him in his quest to track down Captain Whitebeard's whereabouts. Gradually, the massive pirate ship, adorned with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, made its way closer to Machi's position. It was evident that the pirates aboard had also noticed Machi's presence. This territory, claimed by the Whitebeard pirates, was being encroached upon by outsiders. After a full 4 days, Machi felt a sense of accomplishment in completing the task entrusted to him by the captain. Despite some unforeseen challenges along the way, he managed to fulfill his duty within the allotted time without excessive delay. Machi's gaze was fixed intently on the approaching pirate vessel. The once tranquil sea began to stir with commotion, waves crashing around him. Occasionally, the silhouettes of sea kings could be glimpsed beneath the surface. In the New World, the most fearsome threat was not merely the ruthless pirates, nor the capricious weather, but the elusive sea kings. Moreover, the sea kings found in the New World were even more powerful than those encountered on the other side of the Grand Line, as the survival conditions here were far more treacherous. Consequently, tales of unfortunate pirate ships meeting their demise at the hands of sea kings were frequent. They found themselves utterly powerless against such foes. Before long, the two vessels converged. Machi stood resolutely on the deck of the sailboat. He gazed at the colossal pirate ship as it gradually approached the adjacent waters. He tilted his head upward to behold the complete visage of the ship. This pirate vessel was undeniably colossal. Even though it was not the famed Moby Dick, it dwarfed the pirate ships he had previously vanquished by several magnitudes. The Whitebeard pirates, how many men they must have? Monkey mused to himself. No, that is not quite right. To put it differently, it was not only the Whitebeard pirates but also Charlotte and Kaido. The number of pirates under their command must surely be immense. In stark contrast, the red-haired pirates seemed remarkably distinct. Their crew is significantly smaller in number compared to several other pirate factions, and they rarely recruit sailors from outside. However, the strength of their personnel is exceptionally formidable. Thus, when assessing average combat prowess, it is evident that the red-haired pirates surpassed the other major pirate crews by a considerable margin. Even the apprentices, such as Rox D. Zebek, may not measure up to the likes of Monkey D. Luffy, yet they undeniably excel when compared to the apprentices of other pirate crews. On the expansive deck of the grand pirate ship, a multitude of pirates stood behind the railing, gazing down at Monkey D. Luffy aboard the smaller vessel. Is this truly a subordinate of the red-haired pirates? He has audaciously ventured into the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. I have never witnessed such a scene before. Among them, one voice boomed with remarkable resonance, belonging to an exceptionally robust individual. His facial hair extended from his ears down to his neck, and his hair was exceedingly long, cascading all the way to his waist. At the corners of his mouth protruded 2 canine teeth resembling those of a seal. He adorned a horned helmet, presenting an extraordinarily peculiar appearance. He held 2 seemingly weighty swords in his hands, each arm adorned with intricate tattoos. These tattoos bore the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, this individual must be none other than the 13th Division Captain of Whitebeard, Atmos. His nickname is Water Buffalo. It is said that his strength is formidable, and he is a pirate of considerable renown. Until now, Monkey had never acquainted himself with the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. He only felt that Atmos looked somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall who he was. You little brat, it appears you hail from the red-haired pirates? However, I don't believe I have ever seen you before. Are you a newcomer? Atmos stood on the deck, his expression tinged with confusion as he regarded Monkey aboard the sailboat. The interactions between the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates are relatively frequent, much like those between the Beast pirates and Big Mom S crew. In the New World, The bond between Shanks and Whitebeard is exceptionally close, while Kaido and Charlotte Linlin maintain a friendly relationship. Consequently, the strength of these two major factions is nearly equivalent, and at times they may even unite to confront common foes. Because of this, Atmos is quite familiar with most members of the red-haired pirates. However, he had never encountered the young man before him. 3 weeks ago, I joined the red-haired pirates. Monkey candidly shared his background with Atmos, revealing that he was merely an intern at present. An intern? What is the meaning of this? Why would the old man Shanks send an intern here? What does he intend? Atmos was left even more perplexed. Our captain instructed me to personally deliver a letter to Whitebeard. So I kindly ask you to assist me in meeting Captain Whitebeard, enabling me to fulfill my duty. Monkey straightforwardly recounted the circumstances to Atmos. A confidential letter? Atmos' expression grew grave, and his demeanor soured. So, the old man Shanks has sent you, and in turn, to deliver a message? I think the old man has become rather arrogant, not choosing to handle this himself. To make matters worse, he sends an intern for such an important task? Chapter 40. An intern who is remarkably capable? Upon hearing this news, Atmos felt a surge of anger within him. His countenance darkened significantly, and those pirates surrounding him sensed the tension in the air. They braced themselves, as if a monumental conflict were about to unfold with Monkey. The atmosphere was decidedly oppressive. Monkey stood on the deck of the sailboat, scratching the back of his head, bewildered by the sudden shift. What is happening? Why is he angry all of a sudden? Did I say something wrong? I am merely here on an errand to deliver a message. Monkey stood there, somewhat dazed, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. They appeared to be consumed by rage after uttering their words. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards Monkey, their eyes fixated on him. Brimming with fury, "You have quite the audacity," Atmos exclaimed loudly. His figure stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. A formidable aura emanated from him, enveloping Monchi entirely. "You may insult us, but you shall not tarnish the reputation of our Whitebeard pirates, nor dare to disrespect our beloved Whitebeard. Such an affront is utterly intolerable." Atmos coldly regarded Monchi, saying, "Step forward. I wish to speak with you." Monchi, though perplexed, felt no significant fear in his heart. He leaped gracefully, landing lightly upon the deck of their pirate ship. Upon his arrival within the confines of the pirate ship, he immediately sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Their expressions decidedly hostile. "I merely bear a message on orders. There is no need for such animosity towards me," he lamented. Monkey, feeling quite helpless, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, directing his gaze towards Atmos and the other pirates. In his heart, he vaguely began to discern the truth of certain matters. Yet, he genuinely could not comprehend why something as superficial as face should hold such significance. "You little rascal, let us have a contest. If you can defeat me, I shall permit you to meet Whitebeard. But should you lose, return and relay to your red-haired captain that this letter must be personally delivered. And no mere intern shall suffice for this task," Arthemos proclaimed, brandishing his sword with fervor. Monkey pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. After a brief interval, he drew forth the katana he had received from the red-haired captain. "The mission entrusted to me must be fulfilled. To return without completing it would surely render me the subject of ridicule among my comrades aboard the ship. Thus, I have no choice but to proceed in this manner." Upon finishing his words, Atmos addressed his subordinates, "Step aside." "As you command, Captain." A multitude swiftly retreated, clearing a substantial area on the deck to facilitate their leader's confrontation. "You little brat. Let me see the true measure of the current apprentice of the red-haired pirates. Do not give me cause to look down upon you." Excitement ignited in Atmos's eyes as he rubbed his two formidable blades together. "If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige." Monkey smiled. What a coincidence. He was curious to gauge the prowess of the captain of the 13th Squad, for he had yet to engage in combat with any member of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, he raised the katana in his hand, assuming a stance for battle. The blade of the katana was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black armor, shrouding the entire weapon and emanating an ominous aura of lethal intent. Oh, Atmos was somewhat taken aback. Haki? He truly did not anticipate that merely an intern who had joined the red-haired pirates for just a few weeks would possess the formidable ability of armament haki. However, he was merely momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the samurai sword in Monkey's hand, shrouded in the aura of armament, and the disdainful expression on Atmos's face diminished slightly. His expression grew serious, his hands gripping the two large swords tightly. The blades began to emanate the aura of haki. Judging by the level of haki, the two were nearly equal. The surrounding pirates watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Captain, you actually activated hockey. Are you serious about this?" They continued. "He is merely an intern, yet the captain is treating this battle with such gravity? Have you not realized? Although he is just an intern, his strength far surpasses ours. Just look at the hockey on his blades. This individual is certainly no ordinary foe." They were engaged in fervent discussions on the sidelines, while Atmos took the initiative to launch an offensive. He grounded himself, leaping forward with great force towards Manchi. His physique was remarkably imposing, evoking a significant sense of pressure. However, despite his massive build, he exhibited remarkable speed, appearing incredibly swift. Machi, on the other hand, remained unfazed. He unsheathed his katana and positioned it defensively before him. He swung the katana in his hand with great force, decisively delivering a powerful strike. Boom! Atmos halted his movements, raising his massive blade to counter Monkey's assault. When the two weapons clashed, a resounding noise erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. A flicker of surprise crossed Monkey's eyes as he felt an immense strength radiate from his opponent's arm. Atmos's prowess was not to be underestimated. At the very least, in terms of his current abilities, he could not engage him in a direct confrontation. Thus, Monkey released some of his strength, retreating 2 steps before executing a nimble turn to position himself behind Atmos. He lifted his weapon once more, striking down with force. Yet in the next instant, Monkey's left fist ignited with a coating of armament hockey, a dark armor enveloping his hand, which then surged toward Atmos's lower body. What? Atmos narrowed his eyes. Thunderous, accompanied by a deafening roar. He was propelled several meters back by the punch enveloped in the hockey of the enigmatic Monkey, his robust frame colliding with the pillar behind him. The entire pirate ship swayed violently upon the surface of the sea due to the intensity of the impact. Captain, attacked. The surrounding pirates could scarcely believe the spectacle unfolding before their eyes, helplessly witnessing their leader being forced back by an adversary. They turned their heads to look. There stood Monkey, unwavering in his original position, steadfast and immovable. At that moment, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Can an intern truly possess such formidable strength? It is utterly terrifying. To think that he could even repel his own captain. After all, this young man, he is merely an intern beneath the red-haired pirates. Yet, this inconspicuous intern, who has never commanded any presence, astonishingly managed to provoke an attack on their captain. It is utterly terrifying. They had never anticipated that such an event would transpire." Chapter 41. I can hardly believe you are an intern, left them utterly astonished. On the deck, all the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, particularly those from the 13th Division, were in disbelief at what was unfolding before them. Could someone elucidate this bizarre situation? How is it possible that an intern possesses such formidable strength? Good heavens! Is there any hope left for them? The interns have become so powerful, while they, as formal members of the Whitebeard pirates, find it hard to justify their own status. Surely the captain must have overlooked this. A pirate, filled with resentment, lamented, "I, too, share this sentiment." They each persuaded themselves, subsequently restoring their confidence. At that moment, Atmos painstakingly crawled out from behind the broken column, coughing painfully. With both hands firmly pressed against the ground, he rose to his feet, still clutching the 2 weapons. A resolute spirit shone on his face as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Manchi. His body, however, did not suffer any significant injuries from the impact. Merely a few minor wounds, which for Atmos were hardly of any consequence. He can continue to battle with this insolent brat. You indeed possess some talent. I find it quite admirable, Atmos remarked with a hint of approval. He gradually approached Monkey. His footsteps were remarkably heavy, causing the deck to tremble. He raised the 2 large blades in his hands, reigniting his armed prowess. A new wave of assault commenced, and this time, he would not falter. It had indeed not crossed his mind that this young man would engage him in a game of hide and seek, resorting to direct fist strikes against him. Once more, Atmos bellowed, advancing towards Manchi. Without hesitation, he wielded 2 formidable blades against Manchi. This time, he exerted every ounce of his strength, which was already considerable. As the weapons swung, they stirred a powerful gust of wind. Bang! Manchi raised the katana in his hand to parry the attack. Sparks flew where the 2 weapons clashed. Manchi sensed an even greater force than before, surging swiftly through his arm and spreading throughout his body, leaving him feeling numb. Indeed, this individual's strength was overwhelming, and he realized he was no match for him. Manchi clung tightly to the hilt of his sword, though his arm was still numb. Had he not grasped the hilt with such determination moments ago, his weapon might have been sent flying by now. Fortunately, he had employed hockey. Yet, he remained apprehensive, pondering silently about whether his katana would withstand the onslaught of such immense power. Manchi gazed at his weapon, his mind racing with unease. Although he had vanquished the 4 pirate crews under the banner of the 100 Beasts, he had never encountered such formidable power. He retreated a few steps, distancing himself from Atmos. "Kid, your abilities are impressive." Atmos was even more astonished as he gazed at Monkey. He initially believed that Monkey would evade his attack. To his astonishment, however, he actually had the audacity to directly withstand his assault. Is he merely an intern? I never imagined that the red-haired old man would have such a peculiar intern under his command. Atmos harbored deep skepticism as he fixed his gaze intently upon Monkey. He suspected that Manchi had concealed his true identity, deliberately toying with him. Once more, Atmos shouted in frustration. The clash of his broadsword against Manchi's katana resonated with a cacophony of sounds, sending sparks flying in every direction. In an instant, the onlookers were left spellbound, captivated by the dazzling spectacle before them. Aside from the din of their fierce combat, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen, unable to intervene, their eyes glued to the duel unfolding before them. Had they not been previously informed of Manchi's true identity, they would have found it utterly implausible that this young man, who was engaging in such an intense exchange with Atmos, was merely an apprentice serving under the red-haired pirates. They feel that the new world is no longer what they had envisioned. The captain and Manchi are locked in a fierce struggle, and it is evident that Manchi is not the one at a disadvantage. Can an intern truly possess such remarkable abilities? I find it hard to believe that this young man is merely an intern. He seems to be deceiving us. Indeed, this lad appears quite cunning. The crowd buzzes with speculation, each person pondering the truth. However, one thing is certain. Even if they are official members of the Whitebeard Pirates, deep down, they are acutely aware that, in terms of strength, they cannot rival this young man. Hence, they were eager to ascertain the identity of this individual, questioning whether he was indeed a genuine intern, and if so, what accounted for his remarkable prowess. The spectacle before them completely shattered their preconceived notions. Just as they were deep in contemplation, a tremendous noise abruptly interrupted their thoughts. The entire pirate ship began to sway violently. Everyone turned their gaze, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and terror. Following their line of sight, they beheld Atmos and Monkey engaged in a fierce battle. They each took a few steps back. I believe that even if we were to continue until dusk, there would be no resolution. I could have never anticipated that one day I would find myself at a standstill with an intern. Atmos sighed, retracting his weapon, yet his expression was laden with significance, as if he had something to convey. "So, according to your words, am I permitted to deliver a message to the Whitebeard? Through this battle, he has likely grasped the current capabilities of Atmos, which should be roughly comparable to his own. However, upon closer reflection, he realizes that in the recent confrontation, he fell slightly short in comparison to Atmos. This disparity primarily manifests in their differences in strength. Nevertheless, he is confident that this gap can be bridged, and he firmly believes that, given a bit more time, he will succeed. He is utterly confident that he can overpower Atmos with his own strength. There is no doubt in his mind. He is resolute in his words. However, before I introduce you to Whitebeard, I have a question that requires your utmost honesty. Deception is absolutely unacceptable." Atmos gazed at Manchi and sighed, inquiring, "Are you truly an intern of the red-haired pirates?" "Absolutely true," Manchi replied with a smile. There was no reason to deceive them, and there were indeed traces to verify his claim. If they remained skeptical, they could simply check the bounty notice, where they would discover that he had not lied. His bounty was worth 10,000 berries. The thought made Manchi chuckle. Ahem. Atmos coughed to mask his astonishment and embarrassment. He scrutinized Manchi with a gaze filled with profound skepticism, pondering to himself, could this truly be nothing more than an intern? Yet, I find it difficult to accept this notion. After all, I am the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could an intern possibly possess strength comparable to mine? It is utterly perplexing. Chapter 42. One person changed the perception of the red-haired pirates. Manchi returned to his modest sailboat from the pirate ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. He stood on the deck, gazing upwards at the pirate ship adrift on the horizon, alongside the imposing figure standing behind the railing. The reflection on the water revealed a shadow adorned with black horns. "Keep close, you little rascal. Do not wander off," Atmos remarked to Manchi with an expressionless demeanor. Following this, he ceased to regard Manchi and instead commanded the entire crew to commence the next leg of their voyage. He gripped the helm, steering the vessel towards the moored Moby Dick. In the distance lay the vast expanse of the ocean, as their ship gradually sailed towards the horizon. The surface of the water shimmered, sunlight cascading upon the sea, creating a dazzling spectacle. Monchi navigated his small sailboat closely in the wake of the formidable pirate ship. A gentle breeze caressed his face, akin to tender hands brushing against him. The pirate flag on his vessel fluttered in the air, while the imposing white-bearded flag on the larger pirate ship billowed fiercely. Together, the two vessels traversed the waters, the only ships in sight amidst the serene sea. They all belonged to the pirate crew of the Four Emperors. It was due to the stalemate between Monkey and Atmos that afforded Monkey the opportunity to have Atmos lead the way to meet the Whitebeard pirates. This chance can be said to have been earned through his own efforts. Their next destination is the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. Whitebeard must be aboard this vessel. Thus, Monkey can fulfill the mission entrusted to him by his captain, delivering this letter personally to Whitebeard. Therefore, Monkey feels an immense joy within, as the final step lies just ahead. He is on the brink of accomplishing the task assigned to him by the captain of the Red Pirates. Although he has faced many trials along the way, the ultimate outcome is indeed favorable. He is now eagerly anticipating the moment he will meet Whitebeard to personally deliver this letter. This act would signify the successful completion of this voyage. Captain Atmos of the 13th Division does not appear to be as invulnerable as he seems on the surface. As Monkey steers his small vessel, he reflects that he could potentially reach a stalemate with him. Although Monkey has always felt that. While he is not the weakest within the red-haired pirates, he certainly does not consider himself the strongest. Nevertheless, the fact that he could hold his own against the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard pirates is quite remarkable. He himself had never anticipated this outcome. Yet, during the battle, he gradually came to comprehend the disparity in strength and capability between himself and Atmos. Monkey could not help but exclaim internally, "Indeed." The Whitebeard pirates had secured their position among the Four Emperors solely due to Whitebeard's formidable abilities. However, when it comes to the average strength within their crew, to speak candidly, Monkey was quite certain that their prowess ranked in the lower tier among the Emperors. Apart from Whitebeard, there was also the esteemed 1st Division commander, Marco. As I recall, the Phoenix Marco possessed a bounty that soared to 15 billion berries. In stark contrast, the 2nd Division commander, Portgasti, Ace, had a bounty that merely reached 500 million berries. The disparity in strength between the 1st and 2nd Divisions was truly immense. In summary, the only noteworthy figures within the Whitebeard pirates were Whitebeard himself and Marco. The capabilities of the others, particularly when compared to Ace, could be assessed with relative ease. Furthermore, in comparison to the overall strength of other crewmates, Whitebeard's standing among the Four Emperors was undoubtedly the weakest. For the Whitebeard pirates, it could be said that Whitebeard alone bore the weight of the entire crew. The fear that the world harbored towards the Whitebeard pirates was predominantly rooted in an apprehension of Whitebeard himself. The prospect of soon encountering the legendary Whitebeard was indeed thrilling. One could only wonder if this meeting might afford an opportunity to acquire some attribute fragments. That would be splendid. After all, the arduous journey through the new world would finally yield a reward. Monkey contemplated these thoughts as he diligently followed closely behind the massive pirate ship, ensuring he did not fall behind. As time passed, they drew ever nearer to the location of Captain Whitebeard. With this in mind, Monkey's spirits began to lift. Steering his small vessel, he began to whistle gently. At that moment, on the deck of the colossal pirate ship, the other pirates gazed in astonishment at their captain. The atmosphere decidedly peculiar. A timid voice broke through the silence, inquiring, "Captain, is it true that this young man is an intern from the red-haired pirates?" As soon as he finished speaking, an even deeper silence enveloped the surroundings. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment and bewilderment. Not a single soul uttered a word. All eyes were fixed on their leader, Atmos. It was utterly inconceivable that this young man, who had engaged in such spirited exchanges with the captain, was merely an intern. Such a revelation was hard to fathom. Yet, in all honesty, Atmos candidly acknowledged the truth of the matter. He pondered and speculated for a considerable time, ultimately choosing to trust the words of Monkey. It seems that Monkey is indeed an intern from the red-haired pirates. This is undoubtedly the case. His abilities were insufficient to defeat the young man, despite the fact that he was merely an intern. At that moment, Atmos was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. As if a myriad of flavors had been unleashed within him, a tumult of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy emotions flooding his heart. Good heavens! The young man he faced in battle was merely an intern under the red-haired pirates, and they fought to a standstill? Who would have anticipated that an intern under the command of the white-haired elder could possess such formidable strength? Perhaps I have harbored too many misconceptions about interns in the past. Or could it be that today's interns are all exceptionally powerful? Truly, the youth are to be feared. The audience was left in a state of utter astonishment upon hearing Atmos's response. Some among them expressed skepticism, questioning whether the interns they had encountered previously were merely present to fill the ranks. Why, indeed, they had never heard of such a thing before. Could an intern possess such formidable strength? Indeed, Atmos nodded in acknowledgement. He felt a profound sense of doubt within himself. Meanwhile, although Atmos was not particularly astute, he was determined to comprehend certain matters, for he was now utterly convinced that Monchi was merely an intern. Given this revelation, Atmos found himself even more perplexed. He pondered how a mere intern under the red-haired pirates could possess such formidable capabilities. What, then, was the true strength of the entire red-haired pirates crew? Since Monchi was affiliated with the red-haired pirates, did this imply that the crew had experienced a significant leap in power during this time? The fact that an intern could match him in strength was indeed telling. It suggested that the true subordinates of the red-haired pirates must be even more fearsome. Thus, although there had been no particularly momentous events involving the red-haired pirates in recent years, it was plausible that they were concealing their true prowess. Atmos surmised that the red-haired pirates must be exceptionally powerful, especially considering the terrifying capabilities of their intern. This matter must certainly be communicated to Captain Whitebeard. We cannot simply stand by and watch our pirate crew become the weakest among the four emperors. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Atmos was suddenly overcome with unease. He is filled with trepidation, for Monchi is alone. This has led Atmos to alter his previous perspective on the red-haired pirates. He believes that the red-haired pirates are exceptionally formidable individuals, and indeed, they are. It is understandable for him to think this way. However, what Atmos failed to consider is that Monchi, a fellow intern of his caliber, is not to be compared. After all, within the red-haired pirates, he is a truly monstrous presence. Such matters are simply incomparable. Chapter 43, Boarding the Moby Dick, the man worth billions. An hour passed in this manner. Monchi navigated his small sailboat, following the immense pirate ship, proceeding in the direction they set forth, behind the trajectory of their voyage. The sea surface stirred with ripples and waves, shimmering under the sunlight as if sprinkled with gold. On the deck, Monchi retrieved the confidential letter entrusted to him by the red-haired captain, holding it in his hands, scrutinizing it closely yet refraining from opening it. After all, this was a letter personally penned by the captain, and it was imperative that Whitebeard himself be the one to unveil its contents. The task assigned by the captain was nearing completion, and Monchi stretched comfortably, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After several days of endeavor, he was finally able to draw a conclusion to this chapter, although he did not acquire any attribute fragments during this encounter with Whitebeard. He certainly gained a wealth of experience. Nevertheless, numerous troublesome events unfolded. However, had it not been for these circumstances, Monchi would not have achieved such significant progress in a mere few days, nor would his strength have surged so rapidly. All in all, it was quite a commendable journey. Monchi mused. The battle with the beast pirates had exponentially enhanced his capabilities. If this meeting with Whitebeard could also yield a breakthrough, it would be splendid. With such advancements, even if the formidable sheepshead from Jack the Drought's crew sought him out, he would not be cowed. Monchi recalled this matter, already formulating a preliminary strategy in his mind. After all, having eradicated 4 crews of the beast pirates, they were undoubtedly still fervently searching for his whereabouts, biding their time for revenge. The adversary Monchi was poised to confront next was likely the sheepshead, a formidable foe not to be underestimated. Far superior to the lowly henchman he had previously vanquished. In the New World, he was indeed a noteworthy figure. Otherwise, his bounty would not be a staggering 300 million berries. Gradually, he gazed into the distance, standing on the deck, where he discerned a faint black dot on the horizon. As Monchi drew nearer, the dot expanded, revealing itself as the silhouette of a ship, unmistakably substantial in size. Although they were separated by several kilometers, Monchi could clearly ascertain that this pirate vessel was no insignificant craft. "You little rascal, we're almost there. Prepare yourself. I shall take you to meet our captain," shouted Atmos from across the railing. Were they on the verge of encountering the most formidable figure in the entire New World? As the rumors suggested, Monchi felt a surge of anticipation within. There was little to prepare. After all, He was merely tasked with delivering a letter. He gradually approached, drawing nearer to the immense shadow. As he advanced, the visage of the ship slowly came into focus within his sight. This vessel resembled a colossal whale. Its size imposing and its bow gracefully rounded, akin to the head of a whale. A lofty flag fluttered above, snapping in the breeze, exuding an air of grandeur. It bore the emblem of a white-bearded figure, adorned with a skull motif, the insignia of the Whitebeard pirates. Here lay the Moby Dick, the ship captained by Whitebeard himself. To sail alongside the Moby Dick in the New World represented the highest aspiration for all its crew members, who willingly followed Captain Whitebeard, having engaged in numerous arduous battles. As Monkey drew ever closer to the Moby Dick, he increasingly sensed the weight of its history, the echoes of ages past. "Come with me," called Atmos, beckoning Monkey forward. Thus, he commanded his subordinates to lower the wooden ladder from the immense pirate ship, which was now positioned beside the Moby Dick. Subsequently, Atmos ascended the ladder and reached the Moby Dick. Seeing him, Monkey felt a profound sense of delight. He leaped onto the deck of the Moby Dick. "Follow me," he urged. Atmos, his emotions difficult to articulate, cast a silent glance at Monkey. Thus far, he still pondered this question in his heart. Just how formidable is the red-haired pirate's strength? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have truly fallen from grace? He dared not delve any further into his thoughts, for the more he pondered, the heavier his heart became, weighed down by sorrow and depression. Monkey followed closely behind Atmos. Step by step, he finally boarded the Pequot. All around him, he observed that numerous pirates aboard the ship were casting their gazes in their direction, some even enthusiastically greeting Atmos. At this moment, everyone also took notice of the figure trailing behind Atmos, Monkey. They were both perplexed and intrigued. "Have you seen that lad behind Atmos?" "No, but he appears quite young." Many scrutinized Monkey, their curiosity evident. Monkey sensed their emotions yet remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of disarray. Witnessing this, Atmos felt a tumult of emotions within him, his heart heavy with sorrow. He had not anticipated such calmness from him. Could it be that interns these days are so seasoned? Clearly, my assumptions were correct. The strength of the red-haired pirates has significantly increased compared to before. After a brief moment, Atmos came to a halt. He bent down in a deep bow, his expression exceedingly solemn, and called out, "Father." He stepped aside, revealing the individual before him. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of this person's appearance. The deck had grown remarkably desolate, with onlookers maintaining their distance. Not a soul dared to approach the center of the deck, for there sat an imposing figure. He reclined in an enormous chair, numerous syringes embedded in his body, from which tubes extended towards various vials. Despite this, the man's aura remained formidable, instilling a sense of fear in those around him. The atmosphere was steeped in solemnity and authority. Suddenly, a booming laughter erupted from him, resonating throughout the ship. His laughter caused the entire vessel to sway gently. "Who is this Atomos?" That person's voice was also resonant as he inquired of Atomos. He adorned his head with a black scarf and donned a white pirate ensemble. His exposed skin revealed robust muscles, while numerous scars adorned his body, likely remnants of prior battles. However, what captivated the attention most was the beard upon his countenance mirrored that of the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He is the most formidable man in the New World, a legend spoken of by all. His bounty amounts to a staggering 5 billion berries. Chapter 44. The old red-haired man actually sent an intern to deliver a message to me? Aboard the Moby Dick. On the deck, surrounding him, the crew of the white-haired pirates sat in a circle, their eyes fixated on Machi beside Atmos, their expressions brimming with curiosity. "Old man. He is an intern from the red-haired pirates," Atmos replied with utmost respect. "The red-haired pirates? An intern from their ranks?" The captain, seated in his chair, wore an inscrutable expression, slightly raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Machi. The name Red-Haired Shanks had not graced my ears in quite some time. In an instant, he seemed to be transported back a decade. Although 10 years had passed, it felt as though it had transpired just yesterday. At that time, 2 apprentices aboard Roger's ship had unexpectedly stood before him. Yet now, one of those individuals, a red-haired youth, had astonishingly risen to become one of the 4 emperors, establishing himself as a formidable sovereign in the New World. Moreover, his moniker bore a striking resemblance to his own. No one would have anticipated that the rascally boy who was merely an apprentice on Roger's vessel would eventually command the most powerful pirate crew in the New World. Whitebeard fell into deep contemplation, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia for the past. Then, he cast another glance at Machi. Meanwhile, Machi felt the immense power emanating from Whitebeard's eyes. He is undoubtedly one of the paramount sovereigns of the New World. Thus, the weight of his oppression and intimidation left him feeling somewhat breathless. "Boy," "Tell me your name," Whitebeard said, casting a calm gaze upon Monkey. "Monkey," he replied, lifting his head to meet Whitebeard's eyes. "So, the captain with the red hair has sent you to seek me out for what purpose?" Whitebeard inquired, his tone remarkably forthright. He could hardly believe that there was nothing that would prompt someone to seek him out. After all, he had always been elusive, making it no easy task to locate him. It is often said that one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Surely, this young man must have exerted considerable effort to find him. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Machi, intrigued by the purpose of his visit to Whitebeard. Machi cast a sidelong glance at those around him. He sensed a palpable pressure, not solely emanating from the formidable Whitebeard himself, but also from the multitude of pirates surrounding him, including the renowned captain, Marco the Phoenix. He leaned against a colossal pillar, his expression somewhat cynical, with an air of languor emanating from his eyes. He appeared quite indolent. Little did anyone suspect that he was a formidable and renowned pirate. This stark contrast stirred a hint of concern within Monkey, for the aura he projected was woefully disproportionate to his actual prowess. No one would guess that this seemingly ordinary individual was, in fact, the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, he possessed the rare ability of a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user, which is even more exceptional than that of a Logia type. In addition to Marco, there was also the captain of the third division, Diamond Jozu. He perched upon the fence, his hands resting upon his knees, supporting his weary frame, his gaze remarkably serene. He regarded Machi with a face devoid of expression, yet exuding an undeniable aura of strength. In addition to these two, there was also Captain Bista of the 5th Division and Captain Braymanke of the 6th Division. Machi surveyed his surroundings and observed that the majority of Whitebeard's commanders were assembled aboard the Moby Dick. They were filled with curiosity as Monkey boarded their ship, their gazes fixed upon him. No matter what actions he took, he felt the weight of countless eyes upon him. Had it been anyone else in this situation, they would have surely succumbed to the lethal stares of the crowd. Yet, Monkey remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by their scrutiny. After all, he had not come here to engage in conflict, and thus, there was little to fear. With a serene demeanor, he regarded the formidable Whitebeard seated before him. He scrutinized closely, revealing that Whitebeard's body was adorned with numerous scars, some of which were perilously deep, marks that had nearly cost him his life. In this new world, the mightiest individual stood before Monkey, mere meters apart. The closer Monkey drew to Whitebeard, the more he felt the overwhelming aura and undeniable presence emanating from him. This man bore a bounty of 50 billion berries. Whitebeard, indeed, was a sight to behold, far surpassing mere hearsay. A glimmer shone in Monkey's eyes. He could sense that if Whitebeard were to strike him, he would possess no means of defense whatsoever. He had already perceived the aura emanating from Whitebeard. This is indeed the most formidable individual in the new world. Truly, he is more formidable than a monster. Even when facing his own captain, Monkey has never experienced such a feeling. After all, Captain Redhaired appears to be an ordinary pirate. In comparison to Whitebeard, the latter embodies the image of a true powerhouse that people often envision. He paused, meeting the gaze of Whitebeard. All he observed was that Monkey retrieved a letter from his possession and handed it to Atmos. "Our red-haired captain has commanded me to deliver this to you personally." Atmos took the letter and approached Whitebeard, presenting it to him. Whitebeard held the letter in his hands but did not hasten to open it. Instead, he turned his attention back to Monkey. "Is this a letter penned by Shanks himself?" "Indeed," Monkey replied. Yet, for reasons unknown, Monkey noted a subtle shift in Whitebeard's expression following his response. His gaze towards Machi had also transformed. "Indeed, it seems you have endured quite a lot," Whitebeard remarked with a smile, yet his eyes began to sharpen with intensity. "That red-haired brat has grown exceedingly arrogant, sending a mere intern to deliver a letter to me." Chapter 45. Whitebeard tore the letter to shreds on the spot. "There is nothing to be concerned about. It is hardly worth mentioning. Although we encountered numerous obstacles along the way, we ultimately fulfilled the mission entrusted to us by our captain," Monchi replied, his heart remaining untroubled. However, was this journey truly smooth? Only he himself knew the answer. After all, significant efforts were required to accomplish this task. He eliminated 4 pirate crews under the Beast Pirates before finally arriving at the Azure Sea. Along the way, he also engaged in a contest with Atmos, which enabled him to reach the Moby Dick smoothly. It appears that indeed, a considerable amount of time and effort was expended, perhaps around 5 days. Furthermore, during the competition with the Beast Pirates, Monkey's abilities were significantly enhanced. Should the opportunity arise, Monkey would certainly welcome the prospect of such battles occurring more frequently, as it would facilitate his rapid advancement in skill. This was the thought that lingered in Monkey's mind. In fact, He now perceived the pirates under the beast pirates as rather endearing, akin to a vast field of lush leeks ripe for harvesting. Old man. Although he was merely an intern under the red-haired pirates, his abilities were remarkably formidable, comparable to those of the formal members. Atmos approached Whitebeard and whispered softly in his ear. Is that so? Whitebeard appeared to be piqued with curiosity. Cough, cough. Atmos coughed awkwardly a few times. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he continued, when I encountered him, we had a contest. And I told him that only if he defeated me would he be permitted to meet you. Is that so? And then? Whitebeard inquired nonchalantly. He is indifferent to the reasons behind their altercations. To him, such matters hold no significance. He was solely focused on the ultimate outcome. A tie? Atmos replied with difficulty, his voice barely audible. Upon uttering those words, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, the situation was rather mortifying. It was quite awkward to confess this in front of the other captains. After all, he was the captain of the 13th squad. Yet, he had indeed drawn with an intern from the red-haired pirates. In his heart, this was undoubtedly a source of great shame. Nevertheless, it remained a fact. Although Monkey was merely an intern, his strength far surpassed that of those Atmos had encountered before. A tie? Whitebeard expressed a hint of surprise. Indeed, he had never anticipated such an outcome. As an intern, to find himself evenly matched with the captain of his 13th crew? Such an occurrence is indeed rare. Yet, even if it were true, an intern remains merely an intern. One's identity is indisputable. It is quite blatant that Shanks would send an intern to deliver a message to him. Has he come to believe that his status surpasses mine? Whitebeard felt a surge of indignation that even elicited laughter from him. Just a few years ago, Shanks had still been quite respectful towards him. Who could have imagined that so little time would pass before he arrogantly dispatched an intern to convey his messages? Does he think I have little time left? That my body no longer obeys me? Or does he believe that the Whitebeard pirates are merely an outdated force in the New World, posing no threat to him? Such thoughts only serve to infuriate me further. Shanks. A faint redness glimmered in Whitebeard's eyes, a precursor to his impending wrath. Sending an intern as a messenger may not bear significant meaning, yet Whitebeard found it exceedingly intolerable to be overlooked. Thus, his displeasure was palpable. After all, he is a leader of the age of exploration. He is the formidable Whitebeard of the New World, a figure of great renown. For decades, he battled alongside Roger, never tasting defeat. Yet, the red-haired Shanks, who once served as an apprentice aboard Roger's ship, has now entirely disregarded his esteemed position. Reflecting on the past, Whitebeard recalls Shanks as a mere novice, oblivious to the ways of the world. Yet now, he dares to address him with such insolence. Whitebeard finds it utterly intolerable to endure such disrespect. A handwritten letter? He caressed the missive in his hands, gazing at it momentarily before an unexpected chuckle escaped his lips. Without a trace of hesitation, he tore the letter into shreds. The sound echoed sharply across the pirate ship, resonating in the ears of all present. They all heard that unmistakable noise, replaying it in their minds. Without even casting a glance, Whitebeard shredded the letter into fragments. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent paper fragments soaring into the air. Countless shards danced like snowflakes, cascading onto the deck of the Pequod. Upon landing, one could faintly discern the handwriting of a red-haired individual, though by this time, the script had become an incoherent jumble. A gentle breeze stirred the crowd, lifting and dropping the pieces of letters. The atmosphere was momentarily hushed. Father. Atmos stood beside the old man with the white beard, helplessly glancing at Wen. He shrugged his shoulders and turned to the old man, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, he had long anticipated the emergence of such a scenario. For he understood his father, the Whitebeard, all too well. Being underestimated was the one thing he could not abide. At that moment, Monkey stared blankly at the heartfelt letter he had presented, now torn to shreds by Whitebeard. He lowered his head and sighed, reflecting on the considerable time and effort he had expended traversing the straits of the New World and provoking the beast pirates. Ultimately, he had only just discovered the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates after immense toil. Upon arriving at the Azure Sea, he had finally located Whitebeard. Yet, it was disheartening to realize that he had failed to accomplish the task entrusted to him by the captain. To falter at the final hurdle rendered all his previous endeavors utterly meaningless. In that moment, he could not fathom the reason behind it. A profound sense of dissatisfaction enveloped him. Chapter 46. Let Whitebeard witness my conqueror's hockey. On the deck of the Moby Dick, all eyes were fixated on Monkey, their expressions brimming with curiosity about the unfolding events. Father remained as he had always been, his temperament as tempestuous as ever. It was audacious of Captain Redhair to send an intern to deliver a message to our captain. This only exacerbated Father's ire. for it clearly demonstrated that Red-Haired held him in contempt. Ordinarily, such a matter would warrant his personal attention. It was indeed an act of arrogance. Regrettably for the intern, he had arrived only to become a vessel for Father S. frustrations. Before his very eyes, the letter pinned by his captain was torn asunder, and one could only imagine the indignation swelling within the young man. Nevertheless, what could he do? This was our territory, and even if he felt aggrieved, he could not unleash his fury here. Did he expect to take vengeance on behalf of Red-Haired? Aside from the immortal Marco, Diamond Jaws, and the Flower Sword Vista, everyone else eagerly anticipated the spectacle that was about to unfold. They are indeed quite curious about the subsequent actions of Ming-Chi. Regardless of his prowess, he remains merely an intern. What means does he possess? The audacity of the red-haired one is truly excessive, daring to act with such reckless abandon. Whitebeard sat upon his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Monkey D. Luffy. I am none other than the legendary Whitebeard. His voice echoed incessantly in Monkey's ears. Thud, thud. Whitebeard casually seized the nearby barrel of red wine and poured it directly down his throat. A few female doctors nearby intervened, saying, Captain, your body can no longer withstand such quantities of alcohol. Nonsense. I'm merely indulging a little. What harm could it possibly cause? Whitebeard set down the barrel and glanced at Monkey. That red-haired brat. Whatever he has written, I can roughly infer its content. Surely, he wishes to discuss matters pertaining to Ace and Blackbeard. Convey a message to Shanks for me. Tell him that if he wishes to converse about this matter, he should come in person with his finest companions, rather than sending you with a mere letter as a dismissive gesture. I believe my intentions are abundantly clear. You may take your leave. As he finished speaking, he cast a disdainful glance at Monkey, exuding an air of haughty superiority. His gaze roamed back and forth over Monkey, intensifying that overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped him, as if he were ensconced within it. This undeniable sensation was the weight of Whitebeard's authority pressing down upon him. Even though he reclined languidly in his chair, connected to and for, the aura surrounding him remained unyielding and potent. His abilities should not be inferior to those of his earlier years. He is none other than the renowned pirate of the New World, Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard. The atmosphere surrounding them was undeniably oppressive and silent. The other pirates were fixated on Monkey, their gazes unwavering. The remnants of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the Moby Dick, while Whitebeard's colossal figure loomed over Monkey, exuding an intimidating presence despite merely being seated in his chair. The sheer weight of his aura was enough to instill fear. Monkey's diminutive frame was entirely engulfed by Whitebeard's shadow. Hey, you little brat, what are you still standing there for? Hurry back and report. Tell Shanks not to play these games with me. If he wishes to discuss matters, he should come to me personally. Writing a letter holds no meaning for me. Monkey, our father has spoken, Marco remarked with a sense of pride from behind Monkey. Atmos also regarded Monkey, gesturing dismissively. At that moment, under the collective gaze of all present, Monkey remained motionless, lifting his head to meet Whitebeard's gaze once more. His expression was devoid of any excess emotion. He simply stared at him. Even in such an awkward and uncomfortable situation, Monkey's heart remained tranquil. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought, even though the task remains unfulfilled, I can endure. However, it took me 5 entire days to traverse the strait of the New World with this letter to find you. And now, you have torn it up without even glancing at it. You have shown me a profound lack of respect. I must confess, I am exceedingly enraged. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding individuals were rendered speechless. Atmos, standing nearby, remarked earnestly, Machi, do not lose your composure. I am entirely lucid at this moment. Only a fool would provoke the Whitebeard pirates within their own territory. However, for me, it is a different matter. Machi chuckled once more. You arrogant little brat. You are merely an intern. What face do you have to speak of? Whitebeard seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. So, are you implying that your captain from the red-haired pirates has dispatched an intern for this task? Is that not equally devoid of respect towards me? He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Monkey. You claim to be angry, but what does your anger truly amount to? Surely, you do not wish to engage me in combat here. On Whitebeard's territory, around them, the onlookers were eagerly anticipating Monkey's next move, among whom were several formidable pirates. Listen to my advice, boy. Marco approached Monkey, his expression remaining inscrutable. As per what father advised, I must inform your captain. If you stir trouble here, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. It would be wise to return and report back. Is your pride more significant than your life? If you truly act rashly aboard our ship, it would be tantamount to a death wish. I urge you to think carefully. As Marco spoke, he drew nearer to Monkey. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to strike here. However, Before I depart, I wish to present you with a small token, a manifestation of my inner fury. Monkey smiled, his expression inscrutable. Gulugulu. Whitebeard casually took another swig of his drink, curiosity piqued. A gift? Your words have certainly sparked my interest. Produce it. Let me witness what scheme you intend to unfold. He laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. In that case, keep your eyes wide open and observe closely. Monkey's eyes narrowed into mere slits. He stood before Whitebeard, under the watchful gaze of all the pirates aboard the Moby Dick, including Captain Marco and Captain Diamond Joju, along with a dozen others. As the focal point, Monkey began to emanate an imperceptible aura. He gradually harnessed this energy, which began to swell like surging waves, flowing around him. At that moment, a powerful current started to radiate from Monkey, spreading to every corner of the Moby Dick. In a brief span of time, the entire vessel was enveloped by the aura he projected. This was Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 47. Reciprocity. This is what fairness means. A gentle breeze rustled, and the surface of the sea shimmered, casting a golden glow under the sun, creating a breathtaking sight. The enormous Moby Dick, adorned with its skull flag, fluttered in the wind. The grand pirate ship swayed upon the waves, and on the deck, thousands of pirates thronged. This was the stronghold of the Whitebeard pirates, thus teeming with numerous pirates. However, the atmosphere aboard the ship was oddly peculiar, eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Monkey stood calmly at the very center of the deck. Before him sat the imposing figure of Whitebeard, his grand physique exuding an overwhelming presence. Surrounding him were the captains Marco, Jozu, and the swordsman Vista, along with other captains, all rendered speechless aboard the ship. A colossal aura of Conqueror's Haki emanated from Monkey, gradually enveloping the entire Moby Dick, saturating every corner with his essence. The sheer intensity of this aura was staggering, leaving nearly all aboard in a state of shock. The Conqueror's Haki permeated every nook of the vessel, affecting not only the pirates standing on the deck but also those in the cabins, who too felt its weight. Even Whitebeard, Marco, Jozu, and Vista, who stood closest to Monkey, were among the first to feel the impact of his overwhelming presence. In an instant, the Haki expanded further, rendering the Moby Dick a vacuum of silence. At that moment, the only sound to be heard was the thud of bodies collapsing to the ground. Those pirates who had previously gathered to witness the spectacle, now within mere meters of Monkey, simultaneously lost consciousness. Their eyes glazed over, thoughts ceased, and they crumpled on the deck, succumbing to the overwhelming force. The sight was both eerie and terrifying. A once densely packed throng of pirates now lay sprawled across the deck, a dark mass of unconsciousness. Aside from Whitebeard and a few captains, nearly all the pirates had succumbed to the onslaught of Monkey's Conqueror's Haki, collapsing without a fight, lost to the depths of unconsciousness. The Moby Dick resonated with the sounds of bodies hitting the ground, echoing throughout the pirate ship. Those of weaker constitution lacked the strength to resist this overwhelming aura, and the rapidity of the event left them no time to react. Within mere seconds, the deck was left sparsely populated. Of the throng that had encircled Monkey, only about 100 remained conscious, while the remaining hundreds had, without exception, fallen victim to his Haki, slipping into unconsciousness. The atmosphere shifted to one of eerie silence. Onlookers were unable to fathom the scene before them, their expressions filled with panic as they fixed their gaze upon the young man standing before Whitebeard. Marco's demeanor darkened considerably, shedding his earlier nonchalance, his eyes now reflecting a serious intensity. If my assumptions are correct, Vista attempted to articulate his thoughts but found himself at a loss for words. Surveying the scene, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates could clearly see their crew sprawled across the deck, a significant portion already lost to unconsciousness. As leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, they possessed a keen awareness of the unfolding events, having battled alongside their crew in the New World for so long. Thus, they understood all too well the gravity of the situation. They were utterly astonished, unable to fathom the events unfolding before them. In unison, their gaze fixated intently on Machi. "You little rascal," Diamond Joe uttered, encapsulating the sentiment in a single phrase. The present scenario was entirely unforeseen by them from the very beginning. Ever since Machi boarded the Moby Dick, they had never anticipated such a bold action from Munchie, who claimed it was a gift bestowed upon them. The weight of this gift was indeed monumental. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached with increasing urgency. In the distance, a group of visibly anxious individuals sprinted toward Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Father, what on earth is happening? Why have the pirates aboard the ship collapsed?" Their voices resonated with remarkable clarity upon the vast deck. Yet, the visage of the white-bearded man remained devoid of expression. He merely scrutinized the figure of Monkey before him with utmost seriousness once more. He did not directly respond to his subordinate's question. Beside him, Malgo replied, I am aware of this matter. You may now attend to your own tasks. As you command. Several pirates retreated, casting anxious glances at the unconscious one sprawled on the deck. They are perplexed about what has transpired. What exactly is the matter? Why are so many individuals aboard the vessel in a state of unconsciousness? They truly found it difficult to fathom the events unfolding before them. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The surrounding pirates began to bead with sweat. Those few remaining conscious pirates gazed intently at Monkey, their eyes unwavering. The gift that Monkey spoke of was indeed beyond their wildest imaginings. If I am not mistaken, is this not the Conqueror's Haki? Atmos, too, could scarcely believe his eyes, his mouth betraying him as he voiced his astonishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the captains gazed at Machi, their expressions reflecting not only shock and astonishment, but also a hint of displeasure and hostility. They were acutely aware that Machi had just employed the formidable Conqueror's Haki. However, what astonished them was the realization that an intern could wield such extraordinary power. This unexpected display caught them completely off guard. After all, everything transpired so swiftly, and they had never contemplated that an intern could possess such immense strength. Instantly, a sense of embarrassment washed over them. How could an intern dare to act in such a manner on their territory? It was utterly outrageous. This innate talent was indeed both formidable and terrifying. Margot spoke slowly. As Machi raised his head under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he glanced at the onlookers who were fixated on him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He looked down upon the pirates who had been struck to the ground by the force of his Conqueror's Haki. Then, he turned his gaze back to Whitebeard, expressing a hope that this gift would bring you satisfaction, thus ensuring fairness between us. Chapter 48. Brat, would you be willing to be my son? As Monkey finished this statement, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The captains who had gathered were fixated on Monkey, their eyes never wavering from him for even a moment. Throughout it all, they had never contemplated. In their hearts, they consistently regarded Machi as merely a humble intern. Yet he possessed the regal talent that could only emerge among millions, the Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, and most significantly, Machi not only possessed this extraordinary gift but appeared to wield it with remarkable proficiency in combat. This revelation was the most astonishing aspect of all. It was truly remarkable that this audacious young lad could employ the Conqueror's Haki. Even Diamond Jaws was profoundly taken aback. Such an innate ability was one he himself had never possessed. It was not merely a result of diligent effort, it was an exceedingly rare talent. This was the Conqueror's Haki. The captains surrounding him gazed at Machi with expressions of complex intrigue. This in turn could execute techniques that were elusive even to them. You little rascal, your gift is far too precious, Margot observed, standing beside Machi, his gaze betraying a sense of rivalry. He stood in close proximity, thus possessing the clearest view. Surrounding him were hundreds of pirates, also coming to the overwhelming might of Monkey's Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, upon that colossal pirate ship, there were likely many individuals of lesser strength, unable to escape the grasp of Monkey's formidable presence. Surely, many among them must have fallen into unconsciousness. All of this was attributed to the presence of the intern from the red-haired pirates. It is unlikely that anyone would believe such a tale if it were shared. A small token of appreciation, yet not a gesture of respect. I hope everyone does not take this too seriously. Monkey smiled. He surveyed those around him, both the captain and the ordinary crew members, all wearing complex expressions as they regarded him. A wave of exhilaration surged within him, instantly dispelling any lingering displeasure caused by Whitebeard tearing up the letter. It was a matter of give and take. Monkey held fairness in the highest regard. Although he had employed the Conqueror's Haki, he never intended to inflict any significant harm upon the Whitebeard pirates. At least he had salvaged some of his own dignity. Monkey's anger had subsided considerably. Furthermore, he had demonstrated the use of Conqueror's Haki right in front of Captain Whitebeard, incapacitating a significant portion of his crew. Yet, they were powerless to retaliate, left only to gaze at him in bewilderment. The sense of satisfaction within Monkey was overwhelming. Moreover, after wielding the Conqueror's Haki, Monkey felt a profound transformation within himself. He discovered a certain truth. The disparity in strength among the members of the Whitebeard pirates was strikingly evident. Whitebeard reigned supreme aboard the Moby Dick, followed closely by Marco. However, apart from these two, the other captains were indeed rather feeble. Although Monkey had employed Conqueror's Haki, they managed to withstand it through their own prowess. Moreover, there were several formidable individuals capable of resisting the onslaught of Conqueror's Haki without succumbing to unconsciousness. Nonetheless, a significant portion of the pirates lacked any means of defense. Over 200 had collapsed merely from the deck, not to mention the multitude scattered throughout the ship's various corners. Thus, it became apparent that the crew of the Whitebeard pirates exhibited a wide range of strengths. with many weaklings merely trying to take advantage of the situation. If one were to assess their average combat capability, the Whitebeard pirates would surely rank as the weakest among the four emperors. This experience further validated Monkey's thoughts. It was astonishing that so many could not withstand merely conqueror's haki, especially within the Moby Dick, the very stronghold of the Whitebeard pirates. The weakness of their subordinates was indeed glaring, as even the pirates within their stronghold proved to be lacking. Monkey mused to himself. Marco, visibly displeased, stood beside Monkey and remarked, "You insolent brat, how dare you run rampant in our territory, employing conqueror's haki no less? Do you not regard us with any respect? I merely offered you a little gift. How is that disrespectful?" Monkey replied with a grin. Marco, taken aback by this retort, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He truly found himself at a loss for how to counter Machi. Could he possibly blame him for rendering so many of his crew unconscious with his conqueror's haki? Such a sentiment seemed utterly unfathomable to express. If blame were to be assigned, it would have to rest upon their own shoulders. This incident clearly illustrated that the combat prowess of the Whitebeard pirates' crew was, indeed, rather lacking. Moreover, it was impossible to hold Machi accountable for the fact that many succumbed to unconsciousness due to his overwhelming strength. After all, if even a mere intern could not be managed, who would dare to shamelessly cast blame upon him? That would be an affront to one's dignity. Regardless, Marco would certainly never stoop to such a level, let alone lay any accusations against Machi. He let out a helpless sigh and cast a pleading glance towards the old man with the white beard. He had long suspected that this audacious young lad was no ordinary individual. Atmos gazed at Monkey with a hint of astonishment, exclaiming in admiration, "Conqueror's haki. It is a rare gift possessed by only one in several million. Such an extraordinary talent is indeed exceedingly scarce. Who would have imagined that even an intern could possess such an ability? What is even more astonishing is although he is merely an intern, he adeptly wields his Conqueror's haki with remarkable proficiency, calling upon it at any moment during battle. This left the captains of the Whitebeard pirates utterly astonished. "You little brat," Whitebeard said slowly. His voice was remarkably soothing yet resonant. Monkey turned to gaze at him. A faint smile lingered on his face as he confronted the most formidable individual in this new world. Yet within his heart, there resided not the slightest trace of trepidation. He believes that in the presence of a formidable individual like Whitebeard, such trivial matters would undoubtedly not weigh on Whitebeard's mind, regardless of the circumstances. He merely sought to demonstrate his prowess, causing no substantial harm to anyone. After all, he was merely utilizing his Conqueror's haki. If they could not withstand even this slight gust of power, could he truly be blamed? "I must admit, your Conqueror's haki is rather surprising. You rascal. The talent you possess is indeed formidable. However, on my Moby Dick, do you dare to act with such impunity? Do you believe that Captain Redhaired would come to your rescue?" Whitebeard cast a penetrating gaze upon Monkey, an oppressive aura enveloping him. "I think you are exaggerating somewhat. After all, I have not truly harmed anyone, have I?" Monkey chuckled lightly. Despite the immense pressure exerted by Whitebeard, he felt no trace of panic within. "Ha." Whitebeard laughed heartily for a considerable time, his joyous sound echoing throughout every corner of the Moby Dick. Instantly, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of admiration. Whitebeard looked at Monkey and genuinely remarked, "You rascal, I truly admire you. Have you ever considered leaving the red-haired pirates to come under my wing? I would gladly accept you as my son." Chapter 49, A Trainee Possessing Conqueror's Haki. On the deck, the surrounding captains were utterly astonished by this scene. Initially, they were dismissive, followed by astonishment, and then an overwhelming hostility towards Monkey. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, they were left utterly bewildered. They were all taken aback by the unexpected words of the old man with the white beard. Was he truly intending to recruit Machi into his own team? He is indeed a member of the red-haired pirates. Moreover, Monkey is merely an intern under the red-haired pirates. It is simply hard to believe. Marco could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his expression appeared somewhat dazed. Whitebeard, the venerable patriarch, actually uttered such words. It's utterly incredulous. He is quite the proud individual. He stood before numerous captains aboard the ship, unexpectedly extending an olive branch to an intern from the red-haired pirate crew, intending to welcome him into the Whitebeard pirates. This maneuver was utterly unforeseen, leaving everyone astounded. Diamond Jaws sat on the railing of the deck, listening to Father S. words, and was momentarily rendered speechless, as if he could not comprehend what Father was articulating. It was astonishing that Whitebeard could undertake such an action. Even if he sought to recruit, why would he only consider an intern, especially one affiliated with the red-haired pirates? He had never encountered such a scene in his lifetime. It was truly astonishing. The proud Whitebeard had always maintained an air of superiority, rarely resorting to undermining others since their arrival at the Whitebeard pirates. While there may have been one or two rare instances, they were certainly exceptional. Furthermore, this was an occurrence that had not taken place for a considerable duration. In contrast to Captain Whitebeard, it was Roger who had a penchant for poaching talent from others. No one could have anticipated that such a day would arrive. They are fortunate to witness their captain engaging in excavation. They were acutely aware of their lack of imagination. Some captains could not help but shake their heads, attempting to regain clarity. Some of them still believed they were dreaming. Surely, the old man must be jesting with him. Without a moment's thought, Margot expressed this notion aloud. "I am quite serious," replied the white-bearded man with a smile, his gaze shifting back to Machi as he inquired, "What do you think, you scoundrel?" He had just finished speaking when Marco, Diamond Joe's, and the other captains were left utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that their father, Whitebeard, was genuinely considering recruiting someone. What sort of enchantment did this intern possess that could prompt such earnest consideration from their father? No, although he was merely an intern. He was an intern endowed with the formidable ability of Conqueror's Haki. This fact alone indicated that Monkey was not an ordinary intern. Contemplating this, Marco felt a reluctant admiration. Yet his heart remained profoundly shaken. Were they truly about to accept a member from the red-haired pirates? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Yet, none could have anticipated that Whitebeard was indeed intent on bringing this young man into the Whitebeard pirates. It appeared that their father was serious this time. Atmos's lips twitched as he cast an expectant glance at Monkey, but within him, astonishment prevailed. He was exceedingly certain. The strength of Machi was far from limited to what was currently evident. Should he choose to join the Whitebeard pirates, it would undoubtedly be a matter of mutual delight for the crew. However, the question lingered in Atmos's mind. Would he be willing? The surrounding pirates awaited Machi's response in hushed anticipation. This sentiment was not exclusive to the captains. Even those who had withstood Machi's Conqueror's Haki without succumbing bore expressions of astonishment. After all, the image of Machi unleashing his formidable Haki replayed incessantly in their minds. Old Daddy had always been exceedingly proud. Who could have foreseen that one day he would extend an invitation to an intern to join their crew? Nevertheless, considering Machi's evident prowess, they all came to terms with the situation. Indeed, Machi's strength was undeniable, and it was clear that he would continue to evolve into an even more formidable force in the future, destined to become a powerful pirate. Would this young man accept the invitation? All eyes were fixed upon Machi. Such occurrences were rare. To be invited to join the Whitebeard pirates was a tremendous honor, one that had likely not happened in nearly a decade. Thus, it was evident. Indeed, their venerable Whitebeard held a profound admiration for Monkey. Faced with the curious and expectant gazes of those around him, Monkey felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing Whitebeard's words. However, he quickly responded with a smile, saying, "I am grateful for your appreciation, but I wish to remain loyal to the red-haired pirates." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard expressed his regret but bore no ill will towards Monkey's decision, accepting his reasoning with grace. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. The old man had been turned down. The events of the day were truly remarkable to them. Firstly, Whitebeard had openly sought to recruit someone in front of such a large audience. Secondly, this young man had dared to decline the invitation from Whitebeard. Lastly, the fact that Whitebeard showed no signs of anger at being rejected was nothing short of astonishing. Their minds seemed to explode like a pot of porridge, as this matter transcended their comprehension from beginning to end. They indeed found it difficult to fathom. Such an outcome was utterly bizarre. That little rascal. Marco gazed at Machi with a complex expression, having declined his father's invitation to join the pirate crew. This was beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, Marco was acutely aware that as an intern, possessing the Conqueror's Haki granted him the audacity to refuse. Chapter 50, Another Resplendent Golden Light. Observing Machi, Marco felt a profound astonishment. Machi left an indelible impression on him. Firstly, Machi was remarkably young. Secondly, at his age, possessing the Conqueror's Haki and demonstrating its adept usage in battle was a rarity, not only within the Whitebeard pirates but throughout the entire New World. At the very least, it was Marco's first encounter with such a phenomenon. He had just heard the news. In the previous contest between Atmos and Monkey, the final outcome was surprisingly a draw. Marco was profoundly shocked. Monkey possessed an extraordinary strength, capability, and talent that seemed almost unattainable for him. Therefore, Marco could almost foresee that Monkey would achieve considerable success in the future. If all went well, he would command great prestige within the red-haired pirates, becoming a pillar of the crew. Thus, when Marco witnessed Monkey's refusal of Whitebeard's invitation, he did not perceive it as an act of disrespect or arrogance. For Monkey, it was simply a matter of self-consideration, as he had the standing to disregard others' opinions. Ha ha. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. You little rascal. How dare you refuse my invitation and cause such a commotion aboard my ship? Tell me, how should I handle this? What punishment would be fitting? If you agree to be my son, I shall let this matter slide and consider today's events resolved. What do you think? He had barely finished speaking when Monkey chuckled and said, You are undoubtedly the most formidable person in the world. Your heart must be exceedingly vast. Surely, you would not be so petty as to quibble over such trivial matters. The old man with the white beard was left speechless, bursting into laughter. His laughter echoed throughout the vast expanse of the Moby Dick, a grand aura permeating the entire pirate ship. I dare not, responded Monkey with remarkable composure. To speak candidly, the more I observe you, the more I find you admirable. You possess audacity and remarkable courage. Although your strength may not be formidable, you harbor a talent that is rare and exceptional. With time and through the trials of battle, I believe you could emerge as a significant figure in the New World. Red-haired Shanks is indeed fortunate, having such an outstanding crewmate. I envision you as a pillar of the red-haired pirates in the future. Whitebeard bestowed upon Monkey the highest commendation. The surrounding pirates and other captains were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. They had never witnessed their venerable old man with a white beard so ardently extolling an individual. If Machi could indeed become the pillar of the red-haired pirates, then without a doubt, his strength has already reached a level where he can command the winds and rains in the New World. Will Monkey ever attain such heights in the future? Marco, Diamond Jozu, and the others surrounding him wore expressions of profound complexity as they gazed at Monkey. Fortunately, he is not our enemy. Otherwise, I would sincerely wish to eliminate him on the spot. Taking advantage of his current, still limited power, we could eradicate him completely. Marco glanced at Monkey before him. Truly, he is a remarkable young prodigy, possessing both immense strength and extraordinary talent. It stands to reason that if he were to become our adversary, failing to eliminate him before he reaches his full potential would surely lead to regret when his power attains greater heights. As foes, the only optimal solution is to extinguish him while he remains relatively weak, thus preventing future troubles. This insufferable brat, so powerful. I have never seen my father bestow such praise upon anyone. If what my father claims is indeed true, this young man's refusal to join the Whitebeard pirates is undoubtedly a loss for them. This insufferable brat, hurry and leave. Your presence here is quite bothersome. Before I change my mind, quickly return to your red-haired pirates and depart from my sight. Whitebeard waved his hand at him, his voice resonating loudly. In that case, I shall not intrude any longer. Monkey smiled, turning without a hint of hesitation to depart. He gazed at the surrounding pirates and smiled, saying, Farewell, my friends. I believe we shall surely meet again in the future. We certainly do not wish to cross paths with you, they replied. Indeed, for Marco and the other captains, avoiding Monkey was their utmost priority. The thought of meeting him was far from their minds. If only it were possible. They were quite eager to never see him again in this lifetime. Indeed, the prowess of that young man was simply too formidable, leaving them utterly humiliated. You impudent brat. Hurry back, Whitebeard urged, concerned that if Monkey lingered any longer, he might genuinely reconsider his stance. The surrounding pirates cast fiercely antagonistic glances towards Monkey. With a helpless shrug, Monkey simply smiled. He glanced back at Captain Whitebeard, his gaze shifting to the scattered fragments of letters strewn across the deck. His mind replaying the events that had unfolded not long ago. From the moment he arrived until now, he mused, the pirates aboard must be reveling in the chaos. Although the captain's letter had been torn asunder by Whitebeard, a surge of anger had coursed through him at that moment. Nevertheless, he had reciprocated with a display of strength, establishing a sense of mutual respect. This seemed to be the fairest approach. Should they cross paths again, the encounter would not be fraught with awkwardness. However, at that very moment, as he turned to depart, Machi cast a glance around and was struck dumb. This was an unforeseen event he had never anticipated. His eyes fixated intently on the deck beside the white-bearded man. In an instant, a blinding golden flash struck Machi's gaze. It was remarkably sudden, and the brilliance of this light surpassed even the sun's rays glistening upon the sea, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. This beam of dazzling golden radiance flooded Machi's vision, immobilizing his sight completely. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with astonishment at the sight of the white-bearded man. Then, his astonishment transformed into exhilaration, leaving him profoundly shaken. The flash occurred. Whitebeard had indeed unleashed it. The golden radiance seemed to possess an extraordinary enchantment, captivating Monkey with an irresistible allure. Deep within, Monkey felt an unwavering certainty. This moment was the most dizzying spectacle he had ever witnessed in his life. At long last, he beheld this extraordinary scene. The very event he had fervently wished for had come to pass. Chapter 51 reveals the astonishing attributes of the trimmer's assault. It was truly breathtaking. In Monkey's vision, there were these resplendent golden lights, more dazzling than the sun itself, resembling the most exquisite hues in the world. He stood transfixed on the deck of the Pequod. The entire ship suffused with the radiant glow of the white-bearded figure. His expression was one of sheer ecstasy, clearly revealing his excitement and anticipation for what was to come. Ultimately, it arrived. From the body of the Whitebeard, a resplendent golden attribute fragment descended. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could hardly believe such fortuitous fortune had befallen him. This golden attribute fragment was of a caliber that Monkey had never encountered before, representing the pinnacle of fragments. He vividly recalls the last instance when he acquired a golden fragment from the red-haired captain, which has now manifested as his awakened conqueror's hotkey. He is filled with anticipation, pondering what new skills he might learn this time and what formidable abilities the Whitebeard might possess. Monkey is almost bursting with eagerness. The previous golden fragment granted him the conqueror's hotkey, so he wonders what power he will attain now. His gaze remains fixed on the ground beside Whitebeard, as this is the moment he has been yearning for. Suddenly, another golden fragment drops from Whitebeard. Monkey can hardly believe his eyes. His fortune seems almost surreal. His luck has been extraordinarily bountiful since he set sail in search of Whitebeard, encountering numerous fortunate events and acquiring many high-level attribute fragments. His recent streak of good fortune is truly remarkable. With a satisfied smile, he listens as a voice from the system announces, "Ding! A golden fragment has fallen beside the master. Would you like to obtain it?" Without the slightest hesitation, he declared, "Acquire. Achieve success." The effect of the golden shard is the tremor attack. Shall it be learned? What? Monkey's pupils constricted as he pondered deeply. He was contemplating a particular query, the utility of the tremor attack effect. However, the astute Monkey quickly recalled the formidable figure of Whitebeard himself. Considering his unparalleled abilities and strength, he believed that the effect of the attack was likely closely related to the powers of Whitebeard's devil fruit. Could it be that I possess the strength of the fruit? As this thought crossed his mind, Machi felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. If his conjecture were indeed true, he would have struck a tremendous fortune this time. During his prolonged stay in the New World, occurrences like this had been exceedingly rare. In comparison to his previous awakening of Conqueror's hotkey, this fragment attribute was both more potent and rare. The fruit. It was revered in the New World as the strongest of all devil fruits. If he could truly acquire Captain Whitebeard's devil fruit abilities, Machi was certain that, relying solely on his own strength, he would command the winds and waves of the New World, rendering himself omnipotent. "Hey, kid, what are you waiting for?" Whitebeard observed Machi with a hint of confusion. For some reason, as he met Machi's gaze, a chill ran down his spine. "I am immensely grateful." Machi's sudden expression of thanks caught Whitebeard off guard. "Thank me? Why this abrupt declaration?" Whitebeard pondered, bewildered. Machi took a moment to calm his fervent emotions. "Farewell, everyone." Under the watchful eyes of all, Machi made his way down from the Moby Dick. The crew watched as his figure gradually faded from their sight. Machi was eager to discover how the newly acquired ability would manifest. However, it would require time to experiment, as this fragment attribute was undoubtedly connected to the fruit. Machi was resolutely certain of this. Yet, the specifics of his ability would only become clear through practical application. In contrast, given that this was a golden fragment, the capabilities within its attributes were certainly of a high caliber. This was not something that could be compared to the common white fragments that might drop from ordinary pirates. Before departing the Moby Dick, the echoes of the system's voice resonated in his ears. "Dong. A white fragment has been discovered near the master. Do you wish to acquire it?" "Dong. A white fragment has been discovered near the master. Do you wish to acquire it?" "Dong. A blue fragment has been discovered near the master. Do you wish to acquire it?" Undoubtedly, Machi realized he had indeed struck gold this time. The sounds were like the most exquisite music to his ears. His body trembled incessantly, as if he were ensconced in a dream. He was utterly oblivious to how he had returned from the Pequod to his own small vessel. He truly had not anticipated this. Upon encountering the white-bearded man, he unexpectedly acquired 2 golden fragments. Moreover, he also obtained a plethora of white and blue shards. It was, without a doubt, a bountiful windfall. This journey proved to be exceedingly worthwhile, justifying the immense effort and time he had invested. Monkey's heart brimmed with joy. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, filled with countless emotions. He lifted his gaze to behold the Moby Dick before him, feeling that it was not merely a pirate ship but rather an immense treasure chest, within which he had acquired a multitude of riches. He could not help but reflect that, although he had not successfully completed the task entrusted to him by Captain Whitebeard. His personal gains had been substantial. Thus, for Monkey, this voyage had proven to be far from a loss. On the contrary, it had yielded considerable rewards, an outcome beyond his expectations. Moreover, not only had he obtained golden fragments before his departure, but he had also acquired a significant number of white and blue fragments. It appeared that his attribute bar was on the cusp of a remarkable enhancement once more. He stood upon the deck, bidding farewell to the pirates of the Whitebeard crew, though they might not perceive his departure. Then, he turned and steered his small vessel away, gradually fading from sight as the Moby Dick dwindled on the horizon. At this moment, Monkey D began to attentively examine his attributes panel, noticing an additional slot had appeared. He activated the panel. Master, Monkey D. Strength, 1124 speed, 107.2 stamina, 109.3 instinctive reaction, 89.1 skills, basic swordsmanship LV 14.2, swordsmanship, swallow return, LV 6.2, armament hockey LV 4.21. Observation hockey LV 2.1, fist technique LV 2 attribute points, 3.2 attack capability, tremor wave LV 1 as Monkey D gazed at the figures displayed on his attributes panel. Joy erupted within him. Indeed, his recent venture to seek out Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick had yielded substantial rewards, marking a significant enhancement to his strength. Both his abilities and inherent attributes had progressed remarkably compared to before. Chapter 52. New Skills, Truly Terrifying. After Monkey D departed from the Moby Dick, on the deck, Whitebeard, seated in his chair, no longer concealed his astonishment and reflections. He sighed deeply and remarked, "Rahaird's luck is truly extraordinary. This lad's future is boundless. Where else could he find such a prodigious talent? The tides of the Yangtze River push the waves forward. It appears that in the new world to come, they will ultimately dominate it. As it stands, that rascal Monkey D will undoubtedly experience rapid growth and strength. Ace, your power may currently surpass his slightly, but given time, I foresee him potentially eclipsing you." As he finished speaking, the captains standing beside the white-bearded figure were overwhelmed with emotion. Although Monkey was merely an intern, they harbored a deep-seated intuition that this individual might one day rise to prominence across the vast expanse of the New World. This young lad was indeed formidable. Malfoy had thus designated Monkey. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone understood one undeniable truth: Wen was indeed superior to Ace. This assertion stemmed from the fact that Monkey possessed the Conqueror's haki and could adeptly wield this skill in combat. Furthermore, Monkey was younger than Ace, thereby becoming increasingly powerful. Indeed, Monkey profoundly sensed this transformation within himself. His body has undergone transformations in every aspect. Compared to the previous encounter with the three major pirate crews of the Beast Pirates, the enhancements in his abilities are now markedly more pronounced. This signifies a remarkable evolution in his strength, transitioning from mere quantitative change to a qualitative leap. Prior to this, his capabilities have only reached the level of a bounty of 200 million. However, today is markedly different from before. To speak frankly, given Monkey's current abilities, he has undoubtedly surpassed the mere bounty of 200 million. Yet, what would the outcome be if he were to engage in battle with a pirate boasting a bounty of 300 million? Monkey is both curious and eager to find out, should circumstances permit. He is indeed quite eager for the opportunity to engage in a battle against an opponent with a bounty of 300 million berries. Who will emerge victorious in the end? That remains uncertain. Without being in an actual confrontation, Monkey cannot yet possess a clear understanding of his current capabilities. He is now uncertain of the true extent of his capabilities. It is not merely his speed and strength that have seen significant enhancement. Even the levels of his three-color haki have risen considerably. This was the reflection in Monkey's mind, and indeed, this was the reality. The remarkable elevation of Monkey's abilities can be attributed not only to the enhancement of his fundamental skills but, more crucially, to the advancement of his three-color haki. He could not help but clench his fists. He stood behind the railing of his small boat, gazing into the distant horizon. He felt the changes within his own body. At this moment, Monkey yearned for a formidable adversary to gauge his true abilities, to ascertain the extent to which his enhanced strength would improve his combat efficacy. Although the elevation of the three-colored haki does not alter the fundamental attributes of the body, it plays a crucial role in actual combat. Thus, it is only when he truly faces a battle that he can clearly comprehend the magnitude of his newfound strength. Moreover, it is not solely about the three-colored haki. What is even more significant lies in the additional segment in his attributes panel drew particular attention from Monkey. It was a golden fragment, a remnant of Whitebeard's body. Ultimately, my attributes panel expanded to include this new feature. Monchi's gaze followed the attributes panel, landing on the tremor attack effect. Could it be? When attacking an opponent, could one unleash a tremor wave upon them? If my speculation holds true, this skill would be exceedingly formidable. The incorporation of tremor vibrations within an offensive skill would undoubtedly leave opponents utterly astounded. As Monchi contemplated this, excitement surged within him. Although this implied that it was not Whitebeard's devil fruit ability, even so, this power was undeniably potent among pirates, regardless of the defenses an opponent might employ. They would never anticipate such a maneuver. The ability to infuse tremor vibrations into an offensive skill was astonishing. Monchi pondered deeply, ultimately unable to contain his excitement any longer. He exhaled deeply, drawing the samurai sword from his waist. Indeed, he was eager to test this new skill, curious to witness its tangible effects in reality, and to ascertain whether it could indeed incorporate the pulsating waves he had envisioned. He summoned the armor of his inner strength. The katana began to be enveloped in a shroud of black armor. He gazed at the distant sea, his heart no longer aflame with excitement. He needed to concentrate his focus. Then, he swung the katana in his hand, executing the secret technique of swordsmanship known as tsubeim geishi. A familiar purple radiance emanated from the blade, forming a colossal purple arc before Monchi. In an instant, it surged forth from the edge of the sword, hurtling towards the vast ocean. A thunderous roar echoed. The immense sound reverberated as the purple beam pierced the surface of the sea, striking more than 10 meters ahead of the sailboat. That area appeared as a vast chasm. Moreover, Monchi discerned a distinction from the previous execution of the secret technique tsubeim geishi. The purple radiance he emitted, upon slicing through the surface of the sea, caused the edges of the fissure to tremble incessantly. Though subtle, Monkey discerned it nonetheless. Could this be the tremor of vibrations? A glimmer of insight flickered in Monkey's eyes. He had validated his hypothesis. Thus, at this moment, his heart was brimming with excitement. Indeed, within the realm of offensive skills, there existed the potential to incorporate the effect of tremors. Does this not imply that when employing such a technique against an adversary, the foe would be compelled to endure not only the assault of his secret swordsmanship, the swallow return, but also the onslaught of tremors? This formidable energy could penetrate their very beings, including the weapons they wielded. Such a notion is utterly terrifying. Surely, no one could have anticipated that Monkey would possess such a stratagem. The ability to simultaneously inflict tremors while launching an attack is remarkable. With this newfound technique, Monkey felt that perhaps he could contend with pirates whose powers surpassed his own. The energy of the tremors was indeed astonishing. Monkey gazed intently towards the horizon of the sea. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a strike with his katana, causing the ocean's surface to surge violently, conjuring towering waves. The spray from the tumultuous waters crashed upon the deck, drenching even Monkey's garments. The deck was soon awash with the salty sea, and in that moment, Monkey's gaze was fixed upon the ship's railing. He stepped forward, gradually approaching the fence. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the wooden posts of the fence were marred by numerous cracks, spreading like a spider's web, reaching out to even more areas. He reached out and touched it. Crack! More fissures appeared, covering the entire fence. What is this? A glimmer of light sparkled in Monchi's pupils as he stared in astonishment. He sensed a possibility in his heart, yet hesitated to confirm it. The fissures on the railing were likely a consequence of the technique he had just employed. It was indeed his violet light, augmented by the shockwave, that had caused this phenomenon. But could it truly affect such an extensive area? Monkey vaguely recalled that the strike he unleashed was a good 2 meters away from the railing of his ship's deck. A distance of 2 meters, could a shockwave possibly exert influence over such a vast expanse? Moreover, this was merely the effect of a first-level shockwave. It was hard to fathom the magnitude of devastation that a higher-level shockwave could unleash. At that moment, Monkey came to a profound realization. The skill he had acquired possessed such formidable power. Chapter 53. Red-haired, do you swear you haven't done anything? Standing on the deck, Monkey took considerable time to restrain his thoughts, redirecting his gaze from the railing to the distant sea. He is now essentially aware of the functions of the additional attribute columns. As of now, he had only attained the first level of the tremor wave skill. Yet, even this singular level of the tremor wave could inflict such extensive damage, affecting a fence 2 meters away. One could scarcely fathom the magnitude of devastation that a higher level would unleash. Truly, he had struck a remarkable fortune this time. Monkey closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Indeed, although he had provoked the beast pirates along his journey, his abilities had experienced significant enhancement. Despite failing to complete the task assigned by Captain Red-haired, he had acquired a rare golden fragment from Whitebeard. One could say that he had not incurred any losses on this journey. Rather, what he had gained far surpassed the energy he had expended. Not only had his fundamental abilities risen in level, but his mastery of the three forms of hockey had also increased, and he had even learned new skills. Remarkably, even the rarest of abilities had seen an augmentation. Monkey's heart brimmed with joy. His attributes had ascended from level 1 to level 3, a full 2-level increase. This attribute could be applied to any ability, whether it be strength, speed, or even the three forms of hockey. However, this time, Monkey was reluctant to utilize this enhancement on those three skills. The attribute panel once again unfolded before his eyes. Owner, Monkey Strength, 1124 Speed, 172 Stamina, 109-3 Instinctive Reaction, 89-1 Skills. Basic Swordsmanship LV-14-2. Swordsmanship, Swallow Return LV-6-2, Armament Hockey LV-4-21, Observation Hockey LV-2-1, Martial Arts LV-2 Attribute Points, 3-2 Attack Ability, Tremor Wave LV-1 At last. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the newly emerged blank attribute bar, trembling with anticipation. Mingxi was now utterly convinced of the immense power and rarity of the new ability he possessed. Thus, he resolved to utilize all his attributes to elevate the magnitude of the tremor. Ultimately, he acted upon this decision, driven by an insatiable curiosity regarding the formidable power that would manifest upon reaching such elevated levels. The system prompted him to augment all attributes towards the tremor. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded. With a trifecta of attributes, success was achieved. The system's voice resonated in his ears. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, as if an innate instinct awakened within him, suggesting that he was inherently endowed with this extraordinary ability. Without the slightest hesitation, he grasped the weapon in his hand and struck at a nearby barrel. Boom! A brilliant flash of light erupted from the blade, instantaneously darting toward the barrel. The thunderous sound that followed was deafening. Although the barrel was positioned 5 meters away from Manchi, it was still struck by the blade's energy, cleaving it in two with remarkable swiftness. Manchi approached and gently touched the remnants of the barrel. With a resounding crash, it splintered into countless fragments, scattering wooden shards around Manchi's feet. The barrel stood approximately 1 meter tall and had a diameter of over half a meter, yet now it lay in ruin. Such destruction could not have been achieved solely by the blade's energy. The reason was clear. The energy was imbued with the force of vibration, not merely the barrel. Manchi's eyes narrowed into slits. He observed that the floor surrounding the wine barrel had begun to develop numerous fissures, as if the slightest pressure would cause it to collapse and shatter. Indeed, compared to the previous effect, the power had significantly increased, and the area of attack had expanded as well. It was evident that his decision to invest 3 attribute points to enhance the tremor's impact was not in vain, and Monkey was quite pleased with this outcome. However, he soon became aware of a troubling dilemma. He gazed helplessly at the cracked deck. It seemed that now, Monkey must navigate the ship with utmost caution. A moment's inattention could lead to its shattering. He still needed to delve deeper into the effects of the tremor waves, striving for a mastery in their application. Moreover, if he could compress these residual waves into a smaller radius, it should yield a far greater impact. Not to mention, he had to control the range of his attacks, as he certainly did not wish to harm the innocent. Only through such diligence could he claim proficiency. Monkey pondered the thought that if the level of tremor waves could be elevated in the future, yet he remained unable to manage the scope of his attacks, it would inevitably lead to considerable complications. He was determined not to inflict harm on the innocent. Opening the attributes panel, Monkey recalled another matter. Master, Monkey Strength, 1124 Speed, 172 Stamina, 109-3 Instinctive Reaction, 89-1 Skills. Basic Swordsmanship LV-14-2, Swordsmanship Counter LV-6-2, Armament Hockey LV-4-21. Observation Hockey LV-2-1, Hand-to-Hand Combat LV-2 Attribute Points, 3-2 Attack Capability, Tremor Wave LV-3-60. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. The Tremor Wave had been upgraded to level 3. However, he had not expected to advance 2 levels at once. He only needed to gather 40 more points to reach level 4, and if any surplus attributes remained, he would prioritize upgrading the skill. Monkey silently contemplated this before moving on. He retracted the attributes panel from his line of sight. He suddenly realized a pressing issue. He had yet to inform the captain that he had not completed his mission. Consequently, he swiftly extracted the den mushi. The sound of the creature resonated across the sea, drifting into the distance. After a moment, Shank's voice emerged from the den mushi. Monkey? Captain, I failed to accomplish the task you entrusted to me. I attempted to deliver a message to Whitebeard, but he tore it up and insisted that you personally come with fine wine. Monkey recounted in detail the events that transpired with Whitebeard. Haha, as expected. He hasn't changed a bit. I anticipated this outcome. Do not act impulsively. Return at once. The remaining course of action is already clear in my mind. Shank's hearty laughter resonated through the din mushy. Understood. Monkey replied, preparing to disconnect the call. However, Shanks inquired. You did not engage in any reckless behavior when Whitebeard destroyed my letter, did you? Shank's skepticism was palpable, for he understood Monkey well. Nothing out of the ordinary. I merely returned the favor after witnessing him tear up your letter, Captain. I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki and incapacitated most of the pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Monkey candidly admitted to his actions aboard the ship. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a distinct sound echoed from Shank's end of the line. Something had seemingly dropped with a sharp clatter. Chapter 54. Whitebeard truly is something. Aboard the Red Force, on the deck, Shanks held the din mushy in astonishment. His expression one of sheer disbelief. What on earth was happening? Could it be that his ears had deceived him? He had been holding a cup. But upon hearing Monkey's words, it slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the deck and scattering into countless fragments. The sound, neither too loud nor too soft, caught the attention of the surrounding crew. Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo approached, puzzled, and inquired, Captain, what is amiss? What news has left you so startled? Is there something troubling? Given Monkey's penchant for causing chaos, they were somewhat accustomed to such occurrences. With a resigned sigh, Shank's expression darkened. Then, he turned to Ben Beckman and several others, stating, You may find it hard to believe, but that rascal Monkey actually dared to cause such a ruckus on Whitebeard's territory and went so far as to commit this act. Everyone was filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the words of red-haired Shanks. Enraged, Whitebeard did not send the message himself. Instead, he tore to shreds the letter I had personally penned. Right in front of Monkey. To everyone's astonishment, Monkey retaliated with his Conqueror's Haki aboard the Moby Dick, rendering the crew members unconscious. As soon as Red-Haired finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lockeroo, along with others who had heard this news, were wide-eyed in disbelief, utterly stunned. Is this true? Could it be? Monkey's audacity knows no bounds, daring to act in such a manner? To unleash his Conqueror's Haki on Whitebeard's territory, incapacitating his crew? How brazen! Ben Beckman cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, Captain, is what you say truly the case? In the presence of the most formidable man in the New World. To use Conqueror's Haki against his own crew. While it's true that Marco and his companions would likely remain unaffected, many pirates would surely be impacted. If one were to take a grim view, isn't this a blatant provocation of Whitebeard? To have the audacity to act in such a manner. That young rascal Monkey is incredibly reckless. Ben Beckman could hardly fathom that Monkey would impulsively commit such an act. Even if he were aboard the Moby Dick at that moment, he would not dare to confront Whitebeard in such a way. No, even if he were granted 10 lives. He would not undertake such a course of action. After all, he was facing the most powerful man in the New World. His bounty amounts to 5 billion berries. Moreover, he has been battling in the New World for quite some time. Monkey's intentions are truly elusive to me, remarked Lacarou as he took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand. Indeed, among all present, perhaps only their red-haired captain possesses the audacity to undertake such actions. The other crew members can hardly dare to even contemplate it. Yet, in reality, it was indeed Monkey who accomplished this feat. Not only that, he is currently making his way back safely. Has he truly disembarked from the Pequod unscathed? They gazed at each other, indeed rather puzzled. Why do strange occurrences always transpire around Machi, and these events are ones they have never encountered before? To dare to wield Conqueror's Haki in the presence of Whitebeard. As Red-Haired pondered this, he could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. This incident was truly amusing. At this moment, he fervently wishes he had been aboard the Pequod, so he could witness the scene firsthand. Surely, Captain Ahab must have been exceedingly furious. He pondered for a moment before picking up the transponder snail to inquire about his inner doubts. After you did that to Whitebeard, did he not grow angry or make things difficult for you? Everyone was equally curious, and the ship fell into a hushed silence, all awaiting Monkey's response. Then, from the other end of the transponder snail, Monkey spoke. Indeed, he did not make things difficult for me. Not only that, at the time, he even suggested that I leave the red-haired pirates to join his Whitebeard pirates. He even contemplated making me his son. As soon as his words were spoken, the red-haired pirate fell into a stupor, as did Ben Beckman and the other crew members who heard the news. An immediate silence enveloped the ship. a stillness so profound that not a whisper could be heard. Astonishingly, was this not an act of recruitment? The red-haired captain gazed at Ben Beckman and a few others, struggling to comprehend the gravity of what he had just heard. In his heart, Whitebeard had always been a figure of immense pride. It was unfathomable that he would engage in actions he had long scorned. Recruiting, no less. Recruiting one of my subordinates, no less. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. Something was amiss. This Whitebeard was utterly disregarding the unwritten rules of piracy. The red-haired captain suddenly understood. Monkey was a coveted asset within the red-haired pirates, possessing limitless talent and potential. Did Whitebeard, upon noticing Monkey's conqueror's hockey, dare to entertain such nefarious thoughts? If Whitebeard were to discover that Monkey also possessed extraordinary growth capabilities, it would surely incite chaos, while others might remain oblivious. The red-haired captain and his crew were acutely aware that the most terrifying aspect of Monkey was not merely his conqueror's hockey, but rather his extraordinary ability to grow stronger. How could someone so powerful, with such high potential, be allowed to be taken away? With urgency, the red-haired captain inquired, "So, have you agreed to his proposal?" "Impossible. How could I abandon my crew to become someone else's subordinate? Besides, I honestly believe the red-haired pirates are a better fit for me." Upon hearing these words, the red-haired captain exhaled a sigh of relief. Ben Beckman beside him revealed a satisfied smile, and others, including Yassop and Lucky Roo, shared knowing smiles of approval. "You little rascal, when you return, I shall impart my swordsmanship to you. It is a promise I shall not renege on." At that moment, the red-haired captain recalled another pressing matter. With a serious tone, he addressed Monkey. "Listen closely, Monkey. Recently, Cyphers is actively searching for your whereabouts. He is a subordinate of Kaido, one of the three calamities, and a trusted aide of Jack the Drought. His bounty exceeds 300 million berries, and at your current strength, it would be quite challenging to contend with him. Therefore, you must exercise caution as you travel and avoid unnecessary risks. Return from Whitebeard's side without delay." Having received this urgent message, the red-haired captain conducted extensive inquiries during the days leading up to Monkey's return. They had not idled during this time, remaining ever vigilant regarding Monkey's actions. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the ship, Monkey held a transponder snail, absorbing the weight of the red-haired captain's admonitions. However, a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes as he eagerly addressed the captain, saying, "Captain, I believe that with my current abilities, even if you were to truly find me, I might not necessarily be defeated. Moreover, I find myself rather looking forward to it. I am extremely eager to witness the true prowess of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries." He finished speaking and abruptly hung up the phone. However, on the side of the red-haired crew, everyone clearly heard Monkey's words, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. After a moment, Ben Beckman could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Could it be that this fellow has significantly enhanced his strength in just a few short days?" "It certainly appears to be the case," as Jesus Burgess and Lakira nodded in agreement beside him. "This young man truly is a marvel." Chapter 55. Shadows follow upon departing from the azure sea. As the final rays of the setting sun sank into the ocean, the night gradually enveloped the vast sea, leaving only a handful of scattered stars quietly emitting their glow. Then, with the rise of the sun, the entire ocean began to shimmer with brilliance. The round sun slowly ascended above the horizon, casting a gentle light, and under the sun's illumination, the surface of the water sparkled, resembling a scattering of golden fragments, radiant and beautiful. A gentle breeze caressed the waters, and a sailboat drifted upon the sea, in the vast expanse of the ocean. This sailboat appeared remarkably diminutive, swaying gently with the wind in the undulating waves, steadily progressing forward. On the deck, Monkey surveyed his surroundings and noticed a black dot gradually materializing on the distant horizon. His gaze sharpened, a hint of playful amusement gracing his features. He had found what he sought at last, a place to land. It had been half a day since he departed from the azure sea, and a full day had passed since his last encounter with the Whitebeard pirates. A complete day. Monkey had navigated his small vessel away from the azure sea, retracing the course he initially took to seek Whitebeard. After a day, he had completely exited the waters of the azure sea. In the interim, he encountered no further adversities. This segment of his journey unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Aside from the occasional shadow of a sea creature gliding beneath the surface, the voyage could be described as exceptionally untroubled. Almost no obstacles presented themselves. The sea breeze stirred up waves that danced upon the surface, producing a sound that was utterly refreshing to the spirit. Machi navigated his course, gradually approaching that distant dark spot. The small silhouette in his sight steadily expanded, eventually transforming into the shape of an island, appearing faintly in the distance. Manchi piloted his small sailboat, inching ever closer to the shore until he finally reached the coastline. He docked the vessel, furled the sail, and dropped anchor. He leaped from the deck, arriving on the small island. What? Monkey felt a peculiar sensation. Turning his gaze back to the distance, his expression subtly shifting. Could it be an illusion? For some reason, he felt as though someone were watching him from behind. Yet, after a brief moment, he dismissed the thought, not lingering on the shore for long. He gradually made his way deeper into the island. After approximately 10 minutes had passed, he arrived at the heart of the island, where a thriving town awaited him. This town was known as Predo. The community was bustling with a multitude of residents, exuding an air of prosperity. Numerous vendors lined the streets, fervently calling out their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. Manchi strolled along the avenue, continuing his journey for a short while. He has procured all that he requires. He held an enormous backpack in his hands and, with a swift motion, slung it over his shoulder. He does not wish to squander an excessive amount of time here. However, just as he was about to turn and depart, suddenly, he halted his steps. Monkey's eyes narrowed into slits, yet he made no other movements. He surveyed his surroundings. However, this time, he truly sensed that pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. Was he being watched? He had only just arrived here, and scarcely an hour had passed. Was he already being surveilled in secret? Why? Moreover, the observer was not solitary. Manchi felt that he held no reputation in this new world. How could it be that upon entering an unfamiliar realm, he was already under scrutiny? Thus, confronted with his current predicament, Manchi found himself incessantly pondering the reasons behind it all, reflecting on his journey since setting sail. The only ones who have truly incited his ire are the beast pirates. This becomes evident. Those who have been secretly surveilling me must belong to the beast pirates. The first possibility is that they are merely a local pirate crew, perhaps aware of my past deeds, monitoring me to safeguard their island from my potential encroachment. If this is the case, it poses no significant threat. However, there exists another possibility. What if they are indeed minions of the beast pirates? The worst-case scenario would be that they are not only subordinates of the beast pirates but have deliberately concealed themselves on this island to observe me, suggesting that this entire situation has been meticulously orchestrated behind the scenes. This would imply a singular truth. Perhaps from the moment I provoked the beast pirates, I have been under their watchful gaze. Or maybe, from the instant I departed from the sky blue sea, they have been tailing me, tracing my route to this small island. After all, Whitebeard's waters are not a domain easily breached by just anyone. If that is indeed the case, they must have made extensive preparations. Perhaps I have already fallen into their trap. Monkey's mind raced through various possibilities, the most terrifying of which was the notion that he had been followed since the moment he left the sky blue sea, yet he had never realized it until now. Upon arriving at this small island, he could distinctly perceive the myriad of covert gazes surveilling his every move. However, these were merely conjectures swirling in Monkey's mind. Their accuracy remained unverified. Lacking any factual foundation or relevant evidence, these notions stemmed solely from Monkey's imagination and speculation. Evidence? That was not an insurmountable task. A thought crossed Monkey's mind. Acquiring the pertinent evidence was not particularly difficult. It merely required extracting those he suspected of watching him and interrogating them one by one, brutal yet straightforward. Monkey resolved to proceed with his plan, as he was simply eager to ascertain the veracity of his suspicions. After contemplating for a moment, he smiled and activated his observation hockey. He then hoisted the enormous backpack on his back and seamlessly blended into the bustling crowd. Before long, his figure vanished into the crowd as if he had never existed. At that moment, just as Monkey had disappeared, 3 men suddenly emerged from the throng. They stood precisely where Monkey had just been, glancing around in confusion, their expressions betraying a mixture of panic and urgency. They must be in search of something of great significance. Just as they were preparing to disperse and scour the surroundings, behind them, a voice, cold and austere, echoed, causing their hearts to constrict in an instant. Am I the one you seek? Chapter 56. At long last, they encountered Cypher Shed. Was this a predicament? Perhaps not. The streets on either side buzzed with commotion. Yet, at this very moment, an eerie silence enveloped the 3 men, as if the surrounding air had come to a standstill, devoid of any sound, resembling an utterly vacuous expanse. At that moment, a voice emanating from behind them made every pore on their bodies tighten with trepidation, rendering them rigid. Instinctively, they turned to identify the source of the sound. For reasons unknown, a man clad in white stood behind them, a faint smile gracing his features. He regarded the three men before him with a tranquil demeanor. "It seems you have been trailing me for quite some time," Manchi remarked with a smile. Ever since his arrival on this island, he had sensed the subtle gaze of unseen watchers, constantly fixated upon him. Though merely an intuition, it remained unverified. Yet, as he prepared to depart, that sensation intensified, prompting Manchi to resolve to uncover the truth. Indeed, with but a simple ruse, he had unmasked those who were stealthily pursuing him. Manchi harbored the belief that these three were not merely coveting his possessions. They were undoubtedly harboring far more clandestine secrets. The expressions of the three men were filled with alarm, as they found themselves at a loss in the face of Manchi's inquiry. "I must trouble you to accompany me to a certain location, and please enlighten me as to who sent you to follow me," Manchi said amicably, patting one of the men on the arm. "He emanates an aura that is profoundly oppressive." The three of them possessed no capacity for resistance. Compelled to follow closely in Monkey's wake, step by step, they arrived at a secluded corner. "Now, you may reveal to me who summoned you here." A chilling glimmer radiated from Manchi's eyes. The three individuals felt an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping their entire beings. They trembled in fear, their backs drenched with cold sweat. They pleaded, "We are merely carrying out orders. Our leader commanded us to follow you. Please, have mercy. We are just following orders." "And who might your leader be?" Manchi pressed relentlessly. "Our leader instructed us to keep it confidential." The three, now overwhelmed with panic, struggled to articulate their words, their faces etched with terror. "If you do not speak, I shall take your lives," Manchi stated calmly. "Our leader is named Jess, known as the Lone Wolf. He is currently at a tavern in the town." Manchi had acquired the information he sought. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Well done, you possess a sense of reason. Spare us." The three fell to their knees, incessantly bowing to Manchi without hesitation. Yet, in a mere instant, blood spattered, scattering across the surroundings. Manchi had no expectation of gleaning anything of value from these individuals. Knowing the identity of their leader was already a significant gain. And now he was aware of this person's whereabouts. Thus, he ruthlessly dispatched the three without a second thought. He turned and exited the corner, as if nothing had transpired. His expression unperturbed while bearing the weight of a colossal backpack upon his back. His steps were remarkably light and buoyant. He was making his way towards the tavern in the town. At that moment, his curiosity was piqued regarding the individual, known as the Lone Wolf. Who had sent someone to follow him? What could their intentions possibly be? A few minutes later, he arrived at the tavern's entrance. Standing at the door, it was evident that this establishment was quite substantial, likely capable of accommodating thousands within its walls. He detected a most delectable aroma at the entrance, the scent of wine. He approached the doorway. He was poised to push open the door when, all of a sudden, his movements came to a halt. With keen perception, he noted that, in addition to the fragrant aroma of liquor wafting from the tavern, there lingered a faint scent of blood in the air. Despite this, Monkey felt no particular surprise at his discovery. He pushed open the heavy door of the tavern. Before even stepping inside, he was met with a gruesome sight. Countless lifeless bodies sprawled across the floor, their demise depicted in horrific detail. Fragments of corpses lay scattered about, and the stench of blood assaulted his senses, inducing a wave of nausea. Aside from the fallen bodies, over 200 pirates occupied the tavern's chairs. Their eyes fixated intently on Manchi, their faces betraying an unsettling curiosity. The atmosphere within the tavern was palpably ominous, enveloping Manchi in its chilling embrace. Yet, in that moment, he found himself undistracted by the corpses at his feet or the pirate's unwavering gaze. His gaze was fixed directly ahead of him. Before a massive wooden table sat a man of imposing stature. Adorned with dark sunglasses and draped in fur, the man's eyes were obscured. Yet Manchi could ascertain that he was being scrutinized. The two locked eyes in a silent exchange. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, and Manchi observed two black horns protruding from the man's head. At that moment, Manchi's mind began to connect the dots regarding the identity of this individual and the significance of the horns. Although Manchi was merely an intern, he was not entirely ignorant of certain matters pertaining to the New World. He understood the implications of the black horns adorning the head of the man before him. Such features were only manifested in those who had consumed artificial devil fruits. Almost every pirate who had ingested these fruits exhibited similar transformations, signifying that this man was indeed a wielder of extraordinary abilities. Moreover, he is indeed a wielder of the artificial devil fruit abilities. As of now, Monkey is aware that such individuals are exceedingly rare. However, The majority of them are concentrated within the ranks of the beast pirates. Therefore, this man is likely one of their subordinates. I have waited for far too long. I have finally awaited your arrival, the man spoke slowly. It was not only him. The pirates surrounding him, who had been fixated on him, also wore sinister smiles upon their lips. Monkey activated his observation hockey. He sensed the formidable strength of those present. Is this a trap specifically laid for me? Monkey thought to himself, the implication becoming increasingly evident. They had long awaited his arrival. Monkey surveyed his surroundings and addressed the man. The three who have been tailing me mentioned that their leader, the wild wolf, is you? The wild wolf. The man chuckled, gesturing towards a lifeless body on the ground. The wild wolf you speak of should be this one. Is he dead? Monkey pondered. The wild wolf had been slain by this group, who exploited his name to command his subordinates, deliberately luring Monkey here. It was indeed unexpected. Monkey chuckled softly, realizing that he too had fallen into a trap. I am not the wild wolf, but you may have heard of me. I am Sipshead, a subordinate of the drought incarnate, Jack, one of the three calamities. To think you would encounter me today. You are a member of the red-haired pirates, responsible for the annihilation of 4 of our beast pirates' crews. I trust you remember that incident. Sipshead's tone was unruffled, yet one could sense his simmering rage. Thus, you seek me for revenge? Monkey inquired with a smile. Revenge? Not quite. They were mere trash. Their demise is inconsequential. I am merely following our leader Jack's orders to dismember you. I believe it is time you paid for your actions. Sipshead leaped down from the table, regarding Monkey with disdain. I did not anticipate you would walk into your own demise today, before you perish. I hope you remember one thing. Do not provoke the beast pirates lightly. Sipshead emanated a formidable aura, compelling Monkey to concede that as a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, he was indeed unlike any adversary he had encountered before. The pressure was palpable. Monkey recognized that this might be the most formidable opponent he had faced since his emergence. The aura radiating from Sipshead was unmistakable. Moreover, the surrounding pirates, with their predatory gazes, were also eager to strike. In this precarious situation, Monkey found himself at a disadvantage. However, the notion of meeting his end here was anything but certain. Monkey smiled as he looked at Sipshead. Chapter 57. Let us engage in a contest today. Inside the tavern, over 200 men with menacing expressions fixated intently on Monkey. The weight of their scrutiny was immense. A typical person in Monkey's predicament would have crumbled under such pressure. Yet, Monkey was no ordinary individual. Although merely an intern, he possessed strength that surpassed the average. Under the duress of this oppressive atmosphere, he remained remarkably composed. His focus was entirely on Sipshead, undeterred by the pirates surrounding him. As a subordinate of the formidable drought Jack, his prowess is undoubtedly immense. Moreover, his bounty has surpassed 300 million berries, which further attests to his exceptional capabilities. Thus far, apart from the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates, this Sipshead is the most powerful individual he has encountered. The atmosphere around is heavy with an unsettling silence, as a palpable aura of menace quietly brews. Sipshead approaches Monkey with measured intent. He stood approximately 20 meters away from Monkey, surveying his surroundings before smiling and declaring, "There are over 200 of my subordinates here. Among them, 30 possess the strength that commands a bounty of 100 million berries. While their abilities are certainly formidable, I believe that facing such a multitude, no matter how powerful you may be, would prove exceedingly difficult to withstand. Furthermore, I am here as well." Sipshead, with an air of determination, continued. "You may not have encountered a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries before. Today, I shall fulfill your wish, but you must pay with your life." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of laughter erupted around him. Over 200 pirates, having heard the words of Sipshead, mocked Monkey. "Masterhead, there's no need to waste words on him. Let us swiftly take action and return with this fellow's head as an offering." Indeed, this brat, a subordinate of the red-haired pirates, dared to be so arrogant. It seems he has a death wish. Let him witness that the beast pirates are not to be trifled with. Anyone who provokes the beast pirates will undoubtedly pay with their life. The tavern was filled with a cacophony of taunts, creating an atmosphere of palpable unrest. Monkey could sense the overwhelming aura of menace emanating from his adversaries. "Did you hear that, you wretched child?" Sipshead remarked, "It appears my subordinates can hardly contain their eagerness. They are undoubtedly anticipating the pleasure of tearing you apart. Surely, you do not still believe you can escape once again? Wake up from your delusions. Even without my crew, I alone could easily end your life. Such is the vast chasm between a 300 million berry pirate and an intern. To kill you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. However, this may very well be your only opportunity to witness such prowess in your lifetime. Once you behold my capabilities, you will surely regret your past actions. Poor intern, you possess no power to contend with me. Do you wish to flee? Alas, it is too late. You cannot evade my trap. As CYPS had spoke, he erupted into a maniacal laughter. He harnessed the energy within, and Machi could sense the intensifying aura of murderous intent emanating from him, akin to a surging ocean. This was the formidable presence of a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, finally revealing itself before Machi. Have you noticed? Does the aura surrounding me instill a sense of despair within you? Alas, regardless of the circumstances, your demise today is unequivocal, devoid of any suspense. As an intern, this stark contrast between us is something you cannot fathom. Those endowed with my abilities are truly fearsome. Cypress Hater stretched out his arms, tilting his head towards the ceiling. A look of sheer ecstasy gracing his features. Lord Hater, indeed, remains formidable. Even if he belongs to the red-haired pirates, what does it matter? He is merely an intern. Unless the red-haired himself comes to his rescue, ha ha ha. Otherwise, he will surely perish here today. Around 200 pirates fixated their gaze upon Machi. Their curiosity piqued regarding the unfolding events. The tavern was engulfed in the chilling and ominous aura radiating from Cypress Hater, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. Under the watchful eyes of all, Machi broke into laughter. This fellow, despite the dire circumstances, still found the capacity to laugh. Perhaps he was yet unaware of his predicament. Cypress Hater let out a cold huff, his towering stature casting a condescending shadow over Machi. With a tone laced with disdain and a hint of pity, he remarked, "Do savor this moment. It is your final opportunity to smile." Upon hearing Cypress Hater's words, Machi lifted his gaze towards him and said, 3 weeks ago as he spoke. He drew forth his weapon, the katana. His gaze fixed upon Cypher's head, before shifting to the surrounding pirates. The blade shimmered brilliantly under the tavern's light. He gradually approached Sip's head, speaking as he walked. At that moment, I had just joined the red-haired pirates, completely oblivious and lacking in strength, one might say utterly uninformed. However, just a week prior, I was capable of capturing sea kings with my bare hands and had even slain a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. 3 days ago, I single-handedly annihilated 3 of your subordinate pirate crews, vanquishing 1,000 pirates, among them a captain whose bounty exceeded 100 million berries. To me, these feats were mere trifles. Just 1 day ago, I had a stalemate with Atmos, the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It can be said that with each passing moment, my strength has been growing exponentially. If you believe you can kill me today, then come and try. I am equally curious to see how much my power has advanced in just a day. I had originally intended to seek out someone with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries to hone my skills, but since you have approached me today, let us engage in a contest. Monkey halted in his tracks, now only 5 meters away from Sip's head, and he ceased to advance any further. He elevated his katana high, only to gently lower it, ultimately positioning it before his chest, pointing directly at Cypher's head. A layer of black armor enveloped the blade of the sword, gleaming under the light like obsidian. He activated his haki. In that same fleeting moment, a tremendous wave of energy emanated from Monkey's form, surging forth like a torrential tide, rapidly radiating outward. In but an instant, this force encircled all those present in the tavern. He unleashed the Conqueror's haki. Chapter 58. This terrifying strike pierced through the tavern. Monkey stood in the center of the establishment, appearing remarkably diminutive in the face of so many. Yet, in an instant, his entire aura erupted, releasing a formidable wave of energy that surged outward like a tumultuous tide, enveloping the surroundings. This presence permeated every corner of the tavern, forming a crescent that shrouded the entire space. No one within the tavern could evade the power of his overwhelming aura. This was the Conqueror's haki emitted by Monkey. Boom. As the Conqueror's haki expanded, every individual was buffeted by this forceful current. Among those affected were Cypher Pole and his cohort of over 200 pirates. None could escape its grasp, unless they simultaneously wielded the Conqueror's haki. However, it now appears that, aside from Monkey himself, none of the others present possessed the innate talent or strength for such a formidable power. Monkey stood at the center of the tavern, unleashing an assault that left the entire assembly in astonishment. Over 200 pirates were rendered motionless, taken aback by Monkey's unexpected display of Conqueror's haki. The disdainful expressions that had adorned their faces moments before faded, replaced by expressions of shock and bewilderment. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Thud. The ensuing scene mirrored precisely what had transpired aboard the Moby Dick. The pirates in attendance witnessed their comrades collapsing one after another, an occurrence that unfolded in the blink of an eye. Among them, over a dozen individuals fell into unconsciousness under the overwhelming might of the conqueror's haki. However, approximately 200 pirates in attendance withstood the powerful impact and did not collapse to the ground. This clearly illustrates that the words of Cypress Head were not unfounded. Indeed, the pirates encountered this time are exceptionally formidable. The more than 200 pirates stood in astonishment, their eyes wide as they gazed at their fallen comrades. Their minds engulfed in confusion. What is happening? What could possibly be the cause of this? They did not perceive anything at all. It was merely the breath that had just been exhaled, which left us in a state of profound astonishment. It was that overwhelming breath that caused them to collapse to the ground. They spoke, increasingly astonished within. Was it truly the aura they exuded that caused their companions to faint before they had the chance to resist? This was nothing short of astonishing. You scoundrel! Cyphus Head's eyes were fixed intently on Machi, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. He naturally comprehended what Monkey D. Luffy had just accomplished. His bounty surpasses 300 million berries, marking him as a fearsome pirate who instills dread in the hearts of many. This is not the first time he has encountered such a scene, nor felt the formidable power of the conqueror's haki. Previously, he confronted Kaido, the captain of his pirate crew. During that occasion, he had indeed experienced that profoundly shocking aura, the aura of conqueror's haki. To think that you possess the innate talent for such a formidable power. A shadow veiled the eyes of Cypress Head, deeply stirred by this revelation. Until now, he had never contemplated the possibility that an intern of the red-haired pirates could possess such a rare gift. Conqueror's haki is an ability that may only be found among 1 in a million pirates. This talent is undeniably terrifying. He never anticipated that this young man before him would wield such power. Upon witnessing this scene, Cypress Head underwent a significant shift in mentality. He was merely an intern. After all, this was inconceivable. At this moment, Cypress Head's heart was tumultuous, far from calm. He had previously regarded Monkey as merely a reckless youth, yet here he was, capable of utilizing Conqueror's haki. This was absolutely unacceptable. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands prominently visible. His complexion darkened significantly. A peculiar amalgamation of jealousy, envy, and rage contorting his expression into something unsettling. At this moment, his heart was truly a tumult of emotions. It was evident. Upon witnessing someone he held in utter disdain possessing such remarkable capabilities, he was utterly taken aback. The depths of his being were now engulfed by the overwhelming tide of jealousy. He has always believed that in terms of strength, he far surpasses that insufferable brat. But why? He possesses abilities that he himself lacks. He was filled with an unwillingness to accept his fate, his eyes ablaze with a seething fury. The expression on Cypher's face grew frigid, as if the very air around him had crystallized under the weight of his imposing presence. A palpable chill and an aura of menace enveloped him. The legendary Conqueror's haki? This was indeed the awe-inspiring manifestation of the Conqueror's haki that one often hears of but seldom witnesses. The more than 200 pirates in the vicinity gazed at Monkey with palpable trepidation. They also heard the words spoken by Cypress Head. Thus, even if they were unaware before, they now comprehend. The formidable force that rendered their companions powerless, collapsing to the ground, is none other than the legendary Conqueror's haki. Although each of them had heard tales of such an ability, they had never witnessed it firsthand. Furthermore, the fact that this power manifested before them, emanating from a mere intern, was beyond their imagination. They had never contemplated that such an event would transpire in their lifetime. The intern, astonishingly endowed with exceptional talent, must possess formidable capabilities. They were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Cypress Head emerged, his gaze chilling as it fell upon Manchi. The 2 horns atop his head distinguished him notably within the crowd. You little brat, your Conqueror's haki is utterly wasted on you. Even if you possess extraordinary talent and can wield the Conqueror's haki, today, you shall not escape death. Cypress Head stood before Manchi. The distance between them neither too far nor too close. An aura of chilling intensity radiated from him, growing ever more potent with each step he took closer. If you possess the audacity, then come and test your mettle. Machi brandished the katana in his hand, its blade enveloped in a dark hue of haki. His expression remarkably composed, even graced with a hint of a smile. Surrounded by a multitude of formidable pirates, even when faced with the notorious Cypress Head, whose bounty exceeded 300 million berries, Machi felt not a flicker of trepidation. Instead, he was imbued with a sense of exhilaration. He felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration coursing through his body, yearning for an exhilarating battle. He indeed felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He yearned to engage in a contest with the legendary pirate, renowned for his formidable prowess, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events that lay ahead. His hand gripped the hilt of the sword with unyielding determination. The black armor encased the katana seamlessly, extending all the way to Manchi's arm. From his fingertips to his elbow, the armament was enveloped in a formidable hue. The atmosphere was charged with impending conflict. Those around held their breath in anticipation. Boom. Sypha's head launched the inaugural assault. He leapt forward, hurtling towards Manchi. In the place he left behind, the ground bore a profound crater. Although Seifershed possessed a robust physique, his speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he reached Manchi's side, his fists, cloaked in armament haki, crashing down upon him. Bang! Manchi, unhurried, raised his katana to deflect the onslaught. Boom! Where the two clashed, sparks flew. Manchi stepped back twice, his eyes still devoid of unnecessary emotion. He glanced at the imposing figure of Seifershed before smiling faintly. Continue. Then, waves of sword energy surged through the tavern, aimed squarely at Seifershed's body. Bang! 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 Seifershed raised his fists, bracing himself against the relentless barrage. You little brat, is that all you've got? Show me your true skills. Otherwise, I fear you shall meet a grim fate here today, Seifershed retorted, grinning at Manchi, his voice booming. Thunderous. He summoned the power within his body, channeling this energy into his fists, reinforcing the armor around his hands. Without a hint of hesitation, he struck directly at Manchi's head. In an instant, Manchi stepped back, deftly evading the attack. All that could be seen was the punch landing squarely on the tavern floor, creating a colossal crater. Truly, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Manchi mused internally, recognizing that although their exchange was brief, this confrontation felt markedly different from previous encounters. Compared to the members of the beast pirates he had faced before, this individual was evidently far more formidable. One could even assert that CYPS Head and the earlier captains were not of the same caliber. He is indeed formidable, there is no denying it. Manchi gazed at Seifershed, contemplating that the individual standing before him could truly be regarded as his genuine adversary. Yet it was precisely for this reason that Manchi felt an exhilarating thrill within. He yearned to vanquish his opponent, to demonstrate that his prowess surpassed that of the other. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would remain forever oblivious to the limits of his own abilities. Manchi shook his head, chuckling softly, and then turned his attention elsewhere. He raised the katana once more, channeling the haki within him, concentrating it into the weapon he held. The blade emanated a chilling aura. He faced the position where Seifershed stood. With a smile, Manchi remarked, "Perhaps this time, you will find it difficult to withstand." "Is that so? Then allow me to see," Seifershed scoffed, displaying not a trace of anxiety within. The more than 200 pirates surrounding them were left astonished by the unfolding scene. After all, the confrontation between these two individuals was almost instantaneous. Even when they concentrated their attention, it was still exceedingly challenging to discern the shadows of these two individuals. The intern possesses remarkable talent, a sentiment shared by nearly the entirety of those present. Their eyes were firmly fixed upon Manchi. At that very moment, the katana in Manchi's grasp emanated a soft violet glow, swirling at the blade's tip, exuding an aura of impending demise. He slowly raised the katana, gazing at Seppo's head, and intoned, "Secret technique of swordsmanship, Swallow's return." Without the slightest hesitation, he swung the katana in his hand with remarkable precision and decisiveness. A dazzling beam of violet light emanated from the tip of the blade, encircling Monkey in a semicircle as it surged forward. This trajectory led directly to the location of Seifershed Station. Whoosh! A violet beam sliced through the air with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the front of Seifershed. His eyes were filled with a halo of purple luminescence. What? Seifershed's expression turned to one of alarm. He sensed it. Despite the distance that separated them, he could acutely feel the force that seemed capable of tearing a person apart. What is this? Seifershed's composure began to wane. In an instant, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a violet beam that whisked past the tip of his nose. Boom! The ray sliced through the air, hurtling towards the tavern wall. Yet, Seifershed could still sense the overwhelming force, causing his body to tense involuntarily. Hold on! A look of sheer horror spread across Seifershed's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth is happening? He stood in a daze, lowering his head to survey his surroundings. The fur upon his body had been rent asunder by beams of light, and the area was riddled with fissures. Moreover, it was not merely this. His entire body was marred by scars, with blood beginning to seep out. The surface of his skin was also coated in crimson, rendering him a pitiable sight. What on earth could have happened? Although these were merely superficial wounds, Seifershed was nonetheless taken aback. He indeed evaded the attack, yet why was he still wounded? Was it merely the aftershock? What kind of assault could inflict harm from such a distance? Syphus had felt his beliefs crumbling, as this was beyond his comprehension. The attack grazed past him and ultimately crashed into the tavern wall. The wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the shattered surface was riddled with fissures. Boom. The debris began to disintegrate after the collapse, while the tavern floor trembled incessantly. The entire establishment seemed on the brink of total ruin. Monkey's strike had nearly pierced through the tavern. A violet luminescence spread across the crumbling walls, instantly enveloping the space in a purple glow. It became evident that the tavern was in utter disarray. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Not a soul uttered a sound. Chapter 59. The tremors were too intense. Syphus' head was struck by the sword. Inside the tavern, the violet beams emitted by Monkey gradually illuminated the previously dim surroundings, unveiling the chaotic state of the establishment. The floor was littered with bodies, strewn haphazardly across the ground. The blood that flowed from their bodies had long since been absorbed by the earth. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, swirling in the wind. These individuals remained in the tavern, including the earlier wild wolf. They had all fallen victim to the pirates under the command of Cypress Head. Not only were their corpses strewn across the ground, but a deep fissure marred the earth, leading the eye upwards to a wall several hundred meters away. The wall had been breached, and the resulting shockwave had caused it to crumble, creating a gaping hole through which light finally illuminated the tavern. The atmosphere was eerily silent, oppressive in its stillness. Over 200 pirates held their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene and the vast chasm at their feet, their hearts gripped by sheer terror. Some could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. Their gazes fixated on the young man wielding a katana. They opened their mouths, yet were unable to utter a complete sentence, as fear permeated their hearts. It was evident that the scene before them was utterly terrifying, for a protracted period. They would not be able to forget the events of today. It was indeed horrifying. Just a single strike had inflicted such catastrophic damage upon the tavern. Not only the walls, but the floor too bore deep fissures. The prowess of this young man was truly formidable. Over 200 pirates found themselves at a loss for words. Monkey's abilities had surpassed their expectations. Initially, they had assumed he was merely a lowly minion, but the current circumstances revealed that he was far beyond what they had initially perceived. Monkey's capabilities had eclipsed those of many pirates present. They were struck a harsh blow by reality. They witnessed firsthand the immense damage inflicted by Monkey's move. Lord Hyde, too, was harmed. At this moment, it seemed they finally realized that Sip's head was covered in scars. Blood permeated his body, rendering him in a disheveled state, and he no longer appeared as carefree as before. Although the injuries were merely superficial, the emotional toll on Sip's head was profound, for he has ascertained one thing. He evaded Monkey's attack, yet still sustained injuries. Sip's head found this perplexing. How could this seemingly insignificant intern of the red-haired pirate crew possess such formidable strength? His prowess was akin to that of a monster. How could he merely be an intern? This confusion was shared not only by Sip's head, but also by the surrounding pirates. They found it hard to believe. The air was permeated with the scent of blood. Machi grasped the weapon in his hand, the katana adorned with a dark armor, appearing remarkably resilient. He stood beside Sip's head. Machi smiled, gazing at his masterpiece on the distant wall. This attempt was slightly askew, but I shall certainly be more careful next time. Upon hearing this, Sip's head's expression instantly contorted. His body was drenched in blood, yet his gaze remained strikingly cold. He wiped the blood from his body and cast an indignant glare at Manchi. Although his injuries were not severe, he was at a loss to comprehend how he had sustained them. This uncertainty was what truly terrified Cyphershed. Moreover, he was merely facing an intern, someone he had previously held in disdain. The fact that this intern could inflict harm upon him was undeniably humbling. Indeed, I underestimated you before. As an intern, you managed to wound me. Should you perish by my hand today, it would be a fitting end. The remainder of your fate is sealed. Cyphershed's expression was as frigid as ice, and around him, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the atmosphere. Boom. He leapt with great vigor, the stones beneath him collapsing as fragments flew in all directions, splashing about. The surrounding pirates retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Giant horn transformation. With fury coursing through him, Cyphus Head unleashed his double fist toward Machi. At that moment his fist morphed into a colossal ram's horn. Moreover, the horn was enveloped in a layer of haki, emanating a dark radiance. Is this your devil fruit? Machi narrowed his eyes into a mere slit. He raised the katana in his hand to deflect the impending attack. In the instant when the ram's horn met the blade, a piercing, shrill sound erupted. Buzz. The reverberations began to spread outward, reaching into the distance. Boom. Surrounding objects were swept away by this wave, flung into the farthest corners. Simultaneously. At the point of their collision, brilliant and blinding sparks ignited, captivating everyone's gaze. Remarkably, he had withstood the onslaught. They were immediately taken aback. Lord Hyde had unleashed an attack powered by the devil fruit, yet this young man managed to thwart it. Monkey felt a tremor coursing through his wrist. And even his arm was subjected to immense pressure. Had he not gripped his weapon tightly, it would undoubtedly have been sent flying. Indeed, a direct confrontation was not feasible. Monkey chuckled at his own folly. He retreated, swiftly brandishing the katana in his hand. Wave after wave of violet light surged towards Sip's head. Bang! Sip's head effortlessly deflected these assaults with a massive, horned hand. Die! Sip's head roared in a fit of rage. His hands had become immensely formidable, thrusting toward Machi with great force. A sharp clang echoed as Machi successfully parried the blow. The impact reverberated, sending surrounding objects flying. Everyone around was captivated, their gaze fixed on the fierce duel between the two. The speed of the confrontation was astonishing, rendering it difficult to distinguish the figures of the combatants. The prowess of this intern was truly remarkable. Indeed, it appeared that their strengths were evenly matched. Such power was not typically expected from an intern. They gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. It was truly astonishing that an intern could contend so fiercely with their esteemed Lord Hyde. The sheer horror of it all was overwhelming. Monchi and Cyphus separated, wielding their katana, channeling their energy into the tip of the blade. He struck downward with a swift motion, unleashing a violet beam that surged directly before Cyphus' head. This piercing radiance left Cyphus' head in a state of astonishment. He raised his fists, successfully fending off the attack. However, at that very moment, the ground beneath Cyphus' head collapsed instantaneously, and the surrounding floor was hurled away by the force. Ultimately, he managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet, when he lowered his gaze to his own body, his heart stopped abruptly. He indeed thwarted the assault from Machi. Yet, why? His chest and abdomen were marred by a gaping wound, from which blood gushed forth. The laceration was profound, nearly revealing the internal organs beneath. He felt his body beginning to grow heavy. What could be the reason? A profound sense of panic engulfed Cyphus' head. This was truly terrifying. How could one possibly withstand it? He could not comprehend why, despite having successfully blocked the attack, his body still bore the scars of injury. Monkey gazed at his handiwork and smiled softly. Although the damage was merely superficial, it revealed the formidable power of the shockwave. In the future, as his level ascends even higher, perhaps even if his foes manage to withstand his assaults, they may still be unable to endure the effects of the shockwave, which could rend them asunder. Chapter 60. His strength finally reached the 3 billion berry tier. The tavern was in disarray, with the patrons rendered speechless, alternating their glances between Monkey and Cyphus' head. They have long hesitated to confirm one unsettling reality. Their leader, Cyphus' head, appears to have been in a state of defensiveness throughout this battle. Upon witnessing Cyphus' head's body covered in bruises, they found it difficult to believe their own eyes. Faced with an intern, their formidable leader was unable to prevail. They could never have imagined such a scene unfolding in reality. It is truly terrifying. Lord Hyde is actually being overpowered and beaten by an intern. Am I dreaming? They were filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Rays of light pierced through the gaps in the wall, illuminating the tavern, which bore the scars of battle in its chaotic interior. The floor was marred with fissures and cracks. Monkey gripped a katana tightly, his gaze fixed upon Cyphus' head. He observed the wounds adorning his opponent's body and pondered to himself. Such formidable power could be unleashed by merely a level 3 shockwave. Although it posed no substantial threat to them, a slight increase in its level could spell doom for Cyphus' head with just a shockwave. As these thoughts coursed through Monkey's mind, a glimmer of exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, the effects of the shockwave were perfectly suited to him. He has made a decision. From now on, when acquiring attribute points, he will allocate them to enhance the tremor effect, for this ability is truly remarkable. He retracted his thoughts and glanced once more at Sip's head, whose expression was notably grim. However, Machi maintained a faint smile. On the surface, Machi appeared to have the upper hand, yet the reality was far more complex. The blows Sip's head had endured were merely superficial wounds. In truth, most of the attacks were either evaded or successfully defended against, hence Sip's head had not suffered any significant damage. His offensive capabilities remained unaffected. If this continued, Machi was at risk of losing the battle. Indeed, an adversary with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, Machi yearned to ascertain the limits of his own abilities. Without hesitation, He launched another assault. Bang! In close combat, Machi was entirely outmatched by Sip's head. The massive, horned fist in Sip's head's grasp posed a constant threat to Machi's life. Before long, Machi had sustained some injuries, blood streaming from his wounds. Boom! Machi executed a slash, forcing Sip's head to retreat momentarily, narrowing his eyes into a slit. He wiped the blood from his face, revealing a scar that lent him an air of maturity. You little brat, don't say I didn't warn you. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise, Sip's head bellowed as he launched the next wave of attacks, struggling to maintain his grip on the katana under the immense pressure. Machi's expression grew focused as he meticulously scrutinized Sip's head's offensive openings. On the periphery, the pirates rallied in support of their lord. My lord, tear this brat to shreds. Kill him. He is not formidable at all. Indeed, while this in turn possessed commendable abilities, he was still far inferior to their captain. All eyes were fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Machi found himself cornered against the tavern wall. It was evident that a foe with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries was formidable. Machi had never before experienced such pressure in battle. You little brat. I've told you before. I am a man with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. You must be feeling quite hopeless now. If Red-Haired were to come and rescue you today, perhaps you might have a slim chance of survival. Sip's head, fueled by determination, launched another ferocious attack. Boom. He raised his colossal fists, aiming a strike at Machi. Machi deftly evaded the attack. A thunderous sound erupted, resonating through the air. The wall crumbled, its surface torn asunder. In an instant, the structure fragmented into countless debris, scattered everywhere. At that moment, Machi too felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Yet, his mind remained composed, diligently analyzing every move of Sip's head, in hopes of uncovering a flaw that could alter the current predicament. However, Sip's head's assault was executed with remarkable swiftness. He possessed not only immense strength but also a swiftness that Machi had never witnessed before. At present, Machi's capabilities fell short of the 300 million berry threshold. He comprehended this truth within himself. As he faced the onslaught from Sip's head, Machi gradually found himself struggling to withstand the blows. The cacophony of pirates surrounded him. And even Sip's head sensed the dawn of victory. His spirit surged as his previously disdainful demeanor returned to his countenance. After all, his opponent was merely an intern. He, however, was a subordinate of Jack, one of the three calamities, and thus Sip's head could not be compared to those pirates with bounties of merely 100 million berry. Machi even felt as though he were contending against 30 pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berry. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Purple shards detected around the master. Would you like to acquire? Machi's gaze caught a glimpse of violet light, shards that had fallen from within Sip's head. Timing is everything. Machi smiled and responded, acquire. Success. The purple shards enhanced his armament hockey by 4. Would you like to learn? Learn. A glimmer of light flickered in Machi's eyes. At this instant, there was no room for further contemplation. He is currently consumed by a singular thought, how to eliminate Sip's head. A wave of warmth enveloped Machi's body. He sensed the katana in his hand. The layer of armament hockey had become even more formidable. The level of his armament hockey had ascended to a higher tier. He accessed the attribute panel. Master, Monkey, Strength, 112, Speed, 107, Stamina, 109, Instinctive Reaction, 89, Skills, Swordsmanship Fundamentals LV14, Swordsmanship Return LV6, Armament Hockey LV62, Conqueror's Hockey LV3, Observation Hockey LV2, Fist Technique LV2, Attribute Points, 0, Attack Capability, Tremor Wave LV360. The fourth level of armament hockey could elevate 2 additional levels. A smile graced Monkey's face. This enhancement was substantial. Elevating the armament hockey by 2 levels equated to a 2-fold increase from the original foundation. Thus, Monkey's boost in armament hockey was anything but trivial. The timely drop of the purple fragment was fortuitous. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the augmentation of armament hockey could dictate the outcome of this battle. Now, he possessed the strength equivalent to a bounty of 300 million berries. At this moment, Monkey narrowed his eyes into slits and raised the katana in his hand. Despite his body being marred with scars, he exuded a powerful aura. This was your moment. In the sunlight, the blade of the katana glimmered with a faint crimson hue. The murderous intent swirled around the blade, more intense than before. The level of armament hockey appeared to have surged several times. Chapter 61. Sudden counterattack, rapid growth in battle. What? Sip's head found himself ensnared by Monkey's gaze. An unnatural expression crossing his face as he looked at Monkey, bewildered, uncertain of the reason. He noticed that his opponent seemed to have undergone some changes. However, he remained oblivious to the exact reasons behind it. An ominous sign lingered in the air. Pressing on, Machi fixed his gaze upon Cypher Shed. In the next instant, he leaped with abandon. Boom. The tremendous force he exerted caused the tavern floor to tremble, creating two deep craters where his footprints lay. Surrounding the pits were fissures that spread out ominously, evoking a sense of dread. Machi descended like a razor from the heavens, arriving before Cypher Shed in the blink of an eye. He brandished his sword, shrouded in armament color, and struck towards Cypher Shed. A sharp blade of air sliced through the atmosphere. Bang! Cypher Shed raised his massive, horned fist, strenuously blocking Machi's assault. Yet, he felt his arm go numb from the impact, a look of incredulity crossing his face. His gaze fixed intently on Machi, his eyes ablaze with fury. This fellow, you. Cypher Shed finally discerned the anomaly. After utilizing the devil fruit, his armament color should have become impervious. However, during his encounter with Machi, he still felt the intense force of the attack, both internally and externally. He could not conceal his astonishment. This time, indeed, it was the first time in his life that he felt a tinge of difficulty. Though his body had absorbed many of Machi's tremors, these were merely superficial wounds, inconsequential to him. He hardly cared. Even now, he could not comprehend why he was injured. Nevertheless, since it was not a fatal blow, Cypher Shed felt little concern. Yet this time, during the clash with Machi, he found his horned fists nearly incapable of resisting the onslaught. In that moment, Cypher Shed grasped the terrifying power wielded by Machi's sword. Just wait and see. Next, it will be your turn to experience the sensation of being crushed, Machi declared with pride. He grasped the katana in his hand, the haki shimmering brilliantly at its tip. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung it towards Sipshead. Oh no. Sipshead's expression turned to one of astonishment. In his eyes blazed a fiery glow, a manifestation of the haki enveloping his fists, ignited by the friction with Monkey's katana. Boom. He felt a terrifying tremor coursing through his entire being. Cypher Shed had never experienced such immense pressure. He could no longer maintain his previous composure. His fist trembled incessantly. The two individuals stood in confrontation. Yet it was evident that he had clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position. He was compelled to tremble under the threat of Machi's katana. This is utterly impossible. Sipshead gritted his teeth, struggling to accept the scene before him. Just moments ago, he has yet to recognize the immense prowess of Monkey. He does not perceive anything extraordinary. However, it has only been a mere few minutes. From the onset of the battle until now, merely a mere 10 minutes have elapsed. It should have been a complete domination over Machi from start to finish. Yet, at this very moment, the tide of battle appears to be turning. The situation has become increasingly ambiguous, which should have been a guaranteed victory. Cypher Shed sensed that the color of the haki on Machi's katana had shifted from black to a deep crimson. The ominous feeling that had lingered in his heart has ultimately come to fruition. He is but an intern, an obscure intern at that. Cypher Shed was profoundly shaken, and he let out a fierce roar. He found it utterly difficult to accept the reality that he could not even surpass an intern from the red-haired pirate crew. He is a formidable officer under the Beast Pirates, regarded as the most valued subordinate of the Drought Jack. He commands several pirate crews under his own banner, ruling over numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Moreover, the number of interns under his command is countless. Yet, he has never encountered an intern as formidable as Monkey. Die! Roared Cypher Shed in a fit of rage. His strength surged instantaneously, and his horned fist grew even larger. At the apex of the ram's horns, the color of armament coalesced at the tip. Monkey observed the transformation of Cypher's head. He remained expressionless. From the onset of battle until now, his visage bore no extraneous emotion. Machi raised his weapon once more. A series of violet beams emanated from the blade. Whoosh! Sipshead passively defended himself, employing his massive, horned fists to counter Machi's onslaught. As Sipshead lowered his fist once again, he was horrified to realize, at an indeterminate moment, that Machi had stealthily approached him. The katana struck with ruthless precision. A spray of scalding blood erupted, tracing an arc through the air. The atmosphere was instantly thickened with the nauseating scent of blood. Cypher stared incredulously at Machi, then cast his gaze downward to inspect his own form. A gaping wound marred his lower abdomen, blood gushing forth like a spring. His entire body was drenched in crimson. Thunder rumbled. His mind was a blank. Meanwhile, the force of the strike cornered him, crashing him against the wall. The wall, unable to withstand the impact, crumbled. Cypher Shed was engulfed beneath the fallen debris. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The surrounding pirates were left in shock, their eyes wide open as they stared at the spot where Cypher Shed had been buried, speechless. It was truly terrifying. Wasn't it Lord Hyde who had held the upper hand from the beginning? Yet, how could this young man have reversed the entire situation in such a fleeting moment? Everything had transpired far too swiftly. They had scarcely had time to react. All the shouts and cries they had previously uttered were forcibly swallowed back. It felt as though this individual had suddenly experienced a dramatic surge in strength. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. A chilling thought crossed my mind. Could it be that he only gains power through combat? Thus, the more he is attacked by Lord Hyde, the stronger he becomes. This would explain the current scene where he effortlessly overpowers Lord Hyde. If this conjecture holds true, then this individual is indeed a born combat machine, thriving on the battlefield. The surrounding pirates exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless, utterly astounded by the prowess of this young man. If this hypothesis is indeed accurate, then this person, Kiki, is truly a monstrosity. Not only that, the duration of his growth seems rather brief. Just moments ago, he was utterly powerless against his adversaries. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he managed to turn the tide and achieve victory. This lad is nothing short of a monster. The pirates trembled in fear, their bodies shivering as they beheld the slender figure in the distance. Sensing the ominous presence of death, the atmosphere was filled with dread. Progressing amidst the battle, they had indeed heard of such occurrences, particularly regarding individuals of exceptional talent, where such possibilities might exist. However, the notion that one could transition from a disadvantage to an advantage in less than half an hour was utterly unheard of to them. I find it absolutely incredulous. If one were to suggest that he initially held back his strength, it might carry some weight. Yet I steadfastly refuse to believe that anyone could achieve such remarkable progress in such a brief span. The pirates gazed at Monkey, feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated from afar. Upon closer inspection, Cyphus had emerged from the rubble, rising as he cast aside the debris clinging to him. In no time, he reappeared before everyone. Cyphus had seized a nearby stone and began to hurl it wildly. At that very moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, with blood streaming from his abdomen due to his incessant movements. His body was marred with countless stains of crimson, and the fur draped across him was tattered, hanging in shreds. In stark contrast, Monkey, standing a short distance away, bore merely superficial injuries, looking considerably better than Cyphus had. "You little rascal, how did your strength surge so dramatically? Is it due to the hockey?" Cyphus had gazed at Monkey with palpable fear. This situation transcended his comprehension. How could he elevate his power so significantly in such a brief span? Cyphus had realized that during their recent skirmish, his own hockey was woefully inferior to Monkey's. The disparity between them was vast. Chapter 62. In just a few weeks, one could surpass the capabilities of a lifetime. Could it be that this fellow had been concealing his true strength all along? Cyphus' head was engulfed in confusion. If not, how could this be explained? His previous prowess with hockey was nowhere near as formidable as it was now. From the moment they clashed, he sensed a myriad of enhancements. Otherwise, he would not have sustained such a grievous wound to his abdomen. It had only been a matter of minutes in their altercation. How could his power have escalated so swiftly? As these thoughts raced through Cyphus' head's mind, his heartbeat quickened. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dismiss the thought. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. The rate at which this young man's strength was increasing was truly alarming. It simply could not be true. Sipshead had once again harnessed the power of the devil fruit. He cast a chilling gaze upon Monkey, but suddenly succumbed to a fit of coughing, blood gushing forth. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Yet, his gaze upon Machi grew increasingly weighty. "Isn't it rather disheartening to be overshadowed by an intern?" Machi remarked with a smile. "You little rascal." At Machi's teasing, Cyphus' head's anger flared, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the agitation within. Around them, silence reigned. Over 200 pirates looked on in alarm at Machi. They indeed witnessed the immense scar upon the abdomen of Lord Sepshed, which continued to bleed profusely. It was astonishing to behold that their own Lord Hyde had sustained such grievous injuries. They have never witnessed Sipshead in such a disheveled state during battle. This is certainly not an intern. Could the intern of the red-haired pirates possess such formidable strength? No one dares to believe that an intern could wield such incredible power. They silently contemplated this. Monkey indeed shattered their previous perceptions. Not all interns are utterly ineffectual. However, they remain perplexed as to why this intern possesses such remarkable abilities. The tavern is in disarray. Secret technique of swordsmanship. Swallow return. Second stage. A glimmer of light flickered in Manchi's eyes. He grasped his katana. As the aura of his will coalesced upon the blade, the entire edge was enveloped in a sinister crimson glow, exuding an air of terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck downwards. A swift whoosh, A beam of violet light emanated from the katana, encircling Machi in a semicircular arc. Then, in a flash, it surged towards Seep's head. Seep's head summoned all his strength, transforming his fist into colossal horns. He unleashed the power of the devil fruit, along with the ability of Haki. At the moment of convergence, his hands once again embraced that overwhelming force. Seep's head's expression was exceedingly grim as he fixed his gaze upon Monkey, taking 2 steps back. The ground where he had previously stood began to fracture. Gasp. Seep's head suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, struggling to breathe. He could no longer maintain the same composure as before. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. Indeed, Cyprian Head had never imagined that such an event would transpire in his lifetime. He was undoubtedly the most valued subordinate of Drought Jack. Who could have imagined that one day he would be bested by an intern from a red-haired pirate crew? It was simply unbelievable. Your movements are sluggish. A voice echoed in his ears. Syphus Head, startled, turned around in astonishment. To his surprise, Monkey had approached him stealthily from behind. This was the opportune moment. Without a hint of hesitation, Monkey raised his katana and struck down towards Syphus Head's head. Disaster. Syphus Head's expression shifted to one of alarm as he raised both fists, exerting all his strength to fend off Monkey's assault. Boom. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the tavern. Sparks flew from the point of impact, illuminating the clash. Syphus Head felt an overwhelming pressure. His eyes reddened, yet he remained fixated on Monkey, consumed by rage. Have you lost your senses? Monkey smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone. His left hand began to envelop itself in armament Haki, aiming a powerful strike towards Syphus Head's chest. A thunderous sound resonated as Syphus Head lost his balance, propelled into the air by the force of the blow. His chest caved in from the tremendous impact, and his entire body was hurled against the tavern's wall. Crash! The tavern began to tremble violently. Syphus Head was pinned against the wall, and cracks began to spiderweb outwards around him. The entire wall appeared on the verge of collapse. Press on. Monkey, observing Syphus Head's plight, had no intention of relenting. He intends to strike with unwavering resolve, brandishing his weapon. Whoosh! Another wave of sword energy surges forth, hurtling towards Seep's head. At this moment, Seep's head finds himself utterly defenseless, forced to watch helplessly as the merciless sword energy rushes toward him. The pupils in his eyes begin to dilate. No, he was unwilling to accept his fate. Roaring in fury. Boom. He was assailed by wave after wave of sword energy unleashed by Machi. His body had become devoid of any sensation. With the impact of the final sword strike, the tavern's walls crumbled with a thunderous roar, transforming into a desolate ruin. The scattered stones and debris accumulated into a small mound, with only a few particles of dust dancing in the sunlight. At that moment, the tavern lay in complete silence. Machi slowly lowered the katana he held, gazing at his handiwork with a sense of satisfaction, yet also a hint of surprise. According to his estimations, although acquiring the purple shard had indeed elevated his Haki to several levels, it was astonishing that he had so easily crushed the notorious pirate, Seep's Head, whose bounty exceeded 300 million berries. However, it now seemed to Machi that Seep's Head's abilities were rather lacking. To him, the pirate appeared exceedingly fragile, easily vanquished with but a slight exertion. Thus, was he contemplating surrender? Machi's eyes narrowed into a slit as he pondered. He believed that suppressing Syphus Head was not a trivial endeavor. However, engaging in battle with him was, indeed, not exceedingly difficult. He turned around and surveyed the surroundings. Where the once boastful pirate stood, a meaningful smile blossomed on his lips. The pirates, upon meeting Monkey's gaze, were seized by a profound panic. Many took several steps back, as though confronted by a terrifying beast. Could Lord Hader really be dead? Impossible. At this moment, they found themselves stripped of their pillar of support, engulfed by profound fear. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed from the ruins. Syphus Head emerged once more from the debris, yet this time he appeared even more disheveled, bearing far graver injuries. His chest bore the mark of Monkey's punch, and not only that, his abdomen was marred by a grievous knife wound. Were it anyone else, such severe injuries would have spelled certain death. Yet, Seep's Head stood resolutely, undeterred by his wounds. Not only was he alive, but he also intended to continue his confrontation with Monkey. A cracking sound echoed in his ear. He stood frozen, staring blankly at his arm. His left arm had been brutally severed into 2 segments. Even the protection of Haki could not prevent his injury. Moreover, his fractured arm still bore the appearance of Haki. Yet it remained so. Under the relentless barrage of Monkey D. Luffy's swift attacks, it was inevitably shattered. Coughing violently, Syphus knelt to the ground, unable to support himself any longer. At that moment, he braced himself against the earth, collapsing as he coughed incessantly, blood trickling from his mouth, his complexion appearing alarmingly pale. His breath was exceedingly faint. Machi could sense his life slowly ebbing away in the air. At last, this bothersome issue had been resolved. Machi let out a deep sigh. Although it appeared that the process of defeating Cypher Shad was straightforward, the reality was far more complex. The power within Machi's own body was dwindling as well. If he did not swiftly bring this struggle to an end, he would ultimately face failure. However, upon gazing at Cypher Shad's dismal state, Machi broke into a smile. Is that all there is to it? To speak of laying a trap, to accuse me of seeking my own demise? Indeed, it is a path to self-destruction. But perhaps it is not I who should tread that road. At this juncture in the battle, the outcome was all too evident. Machi approached Cypher Shad like a harbinger of death, wielding his katana. He paused, gazing at the disheveled Cypher's head, and let out a deep sigh. Surely, you have spent much of your life contemplating how to enhance your prowess. However, it is with regret that I inform you. I have achieved this in merely a few weeks. My current strength has already surpassed yours. If Cypher's head were to fathom the thoughts that linger in Monkey's mind at this moment, he would undoubtedly be filled with dread. He might succumb to an explosive emotional breakdown, harboring resentment until his demise. He spent the majority of his life embroiled in warfare, vanquishing countless foes, and ultimately earned the prestigious bounty exceeding 300 million berries. This achievement secured him a place as one of the most esteemed subordinates of the infamous Drought Jack. However, Machi managed to attain a level of power that could effortlessly overpower him in merely a few weeks. This revelation was utterly disheartening. Chapter 63, A Path to Self-Destruction? I dare say it is you who are courting your own demise. The tavern lay in a state of utter disrepair. The ground was littered with rubble and crumbling walls, and the walls and floor bore the scars of deep fissures, reminiscent of parched earth. These cracks radiated in all directions. Surrounding them were over 200 pirates, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Sepis Hade kneeling weakly on the ground. Then, their gaze shifted once more towards Monkey, who stood in the shadows wielding a katana. Fear enveloped them, an overwhelming sense of panic swirling around. They could never have fathomed the occurrence of such an event. Lord Cypher Shad, defeated by an intern from the red-haired pirates. This is a situation beyond the wildest dreams. Lord Hyde has indeed succumbed. Who could have anticipated that this intern would emerge as the ultimate victor? Good heavens, is Lord Hyde truly at the mercy of this individual? They were engulfed in a state of panic, their expressions reflecting sheer terror and fear, their minds muddled and incapable of coherent thought. They have indeed fought alongside the Cyprian head for many years, yet they have never encountered such an event. They could never have anticipated that Sips head, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, and a valued subordinate of the drought-ridden Jack, would be defeated by an apprentice of the red-haired pirates. No one foresaw such an outcome. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with dust particles suspended in the air. Monkey stood before Sip's head, gazing down at his disheveled state. He grasped his weapon, with the armament hockey coalescing along the blade, emanating a dark crimson glow. Coughing, Sip's head lifted his gaze, blood trickling from his lips. His eyes were suffused with crimson veins, rendering him a picture of utter exhaustion. He gazed at Monkey and ultimately conceded in his heart. He lost. Indeed, he had never imagined in his lifetime that there would come a day when he would be bested by an intern. He was engulfed in a tempest of emotions, a tumultuous sea of anger and resentment swirling within him. Yet, at last, his heart found a semblance of tranquility, leaving only despair and sorrow in its wake. Defeated, he had indeed succumbed to this young interloper. Cypher's head lowered his gaze in dismay. Although difficult to accept, he could not deny this outcome. How could he face Lord Jack again, having failed even to contend with an intern? Cypher's head felt a profound sense of frustration over his own ineptitude and let out a weary sigh. It was back when the drought had compelled Jack to send him to confront and eliminate Monkey. He was brimming with confidence, feeling utterly unburdened. It seemed merely a trivial episode, one that perhaps did not require his direct intervention to resolve. Yet, the unpredictability of life proved daunting. Ultimately, he had underestimated the situation. Before his arrival, he could never have imagined that his pride and arrogance would cost him his life. Why, with such formidable power, did he remain just an intern? This was the question that weighed most heavily on Cypher Shad's mind in his final moments. He gazed intently at Monkey, yearning for answers. After all, he could never comprehend why the abilities of an intern could possibly surpass his own. How could someone so formidable merely be an intern? This notion was clearly nonsensical. An intern does not inherently equate to weakness, does it? It is merely a title. Monkey smiled gently and slowly replied, "So you were suggesting?" Cypher's expression became somewhat contorted, his eyes filled with dread. The duration of one's time aboard the ship determines whether one is deemed an intern. This implies that Since Monkey joined the red-haired pirates, his tenure has been relatively brief. Yet, why was it that prior to encountering Monkey, he had never heard any news regarding Machi, as if he had simply materialized out of thin air? Meanwhile, he himself remained blissfully unaware of the circumstances. Upon reflection, it had been 3 weeks since I joined the red-haired pirates, Machi remarked. But why have I never come across any information about you? Sipside pressed on, unwilling to concede. Isn't it rather straightforward? A peculiar expression shadowed Machi's smile. Before I became a member of the red-haired pirates, I was merely an individual utterly ignorant of the new world, let alone possessing any notable strength. Even the weakest of pirates could easily dispose of me with a mere flick of their finger. I refused to believe it. Sipside was incredulous, dismissing Machi's words as utterly impossible. His reason dictated that if what Monkey claimed was true, it would imply that this individual had transformed from an ordinary human into a formidable pirate in merely 3 weeks. Could such immense power be attained in such a short span? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sepusi Hade was unable to contain his trembling, gasping for breath as he glared at Monkey and exclaimed, I do not believe you. You are undoubtedly deceiving me. Perhaps, but that was of little consequence. Monkey regarded the irrational Sepusi Hade, refraining from further argument. He merely raised the weapon in his hand, its blade cloaked in a hue of armament. He coldly aimed at the head of Sipsis, mercilessly bringing down his blade. Boom. Machi suddenly vanished into thin air. However, in the spot where he had stood, a massive cleaver now hovered ominously, and a terrifying fissure appeared on the ground. A pirate, whose visage was twisted with malice, brandished a large sword and menacingly declared, My Lord Hyde, you need not worry. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot escape the relentless pursuit of our overwhelming numbers. Indeed, this was the case. The crowd quickly gathered around the pirate, encircling Sipsis Hyde. Yet at that moment, Machi stood a few meters behind the throng. He smiled quietly in the shadows. It seems that before eliminating Cypher Pole, one must first deal with this band of pirates. Conveniently, that is precisely my intention as well. Monkey grasped the katana in his hand and, in an instant, charged into the throng. Revenge! Revenge! Slay and to avenge Lord Hyde. Among the more than 200 pirates, many bore bounties exceeding 100 million berries. They surrounded the Monkey Brigade directly. However, how could Monkey possibly be captured so easily by them? His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear in another corner of the tavern. Whoosh! Waves of sword energy erupted from Machi's katana, striking out in all directions. Thud! One pirate after another was hit, their bodies cleaved in two by the lethal force of the blade, blood yet to flow before they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ah! Agonizing screams filled the tavern, transforming the space into a veritable battlefield, strewn with corpses and blood. Machi's strikes were swift and merciless. Before long, the floor was littered with the remains of pirates. They lay stacked upon one another, blood flowing in rivulets at the feet of Machi. Some corpses bore wide, unblinking eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend the horrors unfolding before them. Only a little over 100 pirates remained at the scene, while those who had fallen to Machi's onslaught exceeded 100. Among them were numerous pirates with bounties surpassing 100 million berries. Despite their overwhelming numbers surrounding Machi, they were ruthlessly countered. One by one, the pirates collapsed, and the ground became increasingly littered with the lifeless bodies. Blood splattered through the air, saturating the atmosphere with a nauseating stench. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs and severed arms of the pirates. Within this tavern, Machi resembled a harbinger of death, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Virtually none of the pirates could withstand his hockey-infused assaults. Ultimately, they despaired as they confronted a brutal truth, despite their multitude. They were powerless against Machi's relentless attacks. It had only been a fleeting moment. They had already lost more than half of their personnel. If they continued to confront Machi in this manner, it seemed that every individual present would inevitably fall victim to his blade. Gather! A voice resounded loudly. The remaining pirates hastily assembled. At that moment, Machi stood before them, wielding a katana, his attire drenched in blood. The blade was also stained crimson, droplets cascading down its edge. Am I not the one courting death? He mused. It appears, in truth, that it is you who are inviting your own demise. With a smile, Machi grasped the katana and advanced step by step. Then, he vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed at all. In an instant, his silhouette surged forth with astonishing speed towards the gathering of pirates, as swift as a bolt of lightning. No eyes could discern his position, and scarcely anyone could impede his passage. In his wake, the ground bore witness to a trail of lifeless bodies. Chapter 64. The Arrival of Drought Jack. Blood permeated the air, the scent overwhelmingly pungent, its viscous presence enveloping all present. Some individuals were unable to suppress their nausea, retching on the spot. Corpses lay scattered in every corner, victims of Monkey's relentless slaughter. They all let out a mournful wail. No, you insolent brat, you are truly too arrogant. Today marks your demise. A remarkably robust man charged at Monkey, wielding a massive wooden club. With a swift motion, the katana glided effortlessly through the air, severing the man's club in half. Indeed, without the enhancement of haki, any weapon pales in comparison to Monkey's katana. The man, now visibly panicked, stared blankly at Monkey. Having lost his weapon, he recoiled in terror, taking 2 steps back. Yet, it was too late. In an instant, the katana in Monkey's grasp swung towards him. With a sickening thud, blood gushed from his neck as his head tumbled to the ground, severed in a heartbeat by Monkey's hand. At this juncture, the ground was already strewn with corpses, and the number of surviving pirates had dwindled significantly. From over 100, scarcely 50 remained. Moreover, among those pirates slain by Monkey, several had bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Although they claimed to possess considerable strength within the pirate crew, at this moment, their adversary is Monkey. Thus, they merely postponed the inevitability of death, yet remained powerless to alter this outcome. Ultimately, they would meet their demise at the hands of Machi. Gradually, Machi's body began to exhibit some superficial injuries. However, he paid no heed to such trivialities. His movements remained swift and resolute. The ground he traversed was strewn with lifeless bodies, drenched in blood. At last, a few moments later, he approached the figure of Cypher Pole with a grim demeanor, while behind him lay a gruesome pile of corpses. The remaining pirates, utterly paralyzed by fear, were sprawled on the ground, unable to muster the strength to move. They did not even dare to breathe audibly, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they gazed upon Monkey. Aside from them, over 100 pirates had already fallen to Monkey's relentless onslaught. The katana in his hand was slick with blood, droplets cascading from the blade's edge and pooling on the earth below. Furthermore, his garments were stained crimson, the blood of the slain pirates behind him seeping into the fabric. A monster. This boy was nothing short of inhuman. The remaining pirates were engulfed by dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. As they looked upon Monkey and then at the skeletal remains behind him, a chilling sensation enveloped them, leaving them devoid of even the courage to rise. All had perished. They were a formidable force of nearly 200 pirates, yet astonishingly, this young man managed to eliminate 90% of them. Among them were numerous individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, yet they appeared feeble in the hands of Monkey, who dispatched them with minimal effort. Could an intern possess such formidable strength? Despite our numbers and the presence of Lord Hyde engaging him in battle, we were all rendered powerless against him. Is it truly possible that such a monster is merely an intern? It is inconceivable. An intern could never possess such extraordinary capabilities. The pirates were filled with profound fear and disbelief regarding this situation. Although they had prepared meticulously, believing their plans to be infallible, in the end, they were effortlessly thwarted by Monkey. Moreover, they failed to extinguish the life of Machi, yet they themselves have suffered a cataclysmic blow. It appears that it is not Machi who has sought a path to destruction, but rather themselves. The atmosphere is suffocating, enveloped in an oppressive silence. Thick blood oozes across the ground, emanating a foul stench. Cyphus' head lies on the ground, barely clinging to life, his chest bearing the imprint of Machi's fist. The blood from the knife wound in his lower abdomen has already congealed. His face is ashen, and his breath is faint. He witnesses his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered by Machi. He felt a profound sense of despair. I am the most valued subordinate of Drought Jack. He exerted all his strength to roar loudly at Machi. He was indeed filled with resentment. Was he truly destined to perish at the hands of an intern today? Suddenly, he gazed at Machi, a bleak smile adorning his face. Even if you were to take my life today, you would inevitably find yourself in an exceedingly unfortunate predicament. Perhaps you are curious. This is of great significance to you. But no, even if I were to divulge to you the events that are to unfold, you would remain powerless to alter them. Though I may perish today, rest assured, you shall soon join me in death. Machi found himself bewildered by the words of Cypherhead. Surprised by his calm demeanor in the face of impending doom, how could he remain so composed when death was so imminent? Machi had never anticipated that Cypherhead could confront mortality with such equanimity. Had he lost his senses? Sensing Machi's astonishment, Cypherhead's laughter grew louder, taking on a frenzied tone. His laughter echoed through the tavern, contrasting sharply with the surrounding silence, rendering the atmosphere all the more eerie. Do you believe I have lost my sanity? Cypher's head ceased his boisterous laughter and, fixing his gaze upon Machi, articulated each word with deliberate clarity. I am utterly convinced that what lies ahead for you will be 1,000 times more harrowing than what I currently face. While I am certain of my impending demise, you too shall not survive. As an intern, daring to provoke our beast pirates is a grave miscalculation. Today, no matter your formidable abilities, escape is utterly impossible. I hope you will remember the words I am imparting to you now. Soon enough, you will comprehend their significance. He finished speaking and then lay down, his eyes fixed upon the tavern ceiling, exuding an air of profound tranquility. Indeed, his injuries were grievous. A significant indentation marked his chest. Were it not for his formidable strength, he would have succumbed long ago. An ordinary individual would have perished by now. However, even in his current state, though Cypher's life force appeared to be waning, Monkey could still discern that, despite his feeble breath, his life was not in imminent danger. He would not simply fade away. After all, he was a formidable figure in the New World, a person of considerable renown. At this echelon, one encounters not mere commoners. Each individual possesses remarkable strength, making it particularly implausible for them to depart from life with such ease. Each of them possesses a remarkable resilience in life, even when faced with grievous injuries. Their demise is far from imminent. It seems you have prepared further tricks to target me, have you not? A glimmer of intensity flashed in Manchi's eyes. Having previously vanquished numerous pirates, including those with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, Manchi had expended considerable energy. Thus, although he appeared composed on the surface, he was, in reality, quite weakened. Should he engage in combat with the unscathed Cyphus Head in his current state? Manchi would undoubtedly meet a grim fate at the hands of Cyphus Head. Time is of the essence. I must swiftly resolve this predicament. Perhaps Cyphus Head's words hold truth, and I may encounter even greater troubles ahead. Yet, I remain uncertain about the implications of his statements. What hidden secrets lie within? What other means does he possess to confront me? Manchi stood before Cyphus Head, lost in silent contemplation. He exhaled deeply, attempting to calm his agitated state. The armament color gradually began to retract, slowly vanishing from the tip of his blade. A futile endeavor. Cypher Shed, blood trickling from his mouth, laughed heartily as he declared, "No matter how formidable your skills may be, it is merely a struggle of a cornered beast. You are merely stalling for time. Your end is nigh. You remain oblivious to what is about to unfold below. When the moment arrives, you shall experience agony tenfold compared to my current suffering. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your expression then. Setting aside the toll this battle has exacted on your stamina and vitality, even in your prime, you would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the impending events." Cypher Shed continued his incessant prattle, but Monkey had lost the desire to listen further. Fixating his gaze on Cypher Shed, Monkey impatiently remarked, "I believe you are speaking far too much. Come at me." Cypher Shed, undaunted, spread his arms wide, his gaze fixed upon Monkey, icy and devoid of warmth, as though he were regarding a dying man. Within his eyes lay a blend of pity and frenzied rage. Monkey raised his katana without a hint of hesitation, even foregoing the use of armament color. After all, Cypher Shed was presently in a significantly weakened state, rendering any exertion on his part unnecessary. He swung his blade down decisively. In an instant, however, Monkey halted his motion. A gentle breeze swept through the tavern, carrying with it a nauseating scent of blood that lingered in the air. At the entrance of the tavern, unbeknownst to anyone, the door had been flung open. Standing outside was an imposing man of considerable stature, exuding strength. Adorned with ivory carvings upon his head and shoulders, he cast a massive shadow upon the ground, akin to a small mountain. The atmosphere was thick with dread, and a profound silence enveloped the tavern. "My Lord Jack, we have awaited your arrival with great anticipation." Cypress Head strained to rise, eager to pay his respects to the Drought Jack, his eyes brimming with palpable excitement, fixated on the threshold of the tavern. Then his gaze returned to Manchi, and he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "As I mentioned, you could never have guessed that you would be facing my boss. It is none other than the Drought Jack." The man standing at the tavern's entrance was, astonishingly, Drought Jack, one of the three calamities under the beast pirates. Chapter 65. A higher authority than now at the entrance of the tavern, Drought Jack's colossal figure loomed, resembling a stone statue that obstructed the sunlight from outside. A heavy sense of suffocation enveloped the air. Even though he stood there motionless, the aura emanating from him spread unchecked. This was Drought Jack, a formidable figure renowned in the New World, a master whom all bowed before upon hearing his name. His bounty had soared to a staggering 1 billion berries. It was said that wherever Drought Jack roamed, the land would turn desolate, and all living beings would perish. Such descriptions only hint at the true extent of his formidable abilities. Silence reigned in the tavern. Manchi still held the katana aloft, suspended in the air, hesitating to strike down Cyphus Head. Free still, he has already sensed a profoundly oppressive atmosphere enveloping him. He foresees that any movement on his part could instantaneously lead to his demise. Thus, he did not wish to delay in eliminating Cypher's Head, however, at this moment. He found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Drought Jack, Machi sensed a palpable tension enveloping the surroundings. He even experienced difficulty in breathing, his limbs feeling unresponsive. This encounter marked Machi's profound realization of the terrifying nature of Drought Jack, a sentiment starkly distinct from his previous encounters with Red-Haired and Whitebeard, both of whom bore him no malice. Yet, Drought Jack approached him with lethal intent. It was all too evident that his sole purpose was to bring about Machi's demise. Thus, it was easy to deduce that any movement from Machi would undoubtedly provoke an immediate and merciless response from Drought Jack. "Lord Jack, pay no heed to me. Just let this wretched brat meet his end." Cypher's head appeared ashen, seemingly exhaling a sigh of resignation as he fixed his gaze upon the direction of Drought Jack at the doorway. As one of Lord Jack's most valued subordinates, he found it utterly disheartening to be outmatched by an intern from the red-haired pirates, nearly succumbing to his hand. Indeed, he felt he had brought immense disappointment. Never had he imagined he would still cling to life. Thus, his sole desire now was to witness this insufferable brat perish by Lord Jack's hand before he himself departed from this world. That alone would suffice. In that moment, the remaining pirates within the tavern ignited with a renewed sense of hope, their eyes shining with anticipation. Their only hope and reliance now rested upon the man standing at the threshold. They understood in their hearts. This time, they would no longer endure the humiliation inflicted by that wretched boy. "Lord Jack, we have finally awaited your arrival. This time, no matter how formidable that scoundrel may be, there will be no means for him to escape." The excitement in the pirates' voices was unmistakable. Gradually, their previous panic and fear have dissipated, leaving only a resolute fighting spirit. After all, Drought Jack has personally arrived on the scene, instilling them with immense confidence. Consequently, their attitude towards Machi is now one of mockery and disdain, a stark contrast to the trembling figure that once cowered in the corner. This is one of the three great disasters. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. They can hardly believe that Machi could once again evade capture. It is nothing short of a dream. Cyphershed has succumbed to this young fellow. They have come to accept this reality. However, they are resolutely skeptical that Drought Jack can tame this in turn. A suffocating atmosphere permeates from the entrance, spreading throughout the tavern's expanse. Machi's mood is likewise somber, his grip tightening around the katana. He turns his head. He set aside Cypher's head and turned to face the imposing figure of Drought Jack standing at the doorway. A grave expression settled upon his face as he regarded the towering silhouette. An overwhelming sense of pressure filled his heart. In comparison to Drought Jack, Cypher's head was but a mere pawn. Currently, Machi's strength was only slightly superior to that of Cypher's head. Yet, in the presence of Drought Jack, that strength seemed utterly insignificant. It was akin to a novice player encountering a top-tier expert, a chasm of disparity, regardless of any tactics or cunning he might possess. Machi had no hope of vanquishing Drought Jack. Such an outcome was simply inconceivable. Indeed, his luck had proven woefully inadequate. Perhaps he had exhausted all his previous good fortune. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why had Drought Jack come here? Ultimately, he arrived at a solitary conclusion. Cypher's head must have alerted Drought Jack prior to his arrival. Although Cypher's head believed he could easily defeat Machi, he had still taken precautions, allowing Drought Jack to locate this place. Contemplating this, Machi felt a genuine admiration for Cypher's head, even in defeat. It was evident that Cypher's head's mind was astutely meticulous. He had not only prepared for their confrontation but had also anticipated the worst possible outcome. However, what truly astonished Machi was that Drought Jack had personally come to the scene for the sake of a mere intern from the renowned red-haired pirate crew. Machi found himself quite taken aback. He had thought it was merely a struggle among pirate crews. Little did he know that even the formidable figures were stirred. It was truly a display of utter disregard for martial ethics. Monkey silently cursed within. He merely sought to enhance his prowess by engaging in a contest with these adversaries. Who could have anticipated that Drought Jack would audaciously come forth to confront him? Monkey's heart was indeed filled with trepidation. However, despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, one undeniable truth remained. He was indeed in grave peril. Since embarking on his voyage, this was the most formidable and perilous predicament he had ever faced. One could even deem it a desperate situation. Deep down, he had no desire to confront Drought Jack directly. He now needs to ascertain how he can extricate himself from this predicament. Although his abilities have indeed progressed rapidly, he is acutely aware that facing a formidable opponent like Drought Jack is beyond his current capabilities. Monkey possesses a keen understanding of his own strengths. Thus, he now seeks to understand how to escape, rather than how to meet his demise. Defeating Drought Jack, such a notion had never crossed his mind. for he recognized that with his current abilities, it was akin to a fool's errand. However, he requires a measure of time. Perhaps he could engage in a contest with this monster. Thus, he cannot confront Drought Jack head-on. Otherwise, he would be swiftly annihilated by his adversary. How can he escape? Monkey pondered this dilemma. He surveyed his surroundings. The tavern lay in a state of disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. There was nothing he could utilize. No means of escape. Monkey's expression grew somber. Yet, at that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance. Even the interns can overpower you. You truly are useless. The voice of Drought Jack resonated from the doorway. Though his expression remained concealed in shadow, his tone betrayed his fury. At that instant, Jack strode into the tavern. Each step laden with weight. The oppressive aura drew closer, felt by the remaining pirates and by Monkey himself alike. They trembled all over, engulfed by an overwhelming fear. Almost finding it difficult to breathe. Lord Jack, his power exceeds that of a mere intern. He is truly formidable. The weakened ciphers defended himself. Even so, you are nothing but worthless. Jack was now merely a few meters away from Monkey. The aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent, a commanding presence. Monkey sensed the formidable strength emanating from Jack. He now harbored no doubts that Drought Jack could effortlessly crush him. Moreover, he realized that he might not even be able to evade a single blow from him. It was indeed an insurmountable chasm of power. If one were to draw a comparison between himself and Drought Jack, it could be said that Monkey was but a mere soldier, while Drought Jack undoubtedly belonged to a league of formidable titans. Thus, the prospect of defeating him was utterly inconceivable. Even the slightest chance of a stalemate was non-existent. Was his demise inevitable? Monkey exhaled deeply, striving to collect his thoughts. At this juncture, it seemed he was indeed facing certain death. Drought Jack stood directly before him. How could Monkey possibly escape this dire predicament? The opportunity appeared exceedingly slim. Chapter 66. A turning point in despair, a radiant glimmer. The atmosphere was stifling. Drought Jack exuded an aura that was utterly suffocating. Monkey stood there, motionless, gripping his katana. The tip of his blade began to gather the color of hockey. His gaze fixed intently upon Drought Jack. The might of Drought Jack was evident to all. After all, he was one of the three calamities. In the seas of the New World, he could be considered among the top 10 pirates. Monkey had never anticipated that a mere skirmish with his subordinates would attract the attention of such a formidable figure. It was truly beyond his expectations. This time, he had indeed stepped onto treacherous ground. Monkey found himself in the most challenging and precarious situation since his arrival in the New World. It was only at this moment during his journey that he truly grasped the feeling of being trapped with no escape. Even as he sailed onward, he encountered numerous colossal sea kings, capable of swallowing an entire ship in a single gulp. Yet, Monkey did not perceive himself as being in a dire predicament. When confronted by the sea kings, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. As long as he did not provoke them, certain species would refrain from launching an attack. However, the scenario was entirely different when facing Drought Jack. Moreover, Drought Jack's objective for this encounter was none other than Monkey himself. At this moment, Monkey harbored no hope whatsoever. Was this not the very definition of despair? Perhaps he would indeed meet his demise here today. The oppressive aura emanating from Drought Jack rendered Monkey's mind incapable of functioning normally, leaving him unable to conceive a means of escape. Just wait. I shall settle this score with you later. A group of useless buffoons, incapable of handling such a trivial matter. Jack's gaze was icy, laced with disdain as he surveyed his subordinates, before shifting his attention to Sypha's head. Drought Jack's temper was notoriously foul. The commands he issued turned out to require his personal intervention to resolve one day. He could scarcely endure the occurrence of such an event. You little rascal. Are you afraid? Do you not feel as though death is drawing near? At this moment, you should comprehend the true essence of desperation. Standing here today, is this not a manifestation of your dire straits? Cyphershed gazed at Monchi's rigid form and let out a cold snort. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Monchi might be, he could not escape his fate. After all, the infamous Drought Jack had taken matters into his own hands, rendering any chance of evasion utterly impossible. Not to mention, he is merely an intern. Thus, today he is undoubtedly doomed, without a shred of suspense. Indeed, he finds himself in a dire predicament. Monchi gazed at Drought Jack. Simultaneously, at that moment, Jack cast a glance at Monchi. His expression remarkably indifferent. Are you the intern under the red-haired pirates? You have managed to annihilate several of my subordinate pirate crews without considering the repercussions. You possess quite a boldness. Drought Jack's voice bore no trace of emotion. Yet, Monchi felt a suffocating sensation. He advanced forward, halting within a mere 5 meters of Monkey. The clarity of his vision sharpened, revealing the formidable physique of Drought Jack, adorned with a metallic mask and decorated with ivory carvings on his shoulders and head. This was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, and to this day, the most fearsome individual Monkey had ever encountered. His current capabilities were utterly insufficient to contend with such a formidable opponent. To think that this trivial matter would require your personal involvement, I have merely dispatched a few weaklings beneath my prowess. Monkey's gaze remained fixed on Drought Jack as he spoke slowly. You insolent brat, I certainly did not intend to deal with you personally. However, if I did not take action, how would the red-haired pirates come to me willingly? Coincidentally, I have been rather bored lately. Why not find a few opponents to hone my skills? Jack replied with a laugh rather than anger. Drought Jack was exceedingly combative. Is that so? So, you wish to engage with the red-haired pirates? Monkey pondered to himself. No wonder. He will personally arrive at the scene to find me. So it is. He harbored a desire to instigate some chaos within himself. Since you have already voiced your thoughts, it would be remiss of me to let your efforts go in vain. Monkey drew forth the katana he held, its blade enveloped in a haze of armament hockey. Witnessing this spectacle, the Drought Calamity Jack could not help but burst into laughter. Who would have thought you possessed such audacity? Surely, you are aware of my identity. How dare you perform such theatrics before me? I am Jack, a subordinate of Kaido, the captain of the Beast Pirates, one of the 3 calamities. And here you stand, attempting to challenge me with your weapon? It is indeed the first time I have encountered an intern with such remarkable boldness, brandishing their weapon before me. I find myself pondering a question. How must you perish to provoke the red-haired pirates into a confrontation with us? Jack muttered to himself, seemingly dismissing Monkey's actions as insignificant. Yet, Monkey held a different perspective. At this moment, he could have swiftly fled while Jack was unguarded. However, perhaps such a retreat would only hasten his demise. I have made up my mind. Here is the proposition. Unleash all your techniques upon me, and if I take a single step away from my current position, I shall grant you your freedom. What do you think? Is this an opportunity for me to struggle? Monkey narrowed his eyes into slits. The suggestion was rather disconcerting. A chance for me to escape? Monkey chuckled softly. You insolent brat, you still find amusement in this? Jack retracted his smile. I believe that even if I were to allow you to move, there is no way you would permit me to leave alive. Therefore, there is no need to toy with me, unless you still perceive me as an ignorant novice. Upon finishing his words, Monkey erupted into laughter. Indeed, there was no escape. Yet, within his heart, he felt a newfound calm. After all, it was merely a life at stake. What did it matter? He could not help but lament. If only he had a little more time. Perhaps just 30 days. No, merely 15 days. He possesses the confidence to confront Drought Jack head-on. However, it now appears that such a confrontation is indeed impossible. If only I had an additional 15 days, I could easily eliminate you. Monkey slowly shook his head, the brilliance in his eyes dimming somewhat. It seems that you are rather astute. This trick has never failed me. They all wish to survive while brandishing their weapons before me. Unfortunately, none have succeeded in compelling me to budge. Thus, they miss the opportunity to witness my deception. As a pirate, Drought Jack's words are certainly not to be trusted. Therefore, Monkey did not take his remarks to heart. He is not foolish. It must be this way. You insolent brat, prepare to meet your end. Drought Jack was enveloped in an aura of murderous intent. He slowly approached Machi, each step deliberate and measured. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. A side-shaped dagger hung from his belt. However, it would be of no use in his confrontation with Machi. Jack approached Machi step by step, devoid of any weapon. To him, Machi was merely a small ant that could be crushed with a mere flick of the hand. Yet, he had to take the plunge. Machi inhaled the metallic scent of blood in the air, gripping his katana tightly. He stood motionless in his place until Drought Jack approached him. Standing before him in the land of Monkey, the disparity in stature between the two individuals is striking. One stands tall and robust, while Machi appears diminutive and slight. Moreover, when it comes to a comparison of strength, Machi currently finds it exceedingly challenging to withstand even a single strike from Jack. Indeed, it is not merely about resisting his assault. Even a solitary blow proves formidable. Yet, how can one ascertain their limits without endeavoring to push them? Machi does not retreat a single step. He confronts the drought-stricken Jack, brandishing his weapon. The armament is enveloped in haki, its entirety cloaked in a protective aura. A conflict of staggering proportions is on the brink of eruption, one from which Machi cannot easily extricate himself. With a smirk, Jack taunts, "You little rascal. Your audacity is commendable, yet it cannot alter the inevitable fate that awaits you." With that, he concludes his remark. He raised his fist and struck toward Machi. The katana intercepted this assault. Machi endeavored to defend himself, yet an overwhelming force surged forth. Before his katana could make contact with the fist, he felt an overwhelming force. "You little brat, I am not deceiving you. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise here." Cypher Pole and the remaining pirates were filled with excitement, convinced that Monkey would surely perish today. Is the power of the three calamities truly like this? Monkey narrowed his eyes, realizing it was indeed insurmountable. He observed the trajectory of the fist. If it were to strike him, death would be inevitable. Suddenly, a surge of sword energy sliced through the air, emanating a brilliant light that rushed towards Jack's body. Chapter 67. The Divine Armament Descends, the Red-Haired Pirates. What? Just as the Drought Incarnate Jack was about to launch his attack on Monkey, he abruptly halted, his colossal fist refraining from descending upon Monkey. He swiftly retreated, his speed astonishing, returning to his previous position. In the next instant, Mingchi suddenly perceived an intensely blinding light, accompanied by a powerful force, surging from the distance and striking the tavern's floor. The velocity was so remarkable that Mingchi's eyes barely had time to discern what had transpired. He could only vaguely glimpse a flash of brilliance. Then, a deafening roar erupted. The entire tavern quaked as if an earthquake had struck. The establishment shook violently, and the walls, already on the brink of collapse, shattered into countless fragments. With a thunderous crash, the entire wall tilted precariously before crashing heavily to the ground. Before Mingchi, it transformed into a terrifying fissure. The earth itself was rent asunder, a massive pit carved out by the fallen debris. The tremors continued to reverberate, surging towards him. Mingchi was perilously close to the collapse, thus acutely aware of the sheer terror embodied in that beam of light. Moreover, what was even more perplexing was, he was utterly perplexed. Why, despite the proximity of the assault, had the resulting tremors inflicted no additional harm? He himself remained unscathed, which was somewhat unexpected. The precision with which this strike was executed was astonishing. Such prowess was indeed formidable, he mused inwardly, witnessing the scene before him. He came to a profound realization. Only the most elite pirates could attain such mastery. Although the energy of this beam was potent, its residual waves had failed to inflict harm on anyone in the vicinity. Was this not a remarkable demonstration of mastery over the magnitude of power? Naturally, this was also the very goal that he, Monkey, had persistently pursued. If he could not adeptly control the tremors of his own abilities, the activation of such a skill would inevitably endanger the innocent bystanders around him. Thus, he understood the necessity of exercising utmost caution in wielding these tremors to maximize their effectiveness. What formidable entity had unleashed such an attack? Monkey found himself engulfed in confusion. Yet, he grasped one crucial fact. It was precisely because of this strike that he had narrowly evaded the onslaught of Drought Jack. Otherwise, at the moment Drought Jack had thrown his punch, even with his armed sword to defend, it would have been in vain. He would have certainly perished at the hands of Drought Jack's bare fists. However, in that fleeting instant, the attack had descended from above, halting Drought Jack's aggression. Consequently, Monkey had managed to escape this perilous encounter. At that moment, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Drought Jack created distance between himself and Monkey. His eyes filled with bewilderment. He then turned his gaze toward the wall that had crumbled under the force of the strike. Who dared to obstruct his assault? Moreover, the beam that had just sliced past him evoked a sense of uncanny familiarity. This power, it felt as though he had encountered it before. A look of perplexity crossed Drought Jack's face, yet upon deeper reflection, he found himself at a complete loss. He could not fathom who could have unleashed such a familiar assault. However, one thing he could ascertain, this individual could not possibly be Monkey's captain, Red-Haired Shanks. The manner in which Shanks typically attacks, along with his strength and speed, were certainly not of this nature. The recent strike emanated an exceedingly fierce aura, as if it could sever all things in existence. Moreover, there was a terrifying sharpness to this energy, an edge that Red-Haired Shanks had never possessed. If it were not Shanks, then who else could it be? Drought Jack pondered. His expression was remarkably grave, devoid of any hint of negligence. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the colossal fissure in the wall. Who could possibly manifest at such a critical juncture? He could not fathom the ultimate outcome. Around him, the remaining pirates wore expressions of sheer terror, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. They exchanged glances between Machi and their captain, their faces becoming somewhat vacant. What on earth was happening? How could this fellow still be alive? What was the nature of that beam of light? Who could have arrived so fortuitously? Such questions swirled in their minds as they found themselves bereft of the ability to think. Even Seepishade lay feebly among the rubble, observing the occurrences before him with a sense of disorientation. He had never anticipated that Machi would still be alive at this juncture. Silence enveloped the tavern, a suffocating stillness. For reasons unknown, a foreboding thought lingered in Seepishade's mind. This was dire, extremely dire. Even with Drought Jack standing before him, an inexplicable dread gnawed at his insides. Though his body remained immobile, his eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance. The sound was resolute and resonant, perceptible to everyone within the tavern. In an instant, Jack, Cephas Hade, and the remaining pirates fixed their gaze intently upon the doorway. Ultimately, they beheld the tavern's grand doors slowly creaking open. As the entrance swung ajar, a figure emerged into view. This individual was tall and slender. He is clad in an ensemble of black attire, adorned with a black top hat, and possesses a tuft of facial hair upon his chin. Beneath the brim of the hat, a pair of exceptionally keen eyes is concealed. In his right hand, he wielded a formidable sword. This blade possessed a most peculiar design. The hilt was shaped like a crucifix, and it was both longer and broader than the typical sword. Intricate patterns were etched upon the blade's surface. He stood there quietly, yet exuded an atmosphere that was utterly suffocating. The weapon he wielded accentuated his formidable aura even further. This was a swordsman, a true master of the blade, possessing such distinctive traits. Moreover, judging from the attack he had just unleashed, his strength was undeniably formidable. Jack narrowed his eyes into a sliver, poised to speak, but suddenly halted. At that moment, he finally comprehended who this individual was. The recent assault, a strike even more formidable than that of the red-haired man, raised questions about the identity of its wielder. Judging solely by the technique displayed moments ago, this person's prowess was not inferior to that of the red-haired swordsman. Only one individual could possess such power, the foremost swordsman of the New World, Dracul Mihawk. Mihawk? Jack gazed at him coldly and remarked, "I never anticipated that a reclusive master like you would deign to venture into the New World. Furthermore, did such a trivial matter truly necessitate your personal intervention? What compels you to obstruct my path? It is not you I wish to hinder, but rather others," Mihawk replied languidly. The surrounding pirates regarded Mihawk with expressions of sheer panic. They could never have anticipated that it was this individual who thwarted their leader. At this very moment, they have yet to recover from their astonishment. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned their gaze toward the door. A man approached the tavern's threshold. This man was exceedingly familiar to both Monkey and Drought Jack, as well as to their subordinates. He sported a striking mane of vibrant red hair. Red hair? Jack's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. The red-haired one has actually arrived? Cephas Head was equally taken aback. To think that the infamous red-haired captain himself had graced the tavern with his presence. Yet, that was not all. Following closely behind the red-haired captain was another individual. He is Ben Beckman. He followed the red-haired pirate into the tavern, surveying the circle of patrons before his gaze finally settled on Machi. Assured of Machi's well-being, he offered a slight nod. His attention then shifted to Drought Jack, his eyes betraying a stark intent to kill. Shortly thereafter, familiar faces from the red-haired pirates made their entrance, Jezeb, Rakairu, and a bald man accompanied by a monkey. Additionally, several key members of the red-haired crew arrived, transforming the tavern into a lively hub of activity. The remaining pirates, witnessing this scene, were overtaken by terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The unfolding events had utterly surpassed their expectations. Even in their wildest dreams, they could not have envisioned such a scenario. Cephas Head lay helplessly on the ground. Chilled to the bone, his expression one of profound despair. An overwhelming fear, mingled with physical pain, filled him, creating a suffocating sensation. For an intern? Was this truly necessary? The presence of so many formidable pirates was astonishing to him. He silently pondered, utterly stunned by the spectacle before him. His long-held fears had materialized, indeed. Members of the red-haired pirates had come to this very place. Chapter 68, Seeking One's Own Demise? It seemed to refer to themselves. The tavern, previously in disarray from the earlier skirmish, was abruptly revitalized by the arrival of the red-haired pirates, shattering the previous silence. As each member entered, Red-haired led the way, followed by over 100 of his most elite crew members. They stood within the tavern, exuding an air of calm confidence, merely observing Drought Jack, Cephas Head, and the remaining pirates. At that moment, no one could predict the outcome of the impending conflict. Cephas Head was utterly bewildered, and even Drought Jack felt uncertain about what would follow. Why was this happening? How could the red-haired pirates have more members present than they did? Jack found himself momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a single word. He was indeed quite combative and relished instigating conflict. However, in the current situation, he suddenly felt he had ventured into the wrong place, devoid of any desire for battle. Deep down, he understood that engaging in combat with the red-haired pirates at this moment would be tantamount to inviting utter defeat. Among them was not only the captain, Shanks, but also his first mate, Ben Beckman, the sharpshooter Yassop, and their formidable combat leader, Lucky Roo. Additionally, several other powerful individuals, frequently seen in the New World, were present, each a key member of the red-haired pirates. To make matters more daunting, over 100 members of the crew stood sentinel at the tavern's entrance, their gazes fixed coldly upon those within. The atmosphere in the tavern plummeted to an icy chill, palpable to Cypher's senses. He began to break out in a cold sweat, not solely due to the pain of his injuries, but also because the atmosphere at the scene instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Suddenly, the tides of battle took a dramatic turn. This time, it was the beast pirates who felt the weight of pressure. The remaining pirates stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear of making any move that might lead to their swift demise at the hands of their adversaries. They could sense it. The atmosphere at the scene was decidedly ominous for them. An invisible pressure enveloped them, rendering their bodies utterly rigid, paralyzed with trepidation. I remarked that I merely happened to pass through this place, asserting that it was certainly not my intention to cause you any distress. Rather, it was these individuals behind me who sought to engage with you. Hawkeye maintained an air of nonchalance as he addressed Jack. He returned the knife he held to the sheath behind him, its hilt protruding outward, resembling the burden of a colossal cross. In the shadows cast by the sunlight, it exuded an air of formidable intimidation. He gradually retreated back into the crowd, conveying that he had no intention of involving himself in the matter at hand. He merely launched an attack to compel Drought Jack to desist. However, this does not imply that he intends to engage in the conflict between the two Yonko pirate crews. Thank you, Myhawk. Shanks expressed his gratitude with a smile. It was a trivial matter, Myhawk replied with an impassive demeanor. It was indeed merely a coincidence. Prior to this, he had been wandering in the New World and happened to encounter the red-haired pirates, leading him to the Red Force and subsequently to this small island. Nevertheless, to speak candidly, Myhawk could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity about the events that were about to unfold. Otherwise, he would not have wielded his sword in such a manner. His peripheral vision glanced toward Machi. He was quite intrigued by this young man, wondering what sort of individual could compel the entire red-haired pirates to mobilize for a rescue. It was said that he was merely an intern. Thus, Myhawk felt a sense of anticipation for the unfolding events. He was deeply curious about the abilities possessed by this young man, which could compel the entire red-haired pirate crew to gather here. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. Evidently, this young individual harbored significant potential. Hawkeye mused silently. At that moment, Shanks fixed his gaze upon Drought Jack, regarding Jack's imposing physique as nothing to fear. His eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. Drought Jack inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear within him as he locked eyes with Shanks. Jack, I had anticipated that you would at least spare me the trouble out of respect. I never imagined you would be so unscrupulous as to personally confront one of our apprentices, Shanks remarked slowly. At this juncture, the expression of Ben Beckman, standing beside him, grew increasingly menacing as he fixed a steely gaze upon Drought Jack without so much as a blink. Jesus Burgess and Lucky Roo also assumed aggressive postures. With so many eyes watching him intently, even Drought Jack, one of the three calamities, felt a shiver of apprehension creep into his heart. Well, what do you think? You little brat? Shank's demeanor softened slightly as he looked at Monkey, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Captain, your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived even a moment later, I truly would have been unable to withstand his strike. Slowly, Monkey approached the position of Shanks. When he crossed paths with Drought Jack, he felt no concern whatsoever that Jack would act against him. For deep within his heart, he was utterly convinced that Jack would not dare to engage in any excessive behavior. After all, should he entertain any murderous thoughts towards Monkey, the members of the red-haired pirates would undoubtedly tear Drought Jack to shreds in an instant. Thus, everyone present harbored no fears regarding Jack's potential aggression towards Monkey. Indeed, the thoughts occupying Monkey's mind were perfectly aligned with the reality of the situation. He slowly walked past Drought Jack, yet Jack dared not utter a sound. The members of the red-haired pirates were casting predatory glances in his direction. Any movement on his part would surely result in him being torn to shreds by these fierce individuals, with the first to strike undoubtedly being Ben Beckman, standing beside the red-haired captain. Despite the multitude present, Drought Jack could acutely sense that the aura emanating from Beckman was the most intense, a palpable desire to rend him asunder. After all, he was the first mate of the red-haired pirates, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, there had previously been disputes between the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates. Thus, Drought Jack possessed a clear understanding of Beckman's capabilities. In comparison to Beckman's prowess, he was still vastly inferior. Upon joining the ranks of the red-haired pirates, Monkey let out a deep sigh of relief. His previously tense emotions have considerably eased. After all, with so many dependable allies behind him, the sense of relief in Monkey's heart is immeasurable. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the red-haired pirates, he would have undoubtedly believed that death at the hands of Drought Jack was imminent. Now, however, the situation has transformed from one of certain doom. Yet, for the adversaries, this indeed represents a dire predicament. Monkey mused silently as he observed Drought Jack, Cypher Pole, and the other pirates from a distance. The balance of power has undeniably shifted. And for the members of the Beast Pirates, they now confront the stark reality of life and death. I had warned you long ago not to engage with the other Yonko's crews. I never imagined that merely stepping out for a few days would lead to such monumental trouble, Red-haired remarked. A mix of anger and amusement evident on his face as he regarded Monkey, whose expression was somewhat peculiar. Regardless, it was the captain who instructed me to deliver a message to Whitebeard, and he did not even share the precise location of the Whitebeard pirates with me. Nor did he provide any berries. Otherwise, I would have been reluctant to seek out the Beast Pirates. Monkey retorted defiantly, I cannot accept that. Coughing discreetly to mask his embarrassment, Red-haired admitted, to be frank, this young man has a valid point. You didn't even leave any berries for Monkey? Ben Beckman stared at Red-haired with surprise. I seem to recall reminding you not to overlook this matter. It appears, Red-haired, that your memory has indeed faltered. Indeed. It slipped my mind. A minor oversight, Red-haired chuckled awkwardly, attempting to redirect the conversation. Monkey, you have now witnessed the prowess of high-ranking pirates under the Yonko. Have you not? While your abilities have indeed progressed at an astonishing rate, one must not act impulsively or underestimate one's foes. This statement held truth. Had it not been for this encounter, Monkey might not have fully grasped this notion. It was only when confronting Drought Jack that he realized the terrifying strength possessed by one of the three calamities. Moreover, Drought Jack is indeed the weakest among them. Thus, it becomes apparent just how formidable a Yonko-level pirate's power truly is. Consequently, Monkey has developed a newfound respect for Red-haired. As he had never perceived his captain as particularly formidable before, he found himself staring blankly at the red-haired individual. This time, one could attribute it to sheer luck. However, should this circumstance arise again, no one could assure your safety. You are still rather youthful, and your discernment in matters lacks the necessary prudence. Otherwise, Drought Jack would not have so easily discovered your whereabouts. The red-haired individual continued, I believe that next time, there is no need for excessive caution. Monkey chuckled softly. What he said is quite clear. In due time, Monkey's prowess will enable him to vanquish even deities, rendering caution meaningless for him. He can roam freely across the seas of the entire New World. Red-haired discerned the underlying implication, and his expression shifted subtly. He cast a glance at Monkey and chose not to utter another word. For reasons unknown. It is neither surprising nor does he think Monkey is boasting when he speaks in such a manner. Should Monkey have the opportunity to confront Drought Jack again? Given his current rate of progress, it is entirely plausible that he could indeed overpower Drought Jack next time, just as he did previously. Red-haired Shanks had never anticipated that one of his subordinates, a mere intern, could defeat the notorious Sipshead, whose bounty exceeded 300 million berries. In such a short span of time, this individual has remarkably augmented his strength, which is truly hard to believe and has taken Red-haired by surprise. As Ben Beckman once remarked, it has only been a few days, yet Monkey's abilities have surged significantly. It is indeed overwhelming. He is a combat prodigy. Red-haired feels an immense weariness in his heart, grappling with the bittersweet sensation of having a subordinate whose talent and potential surpass his own. This is a feeling Red-haired has long since come to know. Chapter 69. Let me show you what true conqueror's hockey is. Red-haired has long grown accustomed to Monkey's astonishing talent, or rather, he has become desensitized to such awe. Consequently, his emotions have been subdued. The atmosphere within the tavern is thick with tension. Sipshead's face is awash with terror, surrounded by the crew of the red-haired pirates. Not only is Captain Red-haired present, but also Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo. Essentially, all the mightiest members of the red-haired pirates have gathered here. They find themselves unable to escape. And it is no wonder that Sipsilis feels a profound sense of despair. He trembled as he gazed at the figure of Monkey beside the red-haired man. Casting a glance at Drought Jack, yet ultimately remained silent. Even as the embodiment of drought, no, not just the embodiment, but even if all three calamities were present today, it would be exceedingly challenging to reverse the current predicament. Although it was not a matter of life and death for them, the situation was undeniably precarious. The red-haired man had personally come here, accompanied by a formidable array of his elite subordinates, all for the sake of a mere intern. Sips had found it difficult to comprehend the unfolding scenario before him. He could hardly believe that an intern was worthy of the entire pirate crew coming here to rescue him. The remaining pirates wore expressions of sheer terror, with some even collapsing to the ground. There was no way out this time. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a death sentence. They appeared to have glimpsed the specter of death, their faces ashen and drawn. This time, even their esteemed Lord Jack could not rescue them, for he too was ensnared in his own peril. After all, they were now confronted by one of the four emperors, along with his formidable cadre of notorious pirates. They found themselves utterly at a loss in this predicament. After much contemplation, they could not discern any means of escape. Surrounded by the red-haired pirates within this tavern, their chances of flight were non-existent. There was not a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, there was the imposing figure of Dracula Mihawk. Renowned for wielding his formidable sword, the Black Blade Yoru. He was undoubtedly the most formidable swordsman in the New World, a fact universally acknowledged. From a purely martial perspective, Mihawk's prowess was on par with that of Shanks, clearly demonstrating his immense strength. At that moment, Monkey's gaze was drawn to the ominous presence of the Black Blade Yoru behind Mihawk. Then, he cast a glance at the katana adorning his side and let out a sigh, having endured a fierce battle. Even with the enhancement of Haki, his katana was riddled with wounds, rendering it virtually useless. Weapons hold significant importance in battle, Machi contemplated. Losing one's weapon in a struggle is akin to facing certain death for a swordsman. It is only when a weapon is paired with Haki that a swordsman can truly unleash their utmost potential. It seems I am in dire need of a superior weapon. While I may be unworthy of something of Mihawk's caliber, there must be something better to be found. Machi resolved within himself. Lakiru and Jesus Burgess observed Machi with amusement and remarked, "Kid, how does it feel to face a calamity?" Face? This was hardly a confrontation, he understood within himself. Had it not been for the arrival of the red-haired pirates, he undoubtedly would not have lasted a single round. This was indeed a reflection of Machi's current strength, and he felt no embarrassment about it. After all, it had only been 3 weeks since he joined the red-haired pirates. No one could expect a novice to defeat a calamity in such a short span. No one in the New World would dare to claim such a feat. If I were to train for 15 days, I would not be so passive, he asserted. What you say may indeed be plausible, Jesus Burgess concurred. For anyone else, such a notion would seem utterly absurd. Battling a calamity in merely half a month was an impossibility. Yet, for Machi, the impossible seemed possible. After all, he was not merely an intern. Red-haired. Calamity Jack shattered the silence. I admit I was careless this time, yet it was this kid who provoked our beast pirates. May I return to explain this to our captain? At this moment, he mentioned Kaido, for only Kaido could rival red-haired Shanks. However, as the calamity known as Jack, it was evident that he could not stand on the same level as Shanks. Only under such circumstances could Shanks possibly grant him a reprieve. Shanks laughed and remarked, "What explanation? Can you persuade me? If you truly wish to resolve this matter, have your Captain Kaido meet me personally. But you are not worthy to stand on equal footing with me." As soon as Shanks finished speaking, Jack's expression darkened considerably, his heart brimming with fury as he stared intently at Shanks. In front of his subordinates, Shanks showed him no respect whatsoever. Despite having lowered himself, he was ruthlessly humiliated by Shanks. Had it been anyone other than Shanks himself, Jack would have already resorted to violence. Yet, the disparity in power compelled Jack to retain what little composure he had left. He yearned to continue living. Should he take action here? He did not believe he could withstand the multitude of the red-haired pirate's subordinates. The ultimate outcome could very well lead to his demise. "Red-haired, you are utterly audacious," cried the furious Jack the Drought. "Firstly, I must say, if your Captain Kaido were to hear this, even one of my interns could obliterate several of your pirate crews. Shouldn't you reflect more upon your own shortcomings? Is there truly a need to retain such incompetence within your ranks? Moreover, if a mere intern can annihilate an entire pirate crew, what purpose does your presence in the Beast Pirates serve? Have you not constantly proclaimed that the strong shall reign?" Red-haired retorted with an air of calm. Damn it. Jack the Drought could not restrain himself from clenching his fists, his expression twisted with fury, his inner wrath surging to the forefront. His eyes were now a furious crimson. Indeed, the fact that 4 of his subordinate crews were consecutively vanquished by an intern was a bitter pill to swallow. To have the ability to eliminate the adversary in an instant would have been a release of pent-up anger. However, the reality was that the red-haired pirates had come personally to the scene, rendering him unable to vent his frustration. He was also unable to eliminate Machi. Moreover, the scene is now teeming with members of the red-haired pirates. He has lost all opportunity to eliminate Machi. What a useless fool. A furious roar echoed in Jack's mind. Yet on the surface, he could not reveal his true feelings. Jack secretly cursed to himself. In that case, I shall return and report these events truthfully to our leader. Jack muttered gloomily. He turned around and cast a glance at the nearly lifeless body of Cypress Head lying on the ground. Then, addressing the pirates around him, he commanded, "Take him aboard." "As you wish, Master Jack," they replied. They were just about to depart when unexpectedly the red-haired man raised his hand to halt their movements. "What?" The pirates turned around, gazing at the red-haired individual with expressions of sheer terror, too frightened to make a single move. Jack turned to the red-haired man and inquired, "So, red-haired, do you not intend to let me leave this place? He is indeed a formidable officer under the beast pirates. Should he perish here today? It would undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar." Jack is certain that red-haired Shanks would not resort to such an action. "The calamity has targeted my subordinate's apprentice. Do you intend to slip away unnoticed after such an incident? It appears you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation." Red-haired Shanks cast a glance at Monkey and declared, "Today, you shall witness what true conqueror's hockey entails." Boom. An overwhelming aura emanated from Shanks, radiating outward. This was a sustained manifestation of conqueror's hockey, entirely different from the fleeting display exhibited by Monkey earlier. In an instant, it enveloped everyone within the tavern. The patrons were rendered motionless, paralyzed by the sheer force of this presence. The atmosphere weighed heavily on Jack, his expression turning grave. Crack. Surrounding objects began to fracture under the pressure. Observing red-haired Shanks, one could see him advancing step by step, enveloped in this suffocating aura, towards Jack. Chapter 70, Calamity now suffers in silence. A formidable wave of conqueror's hockey crashed upon them, swiftly enveloping the entire tavern in its essence. The air within every corner was thick with the potent aura emanating from Shanks, its intensity overwhelming. Even the tavern's furnishings were not spared, shattering under the impact. Barrels and the structural pillars of the building bore the brunt of this tremendous force, each succumbing to cracks that marred their surfaces. It was evident that this aura was terrifyingly powerful, capable of affecting inanimate objects, such as the strength of Captain Red-Haired Shanks. He possesses the most formidable conqueror's hockey in the entire New World. Only he can inflict such tremendous damage with this power. Others who wield conqueror's hockey can only unleash it momentarily. However, for Shanks, he can continuously emanate this hockey. The pressure it exudes leaves everyone present in utter astonishment. Drought Jack stands frozen in his place, unable to move. His gaze is fixed intently on Shanks. Under such an overwhelming aura, he lacks the courage to act recklessly. For him, although this conqueror's hockey is not sufficient to render him unconscious, the sheer strength still daunts him. His palms began to sweat. Even as one of the three great disasters, Drought Jack felt an immense pressure under the formidable presence of the red-haired figure. His body grew rigid, unresponsive to his commands. The overwhelming aura of the captain's conqueror's hockey remained profoundly intimidating. Jesus Burgess nearby marveled, "Machi, this is what true conqueror's hockey looks like. Observe closely." At this moment, Lakiru also turned his gaze toward Machi. Although both wielded conqueror's hockey, the magnitude of their power differed significantly. Machi's hockey could only erupt instantaneously, while the red-haired Shanks could release it continuously, an enlightening experience for Machi. He nodded thoughtfully, having heard tales of the captain's formidable conqueror's hockey. But witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. The relentless pressure exerted by Shanks instilled a sense of dread in opponents, gradually eroding their confidence throughout the struggle. This caliber of conqueror's hockey was not merely intended to subdue ordinary pirates, it could instill a palpable sense of oppression even against foes of equal stature. After all, in the treacherous waters of the New World, not everyone possesses such strength. Like the barrels in the tavern, which shattered into splinters under the impact of the conqueror's hockey. This represented an evolved form of the ability. After experiencing and witnessing it, Machi silently resolved to strive toward this level of development. The prospect of unleashing conqueror's hockey continuously was exhilarating. Clearly, the instantaneous release of such power proved even more intimidating to adversaries. Following the display by the drought-causing Jack, Machi sighed, "Truly, he is one of the four emperors. Red-haired Shanks has undeniably overpowered Drought Jack. Even the strongest among the three calamities would undoubtedly feel immense pressure in the presence of Shanks, who had to be regarded as the apex of their ranks. Thus, Drought Jack, being the weakest of the three calamities, would naturally refrain from acting recklessly before Shanks. Meanwhile, in the corner, Cypherpole was trembling in fear at the sight before him. He was enveloped entirely by the overpowering aura, while the fear within him continued to magnify. He would not be rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force of the conqueror's hockey. However, the scene before him profoundly stimulated his nerves. Red-haired Shanks was undeniably formidable, and Lord Jack possessed no means of defense. As Sifus had contemplated this, his panic intensified. Thud. Several other pirates were immediately knocked out, collapsing to the ground from the impact. Their strength is insufficient to withstand the overwhelming conqueror's haki emanating from the red-haired figure. The aura is simply terrifying. Only 5 pitiable pirates remain conscious, yet even they are paralyzed with fear at this moment. They gazed at the red-haired figure with palpable anxiety. Though physically diminutive in comparison to Drought Jack, the strength of the red-haired individual far surpassed that of his counterpart. At this very moment, he stood before Drought Jack, exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped him in an oppressive force. His expression was grave as he said, "Red-haired, are you planning to declare war on our beast pirates in the name of the red-haired pirates?" "Declare war?" Red-haired scoffed. "Is a struggle with a mere drought worthy of such a declaration? Moreover, I have no intention of killing Jack the Drought. I merely wish to teach him a lesson, to prevent him from using his strength to bully the weak in the future. Can this even be considered a declaration of war? With you? Would your captain truly declare war on us over this?" Red-Hair drew his sword, Griffin, the aura of haki swirling at its tip. This manifestation of haki was undeniably superior to that of monkeys. A sense of panic gripped Jack the Drought, who also activated his haki. At that moment, Ben Beckman and the others observed the scene, unable to suppress their laughter. It seemed he had no intention of unleashing his devil fruit form yet. Indeed, even if he did, he would stand no chance against Red-Haired. It appeared that Jack had long prepared himself mentally for the inevitable defeat at Red-Haired's hands. Even in his devil fruit form, he would be vanquished. The bystanders conversed openly about this, their words reaching the ears of the remaining pirates, including Cypher's head in the corner. They gazed with a mixture of emotions at the position of Drought Jack, utterly astonished. Who would have thought that their esteemed Jack would refrain from utilizing his devil fruit form? Are we not to witness the activation of his devil fruit abilities? Red-Haired inquired with a calm yet deliberate tone. He drew forth the dagger from his hand and leapt into the air. With a thunderous sound, in an instant, the figure with crimson hair appeared before Drought Jack, moving with astonishing swiftness. Before Jack could fully comprehend the situation, he perceived a fleeting crimson silhouette pass by him. Startled, he turned to search for the source, but just as he did, a resounding crash echoed. The figure with the fiery hair descended upon him with a speed that was almost deafening. His sword swiftly pierced through the abdomen of Drought Jack. With a sharp sound, blood gushed forth in torrents. The force of the blow was so overwhelming that Drought Jack was instantly sent flying, crashing against the wall. The wall, unable to withstand such impact, collapsed under the pressure, burying him beneath a cascade of rubble. With just a single strike, the red-haired one had propelled Drought Jack a distance of several meters. This exemplifies the true power of one of the 4 emperors. To the red-haired man, Drought Jack's strength was utterly inconsequential. The surrounding pirates, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that their leader would be unable to withstand even a single blow. Sip's head was equally taken aback. This was a notion he had never entertained. However, it was not long before a thunderous sound erupted. Drought Jack emerged once more from the rubble, looking disheveled, with blood still seeping from his abdomen. Yet, what was truly unexpected was, the wound on his body is astonishingly healing at a rapid pace. Such a remarkable capacity for recovery is truly terrifying. As Drought Jack approaches, he coughs incessantly. He came to the realization that, in terms of his own capabilities, he was utterly no match for the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Chapter 71. Next time, I will crush you. Before Jack stood none other than Shanks, who possessed the most formidable conqueror's haki. However, Jack was merely one of the 3 calamities under Kaido's command, and he ranked the lowest among them. Thus, when confronted by Shanks, it was indeed a foregone conclusion that he would be powerless. It was only natural that he could not withstand even a single attack. The Drought Jack glared fiercely at the red-haired Shanks. His abdominal wound, astonishingly, began to heal gradually. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a profound sense of shock within. This remarkable capacity for recovery, merely moments after the fearsome Jack had been viciously torn by the red-haired adversary, only a scar remained. It was truly incredible. Has he truly recovered? Then let us proceed. The red-haired one raised the sword in his hand, reigniting his haki. Simultaneously, Jack activated his own haki once more, enveloping his entire being in its protective embrace. He bore the weight of pressure from the red-haired figure, and at that moment, his mind was exceedingly taut. His expression grew grave. This time, he could not afford to be careless. In the next instant, the red-haired individual was at his side, wielding a blade without hesitation. Alas, Jack sought to retreat, yet the speed of the red-haired adversary was simply too swift. He was still unable to evade in time and was struck once more. This time, The red-haired warrior's blade pierced directly through his arm. With a thunderous crash, Drought Jack was hurled against the wall by the force of the impact. The wall crumbled, burying Drought Jack beneath the rubble. The entire tavern trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, as if on the verge of collapse. The red-haired warrior withdrew his weapon and turned to glance at Machi, saying, "You little brat, this is the proper way to wield a sword, do you understand?" Machi nodded. However, he found it quite challenging to replicate the red-haired warrior's techniques at this moment. Nonetheless, it was indeed worth considering as a future direction for his development. Additionally, his current aim was not to surpass his captain. The person he aspires to surpass is Drought Jack. After all, a profound enmity now exists between them. Should Monkey's strength surpass that of Drought Jack, he would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate him. He aimed to avenge this grievance with his own hands. Thus, Machi crossed his arms, leisurely observing how his captain mercilessly annihilated Drought Jack. After all, with the might of red-haired Shanks, defeating Drought Jack was a mere formality. It was not due to Drought Jack's feebleness, but rather the extraordinary prowess of Shanks that rendered the outcome inevitable. As Machi watched, he came to a profound realization that Shanks, as one of the four emperors, was far beyond his previous assumptions. Perhaps Shanks had yet to unleash his true potential. Machi contemplated that even without exerting his utmost strength, Shanks could easily vanquish Drought Jack. The capabilities of the four emperors were indeed not to be underestimated. Witnessing this scene provided Machi with a clear understanding of their formidable powers. If red-haired Shanks was this formidable, then the other four emperors likely possessed similar prowess, all belonging to the same echelon. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Jack felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He helplessly endured one blow after another. And now his response speed could no longer keep pace with the rate of his injuries. His body was drenched in blood, presenting a disheveled appearance. "Red-haired, are you being a tad excessive?" remarked Drought Jack. "What difference does it make?" Red-haired replied nonchalantly. Even when subjected to such brutal treatment, he found himself unable to resist. "I might as well endure it all," he thought, for red-haired was determined to teach Drought Jack a lesson. Boom. Another slash came down. Despite Drought Jack employing his armament hockey, he still struggled to withstand the assault, being sent crashing into the wall. The entire structure crumbled under the impact. Boom. The tavern's walls finally collapsed, with tiles from the roof cascading down. The tavern was nearing its end. A glimmer sparked in Monkey's eyes. A sharp glimmer flickered in his eyes as it soared upward. Whoosh. In an instant, sunlight cascaded from the heavens. The tavern's roof had been entirely removed, revealing the vast azure sky above, adorned with drifting white clouds, as sunlight poured down. This radiance emanated from the eagle eye. Slowly, the eagle eye retracted the black dagger of night, redirecting his gaze towards the red-haired. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The remaining pirates were so terrified that they dared not even breathe, witnessing their leader being tormented by the red-haired. They refrained from lifting their eyes to behold the scene before them, fearing they might be the next to face such a fate. Even Drought Jack was powerless against such an onslaught. These individuals are even less likely to withstand the onslaught. Boom. Drought Jack was utterly sent flying, tumbling as he descended to the ground. In this very moment, he was battered and bruised, yet the red-haired man still appeared remarkably nonchalant. The outcome of this confrontation was utterly predictable. Jack stood no chance against the red-haired adversary. He had never even attempted an offensive move, lacking even the qualification to defend himself. It was truly a dismal sight, lamented Cyphus Head. He had never witnessed anyone treat Lord Jack in such a manner. Cough, cough. As Jack emerged from the rubble, he coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. His breath had grown faint, and he appeared to be in a dire condition. His body was marred by scars left by red-haired Shanks. Moreover, he was bleeding from every inch of his being. The pressure exerted by Shanks was overwhelming. However, Drought Jack could do nothing but glare at him in fury, utterly devoid of any means of resistance. "Go back and tell your captain. If he seeks vengeance, he may come for me at any time." Finally, red-haired Shanks sheathed his sword. Humph. Drought Jack wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Shanks. After surveying his surroundings, his gaze settled on Machi. After a prolonged silence, he turned to the fallen Cyphus Head at his feet and uttered, "Useless." "Lord Jack." Cyphus Head whimpered pitifully. "Take this worthless fool away," Jack commanded the remaining pirates. The pirates approached Cyphus Head with trepidation. "This incident will be etched in my memory forever, Shanks." Jack glared icily at red-haired Shanks. The long-standing rivalry between the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates rendered Shanks indifferent to the gravity of the situation. "Let us go," Jack declared, turning to leave. A few pirates hoisted Cyphus Head and hurriedly followed Drought Jack, eager to escape this den of iniquity. they dared not raise their heads, especially when surrounded by members of the red-haired pirates, each one glaring at them with predatory intent. At this moment, Sipshead, being lifted by the crowd, fixed his gaze intently on Monkey. However, Monkey merely smiled and remarked, "The next time I see you, killing you will be as effortless as crushing an ant. And as for Drought Jack, I shall surely surpass you." Sipshead, filled with both rage and indignation, felt his face flush a deep crimson in an instant. In a fit of rage, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and then turned to glare furiously at Monkey. He had never imagined in his lifetime that he would endure such humiliation, rendered insignificant even by an intern. Moreover, he had boldly declared that he would eventually surpass the notorious Jack the Drought. In just 3 weeks, he had attained such prowess. Before long, Cypher's head and Jack, along with the remaining pirates, hastily vacated the tavern, vanishing from the sight of Monkey and the red-haired pirates in an instant. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The tavern was strewn with corpses, limbs scattered about. Besides the pirates slain by Monkey, there were several patrons who had met their end at the hands of Cypher. Yet, no one could have anticipated that one day, Cypher would be defeated by Monkey alone. More astonishingly, just as Jack the Drought was poised to eliminate Monkey, the entire red-haired pirate crew descended from the heavens, shattering his original plans. Even Jack the Drought could not escape, being ruthlessly pummeled in this clash. In this battle, Monkey sustained only superficial injuries, not severe at all. However, the Beast Pirates suffered a devastating defeat, losing 4 pirate crews and several formidable pirates in the process. Clearly, the Beast Pirates had incurred significant losses, achieving nothing in their attempt to eradicate Monkey while losing many capable pirates. What? As Monkey observed the exit where Jack and the others had departed, a radiant glow emanated from the crevice of the fractured wall, entirely unlike anything he had seen before. It was a brilliant red. This crimson light captivated Monkey, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. What is this? A red fragment? Monkey was astonished. This was indeed a stroke of fortune that had fallen from the sky. If he was not mistaken, this red fragment must be derived from Jack the Drought. This was something Monkey had never considered before. After all, it was his first encounter with a red fragment. The dazzling hue consumed his vision. Although the red fragment did not possess the same level as a golden fragment, it was undoubtedly superior to a purple one. Thus, the abilities it contained should surpass those of a purple fragment. What powers might await me upon witnessing a red fragment for the first time? Jack the Drought could never have anticipated that not only would he fail to eliminate me, but I would also gain a significant advantage by acquiring an attribute fragment from him. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Ding! A red fragment has fallen near the master. Would you like to acquire it? Without a moment's hesitation, he affirmed. Yes. Acquisition successful. The red fragment is half-fishman physique. Would you like to learn it? What in the world is the half-fishman physique? Monkey was momentarily taken aback. What kind of ability is this? Is it related to fishmen? Indeed, Jack the Drought had fishman blood coursing through him, allowing him to breathe freely underwater and survive even in the depths of the ocean as if he were on land. Excellent. Without a second thought, Monkey chose to learn it. Until now, he had opted to learn every attribute fragment that had dropped, and with the rarity of the red fragment, there was no reason not to learn it. Furthermore, by acquiring more abilities, he could expedite his journey toward the strength he desired. The attribute panel imposed no limitations on the number of ability attributes. Thus, there was no reason for Monkey to forego this opportunity. As he absorbed the red fragment, a wave of comforting warmth enveloped him, and a peculiar sensation surged within his body, as if he had suddenly acquired innate abilities. The half-fishman physique, did it mean that the attributes of a half-fishman had been bestowed upon him? Monkey pondered silently. If that were the case, would it not signify that he could also breathe freely in the ocean? This seemed entirely plausible. However, as Monkey contemplated further, he realized that the red fragment could not possibly possess only this single skill. Was there something he had overlooked? Monkey was certain of this. He meticulously experienced the changes within his body, yet he could not discern any useful information. Nevertheless, Monkey harbored an implicit belief that this transformation was markedly different from any he had encountered before. Could it be a regenerative ability? The thought sparked a surge of joy within him. If that were indeed the case, he stood to gain immensely. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying vitality of Jack the Drought and had long coveted such a power. Although red-haired Shanks had dealt Jack a significant blow, it had not resulted in any fatal repercussions. Despite Jack's dire circumstances, he was still facing one of the 4 emperors. And merely enduring to this point was no small feat. The fact that Jack could sustain himself long enough to escape spoke volumes of his formidable strength, primarily attributable to his remarkable regenerative capabilities. While he certainly paled in comparison to Kaido, Jack's ability to recover was nonetheless widely recognized. Such a level of regeneration was exceedingly rare in the New World, leading many to regard him as virtually immortal. Thus, it could be inferred that this skill was a passive ability. If he were to allocate attribute points to this ability, might it enhance his own regenerative powers? Machi's eyes gleamed at the thought. Indeed, it seemed quite promising. Although his offensive capabilities had not seen improvements, defensive prowess was equally crucial for Machi. After all, no matter how powerful one might be, if the body could not recuperate swiftly during combat, one could easily meet their demise. Therefore, this red shard had indeed compensated for Machi's deficiencies. After all, Jack's regenerative ability must be formidable. Opening his attribute panel, he observed, Owner, Machi Strength, 112 Speed, 107 Stamina, 109 Instinctive Reaction, 89 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV14, Swordsmanship Return LV6, Armament Hockey LV4, Observation Hockey LV21, Fist Technique LV2. Fishman Physique LV1 Attribute Points, 0 Attackability, Tremor Wave LV360. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with Machi's conjectures. The Fishman Physique was an upgradable ability. And as its level increased, so too would Machi's regenerative capacity, potentially surpassing even that of Jack the Drought in the future. Not only would his regenerative abilities be enhanced, but he would also gain the freedom to breathe underwater. It appeared that the red shard was exceptionally powerful. Machi smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, the swordsman Mihawk, bearing the black blade Yoru, addressed red-haired Shanks. Unless there are other matters at hand, I must return to the Grand Line. It seems the Navy intends to summon the 7 warlords of the sea. I wish to ascertain the situation. What a coincidence. I happen to have a matter I would like to entrust to you. Red-haired Shanks replied with a cheerful grin. What is it? Mihawk inquired. He has always maintained a demeanor of utmost seriousness, accompanied by a hint of sharpness. Just take a look at this individual. What do you think? His capabilities are commendable. Hawkeye cast a casual glance at Machi and remarked, the bounty is likely around 300 million berries. However, for Hawkeye, this level can only be deemed satisfactory. He has encountered several individuals who have achieved similar prowess at this age. Yet, it took him merely 3 weeks to reach this level of competence. Just 3 weeks ago, he was a novice, but now his abilities have ascended to such heights. Red-haired remarked lightly as he turned his gaze towards Hawkeye. Chapter 73. Hawkeye was taken aback. This is a prodigy. Just after Red-haired uttered these words, he was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Monkey D. Luffy, then casting a glance at the red-haired figure, scrutinizing them from head to toe. His previously unperturbed expression finally underwent a transformation. His gaze was remarkably sharp, yet in the presence of Machi, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I speak the truth. You must be astonished, Red-haired remarked, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Initially, my reaction was akin to yours upon discovering this. However, over time, I have grown accustomed to it. This young man is truly a genius. A prodigy of almost otherworldly caliber. Eagle Eye nodded in acknowledgement of Red-haired's assertion. Indeed, if what Red-haired claimed is accurate, then Machi is indeed a once-in-a-millennium talent. Yet, Eagle Eye shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was utterly implausible for someone to achieve such growth in merely 3 weeks. No one could accomplish that. The question lingered. Why would Red-haired deceive him? Was it truly unbelievable? Red-haired, sensing Eagle Eye's skepticism, continued, 3 weeks ago, Machi joined my pirate crew, and at that time, he possessed no strength whatsoever. However, just a week ago, his abilities experienced a remarkable enhancement. He could effortlessly slay sea kings and even overpower notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. You must be aware of the events that transpired a few days ago. He eradicated 4 pirate crews under the Beast Pirates, all due to Machi's efforts. At that moment, his strength must have reached the level of a 200 million berry bounty. Yet today, Red-haired inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment. Even as I grow accustomed to the fact of his rapid advancement, I could never have anticipated that he would defeat the infamous CYPS head, whose bounty exceeds 300 million berries. It is indeed unfathomable. Before this, Red-haired could never have imagined that Machi would triumph over CYPS head. He believed that once Monkey confronted Cypher's head, he would inevitably be vanquished in an instant. However, to his astonishment, the final outcome was that Monkey emerged victorious. His strength has now escalated to a bounty of 300 million berries. The velocity of such a power increase instilled a subtle sense of dread in Red-haired. Over the years, he had never encountered a creature like Monkey D. Luffy. Perhaps this is what genius truly embodies. Shanks gazed at Luffy with a sense of reassurance. Genius? Mihawk's expression was intricate as he too regarded Luffy. If what Shanks claimed was indeed true, then Mihawk couldn't help but be awed. One could say that Luffy's prowess was undeniably formidable. Scarcely anyone could rival him, especially with such rapid advancement within a mere 3 weeks. It was a phenomenon Mihawk had never witnessed in his lifetime. It was simply terrifying. I assure you, everything I have said is the truth, backed by my honor. Shanks remarked, casting a profound look at Mihawk. To reach this level in just 3 weeks? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Mihawk's heart raced. Were it not for Shanks' own words, he would have found it impossible to believe. This young man's talent was astonishingly potent. It was not merely genius, but rather a prodigious gift. Nonetheless, despite Shanks' assertions, he still found the situation utterly unfathomable. But why are you telling me this? Mihawk inquired of Shanks. He harbored an unsettling feeling. Regardless of how formidable Monkey D. Luffy might be, what relevance did that hold for him? If all that red-haired Shanks had uttered were indeed true, then Mihawk had to concede that Luffy was, without a doubt, an extraordinarily rare genius in the annals of the New World. No, that was an understatement. He was more akin to a monster. At that moment, language faltered, for Mihawk knew that thus far, no individual had ever come close to matching Luffy's prodigious talent. One could hardly even mention the likes of Whitey-chan. Even with a certain level of foundation, it was exceedingly difficult for a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries to attain the strength of 300 million. This was not a feat achievable through mere passage of time. Were anyone to reach such heights, it would surely send ripples throughout the entirety of the New World. Yet, Mihawk had never heard of anyone accomplishing such a thing, for no one had succeeded. At that moment, Mihawk felt an unwavering certainty. However, as red-haired Shanks concluded his discourse, a part of his heart began to stir. Could it be that he truly had encountered such a rare talent? A once-in-a-millennium genius was right beside him? Mihawk appeared profoundly perplexed. Unable to contain himself, Shanks chuckled, "Have you not grasped my words? I wish for you to take Luffy to the Grand Line." "Why?" Mihawk inquired coldly. He truly found it perplexing. Meanwhile, beside him, Machi was equally astonished by Shanks' unexpected declaration. What was the meaning of this? Why had Shanks never broached this subject with him before? The Grand Line harbored no formidable figures. Why would he be dispatched there? Was there a hidden agenda? Machi, do not take pride in the abilities you currently possess. You have clashed with the beast pirates, and I can assure you, once you step beyond the confines of the red-haired pirates, the adversaries you encounter will undoubtedly surpass the calamity level. I fear that this endeavor may not only fail to enhance your skills, but could very well cost you your life, Shanks stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Machi. These words carried significant weight, for Machi's current prowess was indeed lacking. Moreover, he has now found himself in conflict with Jack the Drought. Should the latter become aware of his movements, it would undoubtedly bring about dire consequences. As long as he operates alone, he is certain to be pursued by unseen assassins. However, red-haired Shanks cannot permit Monkey to remain in their shadows indefinitely. Otherwise, Monkey's potential will stagnate at its current level. Therefore, red-haired Shanks hopes for Monkey to accompany Dracula Mihawk to the Grand Line. In this manner, even if Jack the Drought becomes aware of their actions, he would be rendered powerless, for the 4 emperors hold dominion over the Grand Line, and Jack's strength would be of little consequence. Even if he insists on venturing into that perilous sea, he must first contend with the Navy headquarters. After all, with the 4 emperors arriving in the Grand Line, the Navy would undoubtedly not let them go unchecked. Thus, it seems that allowing Monkey to accompany Mihawk to the Grand Line is indeed the wisest choice. This not only ensures safety, but also provides an opportunity for Monkey to enhance his strength. Based on Shanks' previous understanding of Monkey, he is quite certain that when Monkey returns to the New World, his power will have become even more formidable. He should follow Mihawk without hesitation, lest he disappoint his captain's intentions. Jesus Burgess and Lakira chuckled, remarking that the Grand Line is a relatively safe place. Moreover, Monkey's bounty is merely 10,000 berries. It appears I have little choice left, Monkey shrugged. He then smiled and added, upon my return, it will be quite difficult for you all to contend with me. In truth, Monkey harbors a strong desire to venture into the Grand Line. Although he cannot yet claim a significant position there, he is undoubtedly part of the upper echelon. Furthermore, Drought Jack will certainly be keeping a close watch on Monkey's movements. Therefore, Shanks' decision is indeed a win-win solution. After all, the New World poses considerable danger to Monkey at present. Chapter 74, Accompanying Mihawk to the Grand Line. You arrogant little brat, still as brazen as ever. Ben Beckman approached Monkey and gave his arm a playful pat. I am about to leave. Do you have any parting gifts for me? Monkey teased. I actually do have something prepared, Ben Beckman replied earnestly, catching Monkey off guard. as he had merely jested. Would you like a punch imbued with armament hockey? Ben Beckman asked with a grin. Perhaps not. Monkey quickly waved his hand. Should he truly receive a blow from Ben Beckman, he would be unable to withstand it. Shanks turned to Mihawk and inquired, Are you willing to grant me this request? No problem, Mihawk replied after a moment of contemplation. Taking Monkey to the Grand Line is no trouble for Mihawk. However, he must remain vigilant against Drought Jack's pursuit along the way. Nevertheless, having agreed to Shanks, he is determined to protect Monkey to the best of his ability. If permitted, Shanks continued, could you teach Monkey some swordsmanship? This way, he can defend himself in the Grand Line. I believe you would not refuse such a request, considering Monkey's immense talent. Mihawk, you should give this serious thought. I am 100% certain that this little brat is destined to become the greatest swordsman in the New World. Even if I lose my arm and you no longer compete with me, nurturing a swordsmanship prodigy in your hands would indeed be an intriguing endeavor, wouldn't it? This way, your time in the Grand Line would not be dull. I assure you, you will find your own enjoyment in this process. Shanks concluded with an enigmatic smile. Ben Beckman understood the underlying meaning in Shanks' words and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, teaching Monkey would be an immensely entertaining experience. However, whether it is a delight or a fright remains to be seen, for during the previous lessons, both Shanks and Ben Beckman were left utterly astonished by Monkey's rapid progress, which was nothing short of terrifying. They were all particularly curious about the surprises, or rather, the shocks, that would accompany Professor Hawkeye's swordsmanship lessons. When we meet next, I shall bring my cherished wine, Raherd said with a smile as he patted Hawkeye's arm. It settled then. Hawkeye maintained his serious demeanor for him. His world revolved around his black blade, Yoru, and exquisite wines, two elements that held unparalleled significance in his life. You brat, the rest is up to your own fortune. I have faith in you, Ben Beckman whispered to Machi. Learning swordsmanship under Hawkeye was an opportunity coveted by all sword masters across the globe. Machi felt immensely fortunate. Understood. Machi squinted his eyes. However, he harbored ambitions beyond merely mastering swordsmanship. He pondered whether he might acquire some attribute fragments during his training under Hawkeye. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly advantageous. Yet, Ben Beckman remained unaware of Machi's inner thoughts. Observing Machi's understanding expression, he felt reassured that his advice had been comprehended. I still have many shortcomings in my abilities. This time, as I venture into the Grand Line. When I return to the New World, Drought, you may not easily overpower me, Machi mused silently. His heart was brimming with confidence, for he firmly believed that upon his return to the New World, he could undoubtedly confront the Drought head-on. Return to the Ref Fourth, the red-haired captain commanded. Everyone departed from the scene. The tavern was still littered with numerous corpses left unattended. The establishment bore the scars of battle, reduced to a state of disarray and desolation. Eagle Eye and the members of the red-haired pirates arrived at the Ref Fourth. On the deck, the red-haired captain handed Monkey a letter. Monkey looked at him in confusion. If you encounter a clown with a red nose along the way, deliver this letter to him on my behalf. His name is Buggy. Understood, Monkey replied, taking the letter and nodding. It was merely a task of delivering a message, nothing too arduous. After all, it was just to a clown named Buggy. He could hardly believe that this would pose any significant difficulty. The Grand Line is not as tranquil as it appears, Ben Beckman stated earnestly. The strength of the Marine Admirals is indeed formidable, and you are not yet equipped to handle them. In fact, they are likely even more powerful than the drought-ridden Jack. Moreover, aside from a few formidable rear admirals, the others should not pose a threat to you. And one more thing, keep your distance from the Revolutionary Army. Ben Beckman continued to offer a barrage of cautionary advice, leaving the red-haired captain somewhat astonished. After all, he had never witnessed Ben Beckman show such concern for anyone else. Typically, Ben Beckman aboard the Red Force appeared indifferent, rarely engaging in conversation. You rascal, if you have a moment, could you check on how my fellow is doing? Has he set sail, and what is his current strength? If you get the chance, please gauge his abilities. After all these years, has he improved at all? Jesus brought a photograph before Machi, stating, This is my son, Usopp. Upon examining the image, Machi noted the resemblance, both in appearance and age. Jesus handed the photograph to Machi, cautioning, Be sure to help me check on him and see how strong he has become. Machi accepted the photograph. Also, Luffy has set sail as well, and he is currently on the same ship as Usopp. Red-haired glanced at Machi with a smile, saying, Please convey my message to Luffy. Aspiring to be the Pirate King is not merely a matter of words. One must exert 100-fold effort. Everyone chimed in with their advice to Machi, who graciously acknowledged their requests. Red-haired needed to deliver a message to the clown Buggy. While Jesus wished to know Usopp's current capabilities, and Machi silently committed these tasks to memory, recognizing their simplicity. Machi, it is time to depart, Hawkeye's instructed. Farewell, everyone. When we meet again, I shall surely surpass you. Machi proclaimed as he bid his farewells. Should you triumph over me, the position is yours, Ben Beckman replied, eliciting laughter from the group. Shortly thereafter, Machi followed Hawkeyes to the raft destined for the sea. This was Hawkeye's raft. He never traveled by ship. Amidst the eager gazes of their comrades, Machi and Hawkeyes gradually drifted away from the Red Force. Captain, where to next? Machi inquired. To the Whitebeard Pirates for a drink with that old man, Red-Haired replied. Chapter 75. Boom. Golden shards fell from the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days had already passed. Sunlight shimmered upon the ocean's surface as a small raft approached slowly. On the raft, Hawkeye stood solemnly, his black blade, Yoru, at his back, eyes scanning the horizon. Meanwhile, Machi wielded a new katana, practicing his swings with fervor. During his previous struggle against Cypher's head, his original katana had long since become unusable. Therefore, upon departing from the Red Voss, he acquired a new katana. Such commonplace weapons are ubiquitous. However, to obtain superior arms, one must rely on Machi's own endeavors. Swordsmanship exists solely for the purpose of vanquishing one's adversary, remarked Hawkeye, observing Machi's techniques. Since setting sail, he has occasionally offered guidance on swordsmanship to Machi. After all, he had promised Shanks to teach Machi. Simultaneously, he harbored a curiosity about the extent of Machi's improvement under his tutelage. Previously, aboard the ship, Shanks and others had spoken highly of Machi. Thus, Mihawk eagerly anticipated the level of advancement Machi would achieve under his instruction. Under Mihawk's mentorship, Machi gradually developed a clearer understanding of the evolution of swordsmanship in his mind. He has already etched the trajectory of his future development in his heart. He grasped the katana in his hand and forcefully swung it towards the vast ocean before him. Whoosh! A surge of air erupted from the blade, rushing towards the sea. The waves churned violently, splashing enormous droplets of water into the air, while the surface of the ocean shimmered with ripples. It appeared that your technique harbored tremendous power. The keen eyes of Hawkeye glimmered with a sharp intensity. As the foremost swordsman, he instinctively sensed that Monkey's technique was not merely a display of swordsmanship. It possessed an underlying vibrational effect. Indeed, Hawkeye discerned that within the force of his strike lay residual waves. And it was precisely this aftershock that caused the ocean to erupt in towering sprays. Without such a force, the sheer might of his swordplay alone would not yield such an astonishing impact. Is this his true ability? Hawkeye gazed at Monkey, and at that moment, he suddenly grasped the meaning behind Red-Haired's words. Monkey was indeed a rare and exceptional talent, with immense potential. This is the effect of the Trimmer fruit. Monkey confessed candidly. Moreover, it was likely that Jack the Drought had already come to this realization during his encounters with the Sea Kings, having faced such assaults multiple times throughout their clash. While these attacks had not caused substantial harm, the potency could be terrifying once the appropriate level was reached. Trimmer? Hawkeye's eyes remained fixed on Monkey. He had never heard of anyone capable of infusing their slashing attacks with tremors. This experience was indeed a revelation for Hawkeye himself. Although he had spent considerable time in the New World, this was the first instance he had encountered such a phenomenon. The ability to incorporate tremors into a slashing effect was astonishing. Do try again, Hawkeye requested, eager to observe this effect more closely. Monkey did not elaborate further and unleashed another attack towards the vast ocean before him. Splash! The waves surged and danced in the air, cascading back into the sea. At that moment, the surface of the water began to exhibit persistent ripples, radiating outward in concentric circles. Indeed, Hawkeye was now thoroughly convinced. He distinctly felt the formidable power of the residual wave at the very moment Machi swung his blade. The impact was undeniably the effect of the attack was further augmented by this, leaving Hawkeye in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Should the potency of this be amplified, the ability would indeed be terrifying. Even if the adversary could withstand the initial slash, they would remain vulnerable to the ensuing residual force. While it appears that Machi's current residual effect is relatively feeble, with adequate training, it could soon unleash cataclysmic consequences. For even if one could deflect the strike, the subsequent shockwave would still be inescapable, rendering defense nearly impossible. A glimmer shone in Hawkeye's eyes. He is now filled with anticipation, pondering the terrifying power that the enhanced tremors might unleash. I am beginning to comprehend why Red-Haired has sung your praises so unreservedly. Your abilities indeed transcend my imagination, particularly the frightening potential you possess, which is truly enviable. Hawkeye candidly expressed his thoughts, for what Monkey has exhibited thus far has profoundly broadened his horizons. Can you control the range of the aftershocks? Such control would amplify the potency of the resultant attacks. It is precisely because the aftershocks spread too broadly that their power diminishes, Hawkeye remarked. However, achieving this is currently a formidable challenge. Monkey has long recognized this, and it remains the direction in which he strives. To accomplish this goal, it seems the only viable approach is to endeavor to elevate the level of the tremors, thereby compressing their range and enhancing the strength of the attacks. It appears that you must not only refine your swordsmanship but also cultivate mastery over your own abilities, Hawkeye stated gravely. The capabilities that Monkey has just demonstrated have left him deeply astonished. He had never contemplated that there existed individuals whose capabilities could reach such extraordinary heights. Moreover, it took Monkey merely 3 weeks to achieve this. Such innate talent may be something that some individuals could never attain in their entire lives, leaving them to gaze in awe and lament their own limitations. I am aware that Monkey possesses a profound understanding of this reality as well. He truly needs to master the power of the tremor fruit, even if the strength of this ability cannot be enhanced. It is imperative to control its range of attack to prevent collateral damage to innocent bystanders during combat. The rest he must gradually comprehend on his own. I possess no superior advice to offer, as I lack such a talent, yet you can. I hope you can grasp it, perhaps in this world. You are the singular individual endowed with these abilities, which you must cherish and utilize wisely. I believe that only through personal effort can one learn to control the effects of the tremor fruit. No one else can assist you in this regard, Hawkeye candidly stated. In the days that followed, the raft continued to drift across the vast ocean, while Monkey diligently practiced his swordsmanship day by day, hoping to grasp the mastery of the tremor fruit through his training. Hawkeye's guidance often focused on the fundamental aspects of swordsmanship. Under his tutelage, Monkey gradually began to understand the essence of the art, discovering his own rhythm. However, at that moment, a familiar voice reached Monkey's ears. It was the voice of the system. To him, it was akin to a celestial melody, intoxicating and yearned for. Ding! Golden fragments have fallen around the master. Would you like to collect them? At the instant the voice sounded, he thought to himself, it has finally arrived. Chapter 76. Golden fragments. A dazzling light appeared in Monkey's vision, shimmering with golden brilliance. At that moment, he felt no surprise but was nonetheless exhilarated. These were the golden fragments he had long desired. Remarkably, it had only been 2 days since they had come to him. The fragments had fallen from Hawkeye. Moreover, these were of the highest grade. Without hesitation, Monkey declared, collect. Collection successful. The golden fragment pertains to overall swordsmanship skill LV5. Would you like to learn it? Heavens! Monkey could hardly believe it. Such attribute fragments were exceedingly rare. They were entirely different from the golden fragments obtained from Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Previously, those had granted him new skills, such as Conqueror's Haki and the tremor fruit. While these new skills were undeniably powerful, they did not enhance Monkey's overall abilities. However, the golden fragments that had fallen from Hawkeye's body were a boost to his overall skill. This time, his abilities would surely soar. Would every swordsmanship-related skill be elevated by 5 levels? Monkey thought excitedly, filled with anticipation. He had never contemplated before that he could attain such invaluable treasures from Hawkeye. If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. How fortunate he was. Mochi exhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration, and declared, learning. No sooner had the words left his lips than a familiar warmth enveloped him. His body was infused with an unprecedented strength. In that moment, Mochi also sensed a remarkable enhancement in his swordsmanship. He held the katana in his hand, casting a glance downwards. The blade reflected in his line of sight. Unlike before, as he grasped this katana, he felt an entirely different sensation. Accessing his attribute panel, he noted, Master, Monkey, Strength, 112, Speed, 107, Stamina, 109, Instinctive Reaction, 89. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV19, 5, Swordsmanship, Yin Return LV11, 5, Armament Haki LV4, Observation Haki LV21, Fist Technique LV2, Half Fishman Physique LV1, Attribute Points, 0. Attack Power, Shockwave LV360. Indeed, Monkey's swordsmanship attributes had all been elevated by 5 levels. In other words, if his previous swordsmanship was akin to an infant learning to crawl, now he had matured to the point of being able to run. The disparity was monumental. With just one more level, he would reach level 20. Monkey pondered. Not only had his basic swordsmanship been enhanced, but also his swordsmanship. Yin Return had seen a 5-level improvement. Such a boon was truly rare. He had not anticipated the golden shards on Hawkeye to possess such formidable power. Nonetheless, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within Monkey. Had he possessed more swordsmanship skills prior to acquiring this golden shard, it would have been an unprecedented advancement. Although the current enhancement was already remarkable, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. He quelled these feelings of discontent. Indeed, receiving something was better than having nothing at all. After all, to obtain such a rare golden shard was an extraordinary stroke of luck, and he should not ask for more. Are you all right? Hawkeye observed Monkey's unusual reaction, sensing that he was somehow different from before, though he could not pinpoint the exact reason. A sharpness? Indeed, it was so. Hawkeye suddenly realized that the monkey before him resembled a blade freshly drawn from its sheath, emanating a brilliance that was hard to behold. A swordsman? Was this not the aura that a true swordsman should exude? What could have transpired? In mere seconds, had Monkey truly grasped the essence of swordsmanship? Even the aura around him had transformed. Holding the katana, Monkey stood beside Hawkeye, who felt a profound astonishment at the magnitude of his transformation. To this day, Hawkeye struggled to comprehend the changes occurring within Monkey. Even he, standing close by, could deeply sense it. Have you comprehended it? Hawkeye asked hesitantly. The rapidity of this transformation was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to accept, far exceeding his expectations. Yes, I have suddenly grasped the essence of swordsmanship, thanks to you. It is indeed because your teachings are profoundly insightful, Monkey replied with a meaningful smile. Indeed, it was all due to Hawkeye. Had he not journeyed with Hawkeye to the Grand Line, he would never have had the opportunity to learn from him and acquire the golden shard. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Hawkeye. I guided you? Hawkeye found this hard to comprehend. After all, he had imparted only basic principles to Monkey. Principles that would take other swordsmen years to fully understand. Could it be that Monkey had truly grasped the profound implications contained within these principles? How could that be? Hawkeye gazed at Monkey, astonished. This was utterly astonishing. Hawkeye had always considered himself among the top tier of swordsmen, believing himself to be a genius. Yet, Monkey had made him experience an unparalleled level of talent. It was indeed terrifying. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by the red-haired woman before her departure, along with the expressions of Ben Beckman and the others. He gazed blankly at Monkey, the brilliance still emanating from his form. Could it be said that Monkey's swordsmanship had significantly surpassed his previous level? How was this possible in such a brief span of time? Mihawk continuously recalled the words of Shanks, gradually coming to a profound realization. He was convinced that everything the red-haired individual said was indeed true. This is the legendary genius. Have you seen Hawkeye? A genius. An unadulterated genius. He was finally compelled to believe that the legendary genius stood right beside him. He gazed intently at Monkey, an inexplicable sense of dread welling up within him. He was eager to inquire of Monkey the reason behind this phenomenon. Was it possible that he possessed an innate talent for swordsmanship from the moment of his birth? Yet, having previously observed Monkey's swordplay, it had seemed rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, regardless of his skepticism, the undeniable truth stood before him. Monkey's swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level. But what could have triggered such a sudden and groundbreaking advancement? Hawkeye racked his brain, unable to discern any conceivable connection. Thus, he could only place his trust in what the red-haired man had said. Monkey was, by nature, a monstrous being endowed with immense talent and potential. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to grasp the essence of swordsmanship in such a brief span of time. Moreover, he would be unable to rationalize the entirety of this situation. Nonetheless, even so, Mihawk found it difficult to suppress the astonishment within him. Chapter 77. A leap forward upon the raft. Monkey held a katana, gazing out across the tranquil sea. The surface of the ocean lay still and serene. Standing beside him was Mihawk, his imposing figure contrasting sharply with the black blade he bore, the Yura. Show me, let us see how much your abilities have grown. Mihawk stated coolly, though internally he remained deeply astonished. Additionally, curiosity gnawed at him. He pondered the nature of Monkey's advancements, just how much had he improved in his swordsmanship. Despite the unparalleled aura emanating from Monkey, Mihawk's deductions were mere conjectures based on his experience, indicating that Monkey's sword skills had indeed progressed. However, the true measure would only reveal itself in the crucible of battle. In those fleeting seconds, Mihawk found it hard to fathom just how much of a breakthrough could be achieved. Very well, Monkey nodded in response. He gazed at the samurai sword in his hand, then turned his eyes towards the distant sea and the far-off horizon. Surrounding him was an expanse of emptiness. The entire ocean was devoid of life. Save for the humble raft upon which they floated, the atmosphere was profoundly desolate. Hawkeye, alone, was the sole support of this raft. Adrift in the vastness of the New World's ocean, and the solitude weighed heavily upon him, he unsheathed the katana in his hand, facing the vast ocean before him. An aura of conqueror's haki enveloped the blade, shrouding the entire sword in a cloak of black armor. To Mihawk, the strength was not particularly formidable, however. The presence emanating from Monkey was unmistakably that of a powerful swordsman. This aura felt distinctly different from what he had sensed previously. Mihawk reflected silently. Over the past few days, he had observed Monkey practicing relentlessly, yet he had never witnessed the intensity radiating from him at this moment. Indeed, his swordsmanship had seen remarkable improvement. As Mihawk regarded Monkey, his mind raced with thoughts. Judging solely by the aura exuding from Monkey, Mihawk was utterly convinced that such a presence could only arise from a certain caliber of swordsmanship. Furthermore, he felt an urge to spar with Monkey. This young man possessed an extraordinary talent. What astonished Mihawk the most was the astonishing progress Monkey had made in merely 2 days. To be precise, it was but a fleeting moment, for prior to this, Mihawk had not sensed such a potent sharpness, yet within mere seconds, Monkey had transformed dramatically. He sensed that Machi had transformed into a formidable swordsman. The words of the red-haired individual rang true. Machi possessed remarkable talent. Moreover, not only was his potential exceedingly high, but his rate of progress was also astonishingly swift. As Mihawk contemplated this in silence, Machi, standing beside him, gripped the katana firmly. In that moment, he profoundly felt a transformation. This experience was entirely different from before. It was as if he had become one with the sword in his hand, wielding it with unparalleled ease. The previous faint stiffness had vanished completely. It seemed that the enhancement of his swordsmanship had indeed yielded significant results. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Machi's eyes. It was evident that the elevation of his swordsmanship by 5 levels constituted a qualitative breakthrough for him. Now he thought, let me test the foundational sword techniques and discern what differences there are from before. He brandished his katana. At that moment, the blade of the sword was enveloped by a shimmering aura of light. Whoosh! He swung his blade, a fierce slash that cleaved through the very air, hurtling towards the sea and stirring up tremendous waves that soared skyward to a height of 100 meters. The previously tranquil ocean was rent asunder, creating a vast chasm. Moreover, the edges of this fissure generated ripples that cascaded back into the sea, splashing and spreading outward. The rift on the surface gradually converged, and soon, apart from the gentle undulations of the waves, the sea returned to its former serenity. However, the recent events were deeply etched in the keen eyes of Hawkeye. And even Monkey felt the weight of it. That incisive slash had directly breached the surface of the ocean, extending its reach to 20 meters. Prior to this, Monkey's attack range had only been 10 meters. Not only had the range expanded, but the effectiveness of the attack had also magnified exponentially. This was not merely a doubling. It was a geometric escalation. Compared to before, his swordsmanship had improved nearly 5-fold. Hawkeye was momentarily rendered speechless, utterly astounded. He had never imagined that Monkey's prowess could surge so dramatically in just 2 short days. It was a fearsome display of power. Hawkeye found it hard to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Despite having spent considerable time in the New World, he had never witnessed anything quite like this. He gazed at the figure of Machi beside him, his heart in turmoil. A staggering 5-fold. In other words, even though Hawkeye is undeniably the foremost swordsman among his peers, the prospect of further enhancement beyond this point seems nearly unattainable. Not to mention the possibility of amplifying his abilities several times over. Hawkeye believed he had encountered numerous prodigies endowed with extraordinary talents or formidable powers, yet he had never witnessed anyone quite like Machi. He can no longer be deemed merely a genius. He is, in fact, a prodigy. In just 2 days, his swordsmanship has increased 5-fold. Hawkeye stood behind Machi, suppressing his astonishment. However, Machi himself was not taken aback. Nevertheless, in the instant of the strike, he felt a twinge of surprise. Then, he gazed distantly at the vast ocean before him, drawing forth the katana he held in his hand. He activated the armament haki, beginning to cultivate his next slash. The secret sword technique, Swallow's Return. A violet radiance emanated from the tip of his blade. In an instant, a semicircular glow encircled Machi, swiftly propelling towards the vast ocean before him. Whoosh! It collided with the surface of the sea in a heartbeat. Crash! The water was cleaved apart, creating a terrifying fissure. As if this beam of light had divided the sea into 2 halves, extending for hundreds of meters beyond. This strike resulted in a rift of several hundred meters across the ocean, presenting a truly daunting sight. Moreover, this slash also harbored a tremor effect, with its residual waves relentlessly battering the ocean's surface, stirring up colossal tides. Machi and Hawkeye, perched on their raft, were rocked by these tumultuous waves. My strength has increased tremendously, Machi marveled. At that moment, he felt an unwavering confidence. Should he encounter Drought Jack, Even if he could not utterly overwhelm him, he could at least impart some valuable lessons. His fundamental swordsmanship and techniques had ascended 5 levels. However, in terms of Manchi's overall prowess, the enhancement was undoubtedly far beyond a mere 5-fold effect. In facing Cypherpole, perhaps he could eliminate him in an instant. Now, Cypherpole was no longer a worthy target for Manchi. He is now eager to engage in battle once more with Drought Jack, to ascertain whether he can indeed triumph over him. Hawkeye gazes at Monkey's retreating figure, exclaiming, "Truly a monster." Chapter 78. Finally arriving at the Grand Line, Hawkeye's astonishment stems not merely from the magnitude of the recent strike, but from the stark contrast to Monkey's abilities just days prior. He is acutely aware of how remarkably an individual can evolve in such a short span. Having witnessed Monkey's previous capabilities, Hawkeye is profoundly struck by the sheer velocity of this transformation. How could such a monster exist? Hawkeye finds it difficult to accept. Could it be that all his painstaking efforts and training amount to little in comparison? Confronted by this young man, Hawkeye's heart is a tumult of awe and despair. It is indeed terrifying. In merely a few days, Monkey's swordsmanship has ascended to such heights. What might he become given more time? He dared not continue his imagination. "Are you certain you haven't concealed your true capabilities?" Hawkeye asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his previous stoic demeanor. He exhibited a moment of discomposure before Monkey D. Luffy. After all, this entire situation transcended his previous understanding. Conceal? How could that be possible? Luffy sheathed his sword. Was it truly necessary for him to do so? Had he possessed such prowess earlier, he would undoubtedly have engaged in a fierce contest with the Drought, at the very least leaving his own mark upon him. The power bestowed by the golden fragments was indisputable. Luffy's swordsmanship had progressed at an astonishing rate. Consequently, his overall strength must have undergone a significant transformation. Could this be true? All within a mere span of 2 days? Dracul Mihawk suppressed his astonishment and gazed intently at Luffy. He recalled the agonizing days of his relentless sword training, a truly painful memory. It was precisely due to his unwavering diligence and hard work that he attained his current stature. Hawkeye has never placed much value on innate talent. He believes that perseverance holds greater significance. Furthermore, he has always held this conviction. Yet today, Monkey has shattered his understanding. He never anticipated that talent could wield such a profound influence. For a swordsman, if one possesses sufficient talent, extraordinary results can be achieved. For instance, a person may toil for a decade to hone their swordsmanship, finally witnessing progress. However, for an exceptionally gifted individual, a mere year may suffice, or even just 30 days. For Monkey, it may require even less time. Through Monkey, Hawkeye has come to a profound realization of the importance of talent. He has always considered himself a prodigy in the seas of the New World, yet in the presence of Monkey, doubts began to creep in. Am I truly a genius? Do I deserve this title? Compared to Monkey's meteoric growth, the other elite talents of the New World seem to pale in comparison. They are hardly worthy of mention beside Monkey's prowess. This individual is indeed deserving of the title genius. How did red-haired Shanks discover him? Hawkeye mused internally. He is truly a marvel. Is his physical composition truly different from that of ordinary individuals? Your abilities, Hawkeye said, suppressing his emotions. They have increased approximately 5-fold. Which is quite reasonable. Monkey replied nonchalantly. Ahem. Hawkeye was taken aback and coughed. Quite reasonable? Does it imply that he anticipated reaching such a level? At that moment, Hawkeye was at a loss for words. Could one really foresee the extent of their own power enhancement? How did he accomplish such a feat? Is there any respite for the rest of us? If this continues, it seems that all the swordsmen of the New World may perish in bitterness. It appears he was born solely to undermine others. Eagle Eye mused internally, feeling utterly exasperated. Among all the swordsmen, Monkey stands as a paragon, a true standout. Moreover, even if the other swordsmen harbor dissenting opinions, they cannot deny his exceptional prowess. Even Eagle Eye, the foremost swordsman, finds himself profoundly shaken by Monkey's extraordinary abilities, leading him to question his own worth. I think I understand why red-haired Shanks insisted you accompany me, Eagle Eye remarked bitterly, gazing at Monkey. He comprehended that the red-haired individual was sent by Paimon to undermine his confidence. He also became aware of it. Previously, when red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman agreed, their expressions were laden with significance. Suddenly, Mihawk understood everything. It appeared that Monkey was not particularly well-liked within the red-haired pirates. As Mihawk gazed at Monkey, a deeper bitterness filled his heart. The presence of Monkey indeed evoked resentment. He could surmise how red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman perceived Monkey, and his assumptions were likely close to the truth. Just as he now empathized with the sentiments regarding red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman, he hoped Mihawk could offer him guidance. Monkey clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Mihawk. Ahem. Mihawk coughed lightly, staring out at the distant sea. As a swordsman, only one's own heart can truly discern the path of development. I fear I have little to impart to you. Indeed, Mihawk was acutely aware of his own abilities, and given the current circumstances, he felt ill-equipped to serve as a mentor to Monkey. Is that so? Monkey turned to gaze at the vast ocean. In his mind, he pondered a pressing matter. The aftershocks produced by his strikes extended far beyond what he had anticipated. As the intensity of the tremors escalated in the future, it would undoubtedly yield even greater destructive power. This led him to consider the implications. What if he inadvertently harmed his allies during combat? He needed to devise a foolproof strategy to avert such a scenario. If this predicament remained unresolved, Monkey would become hesitant to act decisively. Should a conflict arise on the island, it was conceivable that the entire landmass could be reduced to ruins beneath his might, sinking into the depths of the sea. Monkey recognized the remarkable effectiveness of the tremors, which had yielded impressive results in prior battles. However, the range and force remained challenging to control, a source of significant frustration for him. Nevertheless, he held a steadfast belief that this issue would eventually be surmounted. If all else failed, perhaps he should strive to engage in combat only in open spaces or endeavor to minimize the occurrence of battles altogether. After all, with such immense power at his disposal, the prospect of causing collateral damage to innocent lives was a fate he wished to avoid. At present, his singular focus was on Drought Jack. A gentle breeze swept across the surface of the sea, creating ripples. Gradually, the wooden raft carrying Monkey and Hawkeye drifted away from the region. They were drawing ever closer to the Grand Line. Monkey gazed out at the vast, boundless ocean before him, his heart brimming with excitement. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. The raft, buoyed by the gentle undulations of the sea, gradually drifted toward the Grand Line. The surface of the water, caressed by a soft breeze, shimmered with ripples that spread outward. Monkey surveyed this unfamiliar expanse of sea and silently mused. The Grand Line. We have finally arrived. Chapter 79. The privilege of the Seven Warlords. Days later, the raft continued its journey toward the Grand Line, and they were the only ones adrift upon the expansive waters. On the raft, Monkey and Mihawk stared into the distance. After a while, Mihawk spoke. Prepare yourselves. We shall soon arrive. Monkey felt a twinge of confusion. How do we return to the Grand Line? This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time, though he had refrained from voicing it. But now, as they approached their destination, he pondered the means of returning to the Grand Line. What route would they take? Monkey was well aware of the journey from the Grand Line to the New World. One would descend from Fishman Island, submerging to the depths of the ocean, and then rise again from Fishman Island until finally breaking the surface to reach the New World. Yet, he remained uncertain about the passage from the New World back to the Grand Line. Could it be accomplished in a similar manner? Monkey contemplated this as he cast a glance at the humble raft beneath his feet. He pondered if this raft were to sink to the ocean floor. Wait, did Hawkeye truly traverse from the Grand Line to the New World solely aboard this raft, plunging into the depths? Monkey gazed at Hawkeye, his mind enveloped in confusion. How had he initially journeyed from the Grand Line to the New World? It seemed that Monkey had never witnessed Hawkeye aboard a sailing vessel. Yet, without a ship, how could one possibly descend to the seabed? Without sinking, how could one reach the New World? Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flickered in Monkey's eyes. He contemplated a matter of utmost importance. Traveling from the New World to the Grand Line is as arduous as traversing from the Grand Line to the New World. Do you not comprehend this? Mihawk regarded Monkey with a hint of curiosity. He then recalled that Monkey had only spent 3 weeks in the New World and was merely an intern. Despite possessing remarkable talent and strength, it is entirely reasonable for him to be oblivious to the intricacies of this world. Yet this raft. Monkey hesitated to speak. How could this raft possibly sink to the ocean's depths? It would be submerged for mere meters before succumbing to the depths. Although Monkey had learned the half-fish human form from Jack the Drought, enabling him to navigate the deep sea with ease, provided the Sea Kings did not assault him, what would become of Mihawk? He cannot breathe underwater. I possess the ability of a merfolk physique. Thus, even in the absence of a vessel, I can plunge into the profound depths of the ocean. However, what shall become of Hawkeye? Monkey gazed at Hawkeye with contemplation, suddenly realizing that although he is the foremost swordsman, he is not entirely reliable, much like Captain Shanks. He asked me to deliver a message to Whitebeard without providing a single berry. Consequently, a series of events unfolded. Furthermore, my journey to the Grand Line was prompted not only by the offense against Drought Jack, but also by the necessity to seek refuge within the Grand Line. Monkey has always held unwavering faith in himself. When he returns to the New World, a transformative change is certain. Moreover, that day shall not be far off. At the very least, I can find solace in the Grand Line, which is undoubtedly more tranquil than the New World. I can also attend to the matters they entrusted to me. This is indeed one of Monkey's objectives in venturing to the Grand Line. Yet, the predicament now lies in. He truly could not fathom how he and Hawkeye could traverse the Grand Line on such a diminutive raft. Is there an issue with this raft? Hawkeye inquired, perplexed by Monkey's concerns. Well, from which island are we embarking on this venture? Monkey decided to cease his ruminations. If even Hawkeye was unconcerned, then what was there to fret about? After all, he still possessed the physique of a fisherman. Embark? Why? Hawkeye's confusion deepened as he gazed at Monkey with an expression of bewilderment. He was utterly befuddled by Monkey's words, unable to grasp their meaning. If we do not embark, how then can we plunge into the depths of the ocean and return to the Grand Line? Monkey felt a surge of confusion himself. Had Hawkeye truly failed to comprehend this fundamental principle? How had he previously journeyed from the Grand Line to the New World? Just as Monkey was about to elucidate the matter to Hawkeye, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. I understand now, Hawkeye finally exclaimed, grasping the essence of Monkey's words. He spoke somewhat bashfully, acknowledging that indeed, ordinary individuals require a coating to traverse the Grand Line. Yet you may have overlooked one crucial detail. As soon as he finished speaking, Monkey eagerly inquired, what? Suddenly, Monkey contemplated another possibility. He pondered the existence of another route to the Grand Line. Astonishingly, it was common knowledge that there were three primary paths to reach either the Grand Line or the New World. One could descend to the ocean floor from Fishman Island, traversing the depths to reach the New World. Alternatively, one could fly directly from the Red Line to the New World, but this required the rare ability to fly, a skill possessed by very few. Consequently, the most prevalent and conventional method remained the descent from Fishman Island, allowing for travel between the New World and the Grand Line. However, there existed another possibility, a direct journey from the Red Line to the Grand Line, eliminating the need for submersion or flying capabilities. Yet, the Red Line served as the stronghold of the world government, home to the celestial dragons, whose formidable power discouraged any attempts at provocation. Thus, no pirate dared to traverse directly from the Red Line. Nevertheless, nothing is absolute. For instance, one of the 7 warlords of the sea was Mihawk, known as Hawkeye. He possessed the privilege of crossing the Red Line without hesitation. As a result, Hawkeye could traverse freely between the New World and the Grand Line without the need to submerge or possess the ability to fly. This method was also exceptionally secure, devoid of threats from sea kings or pirate attacks. The inhabitants of the Red Line were indeed formidable. So, should they proceed directly from the Red Line to the Grand Line? Monkey gazed at Hawkeye in astonishment, as he had never considered such a possibility before. This would mark his inaugural venture to the Grand Line via this route. Indeed, Hawkeye nodded. Gradually, the raft drifted upon the sea, surrounded by emptiness, save for their solitary craft. In the distance, Monkey stood upon the raft, catching a glimpse of land on the horizon, vast and expansive, obscuring the sea beyond. Surely, this was the land they were destined to traverse en route to the Grand Line, the Red Line. Chapter 80. Your abilities truly merit the title of warlord had they truly reached the Red Line? Monkey observed the distant land, a striking crimson hue. His heart filled with reflection. This expanse separated the first half of the Grand Line from the New World. Pirates could only submerge to the ocean floor, transferring through Fishman Island to access the Grand Line, as the upper echelons of the world government resided above. Moreover, a place known as Marioa lay here, rendering the Red Line heavily fortified. After all, Marioa was home to the world's nobility, the celestial dragons, necessitating extensive protection to ensure their safety. The raft gradually approached the land, and Monkey increasingly sensed the vastness of this territory. The sea itself was effectively barred from their passage. Before his eyes lay ochre-hued hills, and from a distance, he could see towering walls demarcating the borders of this land, constructed to deter pirates from intruding and disrupting the internal order of the Red Line. Monkey also observed numerous soldiers clad in white military attire, standing guard at the walls, forming lines as they patrolled the borders of the Red Line. It was evident that this was indeed a highly secured territory, aimed at preventing pirates from infiltrating and endangering the safety of the celestial dragons. Prepare to disembark, Hawkeye instructed. The raft glided closer to the red line, the sound of the surging waves resonating delightfully in the air. As Monchi listened to the enchanting melody of the water, his spirits lifted with joy. He reminisced about the events that had transpired over the past few days. They likely spent 5 days before arriving in the New World. Upon traversing the Red Earth continent, they would reach the first half of the Grand Line. For 5 days, they journeyed. They encountered no peril, and their journey was remarkably smooth. Even Drought Jack refrained from sending anyone to hunt down Monkey. Perhaps they had come to realize that Monkey was accompanied by Hawkeye, thus abandoning that scheme. During this interval, they embarked from the New World and arrived at the borders of the Red Earth continent, encountering numerous small islands along the way, such as Dressrosa. However, neither Monkey nor Mihawk chose to disembark. Instead, they pressed forward at full speed, striving to reach the Grand Line in the shortest time possible. Mihawk, can I also land here? Monkey asked, gazing at Mihawk with a hint of disbelief. This was indeed the case, for Monkey was a pirate, and not just any pirate. He remains one of the subordinates of the red-haired pirates. Can these station forces on the Red Line truly allow him to pass through effortlessly? If that were the case, your bounty would be considerably higher. Traversing the Red Line en route to the Grand Line would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. However, your bounty is merely 10,000 berries. This signifies that you have yet to commit any acts detrimental to the Navy. Otherwise, your worth would have surpassed 300 million berries long ago. It is solely due to your affiliation with the red-haired pirates that your bounty has been set at such a modest sum. The Navy here is unaware of your identity and certainly oblivious to your status as a pirate. Mihawk elaborated, acknowledging the truth of the matter. After all, Monkey has only vanquished 4 pirate crews. Yet, this has had little impact on the increase of his bounty. Presently, apart from the pirate crews, only the beast pirates have even come to recognize Monkey. However, this recognition bears no consequence for the Navy. The actions he undertook pale in comparison to those of the red-haired pirates, rendering them almost insignificant. Thus, Monkey attracted little attention. The bounty of 10,000 berries was bestowed upon him solely due to his affiliation with the red-haired pirates. From the modesty of this bounty, it becomes evident that the Navy does not regard Monkey as a significant threat. As long as he refrains from showcasing his abilities on the Red Line and maintains a low profile, it is unlikely anyone will discover his true identity as a pirate. Indeed, this is the case. Monkey nodded in agreement. The raft gradually approached the Red Line. As they neared, Monkey profoundly appreciated the vastness of this land. Not only were there towering walls at the periphery, but numerous Navy personnel were also stationed below. The atmosphere here was undeniably imposing. Halt! Several Navy officers clad in white uniforms brandished their weapons, commanding Monkey and Mihawk to cease their advance. Pass. Mihawk produced the necessary documentation and presented it to the officers. After a brief moment, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the Navy personnel. The warlord of the sea, Dracula Mihawk? Am I permitted to pass now? Mihawk maintained a stoic demeanor, gesturing towards Monkey. This is my companion, whom I intend to escort to the Grand Line for a meeting at Navy headquarters. Should there be any delays, I trust you will bear the consequences. Who is he? The Navy officer gazed at Monkey with a look of perplexity. Given the unfamiliarity of the visitor, an investigation was necessary to prevent any disturbances to the order of the Red Line. Although Mihawk had vouched for him, adherence to protocol was still paramount. A newcomer to the seas, Mihawk candidly remarked. After a brief discussion, Zoro observed Hawkeye approaching him and inquired, "What is the situation?" Hawkeye nodded and said no more. Thus, Zoro followed Hawkeye into this mysterious and unfamiliar land. In truth, much of the Red Line is a desolate wasteland, with Mariewa occupying only a minuscule portion of it. The majority of the territory lies abandoned and devoid of life, with checkpoints established solely near the Grand Line and close to the New World, effectively preventing pirates from traversing the Red Line unimpeded. Only those possessing a permit may cross into the Red Line. For instance, as a warlord of the sea, Hawkeye enjoys such privileges. Is it conceivable that Hawkeye merely follows orders from superiors while the Navy headquarters does not grant them any special rights? Naturally, that is not the case. It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation for personal convenience. Otherwise, why would anyone aspire to become a warlord of the sea? After all, each individual among the warlords possesses formidable strength. Without such privileges, few would desire to join their ranks. So, must we traverse the entirety of the Red Line? There exists a waterway that can save us considerable time. Just follow me, Hawkeye stated, leading Zoro to the location of the waterway. They boarded a small transport vessel, poised to embark on their journey. It appears that the 7 warlords indeed enjoy numerous privileges. Perhaps one day I shall also aspire to the title of a warlord. The surrounding naval officers, upon hearing these words, expressed their disdain and began to mock Monkey. Only Dracul Myhawk, upon listening to Monkey's remarks, refrained from laughter. Indeed, with your abilities, it is quite possible for you to attain the status of a warlord. He spoke with utmost seriousness. The surrounding Navy personnel were astonished by Hawkeye's words. Was the strength of the 7 warlords no longer of paramount importance? Or was it that this young man was not as weak as he appeared? Chapter 81. The Grand Line is truly comfortable. At the heart of the Red Line, there exists a waterway approximately 10 meters wide, yet it stretches infinitely, with no end in sight. This waterway connects both ends of the Red Line, facilitating easy passage between the New World and the Grand Line. Although narrow enough to prevent the passage of colossal ships, it allows for the movement of numerous individuals. Moreover, the construction of this waterway took the Navy headquarters a full decade, indicating the substantial investment involved, an unimaginable sum, considering the vastness of the Red Line. At this moment, the sea monster beneath the water was pulling the sailboat steadily forward. Monkey reflected on the immense utility of this waterway. Hawkeye stood calmly on the deck, his expression as composed as ever. As Monkey observed the scenery receding on either side, 3 sea monsters towed the sailboat with remarkable speed, presenting no challenge to them, even with Monkey and Hawkeye aboard. Once we reach the Grand Line, I intend to head to Mariewa, as the Navy headquarters is in session, and I must pay them a visit. What are your plans? Hawkeye inquired, directing his gaze towards Monkey. The red-haired crew had only instructed him to escort Monkey to the Grand Line. Once he accomplished that, his task would be complete. Hawkeye did not expect Monkey to remain by his side indefinitely. I plan to find a ship and gather some information, Monkey replied. I believe you should first seek a weapon that suits you. This katana is too ordinary and does not match your strength, Hawkeye advised. I was thinking the same. Monkey acknowledged, as Hawkeye's words reminded him of thoughts he had previously entertained. After all, he could not rely on this weapon indefinitely. It simply did not befit his prowess. As a swordsman of considerable skill, possessing an exceptional weapon is essential. Even if he could not find a perfect fit, a decent blade would suffice, Hawkeye suggested. A fine blade requires 50 craftsmanship, while a great blade requires 21. Thus, fine blades are indeed rare. Regardless, any blade would undoubtedly surpass the one Monkey currently wielded. I intend to incorporate this into my plans, Monkey nodded. Now, an additional task had been added, to find a suitable weapon for himself. However, gathering intelligence remained the priority. Only with complete information could one proceed with confidence. Do you have any leads? Hawkeye stated, if you wish to gather news. It would be best to first visit the Sabaody archipelago, which is not far. Once you arrive at Sabaody, I trust they will show you the respect you deserve. You are a subordinate of the red-haired pirates, even if merely an intern. The connections there with the red-haired pirates are quite strong. If you are seeking information, head to the 13th bar in Sabaody, called Shaki's Ripoff Bar. They should provide you with suitable responses, though you will need ample berries. Of course, as a member of the red-haired pirates, you may discuss matters pertaining to your crew, which might exempt you from some costs. Hawkeye was well aware of the deep ties between Shaki's Ripoff Bar and the red-haired crew. Not only that, but there was also a formidable individual there, albeit quite aged. Shaki's Ripoff Bar? Monkey squinted, fully aware of its significance and the powerful figure he had heard of. However, as you mentioned, I might indeed find that I need not spend a single berry to gather information. The Grand Line does not pose the same dangers as the New World. Hawkeye contemplated imparting further advice to Monkey, but reconsidered. Given Monkey's current abilities, there was little to worry about. The Grand Line held no perilous locales for him, especially since he had already encountered much in the New World, which was under the dominion of the 4 emperors, while the Grand Line was governed by the Navy headquarters. Although many pirates existed within the Grand Line, they were kept in check by the Navy. The distinction lay in the fact that pirates in the New World boasted greater strength, whereas many pirates in the Grand Line had bounties that did not even reach 100 million berries, posing no threat to Monkey. In fact, for him, this region could be deemed exceedingly comfortable. If you need to discuss anything further, simply proceed to Karaigana Island. I shall return there after my visit to Mariewa, Hawkeye stated. No problem. In the brief 5 days spent with Monkey, Hawkeye had come to understand him somewhat. Thus, despite feeling a twinge of envy at Monkey's progress, he genuinely hoped for the young man's well-being. He can foresee that Monkey will undoubtedly evolve into a top-tier swordsman, destined to grow even more formidable in the future. However, Mihawk remains uncertain about the extent of his eventual strength. Yet, within him lies a profound anticipation. Thus, the task entrusted to me by Shanks has been successfully accomplished. Nevertheless, Mihawk's voice takes on a somber tone. Monkey, even though the drought has yet to make its presence felt in the new world, it does not imply that the matter is settled. He may be orchestrating some forces, preparing for your assassination when you enter the Grand Line. Upon mentioning the drought, a glimmer of sharpness flickers in Monkey's eyes. As long as it is not the drought acting directly, it should not pose a significant problem. He still requires some time. Once his abilities reach a certain pinnacle, he will undoubtedly be able to confront the drought head-on. Hawkeye, I appreciate your words of wisdom. Until I have faced you and emerged victorious, I shall not be easily vanquished by others, Monkey jested. A sense of comfort washed over Hawkeye, and a faint smile graced his usually stern visage. I shall await that moment, when you seize the title of the world's greatest swordsman from me, Hawkeye replied earnestly. While he could dismiss others without a second thought, he found it impossible to overlook Monkey. The impact Monkey had on him was profoundly intense. For the young man's talent and potential were truly boundless. He could not underestimate the abilities of Monkey. Were it anyone else, Hawkeye might regard it as mere delusion, a sign of excessive self-confidence. However, in the case of Monkey, his prowess and rate of growth were astonishingly rapid, almost monstrous in nature. Thus, from Hawkeye's perspective, regardless of how outrageous Monkey's claims might seem, he found no reason to dismiss them as exaggeration, for Monkey truly had the potential to achieve such feats. In the brief span of 5 days, he had witnessed phenomena that he could never have imagined in his lifetime. Monkey had transformed from a novice swordsman into a master of the blade. Chapter 82, Arrival. Encountering the Sea Kings. The sea monster advanced with remarkable speed, accomplishing its journey in merely half a day. They had traversed half the expanse of the Red Earth continent. Upon the sailboat, Monkey gazed into the distance and beheld the grand palace towering majestically, exuding an air of opulence. Although it lay far from his current position, its splendor was unmistakable. Beneath the resplendent palace sprawled a landscape of exquisite beauty. What could this be? Monkey squinted, pondering in his heart. Aside from the apparent prosperity of this region, he also observed numerous men clad in black suits, vigilantly patrolling around the palace, their demeanor exuding an air of stringent vigilance. Under their watchful eyes, even the entrance of a fly would seem a formidable task. This is the interior of Mariewa, replied Eagle Eye. Indeed, this is the very heart of Mariewa. No wonder it appears so splendid. Monkey marveled inwardly. The surroundings of the Red Earth continent were desolate, and only here did one encounter such dazzling prosperity. It could be surmised that this was the stronghold of the world's aristocracy. It appeared exceedingly luxurious, yet, in truth, it had long since succumbed to decay, remarked Eagle Eye with a hint of detachment. He was not merely referring to the palace, but rather to Mariewa. It seems that Hawkeye is well versed in the myriad secrets of Mariewa. Nevertheless, he prefers not to interfere too deeply in these matters. However, this does not imply that he is entirely ignorant of such affairs. Hawkeye must possess considerable knowledge regarding the secrets of this place, albeit merely scratching the surface. Yet, it is sufficient. He chose not to elaborate further. As the sailboat continued its journey, the silhouette of Mariewa gradually blurred in Monkey's sight, slowly beginning to fade away. The sea monster persistently towed the sailboat forward with great speed. The surrounding scenery receded steadily. After another half-day, Monkey beheld the terminus of this waterway, which also marked the end of the Red Line. They are about to enter the region of the Grand Line. Soon, I shall venture to the outskirts of Marigeos. You may choose to depart, but do exercise utmost caution. The Red Earth continent is not far from Marihoa. Should the 3 admirals decide to offer their support, they could arrive at the scene in a mere moment. With your current strength, you are not yet equipped to contend with the 3 admirals, Hawkeye advised Monkey. Understood. Monkey nodded. He was well aware of these matters. He is acutely aware that his capabilities fall short of engaging in direct confrontation with the 3 formidable generals. This is indeed a reality. Moreover, Monkey has never contemplated inciting trouble, for there is simply no necessity to do so. He had not yet been foolish enough to challenge the 3 admirals. It seemed he first needed to find a sailing vessel. Monkey stretched lazily. His plan was to locate a ship and then head to the Sabaody archipelago. Before long, the sea monster began to gradually decelerate. They had finally arrived. This place appeared no different from the New World, with a few naval officers stationed here. Upon seeing Hawkeye, they exhibited signs of unease. At that moment, a figure who seemed to be a leader approached and said, "Mr. Hawkeye, Please lead the way. It appears the meeting is about to commence. Hawkeye replied, his expression impassive. As you command. The leader nodded, aware that despite his high standing in the Navy headquarters, it paled in comparison to the authority of the warlords of the sea. Moreover, Hawkeye emanated an overwhelming aura, rendering the leader unable to act arrogantly in his presence. After taking a few steps, Hawkeye turned back and remarked, "Your abilities still require further refinement." "Understood." Monkey responded with a smile. He gazed at the retreating figure of Hawkeye, under the watchful eyes of the Navy. Monkey also departed from the sailing vessel. He treaded upon the soil of the Red Earth continent, making his way towards the city walls. The waves crashed incessantly, tumultuous in their dance. At the edge of the Red Earth continent, Monkey beheld the distant horizon, the sea breeze gently caressing his visage. This was the fabled Grand Line. He had finally arrived. A profound sense of tranquility enveloped him here. It seemed that retiring to this place in his later years would indeed be quite delightful. He continued to walk forward, gradually being submerged by the ocean's waters. The surrounding Navy personnel, observing Machi, felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that he intended to swim to the nearby island? They were astounded. No one could accomplish such a feat yet. Monkey truly vanished from their sight. Indeed, Monkey intended to swim to the island in search of a vessel. However, his mind has now shifted. With the newfound half-fish physique, he could breathe freely beneath the waves. As Monkey opened his eyes, he realized he could breathe just as he did on land, which filled him with joy, just as he had envisioned. At that moment, a massive shadow began to draw closer to him. Under these circumstances, the situation grew simpler. A smile crept across Monkey's face. A sea creature. This was precisely what he thought. Transforming the sea creature into his steed would undoubtedly be an exhilarating endeavor. Monkey brandished the sword in his hand, employing Haki. He gazed at the sea creature before him, unaware that as it focused on Monkey, he had already set his sights on it. In the Grand Line, the sea breeze gently caressed the air. A pirate ship floated upon the surface, exuding an air of flamboyance. On the deck, several pirates appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Their destination being the Sabaody archipelago. This place held significant importance for them, as they planned to coat their ship and then venture towards the coveted realm that all pirates yearned for, the New World. "Captain, how much longer until we reach the Sabaody archipelago?" The pirates clamored in unison. The captain of this pirate ship, Arnold, appeared robust and, despite his somewhat simple demeanor, possessed formidable strength. He was affectionately nicknamed Beast Arnold. His bounty stands at a staggering 96 million berries. In the context of the Grand Line, this signifies formidable prowess. Arnold could scarcely contain his inner exhilaration. In approximately 2 days, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall soon reach the Sabaody archipelago. In but 2 days, we shall set foot in the New World, following a coating in the Sabaody archipelago and then submerging the ship, transferring at Fishman Island. We will swiftly arrive in the New World. The pirates erupted in cheers. However, at that moment, one pirate appeared to be quite agitated. Before long, his expression shifted to one of panic. "My goodness, is this real? It's a Sea King. It is approaching us," he reported to the captain in a loud voice. At that moment, the crowd fell silent, enveloped in a sense of despair. Given their capabilities, it was utterly impossible to triumph over the relentless foe. Suddenly, Arnold caught sight of the back of the Sea King. "Wait a moment." His expression turned to one of horror. "Is there a person standing behind that aquatic creature?" Chapter 83. A monster appears aboard the ship. Shocked, Arnold had never witnessed such a scene. He began to tremble all over, his mind a chaotic blur. He found it difficult to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before him. Indeed, he had never imagined that someone would possess the audacity to tread directly upon the back of a sea creature. This spectacle profoundly astonished him. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? Arnold struggled to accept the reality before him. However, he soon heard a crew member inquire, "Captain, is there a person on the back of that sea creature?" At that moment, he could no longer delude himself. Everything was indeed real. Yes, someone was approaching, riding on the back of a Sea King. Good heavens, is this truly happening? Someone dares to tread upon the back of a Sea King? All aboard the ship were astounded. This revelation shattered their understanding. The Sea King was colossal, capable of swallowing their pirate ship whole in a single gulp. Yet, there it was, a gigantic Sea King being used as a steed upon the ocean's surface. This was utterly terrifying. As the Sea King gradually drew closer to them, they can discern the shimmering scales on the back of the sea creature, which radiate a brilliant glow under the sunlight. The eyes of this marine being are larger than those of a human. Without a moment's hesitation, they believed that if they encountered such a formidable sea creature on the ocean, Every soul aboard any pirate ship would meet their demise. Is this truly the case? Yet, all of this unfolded so vividly before their eyes, and as they drew ever closer, they discovered that standing behind the Sea King was, surprisingly, a young lad. At that moment, they were even more astonished. The feeling of shock lingered in their hearts for an extended period. Could it be that someone had the ability to subdue the mighty Sea Kings? Even in their wildest dreams, they could never have anticipated the scene unfolding before them. With a thunderous roar, a colossal wave surged across the ocean's surface. The entire pirate ship rocked violently upon the waters, causing the crew to struggle to maintain their footing. Arnold and his men stood transfixed, their eyes widening as the figure of the sea creature gradually came into focus. "Captain, are we destined to meet our demise?" they inquired with palpable trepidation. In that moment, they truly realized how insignificant humanity is in the presence of the Sea Kings. Among them stood a young man, one I had never encountered before. His visage was absent from the bounty posters. Yet, given his ability to command the Sea Kings, he must possess formidable strength. The pirates engaged in fervent discussions, uncertain of what they would soon confront. At last, the Sea King ceased its advance, halting perilously close to their ship. Its colossal eyes fixed upon the pirates on board, rendering them immobile with trepidation. A chilling dread coursed through them, leaving their scalps tingling and their legs trembling. They had never faced the Sea King with such directness nor encountered a predicament of this nature. The atmosphere had grown exceedingly oppressive. The entire pirate ship was enveloped in an air of profound fear and tension. Gulp. At that moment, some individuals, overwhelmed by panic, could not help but swallow their saliva. Even Captain Arnold remained utterly still upon the deck, paralyzed by the weight of the situation. They were engulfed in a profound panic, uncertain of their next course of action. At that moment, a voice emanated from the Sea King. "Guide me for a while, even if it means you must take action against me. Should you refuse, you may continue your assault, but rest assured, it shall be you who meets your demise." Monkey paced back and forth upon the back of the Sea King. And with unwavering resolve, he approached the deck of the pirate ship, undeterred by the scrutinizing gazes of the pirates aboard. His earlier words were not directed at those aboard the ship, but rather intended for the Sea King. Standing upon the deck, Monkey gazed intently at the majestic creature. He captured the Sea King on the Red Soil continent, yet he found himself utterly incapable of defeating Monkey. With effortless ease, Monkey vanquished the Sea King, even mounting its back and commanding it to transport him to this place. To his astonishment, he encountered a pirate ship. Currently, Monkey possessed no map and was unaware of the location of Sabaody Archipelago. He could only hope for a chance encounter with a vessel, and if someone were willing to take him along, he would undoubtedly be elated. A woeful howl escaped the Sea King, expressing its distress. He gazed at Munchie, his eyes betraying a blend of appeasement and humility. The pirates on the deck were utterly astonished. To think that one could subdue a Sea King and compel its allegiance was truly terrifying. "Very well, I shall not take your life, for you have guided me thus far," Munchie declared, waving his hand dismissively. Some Sea Kings possess the ability to comprehend human speech, which is hardly surprising. Thus, the Sea King turned and departed from the scene. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, wishing to vanish from Munchie's sight immediately. Gradually, his figure faded into the sea. Yet, the atmosphere aboard the ship remained eerily silent. The ambience was peculiar, as everyone stared blankly at Munchie. He, too, noticed the expressions on their faces. "May I inquire as to your intended destination?" Munchie asked Arnold, utilizing his observation hockey. Munchie perceived that this individual was indeed the captain of the pirate ship. "Sabaody Archipelago," Arnold replied in a panic. "What a coincidence." "That is simply splendid," Munchie said, narrowing his eyes into slits. With a smile, he continued, "Would you be willing to take me to the Sabaody Archipelago? In return, I can ensure your safety throughout the journey. After all, you have just witnessed my strength. Dealing with a few minor thugs would pose no challenge. What do you think?" He had not finished speaking when Arnold eagerly nodded in agreement. After all, the scene he had just witnessed was truly horrifying, leaving a profound impression in his heart. Arnold felt that for a considerable time to come, he would not forget everything that had transpired. Moreover, the strength of this individual left no room for refusal. Should they resist, the combined might of everyone on the ship would likely be no match for him. "Very astute," Monkey remarked with a smile, feeling exceedingly fortunate. This way, he could smoothly journey to the Sabaody Archipelago without the need to search for a ship or a map. This favorable vessel had indeed arrived at the perfect moment, sparing him much trouble. "Tell me your name," Monkey inquired, gazing at Arnold. "Ah, I am Arnold," he replied, lowering his head in trepidation, not daring to meet Monkey's gaze. No one could have imagined that he was a pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million berries, yet he stood before a young man in such a humble manner. In that case, let us prepare to set sail. Monkey waved his hand, as if he were the captain of the pirate ship. Arnold, as if awakening from a dream, shuddered and quickly nodded, exclaiming, "Set sail." The novel can be downloaded via the open-source, Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire the novel file through proxies or vendors that do not provide source code or an open-source address, please request a refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com. Authors QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https://t.me FQ Tool Chapter 84, Pirates from the New World. The pirate flag hung high on the ship, fluttering across the boundless sea, their destination being the Sabaody archipelago. On the deck, Monkey stood behind the railing, gazing into the distance of the ocean, overwhelmed with emotion. Here lay the legendary Grand Line. In comparison to the New World, this place felt exceptionally serene. The other pirates on the ship kept their distance, cautiously observing Monkey's silhouette, too intimidated to approach. Thus, a significant space surrounded Monkey, as the image of him piloting the Sea King was still vividly etched in their minds, a sight they would likely never forget. It was utterly astonishing. In their eyes, Monkey was indeed an unmitigated monster, and to have such a being aboard their ship invoked profound thoughts among the others. At that moment, they truly grasped this sentiment. They tread cautiously, scarcely daring to speak above a whisper. An eerie atmosphere pervades the entire pirate ship. They are both curious and fearful of Monkey. Why is his power so formidable? I have never witnessed anyone capable of riding a Sea King. This individual must possess extraordinary strength, almost terrifying in its intensity. The Sea King from earlier was undoubtedly completely vanquished by him. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for it to display such humility in his presence. They whispered cautiously, fearful of disturbing the creature. However, they soon realized that Monkey was observing them. Yet, there was no hint of aggression in his gaze, on the contrary. It was remarkably benevolent. Nevertheless, they were enveloped in profound fear, ceasing their communication. Monkey observed the scene before him, feeling somewhat taken aback. Did he truly appear so ruthless in their eyes? Or was it simply his visage that seemed intimidating? Monkey found himself utterly perplexed. After all, within the red-haired pirates, he was considered among the more aesthetically pleasing. Stretching his limbs, he pondered a matter of significance. It was indeed time to contemplate how to enhance the effects of the. In future battles, Monkey would undoubtedly employ this technique frequently. If he could manage the range of the aftershocks while simultaneously amplifying their potency, the results would surely be magnified. During his upcoming visit to the Sabaody archipelago, he might have the opportunity to meet that individual, the Dark King, Rayleigh. Red-haired had once been his apprentice. Perhaps he possessed invaluable methods that could offer guidance. For Monkey, Rayleigh could prove to be an exceptionally suitable mentor. He might possess the knowledge to manipulate the effects of the. Lost in his thoughts, Monkey was suddenly startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned his head and discovered Arnold approaching him, mimicking his every step. His expression was one of profound trepidation, clearly filled with fear of Monkey. "What is the matter?" Monkey inquired nonchalantly. "Lord Monkey, do you also intend to venture into the New World?" Arnold summoned his courage to ask. He pondered whether Monkey intended to venture into the New World as well. Perhaps they could embark on the journey together. Witnessing Monkey single-handedly subdue a Sea King instilled in him an unwavering conviction regarding Monkey's formidable strength. With Monkey's companionship, Arnold mused, the trials en route to the New World might be considerably alleviated. "How do you know I am determined to go to the New World?" Monkey inquired with a smile. Most pirates journey to the Sabaody archipelago primarily to coat their ships before plunging into the depths of the New World. For pirates, it is akin to paradise. I believe. With your immense power, Lord Monkey, you eagerly anticipate carving out your own domain in the New World, Arnold expressed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, Monkey's expression bore a complex undertone. Clearly, Arnold remained oblivious to the harsh realities of the New World. After all, the unpredictable weather and the amplified strength of pirates render it a perilous domain. However, there is little concern regarding the Navy's pursuit. Nonetheless, countless pirates meet their demise beneath the waves daily, as the struggles among pirates are exceedingly brutal. Thus far, only the four emperors can maintain an indomitable presence in the New World. For those of considerable strength, it is paradise. For the weak, it is hell. The conflicts in the New World are far more ruthless than those in the Grand Line. What do you think of my strength? Machi asked, grinning at Arnold. The surrounding pirates discreetly observed the exchange between the captain and Machi, perceiving that Machi was not as fearsome as they had imagined. They gathered courage and moved closer, eager to hear their conversation more clearly. Lord Machi, you are the strongest individual I have ever encountered, Arnold said, his voice tinged with awe. To be able to ride a Sea King must indicate extraordinary power. When Arnold beheld the Sea King, he never contemplated combat. Despair engulfed him instead. Compared to Machi, his own strength paled significantly. Where do you think I rank in terms of ability in the New World? Machi queried Arnold. After a moment of contemplation, Arnold responded, I believe your abilities place you at the pinnacle in the New World. Arnold spoke with utmost seriousness. After all, he had witnessed Machi's prowess firsthand. At the pinnacle, Machi's smile widened. How naive these pirates are. Did I say something incorrect? Arnold asked. Though my abilities are not the weakest in the New World, there are countless individuals stronger than I. Perhaps there are around 10,000 who could easily eliminate me, Machi remarked. Is that truly the case? Arnold was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding pirates fell silent, never having considered that the abilities of pirates in the New World could reach such heights. If Machi's strength does not rank among the elite in the New World, what might the most formidable individuals be like? They found it hard to imagine. Suddenly, Arnold seemed to have a revelation. Lord Monkey, have you been there? A glimmer of light flashed in Arnold's eyes. If he had never set foot in the New World, it would be impossible for him to possess such knowledge. Yes, I returned from the New World to the Grand Line not long ago, Monkey candidly admitted, as there was little to conceal in such matters. Pirates from the New World, Arnold stared blankly at Monkey. No wonder his strength was so formidable. He felt an unfamiliarity with this individual, having never encountered him before. Lord Monkey, what do you think about our abilities in the New World? Arnold hesitantly inquired. To be frank, Monkey surveyed the surroundings. If you were to venture into the New World now, surviving even 5 days would be a blessing. Truth be told, Monkey had never imagined that one day he would be able to feign the demeanor of a powerful figure. To him, these pirates appeared as mere novices. Chapter 85. Have you ever witnessed true power? Upon hearing Monkey's words, Arnold and the other pirates were instantaneously confronted with a paradigm shift. They had once believed that entering the New World would grant them unfettered freedom, yet the reality was far from that. They once fervently yearned to venture into the New World. Yet, the harshness of reality is staggering. Is it truly the case that after merely 5 days, one must be grateful to the heavens? Arnold felt his belief shatter. His eyes, vacant and lost, reflected his disbelief. He had never anticipated this outcome, nor did he foresee the fragility of his own strength. He had thought himself somewhat renowned within the Grand Line. But upon encountering Monkey and learning of the news regarding the New World, a sense of inferiority began to creep in. The New World is indeed merciless. Even someone as formidable as Monkey finds himself unranked in this brutal realm. It becomes evident that the powerful pirates inhabiting the New World are nothing short of monstrous. They could hardly fathom it. If they truly ventured into the New World, what would their current abilities culminate in? Monkey's words jolted them from their reverie, causing their convictions to waver. Their anticipation for the New World began to diminish. Although this was the reality for pirates, the New World undeniably offered greater prospects than the Grand Line. After all, in that unforgiving realm, one could significantly enhance their strength. Monkey remarked that indeed, the New World presented numerous opportunities for growth. The Grand Line resembled a retirement home. For those ambitious and driven pirates, the New World was their ultimate destination. However, he gazed at the surrounding pirates, contemplating that for them, the New World was perhaps not the most auspicious choice. Without exceptional capabilities, it would be arduous to compete with others. Grateful for Lord Monkey's revelations, Arnold bowed deeply to him. Were it not for Monkey, he and his subordinates would undoubtedly remain oblivious to the true nature of the New World. At the very least, they now comprehended that the New World is not a paradise. Rather, it is a haven for those pirates endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, their own strengths were sorely lacking, and for them it might resemble a battlefield of demons. Monkey watched as Arnold and his crew departed, clearly moved by his words. Yet, Monkey paid little heed to this matter. Without a formidable conviction, how could one venture into the sea? A pirate must possess such awareness. One must either grow stronger and vanquish others, or await their own demise at the hands of others. Every pirate should grasp this truth. Little did I expect that one day, I would find myself imparting wisdom to others. Monkey couldn't help but chuckle softly, observing this group of pirates. He was transported back to memories from 3 weeks prior, when he too was much like them. The only distinction lay in the passage of time. 3 weeks ago, he is unable to defeat the group of individuals before him. However, 3 weeks later, he has ascended to a height that this group of individuals can scarcely aspire to. The rate at which Manchi's strength has grown is evident to all. Alas, Captain, we are surrounded, a pirate shouted in panic. In an instant, Arnold and the surrounding pirates turned their gaze toward the distance. Unbeknownst to them, their ship was encircled by other pirate vessels. It is the Violent Bear pirate crew. Arnold's expression darkened, and he instinctively clenched his fists. The Violent Bear pirate crew is their sworn enemy. Their captain is the fearsome bear, Harl. His bounty has soared to 100 million berries, and he possesses strength that surpasses Arnold's. Unexpectedly, this time he has even found allies. The bear pirate crew exhibits a shocking lack of decorum by enlisting other pirate crews to confront us. It is utterly disgraceful that they have sought assistance from the Plum Blossom pirate crew. The summoned pirate crews are of comparable size to the White Bear pirate crew. Evidently, they are resolutely committed to annihilating us. Captain, what shall we do? The pirates were instantly thrown into a frenzy, casting desperate glances at Captain Arnold. However, Arnold clenched his fists tightly, his expression grave. In truth, he was at a loss for what to do. After all, they were faced with 4 rival pirate crews of similar strength. Perhaps this is what it means to be cornered. If it were merely 2 pirate crews, there might be a glimmer of hope. But now, they confront a total of 4. The prospect of escape seems almost impossible. Accelerate. Strive to break through the encirclement. Arnold commanded. Aye, Captain. The crew hastily began to maneuver the pirate ship, following Arnold's orders. The vessel surged forward with newfound speed. At that moment, a cannonball was launched from a distance. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed as the projectile struck the sea beside the ship, instantly sending colossal waves crashing forth. The ship began to sway uncontrollably. Steady. Arnold's heart raced with urgency. This setback had squandered precious time for their escape. Now, the surrounding pirate ships were closing in. This is dire. Despair was etched across Arnold's face. They now find themselves with no avenue of escape. Arnold, engulfed in despair, realizes that to resist would be tantamount to courting death. He is utterly devoid of the courage required to issue the command to fight. Beside him, the pirates in his company begin to succumb to hopelessness as well. Soon, their ship is encircled by the vessels of their adversaries. At this moment, Arnold and his crew are trapped with no means of evasion. The opposing ships proudly display a flag emblazoned with a bear's paw. A robust man stands on the deck, exuding arrogance as he proclaims, Arnold, I offer you an opportunity. Now, reveal to me the whereabouts of the treasure map that Rodney possessed before his demise. You are unworthy of it. Otherwise, prepare to face your annihilation at my hands. Not only do I desire this treasure map, but these gentlemen also share a keen interest in it. It is at this juncture that Arnold comprehends why the White Bear pirates were able to summon reinforcements. They covet the treasure map he holds. Damn it, Arnold's heart is rife with indecision. Should he relinquish it to them? If he steadfastly refuses, they will undoubtedly eradicate him. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps reaches his ears. Arnold turns to see Monkey standing before him. He spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, Lord Monkey, and suddenly seemed to exhale a breath of relief. He understood that they might not be in a dire predicament anymore. You little rascal, from where did you emerge? This is not a matter for you to meddle in, the White Bear Hall said coldly. If you interfere again, do not blame me for being impolite. The pirates behind him chattered animatedly, urging, Captain, do not squander time. Eliminate them all at once. We are certain to find what we seek in their warehouse. With our numbers, it would be exceedingly simple to deal with them. Monkey smiled, drawing his katana. It appears you have yet to witness true power. Chapter 86. One at a time. Captain, this insolent brat is far too arrogant. Allow me to dispose of him. One pirate, unable to contain his inner fury, brandished a long spear, positioning himself behind the fierce bear, Hal, and assumed an aggressive stance. Finish him off, Hal remarked coolly, his gaze icy and dismissive. Boss, this is a trivial matter. I can handle him with ease, the pirate proclaimed confidently. He aimed at Manchi, preparing to pull the trigger. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. In an instant, the bullet was fired, hurtling towards Manchi's position. In the next moment, Manchi nonchalantly swung the katana in his hand. Remarkably, the bullet was cleaved in two by the blade. What? Hal stared at Manchi in astonishment. Such a feat could not possibly be accomplished by an ordinary pirate. Moreover, this individual appeared unfamiliar, Despite numerous clashes with the formidable bear Hal and Arnold, he had never encountered Manchi before. Was this a new subordinate? Hal's eyes narrowed into slits, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. On the deck, Manchi regarded the pirates across from him, his expression stoic as he held the katana. Turning to Arnold, he declared, "In accordance with my promise, I shall assist you with any troubles that arise during our journey to Sabaody Archipelago, such as the predicament we face now." As his words fell, Arnold and the surrounding pirates beheld as Manchi brandished a katana. The blade's tip began to shimmer with a dark, armored hue. Without a moment's hesitation, Manchi swung the sword, unleashing a piercing wave of sword energy that surged forth with astonishing speed. Whoosh! It was as though the very air itself had been cleaved in twain. The onlookers struggled to keep their eyes open under the dazzling brilliance. They could scarcely discern the trajectory of the strike. Hal, too, could only watch in horror as the lethal energy barreled toward him, utterly devoid of time to react. The velocity was simply too formidable. Almost instantaneously, it reached his very presence. No! Hal screamed in desperation. He yearned to resist. Yet the might of the sword's aura was overwhelming, leaving him with nothing but despair in his heart. He was utterly incapable of withstanding this assault. In what seemed like an instant, the sword's energy struck the vessel of the Savage Bear pirate crew, hitting it squarely at its center. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and the pirate ship was cleaved in two, severed with a decisive force. The sound of splintering would echoed incessantly in the ears of the pirates. They were momentarily astonished, rendered speechless as they beheld the unfolding events before them. The floor beneath their feet began to fracture incessantly, gradually spreading across the entire deck. What was happening? A palpable sense of panic gripped everyone. What? Why? It was as if, in an instant, everything had changed. The pirate ship they occupied was utterly annihilated. Indeed, what lay before them was a reality. The entire vessel had been cleaved in two, with the incision remarkably precise. At that moment, the ship began to tremble, causing many who stood on the deck to struggle to maintain their balance. Crack! In the wake of the aftershocks, splintered wood began to flake away from the affected areas. Boom! With the slightest tremor, the entire ship commenced its disintegration. This tumultuous scene left all those nearby taken aback, engulfed in a wave of fear, their bodies soaked in cold sweat. It was astonishing that such a colossal pirate ship could be obliterated with a mere strike. Moreover, the ensuing shockwaves continued to propagate. A palpable panic enveloped everyone aboard, as the unfolding events filled them with dread. They had never imagined that such a formidable vessel could be dismantled by a single blow. What manner of creature was this? They gazed in terror at the figure of Manchi across from them. "Captain," someone exclaimed, "I believe I just witnessed the captain being slain by that surge of sword energy." No sooner had the words left their lips than an overwhelming silence enveloped the entire bear pirate crew, despair permeating the atmosphere as fear continued to spread. Their captain, with a bounty reaching 100 million berries, was so easily slain? No, not only was he killed, but the entire pirate ship also fell into disarray. It can be said that this strike was aimed at the vessel itself, and their captain was merely collateral damage. Thus, they were reduced to nothing but dust. They were utterly incredulous. Subsequently, the entire White Bear pirate cruise ship began to gradually submerge into the depths of the ocean. All the pirates aboard exhibited expressions of sheer terror as they beheld this spectacle. In truth, they had never encountered such a scene in their lifetimes. It was utterly horrifying. On the deck, Monkey observed with an impassive demeanor as the vessel of the violent bear pirate crew sank into the sea. Indeed, the strength of the pirates within the Grand Line was markedly inferior to that found in the New World. The annihilation of a pirate crew with such ease, and the effortless demise of their captain, was astonishing. In comparison to the New World, the pirates of the Grand Line were akin to novices. Arnold and the other pirates aboard stood behind Monkey, witnessing this unfolding scene as the enemy's ship slowly descended into the ocean's embrace. They cast a glance at Monkey. A wave of shock surging through their hearts. Rendered motionless, they were left astounded by the sight before them. Among them, there exists a faction that questions the capabilities of Manchi. Although he has the prowess to subdue the Sea Kings, can he adeptly manage the formidable challenge posed by the four great pirate crews? However, at this moment, their doubts vanished into thin air. After all, he had employed but a single move. Arnold's hands trembled incessantly, and his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated intently upon Manchi. His strength is truly remarkable, far surpassing my understanding. With just a single move, he annihilated a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Arnold could hardly believe the spectacle before him. Although he was aware of Monkey's formidable abilities, he never anticipated such an extraordinary level of power. Simultaneously, the surrounding pirates shared Arnold's astonishment. To think that with merely one strike, the bear pirate crew was obliterated. Arnold struggled to contain his excitement, feeling immense admiration for Monkey. It was nothing short of astounding. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought it all a dream. Arnold gazed at the wreckage of the ships upon the sea, still immersed in shock. He never imagined that their longtime adversary could be dispatched so effortlessly by Monkey. From this moment forth, the bear pirate crew would cease to exist. Benefactor, you are our great benefactor. Lord Monkey, your prowess is truly unparalleled. Arnold grasped Monkey's hands with trembling fervor, nearly kneeling in reverence. Indeed, those who come from the New World are distinctly formidable. This was utterly terrifying. The entire ship resonated with voices of admiration. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the remaining 3 pirate crews became increasingly ominous. Chapter 87. The might of the New World. The atmosphere on the deck of the Plum Blossom pirate crew was exceedingly strange. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Julia, the captain of the Plum Blossom pirate crew, is a woman. Given the rarity of female pirates, particularly those who attain the rank of captain, it is evident that Julia possesses extraordinary strength. Otherwise, she would be unable to command the loyalty of her subordinates. In truth, she has indeed achieved this. Presently, her bounty stands at 98 million berries, marking her as a formidable pirate captain within the Grand Line. However, at this moment, as she witnessed the unfolding events, Julia stood on the deck, her face etched with terror and fear, rendered motionless. The pirates behind her mirrored her expression, their faces reflecting the same horror and dread. At this moment, the bodies and wreckage of the fallen bear pirate crew still floated upon the water. They were engulfed by an overwhelming fear. It could be said that from the moment they became pirates in Shanghai until now, they had never experienced such terror. Dead. Gloria's lips quivered slightly as she gazed at the chaos on the sea. The entire bear pirate crew's ships had been annihilated. Moreover, the 4 pirate crews that had previously besieged Arnold and his companions had now dwindled to 3. The instigator of this assault, the ferocious bear Hal, had already met his demise beneath the waves. The remaining 3 pirate crews shared a tacit understanding. Although his body had yet to be discovered, they were acutely aware that in the face of such razor-sharp sword energy, no one could hope to escape unscathed. The bounty of 100 million berries on Bear Hal, had he truly been so effortlessly slain? Was the entire bear pirate crew extinguished? Gloria struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene before her. Her eyes widened in disbelief, fixed intently upon the surface of the sea. Then, her gaze shifted to the figure on Arnold's ship. Monkey stood on the deck, wielding a katana, emanating an aura that seemed insurmountable. At that moment, her heart was filled with despair. Fear surged uncontrollably, infiltrating every corner of her being, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She was indeed well known in the Grand Line, her bounty reaching a staggering 98 million berries. Such strength was undoubtedly among the elite in the Grand Line. Yet, witnessing the spectacle before her, she felt a chilling cold akin to winter. Her subordinates mirrored her sentiments, equally fraught with anxiety. Good heavens, the bear pirate crew had been obliterated, and all with a single strike. One blow had dispatched a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, and not only that, but also shattered their colossal ship. The surrounding pirates spoke in hushed, fearful tones, still reeling from the events that had just transpired. They continued to audaciously deliberate on how to address Arnold and his band of pirates. Yet, only a few minutes have elapsed. They, however, underwent tremendous transformations. Their arrogant demeanor was suppressed, leaving only fear in its wake. Why was this the case? He was still so young. If the great route harbored such formidable pirates, why had we never heard of them before? Julia was engulfed in terror, her mind racing with thoughts. She intended to command her subordinates to flee from this place. However, she suddenly noticed the young man casting a chilling gaze in her direction. "Turn around. Hurry, leave," Julia cried out hoarsely. A blinding light gradually sharpened within her pupils. There was no time left. It was utterly too late. At that moment, she finally empathized with the plight of the ferocious bear, Hal. Apart from enduring, there was nothing she could do. Instinctively, she drew her weapon and raised it before her. In an instant, crack! Before the strike even reached her, her weapon began to show signs of shattering, developing fissures that continued to spread. Some areas already began to flake away. What is this? Julia's eyes widened in astonishment. The residual force? How could such residual power be so overwhelming? Following closely was the sharp strike surging towards her chest. Boom. It even tore a massive rift in the sea. The ocean erupted into tumultuous waves, the surf rolling relentlessly. Crack. The entire pirate ship was severed in two. In that same instant, the pirate vessel disintegrated, cracks appearing along its hull, followed by chunks of debris cascading into the sea. Gradually, the entire ship began to collapse. They had accomplished this with just a single strike. The remaining two pirate ships gasped in astonishment. At this moment, their hearts are utterly astonished. Yet even so, they too cannot escape such a fate. Whoosh! Two more swift and incisive strikes descended from above, directly striking the remaining members of the pirate crew. No, please, I beg you. From a distance came the desperate cries for mercy from the pirates above. Gradually, their voices were silenced. Boom! Two colossal pirate ships were instantaneously obliterated, leaving only splintered timbers adrift upon the sea. Among the pirates aboard, some met their demise instantly, others sustained grievous injuries, while a few plummeted into the depths of the ocean. On the deck, Monkey sheathed his katana and surveyed his surroundings. The sea was littered with the corpses of pirates and floating debris. A faint smile curled at the corners of Monkey's lips as he remarked, "Indeed, it was remarkably effortless for those from the Grand Line to vanquish them." Without expending much effort, for pirate crews were entirely annihilated. Arnold and his subordinates were left utterly astonished at this spectacle. They have truly never encountered someone of such formidable strength. In merely 4 strikes, he obliterated 4 notorious pirate crews. Lord Monkey is indeed remarkably powerful. Their eyes brimmed with admiration and fear. Never before had they witnessed such an event. In less than 10 minutes, 4 pirate crews were utterly annihilated. What was even more terrifying was that the leaders of these crews had bounties hovering around 100 million berries. In the Grand Line, such power is considered top tier. Yet, even this formidable strength could not withstand Monkey's assault. It appeared that the pirates of the New World indeed possessed abilities far superior to their own. Arnold trembled in shock. If this were the reality, how could they ever venture into the New World? Wouldn't that be akin to rushing towards their demise? If a figure like Monkey was deemed not even among the strongest, what then could be said of the top-tier pirates? Arnold found it utterly unimaginable. Moreover, after witnessing this series of events, his yearning for the New World gradually morphed into dread. He no longer craved the New World as he once did. He felt that, given the strength of himself and his subordinates, they were indeed unworthy of venturing into the New World. Chapter 88. Arrival at the Sabaody Archipelago. He pondered. If the pirates in the New World were all as formidable as Monkey D. Luffy, then no matter how many they brought along, it would be futile. After all, this was a war not won by sheer numbers. Arnold's inner convictions had begun to crumble. He is currently in a state of turmoil, uncertain whether he should persist in pursuing the New World. This is the most pressing matter he must address at present. He had long regarded reaching the New World as his objective. However, upon witnessing the formidable abilities of Monkey and hearing his words, which did not seem to threaten him, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. After all, if everyone in the New World possessed such strength, venturing there would merely expedite his own demise. Monkey observed Arnold's contemplative figure and gently patted his back, saying, "I promise to assist you with the challenges along the way. Now it is your turn to honor your commitment and take me to Sabaody Archipelago. Rest assured, Lord Monkey, I shall ensure this task is accomplished," Arnold declared, issuing the command to set sail. The pirate ship began its journey towards the Sabaody Archipelago, the sea breeze softly wafting around them. On the surface of the water, the remnants of pirate ships floated alongside a handful of resilient pirates, clinging to the debris and struggling for survival. They gazed at the vessel that gradually receded from their sight. Only a little over 100 pirates remained alive. The rest had either fallen victim to Monkey's wrath or had drowned in the depths of the ocean. The entire seascape resembled a nightmarish slaughterhouse. For those who managed to survive, 2 grim fates awaited them. Either they would succumb to exhaustion and drown, or they would be swiftly devoured by the sea kings lurking beneath the waves. Unless, by some stroke of fortune, they were rescued by a passing ship, a prospect exceedingly rare given the vastness of these waters, which stretched endlessly with no vessels in sight. How could I have been unaware of such terrifying figures in the Grand Line? This individual is truly formidable. Before their demise, their memories were filled with vivid images of Monkey D. Luffy's rampage, along with the lingering questions swirling in their minds. They have traversed the Grand Line for many years, yet they have never encountered an individual as formidable as Monkey. Days later, in the waters near the Sabaody archipelago, Monkey could faintly discern the outlines of the islands. The pirate ship steadily drew closer to the Sabaody archipelago. A few hundred meters from the shore, several vessels could be distinctly seen anchored along the coastline, including merchant ships transporting goods and some pirate ships. The Sabaody archipelago is an open island, which has made the presence of pirates a common occurrence. It is only by coating their ships at the Sabaody archipelago that pirates can submerge and voyage to the New World. Thus, nearly all pirates aspiring to reach the New World congregate here. Lord Monkey, we shall not disembark, Arnold sighed. Not venturing into the New World? Monkey smiled, having anticipated Arnold's decision to abandon the thought of journeying to the New World. Some individuals forsake their lives for their ideals, while others relinquish their dreams out of fear of death. Ultimately, it is a matter of personal choice. Monkey chose to respect his decision. Then I shall remain. Arnold's expression was somewhat complex. After witnessing Monkey's immense strength, which would be insignificant in the New World, he concluded that their survival there would be fleeting. If the New World is indeed as you describe, then we truly need not vie for a place there. Perhaps I am ill-suited to thrive in such an environment. My crew and I simply wish to continue our existence in the Grand Line as a pirate crew. The New World is far too brutal. I shall stay here. The Grand Line is my ultimate sanctuary. Monkey believed Arnold had made the most prudent decision for himself. After all, their power would undoubtedly lead to their swift demise in the New World. Indeed, this is a commendable decision for you, Monkey chuckled. He was about to disembark from the ship when, suddenly, Arnold called out to him, Lord Monkey, I wish to present you with a token of gratitude, for you have rendered us tremendous assistance. Oh, really? Monkey paused, intrigued. This is a treasure map given to me by the pirate Rodney. It marks the location where he stored all his life savings. Arnold stood tall on the deck, speaking with solemnity. Meanwhile, his subordinates behind him gazed at Monkey with unwavering resolve. Arnold exhaled deeply and handed the treasure map to Monkey. I have heard that Rodney had a penchant for collecting rare weapons. Therefore, I believe that the place indicated on this map must contain numerous precious and unique arms. I hope you find a weapon worthy of your prowess within. Monkey received the map, scrutinizing it carefully before accepting it without hesitation. Thank you, he said, his expression grave as he expressed his gratitude to Arnold. There is no need for thanks. Rather, we owe you our gratitude. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have been obliterated by the Bear Pirate crew long ago, Arnold replied earnestly. My lord, I am immensely grateful. The other pirates echoed, their expressions filled with reverence. Indeed, were it not for Monkey, they would have perished in the depths of the sea. Until we meet again, Monkey said with a smile as he departed from the pirate ship. He leaped gracefully and arrived at the edge of the coast. He did not look back. Stepping deeper into the archipelago of Sabaody, slowly vanishing from the gaze of the crowd. Everyone watched his retreating figure, exclaiming, I have never encountered a pirate with such a gentle temperament, yet such formidable strength. He is truly my idol. Indeed, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries was effortlessly dispatched with a single move. If only I possessed even a fraction of Lord Monkey's prowess, I would be overjoyed. You are still far from that, someone remarked. Indeed, Lord Monkey's abilities are astonishing. He obliterated 4 pirate crews in mere minutes. His bounty must be exceedingly high. I speculate it is around 200 million berries. 200? Impossible. I believe it must be at least 300 million berries. The crowd buzzed with lively debate. Arnold observed their excitement and proclaimed, Brothers, if we cannot venture into the New World, let us remain in the Grand Line and carve out our own destiny. Indeed, the captain speaks wisely. This is where we belong. Brothers, set sail. Prepare for the next leg of our journey. The pirate ship began to turn, gradually distancing itself from Sabaody archipelago. As the sun set, their vessel drifted further away. Thanks to Monkey, they had indeed evaded calamity. Chapter 89. What kind of monster is this? The sea was vast, stretching endlessly, with the gentle breeze. Ripples danced across the water's surface, and waves continuously crashed against the shore. Fluffy white clouds drifted in the sky, accompanied by seagulls gliding gracefully through the air. Upon the water, a multitude of lifeless bodies floated, those of sea kings. In an instant, as the sea kings sank to the depths, all the bodies vanished from the surface, leaving only the remnants of ships adrift. 2 days had passed. Most of the wreckage had drifted further away with the currents, yet some wooden fragments remained in the distance. For enormous pirate ships had been utterly destroyed by Monkey. Even the residual shockwaves were sufficient to shatter these vessels. Slowly, in the distance, a massive warship approached. The ship anchored on the surface of the sea. On the deck stood a naval officer clad in a white uniform. Equipped with a military sword, he was a naval brigadier general. He gazed out at the vast ocean before him. 2 days prior, a ship had witnessed a fierce battle among 5 pirate crews, where one crew faced off against the other 4. In the end, the 4 pirate crews were utterly annihilated, all at the hands of a remarkably young man. With nothing but his own strength, he had vanquished 4 pirate crews, a feat that was truly astonishing. This individual must be thoroughly investigated. We cannot allow the presence of unknown pirates in this area, for it would place us in a perilous position. The commander instructed. All around him, the pirate ships began to converge towards the location where the warship was anchored. Among the information he gathered, it was revealed that the wreckage of those ships was the result of the young lad single-handedly destroying the pirate vessel. He single-handedly vanquished 4 pirates, each with a bounty of 100 million berries, using merely 4 moves. The combined strength of these pirates must have been formidable, yet they were utterly unable to withstand the assaults of this young man. In what seemed to be a dire predicament, it was astonishing that it was the 4 pirate crews that were ultimately annihilated. This is truly unbelievable. It is imperative to swiftly ascertain the origins of this individual. How could such a powerful entity exist in the Grand Line? Given the current circumstances, his abilities undoubtedly reach the level of a bounty of 300 million berries. Yet why have we never heard of such a pirate before? In the Grand Line, those with bounties of 300 million berries are exceedingly rare. The commander furrowed his brow, feeling a profound sense of unease. He is Maz, a member of the Navy headquarters. As a brigadier general, he occupies a significant position within the upper echelons of the Navy. However, upon hearing this news, he felt an overwhelming sense of shock and dread. If the information were to be true, the prospect of a single individual annihilating 4 pirate crews would undoubtedly spell their defeat should they encounter him. One person vanquishing 4 pirate crews, each with a bounty of 100 million berries, is a staggering notion. The combined bounty of these 4 formidable pirate crews exceeds 600 million berries. How could such a powerful coalition be so easily obliterated by one man? Moreover, this individual accomplished such a feat with merely 4 moves. Who is he, and what are his intentions in the Grand Line? Maz pondered silently, his anxiety becoming increasingly palpable. He naturally comprehended that these 4 pirate crews could be regarded as elite within the Grand Line. After all, the Grand Line is not akin to the New World. Here, due to the constraints imposed by the Navy, the growth of pirates is relatively sluggish. Nevertheless, even so, they still perished at the hands of a single individual. Thoughts swirled tumultuously in his mind. Maz turned to a nearby sailor and instructed, "Retrieve some wreckage from the ships. I require an examination." "As you command," replied the sailor. In no time, he returned holding a piece of shipwreck. Maz grasped the fragment in his hands, scrutinizing it meticulously. He gazed for several minutes, ultimately uncovering a most terrifying truth: the wreckage of ships. Did each fragment bear such cracks? Indeed, Maz discerned a commonality among these remnants. Almost every piece of wood was densely adorned with tiny fissures. With merely a gentle application of pressure, the wood crumbled into dust. Maz was nearly rendered speechless by the scene before him. It was evident that this was the aftermath of a violent assault. How could this be? Such force was utterly horrifying. As Maz surveyed the fragments before him, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. From the remnants in his hands, he could perceive the profound despair that engulfed the pirates facing the onslaught. After all, when confronted with such a formidable attack, there was absolutely no room for counteraction. Had they been up against a swordsman, that single strike would have cleaved the pirate ship in 2, leaving no such fissures. This indicated that the man's strike was not merely a sharp blade of energy. It was imbued with additional residual effects. Consequently, while it struck the pirate ship, it also reverberated throughout the entire vessel. What manner of power could yield such devastating force? Maz was astonished, unable to fathom the answer. Then, he designated a group of individuals, intending to arrange for several vessels to be coated and submerged in the ocean, with the purpose of recovering the pirate ships that lay deep beneath the waves. He firmly believed that as long as the pirate ship remained afloat, it could certainly be salvaged. The personnel assigned by Maz swiftly set about their task. However, 2 hours later, his subordinates rushed back in a state of panic to report, "Brigadier, We have indeed sighted the pirate ship, but it is not resting on the seabed. Rather, it is merely a few hundred meters away, ensnared by several rocks. Upon observation, it became evident that although the ship had been cleaved in two, it bore numerous fissures throughout its structure, presenting a most terrifying sight. The hull was riddled with an intricate web of cracks. At that moment, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. They found it hard to believe what force could inflict such devastation. It was truly the presence of a monstrous entity. Although Maz had anticipated this revelation, he could not help but feel a profound shock within. Everything aligned precisely with his conjecture. It was not the sheer might of the slash that had obliterated the pirate ship, but rather the residual shockwave that followed. Thus, even if the captain of the pirate ship could withstand the initial strike, there was no way to defend against the ensuing aftershock. In other words, they were undoubtedly doomed. One fact was certain. The residual force from this young man's strike possessed an extraordinary strength. Where did this individual originate? Why would the Grand Line harbor such a monster? As Maz pondered these questions, a sudden chill coursed through him. He swiftly retrieved the transponder snail, his eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of panic and dread. This matter must be reported to Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 90. The Bounty of the Mysterious Swordsman. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the sea. Large fragments of shipwrecks floated upon the water, gradually drifting into the distance. The Navy vessels anchored in this maritime expanse. On the deck, Maz was engulfed in a profound fear, stemming from previous clues and deductions. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable creature in the Grand Line. Maz was resolute in his conclusions. Firstly, the four notorious pirate crews each had captains with bounties around 100 million berries. Yet, even with such formidable strength, they had all been annihilated. Thus, it could be inferred that the man's prowess was exceedingly formidable. However, there was no information regarding this individual within the Navy. This was precisely what instilled terror in Maz, the utter lack of knowledge about the opponent, let alone devising a means of defense against him. Without hesitation, Maz seized the transponder snail and initiated communication. BRR. The sound of the transponder snail echoed in his office. This is Sengoku. A man's voice resonated from the device. Maz listened intently to Admiral Sengoku's words. He is the highest-ranking officer in the Navy, Admiral Sengoku. Here is Brigadier General Maz. And we are still some distance from the Chambord Islands. However, a few days ago, we received a report from a merchant ship passing through this area. They claim to have witnessed a fierce conflict among 5 pirate crews. Ultimately, one crew annihilated the other 4 pirate vessels. Thus, we came here to investigate and uncovered some astonishing clues, which I am now reporting to you. Maz conveyed these findings to Admiral Sengoku. After a few minutes, Sengoku inquired, "Are you suggesting that a formidable pirate has emerged in the Grand Line, capable of single-handedly destroying 4 pirate crews?" "Indeed," Maz affirmed. "Is there anything else of note?" "I dispatched a team to explore the depths, and they discovered numerous shipwrecks. However, these wrecks were riddled with cracks and would crumble into dust under the slightest pressure." Maz paused before adding, "Thus, based on these clues, I surmise that the pirate ships of these 4 crews were not destroyed by direct assault from that individual, but rather by the residual force of a slash. Consequently, I sent another team to continue the investigation and found a pirate ship lying submerged not far from here, its hull already covered in fissures. It can be concluded that this vessel was also sunk by a slash. After being cleaved in two, it succumbed to the shockwave, leaving every corner of its structure in ruins. These discoveries indicate that the residual force of the slash is the critical factor in the destruction of the pirate ships. Maz reported all these details to Admiral Sengoku. On the other end of the transponder snail, silence prevailed. After a moment, Sengoku stated, "I comprehend your point. The residual force from this individual's attack must possess some mysterious effect capable of obliterating entire pirate ships. For now, I shall refer to it as the force of annihilation. Based on this person's actions, I suspect he is indeed a pirate. Moreover, his strength is formidable enough to vanquish 4 pirate crews, each led by captains with bounties reaching 100 million berries. Hence, I conjecture his bounty may be around 300 million berries. However, his background remains unknown thus far. I believe we must continue our investigation to ascertain his origins and identity. Within the Navy, we have yet to uncover any information regarding this pirate. Therefore, the investigation is both crucial and challenging. Brigadier General Maz, are you willing to undertake this mission?" Maz felt as if a weight had been lifted from his chest, yet he solemnly agreed. Shortly thereafter, he inquired once more, "Marshal of the Warring States, should we establish a bounty list for him?" A bounty list? The Marshal of the Warring States fell silent. He was oblivious to any information regarding this individual. Otherwise, he would have established a bounty. However, that is not the case at present. Where does he originate from? What is his name? What does he look like? I am utterly in the dark regarding these inquiries. How can one possibly establish a bounty list? Is it truly feasible to rely solely on these scant clues? After contemplating, he remarked, "Let us draft a bounty notice for the time being. Should any useful information arise later, we can further refine the clues regarding this individual. As naval officers, they must assert control over this maritime jurisdiction. The emergence of such a formidable individual has caught them entirely off guard. At the very least, they ought to ascertain the identity of this enigmatic figure." This sense of being kept in the dark has left the officers at naval headquarters quite displeased. "Are you currently near the Shambadi archipelago?" Sengoku inquired of Moors. "Indeed," Moors affirmed, nodding while holding the den mushi. "Their current location is merely a 2-day journey to the Shambadi archipelago. I command you to set forth immediately to the Shambadi archipelago. Perhaps the individual you seek resides in that very place. I am convinced that his presence here is not without purpose. But what could have compelled him to come to this location? I surmise that he is likely en route to the Shambadi archipelago, possibly having already arrived there. Thus, Brigadier Maz, I implore you to execute my directive with utmost diligence. Exercise extreme caution, for this individual's capabilities are formidable." The warlord of the states ended the call. Maz instructed his subordinates, "Proceed at once to the Shambadi archipelago." Understood. Maz slowly set down the communication device, while on the other end, the warlord remained in contemplative silence. He is pondering when the Grand Line will witness the emergence of such a formidable pirate. He simply could not comprehend where this individual had come from. Why was there no trace of him within the entire naval headquarters? Furthermore, among the pirates with a bounty of 300 million berries, none matched this person's description. "Let us draft a bounty notice," Sengoku decided. "What shall be the name? What alias to use? Also, what tier of bounty would be most appropriate?" Sengoku fell into deep contemplation, pondering for an extensive duration. Ultimately, he reached a decision. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "Let us provisionally designate him as the Doomsday Swordsman. For at present, we possess no concrete information. Once Morg arrives at the Sabaody archipelago, if he encounters this individual or gathers any useful intel, we shall amend this bounty notice accordingly." Thus, this nameless bounty notice was completed in the hands of Admiral Sengoku. Name: Doomsday Swordsman. Alias: Bounty. 300 million berries. Identity: unknown deeds. Single-handedly annihilated the Bear pirate crew and 3 other pirate crews. Traits: utilizes slashing attacks accompanied by residual wave effects. Additional: a bounty of 50 million berries is offered for information regarding this individual. Chapter 91. Is this the best the New World has to offer? Sabaody Archipelago. This small archipelago consists of a total of 79 trees, each tree representing a town. Hence, this is the origin of the Sabaody Archipelago's moniker. Within the Sabaody Archipelago, there are 79 islands, each interconnected and distinguished by numerical designations. Thus, they correspond to the islands with numbers ranging from 1 to 79. Each numbered island is constructed in a unique manner. Some are hubs for human trafficking, while others engage in the auctioning of individuals, encompassing various illicit territories. In this locale, despite the illegality of human trafficking, the Navy does not impose stringent regulations. The primary reason for this leniency is that the clandestine overlords of the Sabaody Archipelago are members of the Celestial Dragons. Under their dominion, the area has inevitably transformed into a playground for pirates. However, simultaneously, the common folk suffer greatly. To the untrained eye, the Sabaody Archipelago appears exceedingly opulent. Yet only those who reside within its confines truly grasp its shadowy underbelly. It is precisely for this reason that numerous pirates congregate here. After all, this is the sole passage to the New World. They must coat their vessels in the Sabaody Archipelago before they can set sail into the depths of the ocean. They all refer to this place as the starting station, where their journey towards a new world commences. In Shakir's extortion bar, I should inquire with others. Perhaps in any area of the Shambadi Archipelago. Machi mused to himself that upon arriving on this island, he sensed an extraordinary atmosphere. The entire island appeared prosperous, replete with everything one could desire. Bubbles floated through the air, a unique sight of the Shambadi Archipelago. This phenomenon arose from the roots of the Yarkaman mangrove trees, whose distinctive resin swelled into bubble shapes upon respiration. There are a total of 79 such trees in the Shambadi archipelago, much like the one where Manchi currently stood. Beneath the soil, immense roots spread outwards. Manchi sauntered down the street, observing numerous transportation modes characteristic of the Shambadi archipelago, all adorned with bubbles. What exactly did Arnold's treasure map signify? Manchi took out the treasure map he possessed, a legacy from Rodney, left behind before his demise. According to Rodney, this map was crafted by the renowned pirate himself, indicating the location of all his riches buried at the spots marked on the map. This situation bore resemblance to someone in Manchi's memory, Pirate King Roger. Was he emulating Roger? Manchi stifled a smile. It seemed there were indeed many who idolized Roger. However, Arnold had also mentioned that Rodney had a penchant for collecting exquisite swords, and those prized weapons should be located somewhere indicated on this treasure map. At this moment, Manchi was in dire need of a suitable weapon. Yet, the utmost priority was to visit Shakir's extortion bar to gather information regarding the whereabouts of the clown buggy and the Straw Hat Pirates. He also wished to meet the Pirate King's right-hand man, Rayleigh. Should circumstances permit, Manchi eagerly anticipated discussing the control of the tremor waves. The treasure map was perplexing, its symbols indecipherable. Manchi glanced at the map's contents, finding no words, only vague lines and dark dots. It left him bewildered, even with the treasure map in hand. He was uncertain of the specific location, let alone the quest for a weapon. Thus, he decided to head to Shakir's extortion bar, hopeful that he might uncover valuable insights regarding the treasure map. Manchi tucked the map back into his pocket. He continued his journey, intending to casually inquire someone about the precise location of Shakir's extortion bar within the Shambadi archipelago. After all, this establishment holds a formidable reputation in Shambadi. Anyone who has lingered there for a while would undoubtedly be aware of its whereabouts. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance, drawing the crowd's attention. Accompanied by a flurry of discussions, Manchi caught snippets of conversation, wondering what was unfolding. Perhaps a brawl? It was rumored that individuals from the pirate crew of the Greedy Wolf were involved, led by their captain, Seiko, whose bounty reportedly soared to an astonishing 12 million berries. And what of the opposing party? Manchi had never encountered such a figure before. It was said that they belonged to the Iron Bull pirate crew, helmed by Captain Lester, who, it seemed, had found himself unable to thrive in the New World and was now returning to the Grand Line. Unable to survive in the New World? How utterly disgraceful. What? They hail from the New World? Initially, Manchi had intended to approach directly, but upon hearing this, he could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. To his surprise, he encountered individuals from the New World in the archipelago of Sabaody. Monkey was deeply intrigued. He wondered what the Iron Bull pirates were truly like. Thus, he made his way through the crowd. He observed two groups of individuals fiercely glaring at one another. The atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. In the foreground, they squared off against each other, the specter of war looming ominously. However, a pirate crew typically consists of several hundred members, whereas their adversaries numbered barely 20. Thus, they appeared remarkably disadvantaged. The leader of the weaker faction was a middle-aged man, his complexion pallid and wan. In terms of both morale and numbers, it was evident they were at a significant disadvantage. Is this truly the Iron Bull pirates? How disappointing. From the ranks of the stronger group emerged a man who stood before the pale figure, exuding an air of utter disdain, his face etched with scorn. Cough, cough. Lester, the captain of the Iron Bull pirates, appeared frail, as though he had sustained injuries. He could not suppress a fit of coughing. Having retreated from the New World back to the Grand Line is truly a sign of failure. The derisive voice of the Greedy Wolf Seiko rang out. His gaze filled with contempt. You are unworthy to linger in the Sabaody archipelago. As pirates, your weakness is pathetic. Why do you not vanish from my sight? You. Some of Lester's crew could no longer endure the insult and prepared to confront him. Yet, Lester restrained them with a shake of his head. The pirates behind him clenched their fists in frustration, lowering their heads. Though the words spoken by their opponents were contemptible, they resonated with a harsh truth. For instance, they are indeed failures. Otherwise, they would not have returned to the Grand Line. Consequently, they find themselves at a loss for words. Who would have anticipated that those hailing from the New World would possess such feeble prowess? It appears that the New World is not as formidable as they claim, lacking in anything worthy of boasting. If the New World is populated solely by individuals of their caliber, it seems our pirate crew, the Greedy Wolves, could easily establish dominance. As Seiko, the leader of the Greedy Wolves, spoke, he could not contain his laughter. Chapter 92. Let this group witness the true New World. The captain's assertions are indeed sound. Should we venture into the New World, we would undoubtedly carve out our own territory. The so-called four emperors would likely prove no match for us. Observing their current state, one can surmise that the New World is far from the terrifying realm it is depicted to be. Even these novices manage to escape with their lives. Does that not speak volumes? It is utterly embarrassing. The crew behind Seiko mocked the Iron Bull pirate crew before them. The onlookers surrounding the scene exchanged whispers, some wearing expressions of derision. "Let us depart," sighed Lester, casting a glance at Seiko but saying nothing further. Preparing to lead his subordinates away from this place, he offered little explanation, as it held no significance for him. Let them say whatever they wish. It is of no concern to us. They resemble defeated hounds, and truly ought to depart from the Shambadi archipelago. Seiko cast a scornful glance at Lester. Be mindful as you tread the path ahead. Do not provoke those more formidable than yourself. As a vanquished pirate, one must possess such awareness. The New World is not a domain meant for your feeble ilk. Moreover, if even you novices can emerge from the New World with your lives intact and return to the Grand Line, it seems many have grossly overestimated the strength of the pirates in the New World. Could it be that those aligned with the four emperors are intentionally disseminating these rumors, worried that we might encroach upon their territory? I believe my conjecture is not amiss. The brutality of the New World appears to be a mere ruse, a fabrication from those serving the four emperors, designed to solidify their own positions. Greedy Wolf Seiko grew increasingly animated in his assertions, brimming with confidence in his own prowess. Boss, several of Lester's subordinates at his back were poised to interject. No need for explanations. Let them think as they will, Lester interrupted with a cough. He cast a glance towards Seiko, who was poised to interrogate Lester. However, it was unclear when this would transpire. Before him stood a young lad. "Who are you? You little brat?" Seiko inquired with a disdainful expression. All around, everyone turned their gaze toward Manchi. At that moment, Manchi appeared alongside Seiko. Originally, he initially intended merely to join the fray. However, after hearing Seiko's remarks, he felt compelled to demonstrate to this arrogant captain the true might of the New World, especially since he too was under the command of one of the four emperors. It was only fitting to vindicate the four emperors. This greedy wolf, Seiko, had the audacity to claim that the brutality of the New World was merely a fabrication propagated by the four emperors. Machi admired this man's imagination. Where exactly was the New World brutal? It was the treacherous and capricious weather, the sea kings capable of swallowing pirate ships whole, and the treacherous waters rife with hidden currents. These were the very manifestations of the New World's ferocity. Moreover, there existed powerful pirates. In other words, it was precisely because of the four emperors that the New World did not descend into utter chaos. Were it not for the four emperors, the conflicts among pirates would escalate even further. Although the four emperors did not completely govern the New World, they certainly upheld its rules to a considerable extent, preventing it from spiraling into mayhem. Additionally, Manchi found himself short on berries. This arrogant captain before him should be worth quite a sum, right? If Saki's extortion bar did not offer him any favors, he could leverage this encounter as a form of exchange, allowing them to witness the true face of the New World and impart a valuable lesson. A smile crept across Manchi's face as he regarded Seiko, sensing the hostile glares from Seiko's subordinates. Seiko himself exuded an air of menace. "Boss, it seems this brat has a death wish," one of Seiko's men remarked. The onlookers, along with the Iron Bull pirates across from Seiko, stared at Manchi in fear and confusion. What was happening? Did this young man truly wish for death? Was he unaware that the greedy wolf pirates were not to be trifled with? This audacious young lad dared to approach them willingly? The crowd couldn't help but murmur their astonishment. Yet, many believed he was already doomed to perish. This sentiment was echoed not only by the onlookers, but also by the Iron Bull pirates, with some pirates quietly inquiring of their captain whether they should intervene. Lester sighed. Since returning from the New World, he had come to terms with reality, discarding all unrealistic notions. "I am no longer the person I once was." Upon hearing Lester's words, his subordinates fell silent. "What do you intend to do, you insolent brat?" Seiko sneered at Manchi. "Do you wish to speak up for this bunch of worthless fools?" "No." Manchi gently shook his head. "I merely wish to make you realize that your perception of the New World is flawed, lest a multitude of pirates head to their doom in the New World." "What perception?" Seiko retorted. "Did you not just assert that the cruelty of the New World is a lie spread by the four emperors?" "I must clarify this matter," Manchi asserted. and show you precisely what the new world is truly like." As soon as he finished speaking, Seiko's eyes brimmed with fury. Meanwhile, Manshi calmly drew the katana in his hand, its blade enveloped in a vibrant aura of armed color. He raised his katana, aiming it at Sako. "Do you wish to engage in combat with me? It seems you are not far from death." Sako smiled slightly. "I too wish to impart to you the true nature of this new world. You shall pay with your life for this lesson." Without a hint of fear, Manshi retorted. For him, educating these ignorant souls was quite an amusing endeavor. Yet, he overlooked one crucial fact. To these pirates, he was still too young, merely a disparity of years, lacking in strength and experience. He is undoubtedly worthy of being hailed as the highest of the gathering. After all, Manshi has confronted the drought head-on. He swung the katana in his hand. In Seiko's eyes, a strike was hurtling towards him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. In that moment, Seiko was poised to retreat. However, the proximity was too great, and the speed was too swift. Seiko realized that there was no way to evade this impending assault. It was at this moment that Seiko finally reacted. He gazed fearfully at Monkey, yet he could not discern his shadow. At that moment, he finally comprehended the gravity of his predicament. This individual was far beyond his reach. "Wait," Seiko exclaimed hastily. "He aspires to conquer the new world. How could he be vanquished right from the outset? He harbors numerous unfinished plans within his heart." Yet at this moment, the words he had yet to finish vanished into thin air. He could no longer muster any response. A chilling blade pressed ominously against his throat. He harbored no doubts that with the slightest movement, the blade would sever the heads of others. Chapter 93, Coincidence. I hail from the New World. It is nothing short of a display of overwhelming power. Indeed, before the contest could even commence, it had already reached a definitive conclusion. Those around him stood in utter astonishment, their gazes fixed upon the young man who firmly gripped the katana in his hand. It was simply remarkable. The captain of this pirate crew bore a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Yet, this young man had effortlessly triumphed over him. Moreover, Seiko had not even been afforded a chance to retaliate. The infamous greedy wolf Seiko was reduced to mere subjugation, unable to mount a counterattack. His bounty had escalated to a staggering 120 million berries. It was inconceivable that such a formidable pirate could be so easily subdued by this young lad. Almost instantaneously rendered powerless, fear gripped the hearts of all who witnessed this spectacle, their trepidation palpable. Among them, the members of the Iron Bull pirate crew, including Lester, were equally astounded by the scene unfolding before them. The display of strength was overwhelming. Seiko had been effortlessly subdued within mere seconds. They have yet to fully comprehend the situation. When did Manshi launch the attack? It is truly unbelievable. "Boss," the subordinates of Lester were so astonished that they could hardly articulate their thoughts. The strength displayed was simply overwhelming. Lester could not help but exclaim. He suffered significant setbacks in the new world, rendering him unable to return to his former self. Otherwise, he would never have endured the humiliation of tolerating Sako's mockery. However, he had also witnessed numerous colossal battles in the new world. After all, he has also navigated through the new world, even though he managed to escape from it. It was several years ago. He had witnessed some fierce battles between formidable pirates. It was evident that Monkey's strength was monstrous. In the Grand Line, such powerful individuals existed. Lester trembled in fear, questioning if he would find no place for himself in the Grand Line. When had the people of the Grand Line become so formidable? Suddenly, Lester and his crew felt as though they had been cast aside by this era. Even in the Grand Line, terrifying monsters with such overwhelming power emerged. Was this place no longer safe? Their leader had been vanquished in an instant, leaving the members of the greedy wolf pirates in a state of shock. They gazed upon their leader, held hostage by Manshi's katana, paralyzed with fear. They found it difficult to accept this harsh reality. In their minds, Seiko was an invincible force. Yet today, their perceptions shattered. In mere seconds, Seiko was overwhelmed by this young man, almost annihilated. Before he could even commence, his fate was sealed. His subordinates could not help but begin to doubt their leader's prowess. Indeed, it was quite clever, just as you mentioned. I hail from that realm, which is, in truth, not as brutal as it seems. Manshi held a katana in his hand, smiling as he gazed at Seiko. "You." Seiko trembled in fear, his body shaking. Wait. He could hardly believe it. This individual also hailed from the New World and had arrived in the Grand Line. However, in comparison to the might of the Iron Bull pirates, they were on entirely different tiers. The chasm between them was almost as vast as a galaxy. He found himself with scarcely any opportunity to counter. Seiko began to doubt himself, questioning whether his abilities truly warranted the bounty of 120 million. Before you meet your demise, there is something I wish to convey, Machi stated coolly. No, please don't. Seiko's eyes widened in terror, shaking his head fervently. Yet, the katana remained mercilessly poised at his throat, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Any movement on his part would surely spell his end. Not only do I hail from that new world, but I am also, as you have mentioned, a member of one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. With those words, Manchi, under the gaze of Seiko's horror and dread, drew his katana across. I have already made myself clear. You must pay with your life. Manchi, with a stoic expression, retracted his blade. He trembled as Sako's blood dripped from the blade. At that moment, Sako's head also detached from his body, rolling across the ground until it finally came to rest. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the sky over the archipelago of Sabaody, an utterly chilling sight. As a pirate with a bounty of 1.2 billion berries, he was effortlessly subdued by Monkey. For Monkey, it was simpler than the most mundane tasks of daily life. Blood gradually seeped into the earth, and the air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, intensely acrid. At this moment, the atmosphere was eerily surreal. Only the nauseating stench of blood lingered, wafting through the air. The onlookers struggled to comprehend the scene before them, their gazes fixed on Monkey, their bodies frozen in disbelief. They then shifted their eyes to the lifeless form of Seiko sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, the members of the Iron Bull Pirates, along with Iron Bull Seiko himself, stood at a distance, paralyzed by the unfolding spectacle. They found it hard to believe that all of this was indeed real. The members of the Greedy Wolf pirate crew trembled uncontrollably, with some pirates succumbing to the oppressive atmosphere and collapsing to the ground. The captain? Was he truly slain just like that? In a matter of seconds, he was dispatched without even having the opportunity to retaliate. Our leader's bounty was a staggering 120 million berries. This young man is truly formidable. They were enveloped in a chilling sensation, their hearts consumed by an overwhelming dread. For an extended period, they had lived the life of pirates, yet they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Their captain, the infamous Greedy Wolf Seiko, with a bounty of 21 million berries, had been effortlessly slain before their eyes, without even a semblance of resistance. The remaining members of the crew were consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread and reverence, with little inclination to avenge their fallen leader. He is dead. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This scene unveiled the true extent of the young man's formidable prowess. In the Grand Line, how could such a fearsome individual exist? They struggled to comprehend it. Typically, swordsmen of his caliber preferred to remain inconspicuous. Was this truly the Grand Line? Lester and his crew were compelled to question their understanding. After all, their journey from the Grand Line to the New World had been motivated by the relative lack of fierce competition there, which had hindered the development of their true potential. Yet now, it appeared that their perception of the Grand Line had been utterly upended. Seiko's strength had been regarded as elite within the Grand Line, yet in an instant, he had been dispatched by Monkey, with no opportunity for reprisal. Had it not been for the delay caused by Monkey's conversation, they might have faced a different fate. Boss, should we not have returned? One of his subordinates inquired. However, Lester found himself at a loss for an answer. Chapter 94, just a slip of the foot. The atmosphere at the scene had grown exceedingly strange. Monkey stood amidst the crowd, yet a wide circle had formed around him, as people instinctively recoiled, leaving ample space. Though the gathering was numerous, it was eerily silent. The display of power was extraordinary, akin to that of a monster. The notorious Greedy Wolf Seiko, with a bounty of 21 million berries, had been slain so easily? Did anyone witness how he defeated Seiko? The speed was astonishing. A flash of light appeared, and in an instant, Seiko was subdued with barely a chance to fight back. To think that such a formidable figure as Greedy Wolf Seiko could be so effortlessly controlled by this youth. He must be a swordsman of exceptional skill. Yet none had heard of him before. Whispers of awe and trepidation filled the air as they furtively observed Monkey, their hearts a tumult of fear and admiration. In the wake of Greedy Wolf Seiko's demise, the Greedy Wolf pirate crew found themselves leaderless and in disarray, a chaotic mess indeed. At this moment, they are at a loss as to what to do, let alone contemplating vengeance for their leader. Revenge? Unless one truly wishes to forsake life itself. Their leader possessed such formidable strength, yet was swiftly vanquished in an instant. They believed that, given their own abilities, it was increasingly improbable to contend with this young man. Stubborn resistance would only lead to a dead end. Their captain has already perished. They harbor no sorrow regarding this matter. At worst, they can join another pirate crew later on. For them, it is not a significant issue. Revenge? They had never contemplated undertaking this endeavor for the greedy wolf, Sacco. Firstly, the prowess of Manchi was exceedingly formidable, leaving them in a state of despair. Furthermore, their relationship with the notorious Sacco was rather superficial. During his reign over the pirate crew, they merely feigned obedience to his commands. Now that the captain lay deceased, there was no longer any reason to serve him, especially at the peril of their own lives. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all present. "My lord, I choose to leave the wolfish pirates." A timid voice emerged from the crowd. A pirate stepped forth, uttered these words, and swiftly fled. This scene astonished everyone in attendance. Subsequently, one by one, others proclaimed their departure from the wolfish pirates and hastily exited the scene. In no time, every member of the crew had retreated, none willing to step forward to claim Sacco's position. It was utterly unbelievable, eliciting a profound sense of reflection. Had this young man single-handedly obliterated the entire wolfish pirates? The onlookers gazed at Manchi, their thoughts aligning. Their decision to abandon the crew stemmed from witnessing Manchi's instantaneous execution of their captain. "Boss, this man is truly terrifying," remarked a member of the Iron Bull Pirates, standing behind Lester, his eyes brimming with fear. One individual had annihilated an entire pirate crew. Such power was indeed daunting. Were the denizens of the Grand Line now all this formidable? Perhaps it would be wiser to remain in the New World, clinging to survival rather than returning here. Lester pondered silently. As they beheld the destruction of the wolfish pirates, all eyes turned to the lifeless form of Sacco sprawled on the ground, and an overwhelming sorrow for his fate washed over them. In his demise, no one sought revenge on his behalf. Even the crew he had painstakingly built crumbled into nothingness. This was indeed the greatest tragedy a pirate could face. Amidst the crowd, emotions swirled, grief intertwined with exhilaration, as they all gazed at Sacco's remains, contemplating the finality of his existence. His head carries a bounty of 1.02 billion berries. However, one must also remember that Monkey D. Luffy has slain this notorious pirate. The actions of Luffy from before continue to replay vividly in their minds. They could only suppress this thought within the confines of their hearts. However, a faction of bounty hunters remained restless, driven by an insatiable hunger. Indeed, the allure of wealth is profoundly powerful. Some individuals may even forsake their awareness of perilous circumstances in pursuit of riches. After all, this sum amounts to a staggering 120 million berries, a fortune of immense significance for each of them. Monkey could subtly sense that a number of avaricious gazes had begun to fixate upon him. They glanced at themselves and then at the severed head of Sacco on the ground, a sudden understanding dawning upon them. Did they intend to steal my achievements? To usurp another's triumph? Do I appear easily intimidated? Manchi let out a derisive snort. He was astonished that there were individuals so audacious. Having witnessed the manner in which he had slain Sacco, they still dared to entertain such nefarious intentions? I am eager to ascertain who possesses the audacity to attempt to take my head. Monkey raised his weapon, surveying the throng around him. The aura of observation haki began to permeate the air. Subsequently, Monkey realized that someone had already begun to approach him from behind. He raised his katana and swung it down. In an instant, a head rolled onto the ground. A man, intending to launch a sneak attack on Monkey, met his demise beneath the blade. Monkey turned to glance at the lifeless body sprawled on the earth, his expression remarkably indifferent. Clearly, the man had no inkling of how he had been slain, for his eyes remained fixated on the sky above the Shambadi archipelago. Was this not the notorious bounty hunter, Shiochi? He had once taken down a bounty worth over 100 million berries. It was utterly unexpected that he would attempt to seize the head of Sacco from this individual. He hadn't even laid a hand on the young man before being dispatched. What could have possessed him to act so recklessly? Did he not realize the caliber of the person he was confronting? The infamous greedy wolf Sacco had just fallen to Monkey's blade. Yet he dared to take such a risk. Indeed, it seemed he had been blinded by the allure of the bounty. However, it was still hard to fathom. For Shochi was a renowned bounty hunter himself, and yet he had been so effortlessly dispatched. This young man's prowess was truly formidable. The onlookers murmured in astonishment. Was this truly a bounty hunter? Monkey felt little surprise. Were it not for the bounty, why would there be a struggle over a mere head? Yet, they still failed to grasp the extent of Monkey's strength, as they were easily dealt with. Alas, your head cannot be exchanged for money. Monkey cast a sidelong glance at the corpse on the ground, then turned his attention back to Sacco's head. He stood there, refraining from immediately claiming Sacco's trophy, lingering in place. Should anyone still harbor the audacity to challenge him, they would find themselves in dire straits. He was indeed quite willing to accompany. However, they would likely pay the ultimate price for it. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. What? Machi sensed an unusual presence within the crowd through the power of his observation haki. Over there, a rotund figure clad in blue noticed Machi's gaze fixed upon him. In an instant, he retracted his foot. Sir, I merely slipped. It was an accident. You must believe me, he explained to Machi in terror. Chapter 95. Entering the Navy base with a severed head. The atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. Everyone gazed in fear at the portly man in blue. It seems you indeed possess considerable audacity. Who would have anticipated that, in the face of the deaths of both Seiko and Shochi, you would still dare to issue a challenge? To contemplate taking action against such a person is indeed an act of extraordinary boldness, truly commendable. The expressions of the onlookers were filled with admiration and astonishment as they turned their gazes towards the man in blue. The two corpses lay silently on the ground. A poignant reminder of the gravity of the situation. It was evident that anyone who dared to confront Machi would need an immense reservoir of courage. Or rather, it could be said that anyone who would challenge Machi is simply not in their right mind. In the eyes of the onlookers, this portly man in blue appeared to be rather deranged. I do not wish to compete. Please refrain from such unfounded claims, the man in blue implored. Waving his hands in desperation, on the verge of tears, he gazed at Monkey, his face a portrait of helplessness and pleading, and said, My lord, I truly did not intend to challenge you. It was merely a slip of the foot. Even if I possessed the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, I would never dare to do such a thing. After all, your prowess is simply unparalleled. He spoke with increasing urgency, his face flushed a deep crimson. After witnessing the recent events, anyone could discern the true extent of Monkey's formidable prowess. Even a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries fell effortlessly before him. What is he, after all? I know, Machi said expressionlessly. Huh. The stout man in blue finally let out a sigh of relief, his legs still trembling uncontrollably. Under Machi's gaze, it is quite challenging for anyone to maintain their composure. Machi confirmed that no one at the scene wished to challenge any further. He strode over to seize the head of Sako. He turned around and addressed the portly figure in blue. Remove your coat. As you command, the man promptly complied, hastily shedding his outer garment. Subsequently, without a hint of hesitation, Machi enveloped the head of Seiko with the coat, brandishing a katana with the other hand. This was a bounty worth a staggering 20 million berry. Machi found himself in a particularly precarious financial situation at present. Thus, he would not relinquish this severed head to anyone else. Quite the contrary. The Shambadi archipelago also houses a naval base. Thus, Monkey could conveniently exchange the head for the berries he required. Consequently, without a moment's hesitation, Monkey turned to proceed toward the naval base. However, just as he was about to depart, he cast one last glance at the onlookers. The moment their eyes met his gaze, not a single one of them failed to lower their heads. The mere thought of being scrutinized by Monkey sent shivers down their spines. After all, the previous scenes had been nothing short of their greatest nightmare in life. How could they possibly have the audacity to provoke him? Machi pointed at the rotund figure clad in blue and inquired, Do you know where the naval base of the Shambadi Islands is located? Yes. The portly man in blue nodded in trepidation. Then, would you be willing to guide me there? Machi smiled at him. The blue-clad man was momentarily taken aback, feeling it an honor to lead the way. However, his complexion paled significantly. Let us set off, Machi affirmed, and together with the portly man, they slowly departed from the scene. All eyes remained fixed upon their retreating figures until they vanished completely from the crowd's sight. They only dared to move their bodies slightly. Gazing upon the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, the fear within them had not yet fully dissipated. Within a mere few minutes, so much had transpired. It would not be long before the news would spread throughout the entire Sabaody archipelago. The sheer number of onlookers was staggering, and the event itself was astonishing. Everyone was engulfed in shock and trepidation. Consequently, soon the entire populace of the Sabaody archipelago would be aware of this news, with discussions erupting everywhere. Have you heard? In District 16, a battle broke out among pirates. Has it concluded? I was intending to go watch. It ended swiftly, perhaps in mere minutes. A remarkably young man killed the captain of the thieving wolf pirates, Seiko, who had a bounty of 120 million berries. The thieving wolf pirates have disbanded. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Seiko didn't even have the chance to retaliate. He was annihilated in a crushing defeat. I witnessed it all unfold in person. Not only that, but a bounty hunter, coveting Seiko's head, attempted to ambush the young man. Yet, astonishingly, the young man didn't even glance back and instantly eliminated the hunter, Shochi. Shochi didn't even manage to lay a finger on him. My goodness, that is utterly terrifying. Not only did he slay Seikyo, but he also dispatched Shiochi. He is known for having killed a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Who on earth is this individual? I don't know. I've never seen him before, and his name doesn't seem to appear on any bounty posters. Approximately 30 minutes later, in District 66 of the Sabaody Archipelago, the naval base could be discerned from a distance. The entire facility appeared exceedingly fortified, with numerous personnel patrolling the perimeter and several Navy officers guarding the entrance. They were stationed at the Sabaody Archipelago and were well aware of the rampant pirate activities here. It was common for pirates to attempt assaults on naval bases. Consequently, the Navy personnel stationed here maintained a high level of vigilance, closely monitoring every move of the pirates. "Sir, ahead lies the naval base of the Sabaody Archipelago," said the rotund man in blue attire, bowing respectfully. "Please wait for me here. Once I have exchanged for the berries, I shall reward you." Monkey shook the head of the person he carried on his back. Should outsiders observe, they would never suspect that within his clothing lay the head of a notorious pirate. "No, there is no need for that, sir. It is my duty. How could I dare to accept a reward?" The blue-clad man hurriedly declined. Seeing his earnestness, Monkey chose not to press further and allowed him to depart. The rotund man left with the swiftness of a liberated soul. Monkey, with the severed head of sack in hand, proceeded toward the naval base. The structure loomed magnificently, indicating the substantial number of Navy personnel stationed there, given the area's frequent pirate activity. Upon reaching the entrance of the naval base, he was halted by a naval officer who inquired, "What brings you here?" "I am here to exchange for berries," Monkey replied candidly. "Are you a bounty hunter?" The naval officer's demeanor softened slightly, and he gestured, "For exchanging berries, proceed straight through the main entrance and take a left. That area is dedicated to the exchange." "Thank you," Monkey said, maintaining an air of composure as he entered the naval base. Behind him, he could hear the officers discussing among themselves. "I wonder how much he intends to exchange. He appears quite young, likely new to bounty hunting," one remarked, to which others agreed. "That seems plausible," another voice interjected coldly. "There is no need for such discussions. Focus on your own duties." Chapter 96, a bounty of 120 million upon entering the gates of the naval base. Monkey was struck by an atmosphere of solemnity. Even in the Sabaody Archipelago, a haven for pirates, this place exuded a serious demeanor. "As a pirate, I must admit, I feel somewhat out of place here," Monkey mused to himself. He never imagined that one day, as a pirate, he would venture alone into a naval base to redeem a bounty for slaying pirates. Surely, even the Navy here would not anticipate that the individual entering their midst was a pirate. Following the directions given by the gatekeeper, Monkey traversed a corridor, moving toward the innermost part. Indeed, aside from the naval personnel he encountered along the way, he found himself in the company of several strikingly beautiful women clad in Navy uniforms, who smiled warmly at him. They were likely the staff responsible for exchanges. "I have come to exchange for berries," Monkey announced. He placed the head, swathed in his coat, upon an extraordinarily large table. "Sir, for a bounty less than 1 million berries, please proceed to the studio on the right for redemption," the naval officer stated politely. Observing Manchi's youthful appearance, she presumed that the target he had eliminated was merely an inconsequential pirate. Furthermore, she harbored doubts about Manchi's ability to confront any ruthless individuals. 1 million berries. Manchi chuckled in disbelief. "Certainly not." The naval officer appeared taken aback, glancing once more at Manchi. Her gaze shifted to the wrapped package on the table, a flicker of curiosity crossing her features. Subsequently, she inquired, "Would you be so kind as to inform me of the amount you wish to exchange? This way, I can promptly assist you in coordinating a greater sum of berries." Manchi pondered for a moment before replying. "I have heard that this particular head is worth approximately 120 million berries." Upon his utterance, the female naval officers present were momentarily taken aback. Even the passing sailors, upon hearing his words, could not help but halt their steps to gaze in curiosity. What was transpiring? Had they misheard? A bounty of 120 million berries? Was this not the caliber of the most formidable pirates within the Grand Line? Their disbelief was palpable. However, they swiftly regained their composure. One of the female officers remarked, "Sir, what you have just stated is rather extraordinary. May we first verify its authenticity before proceeding with the exchange?" "Certainly," Manchi responded, nodding graciously. The officer donned a pair of gloves and proceeded to unveil the contents of the package. Indeed, nestled within the outer garments was a severed head. Their expressions remained remarkably composed. After all, such occurrences were far from uncommon in their line of duty. "Please consult the bounty poster," one officer instructed her colleague. "No need. If my memory serves me right, This individual is Seiko, Monchi directly informed the female officer. He does not wish to spend an excessive amount of time here. He was primarily eager to hasten to the Shaquiller bar, in pursuit of the information he desired, and if chance permitted, to encounter the pirate King Rayleigh. The female Navy officer was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to catch up. Then, she inquired of those nearby, "Do you recall the pirate named Seiko, with a bounty of 120 million berries?" "Found him." A companion handed her the wanted poster, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Upon scrutinizing the poster, everyone present was rendered speechless. The female officer clutched the wanted notice, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced from the poster to the severed head on the table. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the scene. It was inconceivable to her that one day she would behold the head of a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. He was the captain of the Greedy Wolf pirates, known as Seiko the Greedy Wolf. The female officer remained in a state of shock, fixated on the wanted poster, while those around her succumbed to a wave of astonishment and dread. Even the passing Navy personnel were left stunned by the spectacle before them. Seiko the Greedy Wolf. He is indeed a formidable pirate of the Grand Line, instilling fear in all who hear his name. Yet, astonishingly, his head now rests upon the table. The prowess of Seiko is universally acknowledged, after all. His bounty had reached an astonishing 120 million berries, a reputation well-earned. Yet, this formidable pirate had met his demise. His severed head displayed upon the desk of a naval base. Sacco, the infamous Greedy Wolf, had been slain by the young man before them. My word. Sacco was truly dead. Indeed, that was unmistakably his head. The female naval officer's gaze was fixed intently upon Monkey, as I have just mentioned. If you wish to confirm further, please do so swiftly, for I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to linger, Monkey stated calmly, his demeanor unruffled. Please hold for a moment. The female officer forced herself to regain her composure and descended the stairs, presumably to report the shocking news. Monkey had anticipated this turn of events. After all, such a substantial bounty warranted immediate notification to superiors. As the female officer departed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The remaining staff members were filled with astonishment and confusion, myriad questions swirling in their minds. How could Sacco have been killed? And why was his head in the possession of this young man? Could it be that this youth had dispatched Sacco? A group of pirates speculated, their shock deepening. This was a pirate whose bounty exceeded 100 million berries, defeated by such a youthful adversary? What could his true capabilities be? Surely, he must be far stronger than Sacco. Good heavens, how utterly terrifying. After all, they had worked in the naval base for quite some time. The sight of a pirate's head with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries is exceedingly rare. Indeed, such occurrences are remarkably scarce. Furthermore, it is unprecedented for a bounty hunter of such youth to have slain a pirate with such a high reward. If this is true, the capabilities of this young individual must be extraordinarily formidable. Simultaneously, on the second floor of the naval base, a female officer knocked on the door of Rear Admiral Hobson's office. Upon hearing the knock, he called out, "Enter." The female officer appeared visibly distressed as she approached Hobson, saying, "Admiral, there is someone here to exchange berries." "Exchange berries? Is this something that requires my attention?" Hobson raised an eyebrow, perplexed and bewildered. After all, he had previously informed them that any bounties below 10 million berries need not be reported to him. "Pray tell, what is the bounty?" Hobson inquired. The female officer, somewhat apprehensive, replied, 120 million berries. Hobson was instantly taken aback, utterly dumbfounded. He had never encountered such information before. The strength required to vanquish a pirate with such a lofty bounty must be immense. Chapter 97. Did you really kill Seiko? Hobson was left in a state of sheer astonishment. He had merely assumed that the bounty was simply above 10 million berries. However, he never fathomed that it was a pirate with a staggering bounty of 120 million berries. This far exceeded his expectations. Hobson had been stationed at the Navy base in the Sabaody archipelago for only 2 years, and during this time, he had never encountered anyone presenting the head of a pirate with such a high bounty in exchange for berries. In fact, even pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries were a rarity. It was for this reason that when the female Navy officer conveyed this news to him, his astonishment was palpable, for he had never encountered such a situation before. Was the situation indeed as it appeared? Hobson harbored some skepticism as he gazed at the naval officer, Lottie's. He hesitated to inquire, fearing the embarrassment of being misinformed. The situation was, without a doubt, genuine. Lottie solemnly nodded in affirmation. Not only she, but all the sailors who had just witnessed the scene could attest to it. That severed head undeniably belonged to the captain of the Wolf Pirates, Seiko. His bounty amounted to an astounding 120 million berries. This was an irrefutable fact. Hobson wiped the sweat from his brow, still struggling to mask his astonishment. 120 million berries for the infamous Seiko of the wolf pirates. Faced with such a matter, he felt an overwhelming pressure. One could only imagine the tumult of shock and excitement that surged within him upon receiving this news. "Do you know the identity of the pirate in question?" Hobson inquired. "The captain of the wolf pirates, Seiko," Lotties candidly replied. "Seiko of the wolf pirates." Hobson's heart raced with even greater fervor. He could hardly believe it. Seiko had indeed been slain. He had long heard of this pirate, whose strength was exceedingly terrifying. Little did he expect that one day he would be slain by a bounty hunter. Although he had yet to meet the bounty hunter, he could surmise that this individual's prowess must surpass that of the notorious greedy wolf Sacco. Even he himself might not be able to contend with greedy wolf Sacco. The very fact that this person could achieve such feats indicated their formidable strength. Without having laid eyes on him, Hobson already felt a sense of admiration for this individual. "Major General, that person is in a hurry and mentioned having urgent matters to attend to. He hopes we can expedite the exchange," Lotties urged. "You must first take me to see this bounty hunter." Hobson was resolute in his desire to encounter this formidable figure, eager to ascertain the nature of such remarkable strength. With that, he promptly rose and followed Lotties downstairs. They descended the staircase in a mere few minutes. Machi remained quietly at his post, his expression devoid of impatience. However, around him, the Navy personnel observed Machi with vigilant eyes, their gazes reflecting both astonishment and trepidation. After all, Machi's prowess was undeniably formidable. The fact that he had the capacity to eliminate the notorious Zhanlong Seiko was a testament to his might. With such abilities, it could be asserted that Machi could effortlessly dispatch every Navy officer present. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Machi looked up to see the female Navy officer, Lotties, accompanied by a rear admiral. Upon noticing Machi, Hobson's sense of astonishment deepened further. He never anticipated that it was such a young lad who had slain the greedy wolf, Seiko. He had encountered countless bounty hunters, many of whom possessed formidable strength. Yet, he had never laid eyes on a bounty hunter so remarkably young. Moreover, this individual had slain the notorious greedy wolf Seiko, whose bounty amounted to a staggering 12 million berries. "Is this the one?" Hobson inquired, turning to Lotties. "Indeed," Lotties affirmed with a nod. Hobson approached Monkey, saying, "My apologies for keeping you waiting, sir. Is the bounty ready?" Monkey replied with a casual demeanor, "Please hold on for a moment. I need to confirm." Monkey nodded in agreement. Hobson then moved to the table, glancing at the head resting upon it, and inhaled deeply. It was unmistakably the head of greedy wolf Seiko. As a rear admiral, he was well acquainted with the notorious pirates listed on the bounty sheets, making it impossible for him to be mistaken. Indeed, it was Seiko the greedy wolf, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Hobson nodded in acknowledgement. With Seiko's demise, the greedy wolf pirates had effectively disbanded. Hobson reflected on this, his heart swelling with astonishment. For most pirate crews in the Grand Line, the death of their captain signified the dissolution of their ranks. Yet, it all felt surreal. Who could have anticipated that a crew as formidable as the greedy wolf pirates would be vanquished by such a young lad? It was truly terrifying, an embodiment of the old adage, "The latter waves of the Yangtze River push away the former." Before meeting Monkey, he would have never believed that a single youth could annihilate an entire crew. "Rear Admiral Hobson, can you confirm?" Lotties pressed him. "It is indeed him." Hobson replied with certainty. "As it stands, the bounty for greedy wolf Seiko can be deemed void, for greedy wolf Seiko no longer exists. This young man before us is responsible for his demise." He instructed Lotties, "Prepare the berries. For our naval base, handling this bounty should be manageable. It would be rather embarrassing if a base of such stature couldn't muster 12 million berries." "Understood." Lotties swiftly departed to procure the 12 million berries for Monkey. Meanwhile, those present remained enveloped in the shock of reality, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. They gazed at Machi, the bounty hunter responsible for the death of Seiko. So youthful, truly a monster. Hobson felt the weight of Machi's aura pressing upon him. He was acutely aware that despite his rank as a major general, this young man undoubtedly surpassed him in strength. "Please hold on. I will soon prepare a sufficient amount of berries," Hobson stated. "No trouble at all. I can wait," Machi replied, nodding, his gaze not resting on Hobson. Through mere perception, he discerned that this major general's strength was rather lackluster, approximately on par with the notorious Seiko. Thus, Machi deemed it unnecessary to pay this man much heed. After all, if he could dispatch the likes of Seiko with ease, there was little reason to regard this major general with any concern. Ultimately, Machi's presence here was solely motivated by the pursuit of berries. During the wait, those around remained fixated on Machi, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment. After much hesitation, Hobson finally inquired, though it may be somewhat impolite, "I must confirm, did you truly slay the infamous Seiko all on your own?" This question had replayed in his mind repeatedly. Was this young man genuinely that formidable? Perhaps another bounty hunter had sent him as a mere errand boy, which compelled Hobson to voice his curiosity. At that moment, the crowd held their breath, awaiting Machi's response. After all, it was indeed terrifying for someone of such tender age to have eliminated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Chapter 98. That person is me. Must I answer this query? Machi inquired, his gaze fixed on Hobson. No. I simply lack experience and am genuinely curious. If you prefer not to disclose, you need not feel obligated. Hobson hastily waved his hands. The notorious Seiko met his demise at my hands. I believe that should be sufficient, Machi candidly admitted. With his prowess, he could vanquish countless pirates akin to Seiko. What was so astonishing about that? Furthermore, it would not be long before this incident spread throughout the archipelago of Sabaody, even if Machi wished to conceal it. The multitude present at the time would not allow for such secrecy. Indeed, Hobson struggled to contain his astonishment, taking a deep breath. His suspicions were confirmed. Seiko had been slain by Machi. Those who overheard this revelation exhibited expressions of profound admiration, their hearts stirred by the realization that one individual could eliminate a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Such strength and audacity were truly commendable. In the eyes of the Navy on the Grand Line, bounty hunters held a significant status, and now, Machi had cemented his image as an exceptionally powerful bounty hunter in their minds. Truly remarkable, they mused. His capabilities are astonishing. At such a young age, he managed to slay a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. When I was his age, I knew nothing, merely a Navi youth. In comparison, he stands alone in dispatching such formidable foes. Perhaps this is the essence of the disparity among individuals. The surrounding Navy personnel expressed their admiration. After a while, Lottie's arrived, breathless from her hurried run, clutching a seemingly heavy package. Sweat glistened on her forehead as she handed the parcel to Hobson. Major General Hobson, I have prepared it. The total amounts to 120 million berries. Hobson accepted the package from Lottie's and turned to present it to Machi. Sir, I am immensely grateful. I hope we may collaborate again in the future, should you be willing. Machi smiled, saying nothing further. He assessed the weight of the package with his hand, finding it to be quite substantial. Then, he unsheathed the katana in his hand, lifted the package, slung it over his shoulder, and turned to leave the workplace. The task was accomplished. He finally ceased to worry about the shortage of berries. Now, he could be considered a modestly wealthy individual, though merely a minor one. Sir, are you interested in our naval base? Have you ever considered joining us? Hobson inquired tentatively, directing his words towards the figure of Machi. The prospect of such a formidable creature becoming a member of the Navy struck Hobson as potentially his greatest contribution during his tenure. No need, Machi replied without turning, waving his hand as he exited the naval base. Hobson, Lottie's, and the surrounding sailors felt a sense of regret. It was indeed unfortunate. Such a remarkable young man, if only he could become their ally, would undoubtedly instill significant deterrence against the pirates in the Sabaody archipelago. After all, pirate activities were rampant here, and despite being Navy personnel, they still faced considerable personal danger. Sir, may I inquire your name? Hobson pressed on, unwilling to relent. Machi, came the reply, still without a glance back. As he was preparing to depart, a familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding. White fragments have fallen around the master. Would you like to acquire them? Ding. Blue fragments have fallen around the master. Would you like to acquire them? Ding. White fragments have fallen around the master. Would you like to acquire them? The sound remained as enchanting as ever. Machi had never anticipated the sudden appearance of fragments at this moment. His fortune was remarkable, as he managed to obtain 3 attribute fragments at the naval base. Without a moment's hesitation, Machi responded, acquire. Acquisition successful. The white fragment grants 1 to strength. Would you like to learn it? Acquisition successful. The blue fragment grants 1 to speed. Would you like to learn it? In no time, Machi had assimilated all the attribute fragments. A familiar warmth flowed through his body. Machi opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his gaze. It was evident that his strength had been substantially enhanced. Machi relished this sensation. He had grown even more formidable. A smile blossomed on his lips. Not only had he amassed 20 million berries, but he had also acquired attribute fragments. It was truly a remarkable gain. He did not spend much time here. He not only exchanged berries, but also enhanced his abilities. For Monkey, the latter held greater significance. He opened the attributes panel. Owner, Monkey Strength, 116, 4, Speed, 112, 5, Stamina, 112, 3, Instinctive Reaction, 93, 3, Skills, Swordsmanship Basic LV19. Swordsmanship Yin Return LV11, Armament Hockey LV6, Observation Hockey LV3. Fist Technique LV2, Half Fishman Physique LV1 Attribute Points, 1, 1. Attack Capability, Tremor Wave LV3 60. Upon seeing these statistics, Monkey felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This represented a considerable enhancement for him. He turned to Hobson and smiled. Thank you all. The crowd was somewhat perplexed, unsure of his meaning. They were oblivious to the gift they had bestowed upon Machi. Lotties, have you presented him with a gift? No. When Machi departed from the naval base, he overheard the guards engaged in fervent discussion. I just heard that, half an hour ago, a formidable individual emerged in the Shambadi archipelago. A single person has slain the notorious Wolf of Greed, Seiko. Is that news credible? Isn't he the captain of the wolf pirate crew? Indeed. As they engaged in discussion, they happened to see Monkey emerge. They inquired, Young man, how much is the bounty this time? Monkey chuckled softly and replied, Not much, merely 200 million berries. They were taken aback momentarily. Monkey then inquired, By the way, do you know where Shaki's blackmail bar is located? They appeared as though they had just awakened from a profound slumber. 13, one of them responded. Machi nodded and then added, By the way, the person you were discussing is none other than myself. The guards were left in utter astonishment, gazing blankly as Machi walked past them. Was this reality or merely a jest? A naval officer inquired, filled with doubt. It is surely impossible. The others shook their heads in disbelief. At that moment, Hobson emerged and addressed the guards. Did you see the young man who just left here? You ought to take a lesson from him. At such a tender age, he single-handedly vanquished the captain of the greedy wolf pirates. The guards were left utterly speechless. It turned out that everything was indeed true. Chapter 99. It seems a remarkable individual has arrived. After Machi departed from the naval base, he wandered through District 66 of the Sabaody archipelago, strolling along the bustling streets where the vibrancy of life was palpable. Here, one could observe the audacious presence of pirates brazenly traversing the area. Despite the proximity of the naval base, the pirates appeared wholly unperturbed, their faces betraying no hint of alarm. The Sabaody archipelago was steeped in chaos due to the rampant activities of pirates, who roamed freely as long as their actions did not cross certain thresholds. The Navy, aware of the numerous pirates populating this region, adopted a notably lenient approach to governance. After all, any pirate aspiring to venture into the New World must first navigate the treacherous waters of this archipelago. Each day, each hour, countless pirates from various corners of the Grand Line converged upon this locale. Were the Navy to attempt regulation of every single one, their capabilities would fall woefully short, lacking the manpower for such an undertaking. Consequently, the military presence in the Sabaody archipelago tacitly accepted this reality. Was Shaki's bar situated in District 13? A glimmer of insight flashed in Monkey's eyes. He did not linger here for too long. He lifted the package containing berries with his katana and made his way toward the connecting passage between the regions. In the Sabaody archipelago, each area is interconnected, albeit requiring special means of transport. Such means are unique to the Sabaody archipelago, known as bubble cars. Upon arriving at the connecting passage, Monkey paid the requisite amount of berries. His curiosity regarding this mode of transportation was piqued, for it was a rarity exclusive to the archipelago. Approximately 30 minutes later, the bubble car came to a halt in District 13. Monkey disembarked from the vehicle. District 13 was well-equipped, bustling with pirates. The streets were alive with activity, vibrant and crowded. Occasionally, Navy personnel patrolled the area, yet they made no move against the pirates in their midst. Monkey had never anticipated such a scene. Indeed, the Sabaody archipelago was exceedingly welcoming to pirates. Furthermore, human trafficking here was not deemed illegal, as the celestial dragons held dominion over the entire archipelago. Even if the Navy raised objections, they were left powerless. Where can I find Shaki's ripoff bar? Monkey inquired of a passerby. The passerby pointed into the distance, saying, Follow this road until you reach an open space, and you will find Shaki's ripoff bar. However, this place may not be suitable for you. Why is that? Monkey asked further. Everyone knows that Shaki's ripoff bar charges exorbitantly for information sales. Otherwise, it wouldn't bear the name Ripoff Bar. If you seek information, I suggest you look for another establishment. Coincidentally, I am headed to a place that offers information at far more reasonable prices. Moreover, Shacky's Ripoff Bar is teeming with notorious pirates, each a villain in their own right. I fear you may find yourself bullied should you enter. The passerby kindly cautioned Monkey. Me, bullied? Monkey's expression shifted to one of complexity. What would those who witnessed him effortlessly defeat the vicious wolf Sacco think if they heard such a thing? Monkey had no intention of elaborating further to the passerby. He expressed his gratitude to the passerby and then proceeded directly in the direction indicated. Along the way, he could still hear the surrounding passersby incessantly discussing a particular matter. Have you heard about the major news that broke an hour ago? A brutally fierce brawl. Brutal? In what way? The uninhabited area often witnesses pirates battling one another. It's nothing unusual. You clearly don't know. In that skirmish, the notorious pirate, Greedy Wolf Sacco, was killed. He had a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. No way, that's terrifying. Absolutely true. Just think about it. The person who ended Greedy Wolf Sacco's life did so with a single stroke. Good heavens, that individual must possess extraordinary strength. Word has it that he is a relatively young pirate, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, yet undoubtedly possesses top-tier power. The crowd continued to murmur among themselves. They have yet to realize. The master they spoke of, the unparalleled expert, was now right beside them. Monkey glanced at the group engaged in conversation and couldn't help but chuckle. Following the directions provided by a passerby, Monkey arrived at an expansive grassy field. Here, formidable tree roots sprawled across the ground, and occasionally, bubbles floated up from the earth, dancing in the air. A few minutes later, Monkey found himself standing before the entrance of a bar. Before he even entered, he was enveloped by a delightful aroma of sweet wine. Through the door, the sounds of laughter and conversation from within could be heard. He ascended the staircase step by step until he reached the door. Pushing it open, Machi entered the bar. At the front desk sat a woman of captivating elegance, her short hair framing her face, adorned in a pink garment. Machi could not discern her age. Yet it was evident that she was the proprietor of the bar, Shakir, known for her notorious reputation. I've merely had a sip. And you dare charge me 500,000 berries? Are you attempting to rob me? No one has ever dared to treat me this way. A pirate was arguing vehemently with Shakir. The atmosphere grew tense as silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on the audacious pirate. His audacity was remarkable, instigating trouble in Shakir's notorious establishment. Indeed, he exhibits far greater boldness than we do. Such ignorance of the rules. I fear he is close to meeting his demise. Previous troublemakers in Shakir's bar had met with mysterious ends shortly after their disturbances. Shakir regarded the disruptive pirate with an indifferent gaze. Today, I shall ensure that your antics render this establishment unviable. Such a nefarious establishment is utterly detestable, the pirate bellowed in fury, given the name of the establishment. If you are unwilling to comply, you need not enter, Shakir replied coolly. As the pirate prepared to strike, Shakir moved to intervene. Suddenly, a radiant beam descended from above, halting her motion. The pirate before her was struck by the light, instantly propelled away, crashing against the bar's wall before collapsing to the ground. Unable to even muster a struggle, he lay motionless. The surrounding pirates were stupefied, including Shakir, momentarily at a loss for words. The technique appeared formidable, likely wielded by a powerful swordsman. Crack! Shakir observed the front desk as fissures began to spread across it. What? She gasped, astonished. Was this the aftershock of a slash? Yet, she had never encountered such residual force capable of shattering the bar's front. Turning to the source of the attack, she saw a young man standing in the doorway, a katana in hand, backlit by the light. She remarked, "It seems a person of considerable ability has arrived." Chapter 100. Even the composed Shakir felt a tinge of bewilderment. The previously lively crowd had fallen into an eerie silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. All gazes turned towards Machi. This bar housed a multitude of formidable pirates. Yet the powerful aura radiating from Machi was palpable, instilling a profound sense of pressure among them. They had never encountered such a youthful young man, whose presence exuded an astonishing aura. Undoubtedly, his prowess must be formidable. He was a young yet powerful swordsman, and everyone silently thought this in their hearts. Indeed, Monkey was quite young. Although he had merely employed a single technique, those around him were left astounded by the force of his strike. They could surmise that if they were struck by this radiant light, they would possess no means of retaliation. It appears that this individual is quite formidable. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at the unfortunate soul sprawled on the ground, their expressions laden with pity. What a lamentable fate it is, to be incapacitated before even having the chance to strike back. This hapless individual likely remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only to be unceremoniously carried away and discarded outside the tavern. Young man, Xiaoqi began, eyeing Ma Qi as he approached, gripping a katana. With a grin, he remarked, "No need to thank me." Thank? How intriguing! Xiaoqi's expression reflected a complexity of emotions. Could it be that she was unable to contend with this petty adversary on her own? Her earlier hesitance to act stemmed from a desire to avoid turning her establishment into a chaotic mess that she would have to clean up herself. Yet, Ma Qi's recent assault had rendered her front desk utterly wrecked. "You little rascal, the fact that I am not demanding compensation for my losses is already quite magnanimous of me." Xiaoqi shot a glance at Ma Qi. "Compensation? That is rather disheartening, considering I acted in your defense, though it may have been a mere trifle for me. It was certainly not my fault. You little brat, I suspect you are the one responsible for the demise of the greedy wolf, Seiko, in the New World today. Aren't you?" Xiaoqi regarded Ma Qi with an insightful gaze. After all, she was well-versed in information, having heard the news and now encountering Ma Qi. The pieces fell into place seamlessly. Nevertheless, this information was currently circulating throughout the Sabaody archipelago, and patrons within the tavern had been abuzz with discussions about it. Who would have thought she would come across him here? Such serendipity. As they say, this person is indeed quite young, yet possesses remarkable strength, Xiaoqi mused silently. "I merely passed by and dealt with him as a matter of convenience," Ma Qi candidly acknowledged. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those around him shifted to one of profound astonishment. They had not anticipated encountering the figure spoken of in hushed tones. Was it truly he who had vanquished the notorious Seiko? Indeed, he was remarkably accomplished, aligning closely with the tales they had heard. The prowess displayed in his recent maneuvers was undeniably formidable. They whispered amongst themselves, their voices barely above a murmur, fearful of attracting the attention of Monkey. After all, the powerful aura emanating from Monkey instilled a palpable sense of dread in them. He single-handedly vanquished the pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. Even when faced with the formidable thieving wolf Seiko, they must bow their heads in submission. Moreover, this individual has even slain thieving wolf Seiko. How could they not be filled with trepidation? "Have you come to seek me out? What brings you here?" asked Xiaoqi, glancing at Monkey with an air of nonchalance. She did not display any fear despite Monkey's act of killing thieving wolf Seiko. Until now, the only thing that had truly astonished her was the residual force generated by his slashes. She had never witnessed a swordsman whose techniques could produce such an effect. Although the power was not overwhelmingly great, should the slashing capability be enhanced, the lethality of this additional effect would significantly increase. Furthermore, such residual waves are virtually insurmountable. This young man indeed possesses remarkable abilities, Xiaoqi pondered as she scrutinized Monkey. "I have come to inquire about certain information, and it would be even better if I could meet that pirate. These are the two matters that have brought me here," Monkey candidly replied. "What? How could he possibly know all of this?" A jolt ran through Shaki's heart. That pirate? Shaki was acutely aware of whom he referred to. There could be no one else but the former vice-captain of the Pirate King's ship, Rayleigh, the Dark King. Could it be her? Deep down, Shaki understood that the individual Monkey mentioned was not her. So how did he ascertain that Rayleigh was present here? Moreover, why would he know that inquiries regarding Rayleigh could only be made through her? Shaki's mind raced with possibilities. As for the pirate you mentioned, I am unaware of him. Perhaps he is somewhere in the Sabaody archipelago. You might want to search for him yourself, Shaki replied coolly, rejecting his request. It seems he is not here with you. Monkey remarked with a smile. Who exactly are you? Shaki inquired, her gaze fixed on Monkey. Anyone capable of possessing such knowledge could not merely be an ordinary swordsman. Who had divulged this information to him? It appears you still do not know who I am, Monkey chuckled. Who informed you of all this? Shaki pressed on, her urgency palpable. After all, encounters of this nature were rare for her, and this young man was making her feel somewhat out of control. Even though he had slain the gluttonous wolf, Seiko, she was left in the dark about his name and origins. The surrounding pirates also observed the two of them, falling into a hushed silence. They gazed at the retreating figure of Ma Qi, apprehensive of disturbing their conversation. Under the weight of his commanding presence, they could merely observe the unfolding scene in silence. They would not act impulsively to display their arrogance before Monkey. It was Hawkeye who suggested my presence here. As soon as Monkey finished speaking, Shachi's gaze became unfocused. She was utterly astonished. Hawkeye? She could never have imagined such a connection. Could it be that there exists a relationship between him and Hawkeye? It was evident that Hawkeye must have a profound trust in him to divulge such information. Yet, why was she oblivious to the existence of such a task in the Grand Line? After all, she was specifically responsible for intelligence gathering, and nothing could escape her watchful eyes. Moreover, this young man possessed formidable strength, capable of vanquishing the greedy wolf Seiko with ease and effortlessly dealing with the raucous pirates. Even more perplexing was his swordsmanship, which showcased techniques Shachi had never encountered before. In this moment, the typically composed Shachi found herself somewhat disoriented. For the individual mentioned by Monkey was none other than Hawkeye. Her mind raced, grappling with thoughts, yet she found herself at a loss. Who was he? What was the nature of the relationship between him and Hawkeye? These questions incessantly replayed in Shachi's mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. Chapter 101. Shachi's complete shock. With a deep exhale, Shachi's eyes remained glued to Monkey. Her mind was in utter disarray. Was there anyone who could elucidate why the usually reticent Hawkeye, who seldom mingled with others, would have such a close connection with someone? Furthermore, Hawkeye had even shared details regarding the Dark King Rayleigh and had informed him about Shachi's extortion at the bar. It was abundantly clear that Hawkeye held this person in high regard. Yet when had such an individual emerged in the Grand Line? If one were to scrutinize, red-haired Shanks could be considered one. However, Shachi had encountered Shanks before, and this young man was clearly not him. So, aside from Shanks, who else could earn Hawkeye's trust? She struggled to comprehend this. In her mind, she believed she had grasped all the novelties of the Grand Line, yet in the presence of Monkey, she felt a disconcerting sense of uncertainty, not even knowing his name, let alone other details. To Shachi, this man before her seemed shrouded in a fog, elusive and inscrutable. Was this truly a surprising matter? Monkey looked at Shachi with confusion. Surprised was an understatement, Shachi thought to herself. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. As the pirates observed their exchange, they had never witnessed Shachi in such a state of disarray. It appeared that this young man was indeed extraordinary. A pirate whispered, "Isn't it obvious? He is capable of slaying the notorious Scar of Greed, a mere trifling figure." At this juncture, I found it hard to believe. After all, Scar of Greed had a bounty of 120 million berries. To think he could be dispatched so easily was astounding. At that moment, Shachi composed herself and inquired, "What information do you seek? And why are you looking for the Dark King, Rayleigh?" Shachi resolved that since Mihawk had faith in Monkey, there was no need for her to deny the truth any longer. It was evident that he came prepared, seeking intelligence on behalf of others. "I need to ascertain the whereabouts of certain individuals. Please reveal their locations to me. Furthermore, I desire information regarding Rodney. The rest is personal. There is a matter I cannot resolve, and I hope to seek his counsel." Mihawk articulated all his requests in one breath. "Finding people is a straightforward task for you," Shachi replied, regaining her composure. The vast expanse of the Grand Line held no secrets for her. Moreover, she was somewhat acquainted with Rodney's situation. Finally, she asked, "Are you inquiring about swordsmanship from the Dark King, Rayleigh?" "Indeed." Mihawk gestured towards the bar's front desk. "Look." Shachi pondered, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed, I have never encountered such swordsmanship. No swordsman possesses this technique. However, I am unable to control it." "Unable to control it?" Shachi raised an eyebrow, surprised by this revelation. "Precisely. I have yet to discover a solution for the technique's residual effects and control over its power. I cannot amplify force by managing its range," Mihawk candidly explained. Shachi fell silent for a considerable time, reflecting on the notion of an uncontrollable technique. Yet, this must be a rare talent, one that appeared quite formidable. If a method for control could be found and trained with intent, she could scarcely fathom how powerful such a technique might become. Furthermore, this was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Thus, she had little to advise Mihawk on. After a while, she said, "Your technique reminds me of someone I once encountered." "Whitebeard?" Mihawk asked with a smile. It was quite evident, for Whitebeard possessed the power of the Tremor fruit. And this technique had been learned from the fragments that fell from him, merely a difference in expression. "Indeed? You have met Whitebeard?" Shachi gazed at Mihawk, utterly astonished. To think he had encountered Whitebeard and maintained close ties with Mihawk left her utterly bewildered. At that moment, she could not fathom what other secrets this young man held. If what Mihawk claimed was true, with such immense strength and acquaintances like Whitebeard and Mihawk, it was implausible that she had never heard of him before. Yet now, Shachi found herself knowing nothing about him. Her mind held no recollection of this individual, save for the fact that he had slain Scar of Greed. Beyond that, she was utterly in the dark regarding Mihawk, who stood before her like an enigmatic riddle with no answers. After encountering Whitebeard, it is astonishing that he could still survive. Such an extraordinary individual, yet Shachi remains oblivious to this fact. For someone capable of such feats, they must undoubtedly possess a formidable reputation. Given the strength of Xiaqi's intelligence network, it is inconceivable that she would be unaware. I must express my gratitude to Whitebeard, Machi mused with a smile. Their brief acquaintance aboard the Moby Dick was quite pleasant, though perhaps the sentiment was not mutual for him. He recalled the moment when he had wielded the Conqueror's haki before Whitebeard, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Monkey pondered to himself. Perhaps Whitebeard still harbored some lingering feelings about his refusal to join the Whitebeard pirates. Have you been aboard the Moby Dick? Have you met Whitebeard? Who exactly is this enigmatic figure before me? She felt that the man in front of her was becoming increasingly inscrutable. I don't see why this should be surprising. Monkey said, looking at Shaki with a perplexed expression. He had heard that Shaki was also a formidable pirate, but now she was retired. However, seeing her react with such surprise left Monkey feeling somewhat perplexed. Would a seasoned pirate truly be astonished by trivial matters? After all, I merely visited the Moby Dick and exchanged a few words with Whitebeard. There is nothing remarkable about that, is there? If such encounters warrant astonishment. Then when I met Whitebeard and unleashed my Conqueror's haki, causing hundreds aboard to faint, would you be left utterly speechless? Monkey remarked with resignation. If I were to divulge these events to Shaki, would she faint on the spot? Nonetheless, he was genuinely curious about her reaction if she were to learn of these exploits. Taking a deep breath, Shaki forced herself to regain her composure. Yet, the shock still lingered in her heart. However, she had more pressing matters at hand. She glanced at Monkey and inquired, with Mihawk placing such trust in you, and having been in the presence of Whitebeard, returning from the Moby Dick unscathed, what name do you go by for all these remarkable feats? Chapter 102. An intern? Is that true? As Shaki had asserted, someone capable of such extraordinary deeds must surely be a renowned pirate. Moreover, his close relationship with Mihawk and his encounters with Whitebeard, even having conversed with him face to face, left no doubt that such individuals exist in the New World. Yet, Shaki was well acquainted with each of them. Even without having seen them in person, she had heard whispers about them. However, within her memory and the intelligence her subordinates possessed, she had never encountered any information regarding the man before her. Let us exchange a little information. I can reveal my identity to you. But you must also share what I wish to know. How does that sound? Monkey asked with a smile. It seems quite fair. He no longer needs to expend a substantial amount of berries to acquire intelligence. He certainly has not forgotten. He intends to traverse the Grand Line with great ambition. Without Barry, his journey would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Monkey is keen on being economical, thus he struck a deal with Shaki. The inquiries you wish to make are not limited to just one. You have just mentioned the need to ascertain the whereabouts of several pirates, who are undoubtedly scattered across different locations now. One answer from you could exchange for multiple questions from me, which I find rather unbalanced. Shaki chuckled softly, casting a glance at Monkey. She was indeed curious about his true identity. However, given the current circumstances, Shaki, being a shrewd individual, understood the gravity of knowing who he was, which equated to the value of the trivial pieces of information she sought. I believe you grasp this quite well, Shaki. Monkey continued to engage her in conversation. Upon hearing his words, Shaki burst into unexpected laughter, exclaiming her surprise at his knack for negotiation. In that case, I shall agree to this transaction. Reveal to me your true identity. After her consent, Monkey candidly replied, in fact, you should have heard my name long ago. Yet, you likely find it hard to reconcile who I was back then with who I am now. Is that so? Shaki's curiosity deepened. Do you recall when the red-haired pirates took on an intern? Monkey lifted a glass of water from the counter and took a sip. What? Shaki responded, astonished. This must have occurred last month. I remember Rayleigh mentioning it. Indeed, that intern was me, Monkey said with a smile. An intern? Shaki gazed at him in disbelief. She had not anticipated that this person before her was the very intern from before. Furthermore, she found it hard to believe that Dracula Mihawk, the world's mightiest swordsman and a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, had such a close association with him. Moreover, no intern had ever returned unscathed from the Moby Dick, let alone conversed directly with Whitebeard. Shaki was utterly astonished by Monkey's revelations. She never considered an intern could possess such formidable capabilities. She recalled the brilliance that emanated from him outside the tavern. Monkey's abilities had evidently transcended those of a mere intern. Not only was he remarkably young and an exceptional swordsman, but he could also swiftly eliminate pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. No intern had achieved such feats before. You are an intern of the red-haired pirates? Are you jesting with me? Shaki scrutinized Monkey with skepticism. It was indeed difficult for her to fathom that an intern could wield such power. Had the world of piracy transformed so drastically during her absence? Were interns now endowed with such extraordinary abilities? Shocky pondered this notion. It is absolutely true, Monkey affirmed confidently. Well, even if what you say is true, Shocky replied, gazing at Monkey, whose earnest demeanor ultimately swayed her to believe him. She then inquired, "You mentioned that Myhawk sent you to Sabaody Archipelago to find Rayleigh. How did you meet Myhawk? From my understanding, he is exceedingly proud and seldom mingles with pirates." Shocky scrutinized Monkey from head to toe. "You are merely an intern. What makes you worthy of his trust?" She unleashed a barrage of questions. Monkey observed Shocky's bewildered expression before responding. "He likely perceives my strength as sufficient." "Really? You were saying that you impressed the world's most formidable swordsman? And in turn?" Shocky's expression became inscrutable. She was not only questioning Monkey's identity, but also struggling to comprehend his words. "Kid, don't try to fool me." Shocky's countenance darkened as she spoke in a hushed tone. "I understand that you might think no one would believe what you say. Can you comprehend the pace of my growth over the past month?" As soon as Monkey finished speaking, Shocky was left utterly stunned. 30 days? This is even more peculiar. To progress so rapidly in 30 days? To transform from a novice in the new world into a killer capable of swiftly dispatching a 100 million berry pirate? Who would believe such a tale? No, it is something one could never even dream of. Shocky, possessing intelligence that spanned the entire Grand Line, was astounded that someone could advance in strength at such a rate. If what Monkey claimed was indeed true, it was utterly terrifying. After a considerable pause, Shocky finally managed to quell her astonishment. "I have a basic understanding of your situation now. Please, tell me what information you seek." Gathering her thoughts, she turned to the surrounding pirates who were drinking. "The establishment is now closed. You all need to leave at once." "Shocky, how can you do this?" The pirates began to protest. Suddenly, a piercing gaze fell upon them as Monkey fixed his eyes on them. They instantly swallowed their words. And before even finishing their drinks on the table, they hastily fled. "Today's expenses are on the house." "Thank you, Shrachi." They hastily departed from Shocky's extortion bar, speaking in a flurry. The atmosphere was truly terrifying, compounded by the presence of a creature that had just slain the avaricious wolf, Seiko. They escaped from Shocky's extortion bar, still feeling a sense of panic. Standing at the entrance, they glanced at the tavern's door, which had closed early. It was surprising how much Shocky valued this young man. It was evident he was no ordinary individual. Who could he possibly be? They had never heard of him and had never seen him before. Nevertheless, that was not a matter for their discussion. The way he dealt with that unruly pirate was indeed impressive. Chapter 103. So, the monster that Red-Haired spoke of is you. Inside Shocky's extortion bar, after sending the drunken pirates away, Shocky turned her attention back to Machi. "Kid, had I known you were part of the red-haired pirates, I would not have charged so exorbitantly for information. Moreover, you just killed a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries and exchanged his head for a reward. You must have quite a sum of berries in your possession by now." Upon hearing this, Machi merely smiled. "I still have other uses for it." "Very well, kid. Speak. What information do you seek?" Shocky lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Having agreed to help Machi, she was not one to go back on her word. "Red-Haired instructed me that should I encounter Buggy, there is a letter to be delivered to him. Thus, I wish to ascertain Buggy's current whereabouts," Machi stated. He had long contemplated posing such a question. Buggy? Shocky fell silent for a moment. This individual had undoubtedly matured significantly, the once red-nosed clown. He must have established the Buggy pirate crew in the East Sea. In recent days, he should have traversed from the East Sea to the Grand Line. It is rumored that, according to intelligence, they have arrived in the Grand Line with the intention of seeking John Ash's treasure, though the current circumstances remain unclear. She must certainly be acquainted with Buggy. He was once an intern aboard the ship of the Pirate King, sharing the same cohort as Red-Haired Shanks, with whom he enjoyed a close friendship. However, their pursuits, differ. Consequently, the prestige of the two individuals in the New World varies as well. Carnival City, you say? Machi squinted his eyes, committing it to memory. If he were to pass through there, he might indeed take a look. As for whether he would be fortunate enough to witness it, that remains to be seen. Subsequently, Machi inquired further, aside from the whereabouts of the Buggy pirates. Jesus Burgess wishes for me to understand the current situation of his son and to ascertain the extent of his power. Therefore, I also seek to comprehend the present movements of the Straw Hat pirates. Upon his conclusion, Xiaqi's expression shifted to one of surprise. The Straw Hat pirates have recently established a significant presence here, demonstrating formidable strength. Furthermore, their ties with the red-haired pirates run deep. Monkey nodded in acknowledgement. The child of Jesus Burgess, Usopp, is indeed a subordinate of the Straw Hat pirates. Moreover, the captain of the Straw Hat pirates is none other than Luffy, and intriguingly, even the name of their pirate crew was bestowed upon them by the red-haired pirates. Thus, it is evident that the relationship between the two pirate crews is quite intimate. As for the current situation, the Straw Hat Pirates have departed from Long Ring Long Land. And their next destination, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should be Water 7. Xiachi recounted the details to Monkey. A glimmer of insight flickered in Monkey's eyes. He had begun to grasp the tasks entrusted to him by the captain and Jesus Burgess. If fate allows them to pass through these two locations, Monkey would proceed as instructed. However, should fortune not favor them, there would be little he could do, for the world is vast. Now, Monkey intended to inquire about a matter that weighed heavily on his mind, one that was intricately linked to his own fate. He produced the treasure map that Arnold had previously bestowed upon him and handed it to Xiachi. He asked, "I have heard of a pirate named Rodney. This is the treasure map he left behind before his demise, and I seek to uncover information about this individual as well as the location to which this map leads." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiachi was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "I never expected you to have acquired this. Are you familiar with it?" Monchi inquired eagerly, his heart swelling with excitement. Previously, many had coveted the precious weapons in his collection, yet after his demise, no one was able to trace the whereabouts of these treasures. Gradually, people began to forget about him, and it was surprising to hear his name mentioned today. Xiachi picked up the treasure map, examining it meticulously time and again. Then, she instructed her subordinates to bring a basin of clean water. She dipped her hand into the water and sprinkled it over the treasure map. Before long, intricate patterns began to gradually emerge from the map. Indeed, Xiachi nodded in satisfaction, returning the treasure map to Monchi. "It aligns closely with my thoughts. Only after being moistened does the ultimate answer reveal itself. This technique is quite common among pirates." Monchi held the treasure map carefully, scrutinizing it with great attention. He inquired of Xiachi, "Where does this ultimately lead?" Xiachi glanced at the treasure map and confidently replied, "It points to the kingdom of Alabasta." The kingdom of Alabasta? Monkey pondered, recalling that he had indeed heard of this place. The city of Carnival and Alabasta is quite close. There are merely 2 islands in between. If you wish to go to Alabasta, you could certainly visit Carnival City along the way, Xiachi suggested. This time, Monkey had acquired a wealth of information. He had now resolved 3 of his questions, with only one remaining: how to meet the Dark King, Rayleigh. Achieving this objective would be extraordinary, as he might reveal how to control the effects of the tremors. "Thank you," Monkey said, gazing at Xiachi with sincerity. "No need for thanks. We are merely fulfilling our own needs," Xiachi replied. "I truly did not expect such strength from an intern. The fact that you have achieved these abilities in just a month is astonishing." Xiachi candidly expressed her surprise. It was remarkable that Monkey had rapidly evolved from an intern to someone capable of defeating pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. She had never encountered such prodigious talent before. "If you seek to meet the Dark King Rayleigh, you might as well wait here for a while," Xiachi added. "All right." Monkey settled into his seat at the tavern. "Would you like to drink? It's complimentary." Xiachi suddenly became generous. This tavern served merely as a pastime. Her primary source of income stemmed from selling information, which was exceedingly costly. This was her true means of profit. "That sounds delightful. Please bring me a drink," Monkey smiled. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man ascended the stairs from outside. His hair is long, and his beard, too, cascades down his chin. Both his hair and beard are a silvery white. He dons a pair of spectacles perched upon his nose. Furthermore, a deep scar adorns his right eye. To the casual observer, he appears to be an exceedingly ordinary elderly gentleman, the kind of person easily overlooked in a crowd. He entered the bar, poised to converse with Xiachi. Suddenly, he caught sight of Mingchi. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. And then he erupted into hearty laughter. "You must be the formidable intern spoken of by red-haired Shanks. Am I correct?" Chapter 104. Can an intern possess such remarkable abilities? Indeed, the enigmatic Rayleigh recognized Monkey at first glance. This was due to a previous letter he had received from red-haired Shanks, which predominantly detailed the exploits of his exceptional intern. In that correspondence, Shanks had remarked that he had never encountered an intern with such extraordinary talent. Furthermore, he had included a drawing by Monkey within the letter. Thus, upon first laying eyes on Mochi, he immediately recognized him as the intern mentioned in the letter from the red-haired individual. He remembered the letter stating, "Rayleigh, you would never believe it. 2 weeks ago, we welcomed a young intern. However, he is nothing short of a monster. I cannot adequately express just how terrifying he is. You simply cannot imagine it." While the rest of the pirates needed guidance to master the Conqueror's haki, this intern awakened and learned it entirely on his own, grasping its essence in mere moments. without any instruction. I find this phenomenon utterly divine. In just 2 weeks, he transformed from a complete novice to someone who has mastered the Conqueror's Haki. Given his abilities, he must now be at the level where the bounty exceeds 100 million berries. Remarkably, this was achieved in just a fortnight. Yet, what astonished me even more was that after learning the Conqueror's Haki, I had Beckman teach him the armament Haki. To our surprise, within a single morning, he mastered both observation Haki and armament Haki. I assure you, after years of battling in the New World, I have never encountered a being like him. This is truly unprecedented. I feel fortunate to have him in my crew. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would undoubtedly unleash a terrifying storm upon the New World. Rayleigh took a deep breath, contemplating the words red-haired Shanks had written. He never anticipated that this so-called monster of an intern would one day arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, eventually locating Shaki's bar. Rayleigh had never considered such a day would come. A monstrous intern? Monkey's expression became somewhat complex. He never imagined his captain would refer to someone else in such a manner. Did he really resemble a monster? Monkey had always thought of himself as merely an ordinary person. How could he be called such a name? Monkey silently pondered, aware that if anyone could hear his thoughts, they would surely be filled with envy and resentment. Such a rapid enhancement of strength labeled as ordinary? Was there no place for the rest of them? Shaki. Pour the drinks. Today is a day worth celebrating, Rayleigh said with a smile. It was evident that his spirits were high. What do you know besides drinking? What is there to celebrate? It seems like you're just eager to indulge. Shaki shot Rayleigh an eye roll, yet she went to fetch the drinks, clearing his throat. Rayleigh felt slightly embarrassed, but shrugged it off, scratching his head and admitting, I can't believe you saw through me. Before long, Shaki returned with a barrel of drinks and placed it on their table. Rayleigh immediately seized a small keg and drank it in one go. He then turned to Monkey and inquired, What brings you to Sabaody Archipelago this time? I came to seek your guidance on a few matters, Monkey replied candidly. Oh? Your strength is already formidable. I wouldn't expect you to have unanswered questions. You do overestimate me. I am but an unremarkable old man now. However, I would be delighted to assist you, Rayleigh chuckled heartily. I have learned a new technique, but my control over it remains inadequate. I would like your advice on how to manage it, Monkey stated. The tremor wave has proven to be immensely useful in practical combat, inflicting considerable damage upon my adversaries. Nevertheless, I require better control over this power. If I could compress its range, it would significantly enhance my abilities, allowing me to inflict even greater harm, rather than merely causing superficial damage as I did against Cypherpaul. Before we delve into that, let us discuss an exchange, shall we? Rayleigh proposed. Absolutely. Monkey agreed without hesitation. I can share the techniques for control, but I cannot guarantee their effectiveness since this technique is something I've never encountered before. Additionally, before offering you advice, I am curious about something. Please inform me about the recent happenings in the New World. That will serve as my bargaining chip. Of course. Rayleigh consented without hesitation. First, I am eager to learn how you managed to master the Conqueror's Haki. It is quite rare to see someone achieve it without guidance. And your proficiency is astonishing. Rayleigh did not hide his admiration, as he himself had learned the Conqueror's Haki through guidance from others and had gradually mastered its application through combat experience. However, hearing about Monkey's adeptness at using it made him question whether his previous methods were flawed. What? Shaki exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Monkey. You haven't heard? Rayleigh chuckled, saying, Don't be fooled by his status as an intern. He has indeed mastered the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Shaki's jaw dropped in disbelief. She was aware of Monkey's strength but never imagined he had grasped the Conqueror's Haki, a feat beyond her own capabilities. It was astonishing that an intern could accomplish such a thing effortlessly. She found it utterly shocking. Were all interns nowadays this formidable? It was truly terrifying to see someone so young mastering the Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Shaki stared intently at Monkey, pondering what kind of monster he truly was. I have no idea. Monkey shook his head, unable to fathom the reality of it all. Did you suddenly comprehend it? Rayleigh was equally astonished. It seemed this intern was indeed a monster, a phenomenon that could only be explained by innate talent. Monkey possessed a level of giftedness and potential that was unattainable by others. Chapter 105, Truly a Remarkable Being. Through the direct conversation between Rayleigh and Monkey, they did not notice the astonished and fearful expression on Xiaqi's face as she sat beside them, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to calm her tumultuous emotions. She gazed at Machi, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. It was remarkable that an intern could harness the power of Conqueror's Haki, and not only that, but wield it with such proficiency. Xiaqi had never heard of such a level of intern before. In her lifetime, She had never encountered one. By the way, how did you return from the New World to the Grand Line? Surely, it wasn't merely to inquire about this matter. Rayleigh finally couldn't help but ask Machi. Isn't the New World splendid? Why would you wish to return to the Grand Line? It was clear that this was not driven by Machi's desire to understand how to master his abilities. This situation is quite intricate, Machi replied. And then he recounted to Rayleigh all the events he had experienced, starting from the moment the red-haired Shanks had sent him to deliver a message to Whitebeard. You provoked the beast pirates? Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Machi, a look of surprise etched upon his face. You are merely an intern. How could you possibly dare to provoke this pirate crew? Indeed, Machi recounted the entire sequence of events to Rayleigh once more. He transitioned from discussing the beast pirates to recounting his experiences aboard the Moby Dick. Rayleigh listened intently, occasionally displaying a flicker of surprise. It appeared that he was deeply intrigued by the events surrounding Monkey, reminiscent of his own youth. He recalled the time spent battling alongside the captain in the New World. Monkey then mentioned the incident of Whitebeard tearing up the letter. Indeed, Whitebeard was capable of such an act, prompting Rayleigh to erupt into hearty laughter. He possessed a profound understanding of Whitebeard, thus he was not particularly surprised. Rather, he found it quite intriguing. Rayleigh then inquired, So, did you leave the Moby Dick afterward? Not quite, Monkey replied with a smile. What did you return to them? Rayleigh sensed an ominous undertone. Before Whitebeard, I unleashed my conqueror's haki, causing hundreds of pirates aboard the ship to faint. This revelation struck Rayleigh as utterly unimaginable. Shaki gasped in astonishment. The atmosphere grew palpably quiet. After a considerable pause, Rayleigh finally spoke. You directly employed Conqueror's haki on Whitebeard's Moby Dick and incapacitated hundreds of pirates? Indeed, Monkey affirmed with a nod. You possess remarkable audacity. Shaki endeavored to steady her racing heart. She regarded Monkey as if he were a creature of legend. Simultaneously, she pondered how someone like him could survive so long, attributing it all to sheer luck. To dare unleash Conqueror's haki in the presence of Whitebeard was a feat few would even contemplate. Yet, the man beside her, Monkey, casually recounted such an act. Moreover, he had managed to return from the Moby Dick unscathed. It was evident he was no ordinary individual. Rayleigh inhaled deeply and queried. Given Whitebeard's temperament, he surely would not let you off so lightly after such actions against him and his crew. Indeed. He offered for me to become his adopted son and join the Whitebeard pirates, Monkey revealed. Instantly, Shaki and Rayleigh were left utterly astounded. How peculiar. Why would Whitebeard endure such an affront? Under the circumstance of his crew being incapacitated, he would still wish to recruit Monkey? The impact of Monkey's words was undeniably profound. However, I had no desire to accept his offer of adoption, so I declined, Monkey continued. Such courage. Rayleigh erupted in laughter. He truly did not anticipate that Monkey would act in such a manner. Not only did Monkey stand undaunted before Whitebeard, but he also cleverly turned the tables, using his conqueror's haki to incapacitate Whitebeard's crew. To his astonishment, Whitebeard did not react with anger. Rather, he lowered his stance, attempting to invite Monkey to join his pirate crew. Yet, this audacious youth had the audacity to decline. Contemplating this, Rayleigh found himself intrigued by the expression on Whitebeard's face at the moment of rejection. It must have been quite amusing. Indeed, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. For the first time, he had never witnessed anyone boldly challenge Whitebeard in such a manner and emerge unscathed. Rayleigh erupted into laughter, unable to conceal his admiration for Monkey. To employ Conqueror's haki before the mightiest man in the world? Shachi pondered silently, her face reflecting profound astonishment. Indeed, she felt an odd sensation. As if surviving in this moment was an extraordinary feat in her eyes, every action Monkey took appeared akin to courting death. Yet, despite this, he stood before her completely unharmed, and what was more, his strength was frighteningly formidable, advancing at an alarming rate. Could it be that only by courting danger like him could one enhance their abilities? Shachi found herself engulfed in deep skepticism. Were it not for this, she could not fathom why Monkey's powers were escalating so swiftly. If his prowess stemmed from innate talent, then such talent was truly astonishing. Reluctantly, she acknowledged, Indeed. You have left me astounded. Now, I harbor a significant interest in you. Rayleigh regarded Monkey with admiration. After his retirement, Rayleigh's life had been unremarkable. Yet upon hearing Monkey's tale, he felt as though he had returned to his youth. Had it not been for Monkey's words, he could never have imagined that a mere intern would dare to challenge the formidable Whitebeard. Moreover, it was astonishing that Whitebeard would lower himself to undermine such a position. At this thought, Rayleigh's mood shifted to one of profound anticipation. After hearing Monkey's recounting of his experiences, Rayleigh found himself yearning to be present, to witness firsthand the discomfiture of Whitebeard and the crew aboard the Moby Dick. It was indeed a pity that he could not have been there to observe the situation as it unfolded. The regret weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, it was evident that Whitebeard, with his usual pride, would stoop to engage an intern, suggesting that Monkey possessed an extraordinary talent, one that transcended ordinary comprehension. It was no wonder that Shanks had written to me, describing a monster aboard his ship. I concur with that assessment. I am perplexed by Shanks' good fortune in acquiring such a uniquely gifted intern. In Shanks' eyes, Monkey is indeed a marvel. Moreover, having now heard Monkey's own accounts, Rayleigh was unequivocally convinced of Monkey's formidable prowess. Chapter 106. Please accept this bounty notice, Monkey. I must confess that your revelations have truly astonished me. I never anticipated that Whitebeard would behave in such a manner. It is remarkably satisfying. Rayleigh beamed at Monkey and continued, now that you have shared everything, it is time for me to address your concerns. This tavern is rather cramped. Let us find a more spacious area where you can demonstrate your techniques. I wish to discern where the issue lies. Upon his words, Monkey quickly expressed his agreement. Thereafter, Rayleigh led Monkey and Shachi out of the bar. They arrived at the vacant lot in front of the bar, a place where foot traffic was scarce, almost deserted. A vast expanse of grass unfolded before them, accompanied by a few bubbles floating in the air. Now, without delay, reveal to me the nature of your purportedly uncontrollable power. Rayleigh paused and addressed Monkey. Shachi stood beside Monkey, her demeanor radiating enthusiasm. This would be the second occasion she witnessed Monkey's prowess firsthand. Previously, within the confines of the bar, Monkey had indeed demonstrated this technique. Holding a samurai sword, Monkey gazed at the roots emerging from the earth with an expression of utter calmness. He unleashed his armament haki, and in an instant, the entire katana was enveloped in a shroud of black armor. He decisively struck down, and in an instant, a piercing radiance, accompanied by a tremulous force, began to spread in all directions. A thunderous roar echoed across the vast expanse of the meadow. His strike completely severed the tree root. However, in the next moment, boom, the residual shockwave from the strike caused the entire root to tremble, resulting in numerous fissures. Instantly, the cracks began to spread relentlessly, shattering the root into countless splinters that scattered across the verdant grass. What? A look of astonishment filled Rayleigh's eyes. He couldn't help but glance back at Xiachi. At that moment, Xiachi was also looking towards Rayleigh. Their eyes met, revealing a shared sense of shock and restraint. It was evident they had never witnessed such a technique before. Even the well-versed Rayleigh had never encountered a scene like this. It was truly a rarity, Rayleigh murmured, as he gazed upon Monkey's silhouette, then glanced at the tree roots that had splintered into its shavings due to his strike. Indeed, this was the very power of the residual force he had spoken of. His first strike severed the roots of the tree with remarkable precision. However, it was the ensuing shockwave that truly caused the roots to shatter. Even at this moment, the destructive force may not appear particularly significant. Yet its impact extended over a considerable distance. For just a moment, Rayleigh keenly observed that cracks had begun to spread across the grassland. This was undoubtedly a direct consequence of Monkey's recent assault. This technique evokes memories of a certain pirate, Rayleigh mused as he gazed at Shachi. He understood exactly whom she was referring to. When Shachi first encountered Monkey, she had harbored similar thoughts. Clearly, this was an alternative manifestation of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Is it not a characteristic of the devil fruit's power? Rayleigh inquired of Monkey. He indeed felt that this was strikingly similar to the tremor abilities of Whitebeard's devil fruit. Yet, deep within, he was acutely aware that this was not the tremor fruit's power. For in this world, it was inconceivable for two devil fruit abilities to be entirely identical. It simply could not be. Monkey shook his head, convinced that this could not possibly be a devil fruit. He understood it was merely an attribute fragment that had fallen from Whitebeard's body. This was the effect of tremor waves. Rayleigh could not fathom it. It could not be a technique of swordsmanship, nor the effect of a katana. With these factors ruled out, what other explanation could there be? Was it a potential inherent in Monkey himself? Such a rarity. Rayleigh remained silent for a long while, unable to conceive of any means to assist Monkey in mastering this formidable ability. At that moment, he felt somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, Shachi approached the fractured roots, meticulously examining the damage inflicted by the added effects of the slash. It was indeed remarkably similar. Shachi murmured, this ability closely resembles that of the tremor fruit. Were it not for the fact that Whitebeard is still alive, I would genuinely suspect that Monkey had secretly consumed a devil fruit. What? Shachi suddenly noticed something. This crack, she recalled something from a few days prior. A certain piece of news came rushing back to her mind. She quickly bid farewell to Rayleigh and Monkey and hurried back to the tavern. In her room, She retrieved a bounty poster from a box. She scrutinized the information on the poster repeatedly. Name: the obliterating swordsman, codename, bounty, 300 million berries. Identity: none feats, single-handedly annihilated the bear pirate crew and 3 other pirate crews. Traits: utilizes slashes accompanied by residual wave effects. Additional: 50 million berries offered for information about this individual. Capable of generating shockwave attacks. Shocky stared at the bounty poster and connected it to Monkey's technique. However, the bounty poster lacked an image of the pirate in question. Yet, Shocky had a premonition. The individual described was none other than Monkey himself. Simultaneously, the timeline aligned perfectly. The location where the war commenced was merely 2 days' journey from Sabaody Archipelago. And Monkey had arrived at her tavern today. It could not possibly be a coincidence. She was certain her deductions were correct. No other possibilities existed. Both utilized slashes accompanied by shockwave effects. Shocky suddenly linked this series of events together. All the facts pointed to one conclusion: that person was Monkey. At this moment, Shocky was overwhelmingly confident that the bounty poster referred to him. However, the Navy was still unaware of this individual's identity, which is why the information on the bounty poster was scant. One man eliminated 4 pirate crews with just 4 slashes? The captains of those crews had bounties around 100 million berries each. The obliterating swordsman had a bounty of 300 million berries. The captain of the greedy wolf pirates, Seiko, was also slain in a single strike. Shocky's hands trembled slightly as she held the bounty poster. Then, she made a decision. Clutching the bounty poster, she exited her room in the tavern and returned to the clearing where Rayleigh and Monkey were. At this moment, Rayleigh still had not conceived of any effective method to aid Monkey in mastering this power. Shocky approached Monkey directly. He looked up at her, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Shocky handed the bounty poster to Monkey and said, "This is a bounty issued by the Navy. I have pieced together the events leading to this point. I believe you should be aware of the situation as well. Examine the contents of the bounty poster closely." Chapter 107. Mastering the Ability of Residual Waves. At present, Rayleigh remained silent, offering not a single word. He was still deeply contemplating how to enable Dreamer to control the extent of the residual waves. His mind was racing with thoughts. Upon receiving the bounty notice, Machi glanced at it and could not suppress a smile. He had never imagined that there would be 2 different bounty notices out for his assassination. One was for him as an intern of the red-haired pirates, with a meager bounty of 10,000 berries. However, the other had a staggering bounty of 300 million berries. 300 million berries. It seemed the Navy held him in high regard. Machi chuckled bitterly. Could it be that my speculation is indeed correct? The person mentioned in this bounty notice is truly you? Asked Shocky. There was no need for concealment. He had indeed killed them. Machi nodded, affirming Shocky's conjecture. Yet, he was taken aback that the Navy had given him a nickname without knowing his true name, the Doomed Swordmaster. It appeared they had observed his assault on several pirate ships, hence the title. Indeed, Shocky nodded. When she first saw the bounty notice, she had an inkling it referred to Machi. Now, she had confirmed her suspicion. It was indeed Machi. 300 million berries. Oh my. Shocky chuckled. Moreover, if one provided relevant information, there was an additional bounty of 50 million berries, a truly enticing prospect. Hearing Shocky's words, Machi smiled as well. Indeed, upon seeing the bounty notice, he felt an impulse to rush to Navy headquarters and divulge all information about himself. Wouldn't that grant him a fortune in berries? Shocky was left speechless by Machi's whimsical thoughts. Rayleigh approached. What are you discussing? See for yourself. Shocky handed the bounty notice to Rayleigh. After reading it, he was equally astonished. A single strike to eliminate a pirate crew? Yes, I was in a hurry at the time, Machi replied. It seems your abilities surpass my expectations. My impression of your capabilities was solely based on the description in Shanks's letter, but that was 2 weeks ago. Rayleigh remarked. In such a short time. To have progressed to this extent is truly remarkable. Shocky expressed her awe. Although she had heard much from Machi and gained some understanding of his strength, the shock continued to reverberate within her. Upon reflection, Shocky would uncover an even more terrifying truth. Just 30 days prior, he was merely an intern of the red-haired pirates. A novice. Yet, within 2 weeks, he had reached a bounty level of 100 million berries. Nearly 2 days ago, he had single-handedly annihilated 4 pirate crews, facing captains with bounties of 100 million berries. The rate of his advancement was astonishing. To this day, Shocky harbored no doubt that Machi was the most formidable pirate she had ever encountered, a veritable monster. Rayleigh, have you devised a solution? Machi seemed unfazed by the content of the bounty notice. For him, the paramount concern was mastering the control of the tremor waves, his most pressing objective. If he could compress the range of the tremor waves while enhancing their power, it would represent a significant leap for him. If that were unattainable, he believed it would suffice to become proficient in this ability. I only have a general idea of the training methods, but I'm unsure of their effectiveness. It requires extensive practice to ascertain, Rayleigh informed Machi. This technique was indeed unfamiliar to him, leaving him with no corresponding solution. Only through persistent challenge could he discover the most suitable training approach. I expected as much, Machi nodded. Even he had been troubled by this for some time. The system had not instructed him on how to exert control. Thus, he had to seek guidance from others. My solution is quite straightforward, Rayleigh stated. Practice slashing at least 1,000 times daily, or even up to 10,000. Only through relentless repetition can one truly grasp control. I'm confident this method will yield results. However, the drawback is that you may not know when you have genuinely mastered it. It could take 30 days or 300. Ultimately, it depends on your choice. Indeed. Rayleigh could not ascertain when Machi would acquire this control. I am willing, Machi declared solemnly. If he could truly achieve his goal, such sacrifices were trivial. For mastering, it would represent a monumental enhancement to his strength. Very well, Rayleigh said with satisfaction. This will not only aid you in mastering control, but also enhance your swordsmanship. Rayleigh, where shall I practice? Machi surveyed his surroundings, clearly recognizing that this was not an appropriate venue. Let me think. Rayleigh pondered for a moment before suggesting. There is a coast at Sabaody Archipelago that is spacious and sparsely populated, often frequented by sea kings. You can train there in peace while also honing your skills against the sea kings. Without hesitation, Machi agreed, and they made their way to the location Rayleigh had mentioned. Upon arrival, Machi activated his observation haki, immediately sensing the lurking presence of several sea kings nearby. This is the coast where I usually fish, Rayleigh chuckled. It seems I always return empty-handed. Fishing? More like attempting to catch sea kings, Machi replied. Once you're ready, let's commence. Machi nodded, brandishing his sword. He activated his armament haki, the armor glistening on the blade under the sunlight, radiant and striking. Without hesitation, he swung his blade towards the vast ocean before him. In an instant, the surface of the sea was cleaved apart, revealing the lurking shadows of aquatic monarchs beneath the waves. Moreover, the reverberations began to ripple across the water, conjuring a flurry of tumultuous waves. The spray erupted skyward, only to plummet back into the depths of the sea. The waters surged relentlessly towards the shore, then retreated, leaving an array of shells scattered along the coastline. Thus, Monkey embarked on his journey of cultivation along the shores of the Sabaody Archipelago. Chapter 108. We shall depart soon. A day later, at Shaki's bar, the atmosphere was lively and boisterous. A throng of pirates exchanged hearty greetings, quaffing barrel upon barrel of liquor. They shared tales of their adventures. Just yesterday, the greedy wolf pirates had been vanquished. Their intentions had been to venture into the New World, but unexpectedly, they were annihilated by a young man on the Sabaody Archipelago. Their captain, greedy wolf Seiko, met a tragic end at the hands of this very individual. Moreover, I overheard discussions of a skirmish amongst several pirate crews off the coast of the Sabaody Archipelago 3 days prior. Indeed, I have heard of this incident as well. It is said that a young man single-handedly eradicated 4 pirate crews, wielding merely 4 strikes. Such a feat is utterly astonishing. Yet, why has the Grand Line become so perilous? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Seated at the bar, Shaki, cigarette in hand, turned to Rayleigh beside her and remarked, "How can you be so at ease allowing Monkey to train alone by the sea? Is there truly no danger?" Rayleigh chuckled enigmatically. For Monkey, nothing could be deemed perilous. At least, within the confines of the Sabaody Archipelago, no one posed a threat to him. He is indeed a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Given this, are you quite certain that this method will enable him to discover the means to harness power? Shaki inquired. I am confident, though the duration remains uncertain. It depends on his comprehension. I believe this approach is infallible. At the very least, none of us, including the entire Sabaody Archipelago, have witnessed such a technique. Rayleigh candidly stated. Shaki concurred with Rayleigh's perspective. Indeed, the technique employed by Monkey is utterly unprecedented. Were it not for Shaki witnessing this prowess firsthand, she would have found it unimaginable. She would not have believed that such extraordinary talent existed in this world. I believe he will grasp it swiftly because his innate ability is truly remarkable. Yes, perhaps he is merely a step away, Rayleigh responded in a low voice. To speak frankly, throughout my life, I have encountered many formidable pirates, yet I have never seen one like Monkey. Neither Red-Haired nor Mihawk could compare to him at this age. Shaki felt a deep sense of admiration. For her, Monkey truly epitomized the pinnacle of talent. Rayleigh did not disagree. After all, Monkey transformed from an ordinary individual into a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries in just 30 days. Such a feat is beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. They listened intently as the pirates in the bar engaged in lively discussions. A shared glance led them to chuckle softly. Thus far, not a single individual had connected the dots between the demise of the pirate crew and the death of the greedy wolf, Seiko. For Monkey, these circumstances proved rather advantageous. Rayleigh raised his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. He savored the wine, suddenly remarking, "Why is this wine not so potent anymore? I think about drinking every day, and this wine is rather expensive." Xiachi cast a glance at Rayleigh. The Chambord Islands. Along the coast, a group of pirates lingered, gathered in conversation. "Harris, have you truly resolved to hunt the Sea Kings?" "Absolutely. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. After all, my bounty has already reached 40 million berries. If I cannot slay the Sea Kings, how shall I venture into the New World?" At this moment, Harris wore an air of pride. The others gazed at him with admiration. Most pirates bore bounties around 30 million berries. "Harris, do not act rashly," others urged him. "We usually avoid the Sea Kings. Are you truly insane to contemplate hunting them?" Harris scoffed. "You all possess such timid spirits. I believe they are merely fodder for humans. Nothing extraordinary, and there is no cause for fear. Trust me." The pirates hesitated, pondering whether they should truly accompany Harris in hunting the Sea Kings. Was it not too perilous? "Hurry. I have scouted the area, and there are few people around. However, many Sea Kings lurk here, making it an ideal hunting ground." As he spoke, Harris led the group to the shoreline. He pointed at a solitary figure by the coast, saying, "Do you see that? There is just one person here." The group nodded anxiously. Capturing the Sea Kings was indeed a terrifying prospect. Just wait and see. This person dares to stand alone by the shore. If a Sea King appears, he is surely doomed. Could it be that he believes his abilities can contend with the Sea Kings? He is effectively walking towards his demise. Just watch how he meets his end at the hands of the Sea Kings, and then observe how I hunt them. The group watched the young figure from a distance. They discovered that the young man slowly lifted the katana in his hand. What is he intending to do? A perplexed individual inquired. Who knows? It appears quite foolish that he is swinging his sword at the empty sea, Harris remarked with a mocking tone. In the next moment, they beheld a young figure wielding a katana. Simultaneously, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the blade, surging forth towards the vast ocean before them. Almost instantaneously, this radiance enveloped the vision of Harris and the other pirates, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Then, with a resounding boom, the sea was cleaved in two by the force of the strike. All of them were astonished, their bodies rigid as they gazed at the scene before them. Gradually, the sea transformed into a deep crimson hue. The surface was strewn with a multitude of marine creatures' lifeless bodies. Some of these creatures had been cleaved almost entirely in two. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were predominantly large marine species, each exceeding 10 meters in length. They suddenly felt a chill creeping up from their feet. None of them had ever witnessed such a spectacle. This young man was truly terrifying, almost beyond imagination. It was astonishing that all of this was actually happening. There were so many Sea Kings, indeed, there must be at least several hundred of them. Was this devastation truly the result of that recent strike? Had that young man alone vanquished these Sea Kings? Harris's eyes widened in disbelief, and in that moment, he appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling. At that moment, the currents brought the bodies ashore. Monkey sensed the gaze of others upon him. He turned to discover a group of pirates staring at him in sheer terror. He inquired, "What are you doing here?" Harris trembled as he replied, "I apologize. We were merely passing through." And then, like a fleeting shadow, he and the pirates behind him hastily departed from the shore. Yet, the image remained vividly etched in Harris's mind, a memory he would not soon forget. Chapter 109. The golden fragments reappear. The sea swayed gently with the soft breeze. Near the coast, should anyone witness this scene, it would be indelibly imprinted in their memory. The entire shoreline was densely strewn with the carcasses of Sea Kings. The blood had almost transformed the beach into a crimson tableau, and the sea breeze was thick with the stench of carnage. Many of the Sea Kings had been cleaved open, their entrails starkly visible. From a distance, it was nearly impossible to ascertain how many had perished upon this shore. In the adjacent waters, numerous Sea Kings gazed towards the young man on the beach before swiftly plunging into the depths, fleeing this place of turmoil. Monkey stood at the water's edge, perplexed by the recently appeared band of pirates, yet he did not dwell on it for long. He redirected his gaze towards the vast ocean. Just as Rayleigh had mentioned, this place was sparsely populated. Yet still, There were some foolhardy pirates who dared to challenge the Sea Kings, as had just transpired. With unwavering confidence, they arrived here, fully prepared to hunt the Sea Kings. To their astonishment, a young man before them effortlessly dispatched a significant portion of the Sea Kings with a single stroke of his blade. Machi stood alone by the shore, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the fallen Sea Kings. The samurai's sword in his hand gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. This scene was utterly terrifying, prompting everyone to hastily retreat from the coastline. They had never witnessed such a scene. The Sea Kings were, to them, exceedingly ferocious creatures. Yet, why did they succumb so easily beneath his blade? The method that Rayleigh imparted to me was indeed effective. However, the duration required remained unknown. He could not provide me with a precise time frame. It could take a day, 3 days, or even 300 days. A glimmer of determination flickered in Monkey's eyes as he pondered a question, reflecting on the exhibition from yesterday. He has already discerned that his mastery of swordsmanship has become considerably more refined. Nevertheless, even so, he still could not master the extent of the tremor's fluctuations, making it exceedingly difficult to trace the trajectory of their assault, let alone wield them with proficiency. He needed to continue refining his swordsmanship. Monkey gazed out at the expansive sea before him, grasping the katana in his hand. The color of armament began to envelop the entire blade, causing the sword to shimmer brilliantly in the sunlight, emanating a resplendent black glow. He launched another assault against the expanse of the sea before him. A swift slash erupted from the blade, hurtling towards the vast ocean. Once again, the surface of the water was cleaved apart, revealing the creatures of the deep to Monkey's gaze. In an instant, they were annihilated. A resounding splash sent water soaring high into the air, while the shockwaves began to ripple through the surrounding waters. Even the coastline where Monkey stood began to fracture, the cracks spreading in all directions. The waves gradually receded, restoring the tranquil serenity of yesteryear. Just moments ago, that sensation, Monkey felt it stirring within him. He seemed to experience a sensation distinct from his previous encounters with the blade. An extraordinary feeling, almost surreal. He captured the trajectory of the tremulous waves of the attack. However, it was merely a sensation. He found himself unable to articulate it more distinctly. Thus, upon reflection, he had nearly forgotten the particulars of the attack's trajectory. Therefore, he resumed his swordplay. At that moment, the sea erupted with colossal waves. Indeed, this was the trajectory of the tremor's assault. Monkey set down his katana, his eyes shimmering with a sense of gratification. He unleashed another slash. The sensation intensified. This time, he distinctly perceived that he could trace the trajectory of the vibrating waves of the attack. How to control it? Even if I managed to capture it, what then? Monkey pondered. He stood at the water's edge, gazing at the waves ceaselessly crashing upon the sandy shore beneath his feet. Utterly still, Monkey sensed that he was nearing the method of control, yet he was still one step away. It remained elusive. With a sigh, he unleashed a flurry of slashes towards the vast ocean before him. Instantly, the surface of the sea was cleaved apart, and everything within his line of sight appeared to be divided in two. Had there been any passers-by nearby, they would surely have been astounded by the spectacle, for such a sight was utterly terrifying. The tumultuous waves soared over 100 meters high, and as they fell back into the sea, a magnificent rainbow emerged above the water's surface. Monkey stood there, deep in contemplation. Just then, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. He did not turn around. Merely relying on his keen senses, he discerned who was approaching. It was still a fraction insufficient. Monkey shook his head and addressed the newcomer, saying, "Do not rush. The answer will soon reveal itself." Rayleigh smiled and remarked, "When I was your age, I was just an ordinary pirate. Yet you have already become a swordsman with a bounty of 300 million berries. You have surpassed all your peers in strength. Do not be hasty. Many things, the more one strives for them, the more elusive they become. If you cannot devise a solution, why not join me in fishing? It will also allow you to unwind." Monkey nodded in agreement with Rayleigh's invitation. The two of them took their fishing rods and sat on a wooden raft, drifting to the center of the sea. None of them uttered a word. Machi sensed a catch, promptly reeling in his fishing rod with remarkable decisiveness. The fish returned as well. A knowing smile blossomed at the corner of Rayleigh's lips. He cast a glance towards the coastline, where a multitude of corpses lay scattered. He understood instinctively what had transpired. The Sea Kings had been slain by Monkey, and naturally, the fish had returned. Such was the reality. It seemed he was still too young. There were no other pirates of his age with such formidable strength. He remained uncertain about where Shanks had encountered this monster. Such thoughts occupied Rayleigh's mind. He held a fishing rod in his hands, uttering not a single word. Fishing was not merely about catching fish, rather. It was the sheer delight of leisure and tranquility that he found so intoxicating. The sea breeze wafted past him, refreshingly cool. The wooden raft floated gently upon the waves. Yet it did not disturb the two fishermen. Suddenly, a wave of joy surged through Machi. Out of nowhere, he heard the familiar voice of the system chime in his ear. Ding! A golden fragment has fallen near the master. Would you like to acquire it? Machi abruptly halted his actions, astonished. Yet again! Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he glanced at Rayleigh, who was still engrossed in fishing. A surge of elation coursed through him. He could hardly believe it. A golden fragment had indeed fallen from Rayleigh's very being. Acquire. Machi was filled with anticipation. What abilities would this golden fragment possess? Upon successful acquisition, the fragment revealed its attributes. 3-color hockey LV5, attribute points 20. Would you like to learn? Machi was overwhelmed with excitement. It seemed that his strength would experience a significant enhancement this time. Chapter 110. I too comprehend the red-haired. Who would have thought that a golden fragment, especially one granting points in 3-color hockey, would emerge from Rayleigh? It appeared that this would greatly increase his mastery of hockey, and his power should rise considerably. Machi's heart raced with exhilaration. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous excitement within him. Indeed, Monkey had never imagined that he could unlock the attributes of the 3-color hockey from Rayleigh. Although his current abilities were not particularly lacking, they still paled in comparison to those of more formidable opponents. Yet, by a stroke of serendipity, he had managed to unlock the attributes of the 3-color hockey. This would undoubtedly result in a tremendous leap in Monkey's hockey prowess. Having arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, even if he could not master the intricacies of the Tremor waves, acquiring the golden fragment was already immensely satisfying. Monkey smiled. For this golden fragment could compensate for all the time he had previously squandered. Not only had his 3-color hockey capabilities been enhanced, but he had also gained 20 attribute points. It was truly remarkable. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Monkey's eyes. Not only had the strength of his 3-color hockey increased, but he had also received a substantial number of attribute points. These points could be allocated freely across any attribute category. This implied that should he choose to concentrate all 20 points into a single attribute, that attribute's power would experience a significant enhancement. What a delightful surprise this was. Without hesitation, Monkey declared, "Let the learning commence." No sooner had he spoken than a familiar warmth coursed through his body, invigorating him. Monkey acutely felt the changes occurring within himself. His mastery over the 3-color hockey had matured significantly. Undoubtedly, he opened the attribute panel. Owner, Monkey Strength, 116 Speed, 112 Stamina, 112 Instinctive Reaction, 92 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV19, Swordsmanship, Return of the Swallow LV11, Armament Hockey LV11-5, Conqueror S Hockey LV85, Observation Hockey LV85, Martial Arts LV2, Fishman Physique LV1 Attribute Points, 21, 20, Attack Capability, Tremor Waves LV360. Upon seeing the data on the attribute panel, a broad smile broke across Monkey's face. Particularly, the armament hockey had reached LV11. The armament hockey he possessed was now vastly different from before. Not only had his armament hockey improved, but his Conqueror S hockey capabilities had also seen a notable enhancement alongside his observation hockey. The augmentation of these 3-color hockey abilities had resulted in a tremendous boost to Monkey's overall prowess, with levels multiplying significantly. His strength can be significantly enhanced. Here, there are also 21 available attribute points. Monkey's eyes narrowed into a slit. He pondered over a matter in his mind. With so many attribute points at his disposal, how should he allocate them? Distributing points evenly across each attribute would not be particularly beneficial for him. Conversely, if he concentrated all his investment into a single attribute, the resultant enhancement of skills would be undeniably significant. Rayleigh, I wish to experience the sensation of battling with you, Machi said, turning to Rayleigh. Battle with me? Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, certainly, experiencing the trajectory of the shockwave attack in practice is indeed a commendable approach. The raft they were aboard gradually drifted closer to the shore. Eventually, they arrived at a deserted coastline. Raleigh unsheathed the dagger at his side and turned to Monkey, asking, "Are you adequately prepared?" "All right," Monkey replied with a smile. His armament hockey began to coalesce upon the katana, enveloping the entire blade in a layer of dark red armor. It was now more indomitable than ever before, emanating a fierce and terrifying aura. What? Rayleigh noticed this transformation. He gazed intently at the katana held by Machi, making a profound observation. Compared to yesterday, the mastery of hockey Machi now exhibited was of an entirely different caliber. What could be the reason for this? Rayleigh felt a twinge of fear. How could such a transformation occur in just a day? Could it be? Did he gain some insights once more? Rayleigh was utterly astonished this time. During yesterday's practice, he suddenly experienced a revelation. It was merely a slight enhancement, Monchi remarked with a smile. Rayleigh was instantly taken aback. This increase in his haki was severalfold compared to before, yet to Monchi, it was but a trivial improvement. Goodness! At this moment, Rayleigh found himself at a loss for words to describe the tumultuous emotions within him. He profoundly realized that Monchi's abilities had evolved significantly since the previous day. His mastery of haki had reached a level of proficiency that was quite remarkable, although there remained some disparity when compared to his own skills. It was nonetheless impressive on a global scale. How did you come to this understanding? Rayleigh could not resist asking. It seems that I unconsciously improved during my practice. Monchi replied. Rayleigh's expression shifted dramatically. The events unfolding before him compelled him to believe that this transformation was solely due to innate talent. Just yesterday, Monchi's haki was not nearly as formidable, yet today it had surged exponentially. In comparison to yesterday, it appeared to have increased by at least tenfold. At this moment, Rayleigh found himself engulfed in profound doubt. He could only believe that Monkey was a prodigious talent. After a moment, he calmed his swirling emotions and said, "Let me see just how much you've enhanced." Monkey nodded, and then he charged forward. The two engaged in combat. However, Rayleigh did not exert his full strength in this encounter. Approximately 30 minutes later, their contest came to a close. Rayleigh appeared unscathed, yet his face betrayed an unmistakable shock. He realized that throughout the previous exchange, not only had Monkey's Busashoka haki advanced significantly, but his Kenbunchaku and Haushoka haki had also seen considerable improvement. Your mastery of all three haki has evidently increased, Rayleigh exclaimed in astonishment. During their skirmish the day before, he had failed to perceive the extent of his opponent's capabilities. He could hardly believe that such a monumental enhancement had occurred in merely one day. Upon reflection, it was at least a fivefold increase. Indeed, Rayleigh was certain of this. He opened his mouth to articulate further thoughts, but the overwhelming sensation of disbelief surged within him, ultimately leaving him speechless. He suddenly comprehended the emotions that the red-haired man must have felt when writing to him. It was truly terrifying. This lad was undoubtedly a monster. Moreover, today, upon witnessing the remarkable elevation of Monkey's three-color haki to a higher echelon, Rayleigh suddenly grasped the sentiments that the red-haired man experienced before. It must have been identical to his current state. Chapter 111. The aftermath of tremors can be compressed. Did I not mention this? It seems I have never brought it up. Monkey looked at Rayleigh and smiled, stating, "Today I suddenly perceived the essence of the three-color haki, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of all three forms of haki. Otherwise, I would not have proposed a contest with you. My primary intention was to discern how much this newfound power could manifest in combat. I believe I now have a fundamental understanding." Indeed, during the skirmish with Rayleigh, Monkey clearly recognized his current level of strength. Although not entirely precise, it was reasonably close. After all, Rayleigh's prowess was formidable. Monkey understood that while competing against Rayleigh, he had not exerted his full strength, thus, he could only approximate his own level of power. To gain a more accurate assessment, he would need to engage in a full-throttle contest with someone of similar capabilities. At present, Monkey felt that his abilities were sufficient to warrant a bounty of 400 million berries, with a considerable likelihood of reaching 500 million. To ascertain his exact level of power, he would have to return to the New World, for here, he could not conceive of anyone whose abilities could match his. Either they were vastly superior or mere novices who would be effortlessly dispatched by him. Is this merely a slight enhancement? Rayleigh inhaled deeply, his expression a tapestry of complexity. A profound shock continually assaulted his mind. Who could elucidate why, in just a day, Monkey's abilities had ascended to such heights? Rayleigh's thoughts were inundated with questions. The rapidity of Monkey's power increase was truly astonishing. He once believed that reaching yesterday's level within 30 days was already quite astonishing. However, he never anticipated that such a foundation could lead to a remarkable breakthrough. Today, Rayleigh truly had his eyes opened. Witnessing firsthand the astonishing speed at which a so-called monster could enhance its strength, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Monster." This term was indeed a fitting description for Monkey. Rayleigh, perhaps within the next 3 days, I shall master the power of the. Not only will I become proficient in its application, but I may also be able to compress the force of my attacks on this foundation, Monkey confessed to Rayleigh. It is only by compressing the residual force that one can unleash greater power. By confining the range of it to a smaller area, the resulting force can be concentrated to a specified target, thereby enhancing the penetrating capability of the attack. This is ultimately Monkey's goal. I wish to have some solitude. Rayleigh suddenly fell into a contemplative silence. It was truly disheartening. He had come with such enthusiasm to fish, only to encounter this situation. Without a word, Rayleigh silently departed from the shore, gradually disappearing from Monkey's view. Was it necessary? Monkey found himself at a loss for words as he stood alone on the coastline. And then he turned to face the vast ocean, gripping a katana in his hand. Enveloping the blade, he summoned the power of Haki, which now cloaked the sword in a radiant aura. The crimson armor adorned the katana, and Monkey felt a remarkable enhancement in his Haki compared to before. It was a transformation of monumental proportions. The observation Haki began to expand around him, and then Monkey unleashed the Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, the surface of the sea quaked with intensity. Now, it was time to experiment with compressing the formidable power of the shockwaves. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Monkey's eyes. He has already formed a preliminary idea in his heart. Should this notion come to fruition, it is bound to unleash tremendous power. However, if it were to fail, the ensuing repercussions would likely become even more uncontrollable. It is a gamble. Monkey has made up his mind. System: upgrade all attribute points to seismic fluctuations. This encapsulates Monkey's inner thoughts. He intends to elevate the level of his as much as possible, thereby acquiring a more formidable strength. Should this approach prove ineffective, there is no doubt that they will unleash a broader range of devastation, affecting a more extensive area. It resembles a gamble. The outcome hinges on this singular sentence. If successful, Monkey's abilities will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Conversely, if he fails, the only consequence will be an expanded area of impact during his battles, which does not diminish his own capabilities. Moreover, the increase in range, to some extent, enhances Monkey's power. Upon successful upgrade, the attribute points were fully utilized, and the level increased. Completion confirmed. Current level, LV10. Total attribute points consumed, 21. Level, exceeded? Monkey felt a twinge of surprise, as this was indeed an unanticipated development. The level had ascended directly to level 10, a remarkable leap from level 3, a delightful surprise beyond his expectations. Although he expended a considerable number of attribute points, the elevation in level is monumental. Simultaneously, Monkey sensed that his body was beginning to undergo transformations. He is enraptured by the sensation of this power, a faint smile blossoming at the corners of his lips. Will he ultimately succeed this time? He opened the attribute panel without a moment's hesitation. Master, Monkey, Strength, 116, Speed, 112, Stamina, 112, Instinctive Reaction, 92, Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV19, Swordsmanship, Yin Return LV11, Armament Haki LV11, Conqueror's Haki LV8, Observation Haki LV85, Martial Arts LV2, Fishman Physique LV1, Attribute Points, 0, Attack Ability, Tremor Wave LV10, LV7. The data displayed on the attribute panel sent a jolt through him, akin to a cardiac arrest. The success or failure hinged upon this very moment. Monkey exhaled deeply, raising the katana in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck a decisive blow upon the vast ocean before him. A tremendous roar erupted, reverberating along the shore for an extended time. Waves surged dramatically, splashing hundreds of meters into the air. The entire surface of the sea was marked by a profound gash, a testament to his powerful strike. As far as the eye could see, this fissure dominated the horizon. Yet, Monkey's attention was not fixated on the spectacle. Instead, he was captivated by the extent of the resulting ripples. With each booming sound that followed, he observed the waves of energy expanding across the water's surface. The sea quaked violently as relentless waves crashed toward the shore, enveloping even Monkey himself in their tumult. However, he remained unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. His current mood is exceedingly exhilarated, with a singular phrase echoing repeatedly in his mind: I have succeeded. I have triumphed. The power of the can indeed be compressed through his own strength. The range remains unchanged, yet its potency has intensified. Chapter 112. Astonishingly, it has truly succeeded. Indeed, the residual waves have been compressed under Monkey's control. Moreover, the compressed has diminished the area of attack, preventing any broader impact. However, within a few meters, it has inflicted tremendous damage. Not only that, the strength of the compressed residual waves has escalated to hundreds of times greater than the previous. The level has risen, and the power of the residual waves has increased. Furthermore, on this foundation, further compression of the residual waves can yield cataclysmic force. Should this residual wave fully erupt without proper control, it could potentially affect an area within 5 meters. Monkey is deep in contemplation. His slashing strike, enhanced by the tremors of shockwaves, could potentially extend to a radius of approximately 5 meters, provided that Monkey does not exert deliberate control. All these attribute points have been allocated to augment the level of the shockwave. Not only has the range of the attack expanded, but the power of the residual waves has also intensified. Furthermore, Monkey possesses the ability to manipulate these forces with remarkable finesse, compressing the residual waves to elevate the potency of his strikes, allowing him to minimize the attack radius. This ensures that during combat, no harm befalls others. Now, let us observe how he can master this residual force. Monkey raises the katana in his hand, enveloping the blade entirely in his haki. He faced the vast sea without the slightest hesitation. With a swift motion, he struck down. Boom! A razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the ocean, causing a tremendous uproar. Waves surged, splashing hundreds of meters into the air, tumbling and rolling before cascading back into the depths. The entire sea erupted with colossal sprays, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Gradually, the surface of the sea returned to tranquility. Apart from the impact of the strike and the ripples that continued to crash upon the water, no further power was manifested. It seemed that this time, control had truly been attained. I am now capable of managing the residual effects of the shock waves. Moreover, I can compress the range of these aftershocks, enhancing their potency. Monkey nodded in satisfaction. His journey to the Sabaody archipelago had indeed yielded significant rewards. Although Rayleigh had informed him that his methods would not provide substantial assistance, he had inadvertently shed an exceedingly rare golden fragment. The contents of this golden shard brought immense surprise to Monkey. Not only had the level of his haki significantly increased, but he also acquired 20 attribute points. It was these 20 attribute points that enabled him to gradually master the control over the shockwave effects. While it appeared that his newfound abilities were not achieved through Rayleigh's methods, he was nonetheless grateful for the golden fragment. It was evident that his capabilities had advanced compared to before. A bounty of 400 million berries? No. I believe my current prowess far exceeds 500 million berries. This is indisputable. If there exists a pirate in the Grand Line with a bounty of 500 million berries, I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage in a duel with him. Monkey was filled with exhilaration and anticipation. The significant enhancement of his abilities ignited a desire to find a rival of equal strength for a contest. His abilities had ascended to a rather terrifying level. He could even compress the range of the shockwave's residual effects. It was time to leave. Monkey kicked the lifeless sea creature beneath his feet. Indeed, within just a day, he had mastered the art of compressing these residual waves with remarkable proficiency. Furthermore, the level of his three-colored haki had risen significantly. The gains from this venture in the Sabaody archipelago were exceptionally bountiful, far exceeding Monkey's expectations. Gazing down at the countless corpses at his feet, Monkey remarked, "Well, at the very least, you have witnessed my progress. Even if I were to leave you here, you would ultimately fall prey to other sea creatures. If that is the case, I might as well send you on your way." With that, Monkey drew his katana, and the color of armament haki began to coalesce upon the blade, enveloping it in a layer of crimson armor. He swung the blade with a swift motion. Whoosh! A remarkably sharp strike cleaved through both ends of the coastline. He unleashed an exceedingly terrifying blow towards the sea kings upon the shore. Boom! In an instant, the coast was torn asunder, the very ground trembling beneath the force. Furthermore, the waters of the sea began to convulse violently, with colossal waves crashing relentlessly against the shore. This time, Machi did not restrain his attack, resulting in a scene of immense grandeur. Had there been any onlookers, they would surely have been paralyzed by fear. The corpses of the sea kings littering the coast were pierced by Machi's sword aura. Simultaneously, the residual shockwaves from the tremors enveloped every body, erasing them in an instant, transforming them into a torrential downpour of blood. Not a bone remained, only the blood that flowed upon the ground, painting the shore in a macabre spectacle. A heavy scent of blood wafted through the air, yet, as a gentle breeze swept by, it gradually dissipated. The waves continued to crash upon the coast, slowly washing away the remnants of blood. The scene appeared considerably cleaner now. Machi surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction before turning to depart. He has already completed a significant portion of his mission in the Comoros Islands. First and foremost, he has come to know the whereabouts of Buggy and the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as the location indicated by Rodney's treasure map. Furthermore, he has acquired the method to compress the residual waves. For Monkey, these revelations are already unforeseen delights. What he now requires most is a reliable weapon. After spending one more day here, he resolved to depart. With this determination in his heart, Monkey made his way to Shaki's bar. Inside, the bar was still bustling with activity. Shaki sat at the front desk, inquiring, "Back already?" Earlier, upon witnessing Rayleigh's return, his expression had been quite disheartened. Thus, now Shaki was exceedingly curious about Monkey's situation. Indeed, he had achieved his goal. A look of immense joy graced Monkey's face, for the journey had not been straightforward. Shocky stared at Monkey, momentarily taken aback. What? What did you just say? Achieved? What does that mean? It seemed that Shocky had yet to fully comprehend. Precisely that. I am now capable of mastering the range and power of the residual wave attacks. Moreover, in a certain sense, I owe a debt of gratitude to Rayleigh. Were it not for him, I would not have accomplished this so swiftly, Monkey declared earnestly. Indeed, the significance of Rayleigh's contribution to him was monumental. Without his golden fragments, Monkey could hardly have grasped the concept so quickly. Upon hearing these words, Shocky, seated at the bar's front desk, was left in a state of astonishment. It had only taken a single day for him to master the technique of the residual wave. Is he not jesting? Chapter 113, In the Name of Red Hair. Exercising authority. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Summerchi gazed at the figure of Monkey beside her, still pondering the words he had spoken. They lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. A mere day. It was utterly astonishing. This young man had managed to master the control of residual waves in just one day? Even acknowledging his extraordinary talent, this feat was nothing short of remarkable. Previously, Summerchi had witnessed Monkey's utter helplessness regarding this matter. Yet, a day later, he returned to inform her that he had succeeded? Summerchi found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. She stared blankly at Monkey. Indeed, I am not deceiving you, he said with a smile. However, Summerchi opened her mouth, preparing to voice her thoughts, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. What she intended to express was that it could not possibly be mastered so swiftly. After all, it had only been a brief day. She had assumed that Monkey would remain in the Sabaody archipelago for several months. Who could have anticipated that he would accomplish this so rapidly, utterly disrupting her previous plans? It was simply incredible. And Rayleigh? Monkey inquired of Summerchi. As soon as he finished speaking, Rayleigh entered through the doorway. Upon noticing Monkey at the bar, his expression became somewhat complex. Young man, what brings you back today? He inquired. There's no longer any necessity to remain over there, Monkey replied with a smile. You gave up so swiftly? Do you believe this method holds little value for you? In any endeavor, the most crucial element is perseverance. As Rayleigh spoke, he made his way to the front desk. No, what I mean is, I have already mastered it. Therefore, further practice is unnecessary, Monkey responded earnestly. As soon as he finished speaking, Riley's movements came to a halt. The entire bar was enveloped in silence. Riley suddenly turned around, staring blankly at Machi. Are you serious? Indeed, I have learned how to control the residual waves, Machi replied. Riley was immediately rendered speechless. He had only just returned from the coast a mere few minutes ago. Prior to his return, Monkey appeared utterly perplexed and unsure of how to proceed. How was it that he suddenly seemed to have mastered the technique of the residual wave? Could this be true? Raleigh found it hard to believe Monkey's words. There was no need for deception in matters such as this. Monkey cast a sidelong glance at Raleigh. Come, let us go outside now. I wish to see how you have mastered the residual wave. Raleigh seemed quite anxious. Thus, the two exited the tavern. Approximately 10 minutes later, they returned once more to the establishment. The expressions of the two individuals formed a striking contrast. Monkey remained as he always was, while Rayleigh appeared as though he had lost his soul, moving slowly and stiffly back to the tavern, as if deeply affected by something. Rayleigh, what is the matter? Shocky inquired, observing the two, unsure of what had transpired. Yet, she was certain that Monkey was not fabricating anything. Otherwise, Rayleigh would not be in such a state. It was truly terrifying. Up until today, Shocky still found it hard to believe that in merely one day, Monkey had mastered the technique of compressing the residual waves. Not only had he grasped it, but he could also compress the residuals. Shocky recalled the terrifying scenes when Monkey had deployed the residual waves. If he could further compress them, their power would undoubtedly be immense, almost unimaginable. This was because Monkey's residual waves were nearly unstoppable, while slashes could be countered with swift reactions. The subsequent residual waves could not be resisted at all. Shocky took a deep drag from her cigarette, her mind profoundly shaken. She and Rayleigh fell into a contemplative silence. What shall we do next? Rayleigh asked, striving to regain his composure. He believed that with Machi's temperament, he would not linger here for long. I intend to first journey to the kingdom of Alabasta to seek out the location of Rodney's treasure map and ascertain whether there are any suitable weapons for me, Machi stated candidly. Indeed, Rayleigh concurred with Machi's sentiment. You certainly require a weapon that complements your abilities. I have heard of Rodney, a notorious pirate in his early years, who had a penchant for weapon collection. If you can discover the precise location, you should be able to find a weapon that befits you. What Manchi currently lacks is not strength, but rather a weapon that matches his prowess. This is what Manchi desires most at present. Initially, I intended to send you to another island to find someone to craft a suitable blade for you, but since you have resolved to pursue treasure, I shall refrain from further comment. However, should you fail to locate an appropriate sword, return to me, and I shall assist you. My friend would likely be more than willing to forge weapons for someone of your formidable caliber. Suddenly, Shaki appeared to recall something. Young man, I believe there is a matter you ought to be aware of. Manchi inquired. What is it? Recently, it has been reported that a group of pirates has arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, claiming to be under the banner of the red-haired pirates. They are currently recruiting pirates in the name of the red-haired, intending to venture into the New World. They have already amassed over 1,000 pirates under their command. I surmise you, as a purported member of the red-haired pirates, must find this intriguing, Shaki informed Manchi. Upon hearing Shaki's words, Manchi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such developments. Could it be that anyone would believe this to be true? Manchi was utterly perplexed. It was clearly a deception. He could easily deduce this with a mere thought. Why would anyone still place their faith in such a ruse? Some pirates, it seems, might still be quite foolish. Shaki chuckled wryly, shaking his head. This group, under the guise of the red-haired, has managed to recruit over 1,000 pirates in just a week. It is evident that there are indeed many gullible individuals on Sabaody Archipelago. Otherwise, how could they allow this band of pirates to expand so rapidly? Therefore, the number of foolish pirates is far greater than one might imagine. To exploit the name of the four emperors for personal gain and to assert dominance on Sabaody Archipelago is something I have never encountered before. You are correct. This matter has piqued my curiosity. I am eager to meet them and discern what they are truly like, Manchi remarked with a knowing smile. Do you know their current whereabouts? They are presently at the plaza in District 21 of Sabaody Archipelago. I suspect they are still recruiting there. It appears that many pirates have been swayed by their words. The title of four emperors seems remarkably effective. In such a short time, they have gathered so many pirates under their command. If this trend continues, the Navy headquarters will surely discover this situation before long, at which point many naval forces will likely intervene. Nevertheless, I am still very much inclined to witness them. It should prove quite entertaining. Chapter 114. A monster has arrived. Under the pretense of the four emperors, they are brazenly deceiving others here. The Navy will undoubtedly take action, let alone the fact that they are merely masquerading as the four emperors to recruit on Sabaody Archipelago. Even if they were truly the four emperors, the Navy would not allow them to go unpunished. The idea that the four emperors would recruit crew members in the Grand Line is nothing short of absurd. The New World is not within their jurisdiction, yet the Grand Line is a bastion for the Navy. How could they permit New World pirates to flourish here? I have never witnessed anything like this. Now that it has come to this, I shall go and see for myself what manner of individuals they are. A smile of intrigue played upon Manchi's lips. He was far too curious. Who could possibly possess such audacity? Surely they have contemplated the repercussions of their actions. The title of the four emperors holds considerable weight in the Grand Line, as Shaki jestingly remarked. This is indeed a fact. Were it not for their association with the revered title, how could they have attracted such a multitude in a mere few days? Everyone is drawn towards the red-haired. Even though they may not be genuine four emperors, many still flock to them. While the allure is undeniable, the consequences are equally grave, Manchi stated with a wink. He is a subordinate of the red-haired pirates, and such matters are not something he would easily overlook. Moreover, Monkey is eager to test the extent of his current strength. With these thoughts in mind, Monkey felt a surge of excitement. It seemed appropriate for them to engage in some practice. In the square of Area 21, Monkey hastily bid farewell to Shaki and departed with his weapon in hand. Watching Monkey's retreating figure, Shaki and Rayleigh exchanged helpless smiles, shaking their heads. It appeared that someone was about to face misfortune. If this young man is serious, there is no one in Sabaody Archipelago who could stand against him. I believe his abilities have now reached the level of a bounty of 500 million berries. The two conversed, unable to suppress their astonishment at Monkey's growth. Just 2 days ago, he was merely a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. But now he has transformed into a formidable pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. Such an extraordinary rate of growth is truly awe-inspiring. Rayleigh chuckled and remarked. At this point, there are likely very few who can compete with Monkey across the Grand Line. In the initial regions of the Grand Line, there are hardly any pirates with bounties reaching 500 million berries. Even those with bounties of 300 million berries are exceedingly rare. Therefore, Monkey's abilities have undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of Grand Line pirates. As long as he does not confront an admiral or those retired great pirates, He should be able to act freely within the Grand Line. It is astonishing that they dare to flaunt the name of the Yonko here. I notice that Monkey is quite impatient. It seems he is eager to find someone to spar with. Heaven has its paths. Yet you choose to tread the road to hell, Shocky interjected, continuing Rayleigh's thought. It appears that those individuals are in for a rough time. How did Monkey manage to master the power of residual waves? Moreover, he accomplished this in such a short span of time. Rayleigh could not help but express his heartfelt admiration. It seems that the youth of today should not be underestimated. With this in mind, Rayleigh's expression turned somewhat complex. In this current era of pirates, even across the entirety of the Grand Line, there is only Monkey who possesses such strength. It appears he has already claimed the forefront of this age of adventure. Those who come after him will find it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Rayleigh sighed. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for those pirates who diligently trained. How unfortunate it was. He truly grasped the sentiment that red-haired Shanks must have felt when he first encountered Monkey D. Luffy. What must it be like to have such a formidable subordinate in one's pirate crew? Rayleigh could not help but chuckle. Shacky then remarked, "And he is merely an intern." Rayleigh fell into a daze. An intern? An intern with a bounty of 500 million berries? It was utterly preposterous. Yet, they had witnessed it with their own eyes and could not deny its truth. In the 21st district of Sabaody Archipelago, the central plaza was swarming with thousands of pirates, creating a scene of grand spectacle. At the heart of the plaza, a crimson skull flag was raised, unmistakably the emblem of the red-haired pirates. Who would have thought that it would one day flutter over Sabaody? Many turned their gaze, and numerous eager souls contemplated joining. Such an opportunity was rare. Had it not been for their captain's unfortunate clash with the beast pirates in the New World, resulting in a devastating defeat, they would have never had a chance to be here. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if not for this coincidence. They would have never aspired to join the ranks of the Yonko. This was the most formidable force in the New World, almost legendary in stature. A pirate stood aloft, waving his hand and calling out loudly, drawing everyone's gaze toward him. To enter a Yonko pirate crew promised a bright future indeed. It was truly a rare chance. If it weren't for the recent defeat, such fortune would have been inconceivable. Now, the opportunity had arrived. This was the red-haired pirates. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, their spirits lifted by the fervor of the shouting pirate. More and more pirates gathered, forming a sea of faces. Amidst the crowd, 3 pirates observed with cold indifference. These fools were simply too foolish. The trio consisted of the magician Kaji, the master of deception Pabu, and the thief Agros. Indeed, they were the masterminds behind this incident, each boasting a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, with Pabu holding the highest at 190 million berries. Their intention behind such actions is to thoroughly mock the Navy in the tumultuous waters of the Sabaody Archipelago before embarking on their journey to the New World. Thus, it is so. They have also impersonated the name of the 4 emperors. However, they believe that Kaido, Whitebeard, and Charlotte are individuals best left undisturbed. Yet, when it comes to the bounty posters, the members of the red-haired pirates are the least concerned with trivialities. Even if they are here misusing the name of the red-haired pirates, it should have no significant impact. To put it simply, such minor matters do not warrant their attention. Thus, for them, the red-haired pirates serve as the most enticing allure. However, they remain utterly unaware of Monkey's arrival at Sabaody Archipelago. Nor do they realize that danger is gradually encroaching upon them. What they perceive as a relatively safe decision has inadvertently attracted a truly formidable individual. His bounty now stands at an astonishing 500 million berries, marking him as a formidable pirate. Chapter 115. The Arrival of a Terrifying Individual. In the central square of Area 21 in the Sabaody Archipelago, a throng of onlookers and eager pirates gathered, their excitement palpable. A cursory glance revealed numerous individuals with bounties reaching 80 to 90 million berries, drawn to this news, evidently eager to join this burgeoning faction. The infamous name of the 4 emperors resonates throughout the Grand Line. In less than half a day, nearly 2,000 individuals have rallied to this cause. However, the sheer scale of this gathering has undoubtedly attracted the clandestine attention of the Navy. Yet, the orchestrators of this event were keenly anticipating this very spectacle. Their intention was to capture the attention of the Navy. Otherwise, how could they achieve their objectives? Kaki, how many recruits do you think we can gather in the end? Inquired the notorious thief Agros, with a bounty of 150 million berries. He surveyed the bustling crowd before him, a thrill coursing through him. The surrounding pirates, filled with exuberance, appeared exceedingly foolish in his eyes, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. If we count by the day, we could potentially attract over 5,000 pirates, mused the magician Kaki. 5,000, Agros replied, his expression tinged with yearning. If our crew truly possesses the capability to amass such numbers, we would be a formidable force in the New World, wouldn't we? Could we rival the four emperors? The remaining two individuals shared a similar expression of longing. They are currently concocting a bolder idea. Among the three individuals, the master of deception, Pabu, possesses the highest capabilities, with a bounty of 190 million berries. The second is the magician, Kaki, whose bounty amounts to 160 million berries. Lastly, there is the thief, Eglos, with a bounty of 150 million berries. However, their elevated bounties are not solely a reflection of their strength, but rather the result of their numerous misdeeds in the Grand Line, which have tarnished their reputations. Consequently, the Navy has marked them with exorbitant bounty amounts, harboring a profound disdain for them. Observing the foolish pirates around him, Eglos coldly remarked, his expression brimming with contempt. These imbeciles dare to aspire to join the ranks of the Yonko? Such delusions are laughable. They merely employed a few tricks to bewilder them, leading them to accept the falsehood as truth. Consequently, in the eyes of the three of them, these individuals appeared exceedingly foolish, even if they did not believe our deceit. Given their capabilities, surviving 3 days in the New World would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Indeed, it was unexpected that such foolishness would find credence among them. They're engaged in discussion. Their subordinates have individuals specifically tasked with recruiting pirates, thus they need not expose themselves to the public eye. What they must do is await the arrival of the Navy. Given the current trajectory, they should soon achieve their objective. If they can endure for just one more day, they will be able to capture 5,000 pirates. By that time, even if the Navy arrives to quell the situation, they harbor no fear. For these foolish pirates will serve as their adversaries against the Navy. This, too, constitutes their ultimate scheme. They need not reveal their identities to inflict significant damage upon the Navy. It is abundantly clear. They must conceal their identities, for any exposure would provoke the Navy to launch a more ferocious assault against them, potentially hindering their passage to the New World. Thus, they are compelled to orchestrate events from the shadows. This can be referred to as the trial for joining the red-haired pirates. Should they fail, they will be ineligible for recruitment. In such a scenario, they will undoubtedly exert every ounce of their strength to resist the Navy. They hold an unshakable belief that this plan will be executed flawlessly. Pabu, look, our numbers have increased significantly. There are even numerous bounties nearing 100 million berries. I never anticipated that they would actually believe such words. The thrill of mischief is exhilarating. Egler's expression radiated excitement. This is merely the beginning. With our capabilities, we are bound to achieve great success in the New World. At that time, our adversaries will not be the Navy, but the four emperors. Pabu's eyes gleamed with ambition. The four emperors. The remaining two individuals also expressed their keen anticipation. In the New World, they would not be constrained by the Navy. There, the seas are governed by the four emperors. If they could become one of the four emperors, it would mean they wielded a quarter of the power in the New World. Brother, should we select a group of formidable individuals from within to accompany us to the New World? Kaji proposed. They are venturing into the New World and require additional manpower. There exists a considerable number of individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million berries who could indeed serve as their formidable allies. This proposition merits consideration, however. We must ensure that we select only the most astute among them. Any individual boasting a bounty above 80 million berries should be regarded with interest, while those beneath this threshold may be left to their own devices. It is quite absurd for pirates to place such trust in the words of others. Even if they had not encountered us, their fates would likely be dire. Pablo remarked coldly, observing that even within the Grand Line, the law of the jungle prevails. In the eyes of the trio, those aspiring to join the pirate crew appeared utterly foolish. Among them were notorious pirates with a modicum of fame in the Grand Line. Yet they had fallen prey to this deception. Brother, I have identified several promising candidates. There are 10 individuals here with bounties nearing 100 million berries, said Eglos to Pablo. Let us tally them up. I suspect there are still many more eager to join. During their conversation, a young man wielding a katana approached the crowd. Machi spotted a dense gathering of pirates from a distance, making it impossible to overlook the sheer number of them. To his surprise, there were far more than the 1,000 individuals Shaki had mentioned earlier. It was likely that their numbers exceeded 2,000, possibly around 3,000. Clearly, Shaki's assertion was accurate. The reputation of the four emperors indeed held significant sway in the Grand Line. Machi narrowed his eyes, scanning the throng. Gradually, he made his way to the center of the crowd, where a pirate was fervently shouting. Activating his observation haki, Machi discerned that this pirate was of rather lowly strength. Even if he were not the instigator, he could still provide valuable information about the puppet master orchestrating this gathering. A smile crept across Machi's face. Nearby, Pabu, Agros, and Kaki were engaged in conversation, blissfully unaware of the impending events. An immensely powerful entity was stealthily advancing towards them, lurking in the shadows. Chapter 116. What a coincidence. Joining a crew under the Four Emperors is an exceedingly rare opportunity. Everyone must seize this chance. Missing it could mean a lifetime without such an opportunity. After all, entering the ranks of the Four Emperors is solely determined by one's strength. The pirate standing aloft wore an exaggerated expression, striving to attract more recruits. His voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the square. At that moment, Monkey slowly approached him and inquired, "I would like to know how one can join the Yonko pirate crew." "It's quite simple," he replied. "You just need to fill out this application form, but your bounty must exceed 10 million berries. Otherwise, you might as well abandon all hope." The pirate regarded Monkey with a condescending gaze. "Could you articulate that a bit more clearly? Come down and speak with me. Do you not understand this?" The pirate, growing impatient, strode over to Monkey. It was at this moment that he noticed that Monkey's gaze had become remarkably piercing, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. He could not help but be taken aback, feeling as though his entire body had betrayed him. The expression on the pirate's face was one of utter panic. This was no ordinary pirate. He felt a profound sensation within, for the aura enveloping him was overwhelmingly potent. "Explain to me. Who instructed you to come here to promote this? I wish to meet them, as perhaps we may share some common ground, though with you, I certainly do not." Machi remarked, gazing at him with significant intent. "Who exactly are you?" The pirate inquired, panic evident in his voice. 5 seconds. If you remain silent, then death shall be your fate," Machi stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he initiated the countdown. "Wait, I will tell you everything," the pirate quickly replied, casting his gaze toward the trio nearby. "They are there. They are subordinates of the red-haired pirates." Upon uttering this, the pirate's tone grew somewhat bolder. "I am about to join the red-haired pirates. If you possess any sense, you ought to apologize to me. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Machi asked with a hint of amusement. "Otherwise, I cannot do anything," the pirate's voice faltered suddenly. Machi chose not to squander further time with him. As he turned away, a tremendous force radiated from Machi, retracting to envelop only the pirate who had been shouting moments before. In a mere second, the pirate felt as though an enormous stone was pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile and filling him with dread. This was the conqueror's haki. "You." The pirate quivered, fear rendering his legs weak. Before he could utter a word, he fell into unconsciousness. Machi did not look back at him. Instead, he strode directly towards the 3 men in the crowd. They were still engaged in discussion amongst themselves, oblivious to the presence of Machi, until the crowd began to gasp in astonishment upon discovering that someone had collapsed. They had only just ceased their discussion when they turned to behold their subordinates inexplicably collapsed upon the ground. Instantly, their expressions began to darken. "Who could it be?" Pablo inquired coldly. They observed Machi approaching them. "What?" Pablo's expression shifted slightly. The atmosphere around them seemed somewhat amiss. A sense of foreboding enveloped his heart. "Brother, what is the matter?" Kaki and Agros remained oblivious to the unfolding events. "I shall inquire," he said. Paba's gaze was fixated on Machi, an aura radiating around him. What transpired just now? Why has he lost consciousness? The 3 of them scrutinized Machi intently. Each of these individuals was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, thus their presence exuded formidable energy. Were an ordinary pirate to stand among them, he would likely be paralyzed with fear. Yet, Machi maintained a stoic expression, even managing a smile. "Are you referring to that fainted novice?" "Novice?" The expressions of the 3 grew somewhat perplexed. They sensed, albeit subtly, that the young man before them was markedly different from the pirates they had previously encountered. His demeanor and posture were unlike any they had seen before. Even in the presence of the 3 of them, he maintained an air of calm composure. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. A sense of unease washed over Pabu, and his expression turned serious. The other 2 shared his sentiments, as they too felt this palpable difference. "What exactly do you want?" Kaki's gaze was fixed intently on Monkey, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. "I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. There is no need for you to adopt such a defensive stance. If I come to learn what I seek, you may then decide on ye how," Monkey remarked, finding their hostile demeanor rather amusing. "Inquire?" Agros retorted coldly. "Kid, we lack the patience to educate you. If you wish to survive, I suggest you leave promptly." "Wait." Pablo interjected, interrupting Agros. He said, "Why don't you go ahead and speak your mind, brother? Is it really necessary to say so much to him?" The 2 were perplexed about what Paba truly intended. It's nothing, just a slight delay. Even if the Navy arrives here, our forces pose no threat to us. Now, please tell me your question. Paba smiled, exuding confidence in his own abilities. I've received some information, Machi continued. You are the subordinates of the red-haired pirates. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, correct? Can you share some insights with me? Does it concern you? Paba did not directly respond to his inquiry. It's of no significance. I merely wish to know, Machi pressed on. We are all under the red-haired pirates banner. Are you beginning to understand? If you obstruct our path, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the New World. Paba replied coldly. What a coincidence! Machi exclaimed, laughing heartily while applauding. What coincidence? Pabu inquired. I never anticipated that upon arriving from the New World to the Grand Line, I would encounter members of the red-haired pirates. Allow me to share something with you. I, too, am affiliated with the red-haired pirates, Machi stated with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them were taken aback. The atmosphere instantly became exceedingly strange. In almost a fleeting second, Pabu, Kaki, and Agros found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. Their expressions turned exceedingly peculiar, eyes wide open and fixated on Machi. Their bodies becoming rigid as if an unseen force held them captive, rendering them immobile. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of their feet, and soon, the legs of the 3 began to tremble uncontrollably. Sweat began to bead on their backs, saturating their garments. Their scalps tingled, and their bodies trembled. Is this all truly happening? Could this lad possibly be a member of the red-haired pirates? Such a coincidence seems implausible. Was it not said that the red-haired pirates rarely concern themselves with trivial matters? Moreover, it has only been half a day since they began to execute their plan. Masquerading under the name of the red-haired pirates. Could it be that the red-haired pirates have already caught wind of this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 117. This is truly a mistake. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Pabu, Kachi, and Dijelros stared blankly at Machi. Their hearts filled with profound fear and shock. They had not misheard. Kachi's legs quivered uncontrollably, a buzzing sound filling his ears. The 3 of them were momentarily paralyzed. Did you not expect this? Machi smiled at the trio before him. You. Dijelros stepped back a few paces, his eyes brimming with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? A mere brat like you joining the red-haired pirates? It's nothing but a foolish dream. Brother, I believe he is merely boasting. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of Pabu and Kachi shifted dramatically. Their astonishment dissipated, replaced by animosity, murderous intent, and rage. They were almost driven to tear Monkey apart on the spot. They never imagined that one day they too would fall victim to deception by others. As notorious pirates with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, how could they possibly be so easily deceived? After all, in the Grand Line, they have committed innumerable atrocities, typically finding themselves in the role of deceivers rather than victims. Today, however, they nearly fell prey to this young man, igniting a profound anger within them. Paba coldly regarded Machi, remarking, It appears you do not believe I am a member of the red-haired pirates. How fortunate. For I harbor the same skepticism regarding your claims of being crew members of the red-haired pirates. Therefore, I must inquire, who exactly are you? And why do you impersonate the red-haired pirates in this manner? Machi maintained a calm demeanor, a smile lingering upon his face. Young man, we are indeed genuine members of the red-haired pirates. You are the imposter, he retorted, with a hint of irritation evident in Agros's voice. Imposter? You may be correct. Machi's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the trio before him. You 3 are the true charlatans, daring to recruit crew under the name of the Yonko. Should they become aware of your actions, what fate awaits you? I have yet to encounter anyone bold enough to engage in deception under the auspices of a Yonko. Alas, claiming to be affiliated with the red-haired pirate seals your fate. As his words resonated, Pabu, Kachi, and Agros felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Machi, a palpable pressure weighing upon them. In that moment, they realized that the young man standing before them was undoubtedly a formidable pirate, entirely unlike anyone they had previously encountered. His power appeared formidable, prompting Pabu to ponder whether there might be truth in his assertions. A shiver coursed through him, if all of this were indeed true. Then this young man was genuinely a member of the red-haired pirates. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that their fortune was so woeful? They had sought to recruit pirates under the banner of the red-haired pirates. Yet they had never anticipated encountering genuine members of the red-haired pirates in the Sabaody archipelago. It was truly terrifying. Brother. Agros gazed helplessly at Pabu. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of fear within him. What if the words of the young man before him were indeed true? They are truly inescapable now. These individuals are indeed members of the red-haired pirates. Regardless of the veracity of their claims, we cannot ascertain the truth based solely on his words. I remain convinced that he is deceiving us. Moreover, even if what he says holds some truth, what difference does it make? We have merely assumed the guise of the red-haired pirates. What consequence is that? He stands alone, unless, of course, the red-haired pirates have genuinely arrived here. The three of us possess considerable strength. There is no reason to be afraid. Pablo stated calmly. Brother, there is no need for alarm. If we eliminate him, we can still proceed with our plan, Kaki remarked. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Pablo sneered as he regarded Machi. At this moment, the three of them exude an aura brimming with lethal intent. They are no longer afraid of Monkey, even though this lad is a member of the red-haired pirates. Can the three of them truly be unable to defeat a mere scoundrel? They are notorious pirates with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. They are convinced that even if the crew of the red-haired pirates is indeed real, they can still withstand them. To take a hypothetical step back, even if they cannot kill him, escaping should certainly be possible. You little brat, even if everything you say is true, you are but one person. Surely you do not believe that you can defeat the three of us with your own strength. That is utterly ludicrous. Paba's gaze was filled with disdain. Shall we engage in a contest then? Monkey smiled. He drew his katana, pointing it menacingly at Pablo and the two others. Haki began to coalesce along the blade, enveloping it in a crimson armor that emanated an intensely sharp aura. Pablo and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. They sensed that something was amiss. Brother, this is not good. Agros now appeared quite anxious. I have a foreboding that this individual's strength surpasses our expectations. I can feel that he is entirely different from those we have previously encountered. Upon hearing Agros's words, Pub fell into a contemplative silence. He too sensed this formidable power, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from the stranger that rendered him nearly unable to breathe freely. Could it be that the bounty on his head exceeds 200 million? The thought sent shivers down Pub's spine. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd recognized the unusual tension in the air. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "It is indeed him." Who is it? Are you not aware? Just yesterday, a single individual defeated the swordsman of the greedy wolf, Seiko. They had not anticipated such a formidable presence to arrive at the Shambodi Islands. Hearing these words, Agros grew increasingly anxious. Brother, could they be referring to this young man? The nearby pirates turned their gazes toward them. What they beheld was not the presence of Agros, but rather the formidable figure of Monkey before them. This signified that the pirate who had single-handedly vanquished the notorious wolf, Seiko, was indeed you. Pab was momentarily struck dumb, overwhelmed by a wave of despair. Now, you shall face the consequences of your actions. Monkey brandished his katana, directing it towards the three of them. Wait, please, allow us a moment to explain. Pab hastily implored. You have misunderstood us. It was truly an error. Kindly grant us a chance to clarify. We had no intention of exploiting the name of the red-haired pirates. We are more than willing to offer you compensation. No matter how many berries you require, we shall provide them. Our actions stemmed solely from our deep admiration and reverence for the red-haired pirates, leading us to this unfortunate predicament. We acknowledge our wrongdoing today and are eager to offer you restitution as a token of our sincerest apologies. When they realized that the monkey before them was the very pirate who had defeated the infamous Seiko single-handedly, even the notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries must bow their heads before him. Chapter 118. Instant Annihilation. Still not apologizing? What are you waiting for? Even the greed-driven wolf, Seiko, with a bounty of 21 million berries, was slain at the hands of this young man. It is evident just how formidable his abilities are. They have yet to offer an apology, unless they truly wish to meet their demise. Even their bounty as pirates has nearly reached 200 million berries. However, they are acutely aware that their exorbitant bounty does not stem from their formidable strength, but rather from the Navy's profound disdain for them. This is the sole reason behind it. The Navy harbors such animosity towards them because, in the past, they frequently clashed with the Navy, provoking them and resulting in the deaths of numerous personnel at the Navy headquarters. Thus, their bounty is so elevated. Yet, judging by their capabilities, none among the three can hope to contend with the formidable wolf of greed, Seiko. Therefore, upon learning of Seiko's demise at the hands of Monkey, they are well aware in their hearts that these are individuals they cannot provoke. They do not believe they can withstand the harm inflicted by Machi. Not even for a moment. None of them could withstand even a single round against Machi. It is indeed our fault. Pablo incessantly bowed in apology to Machi, a stark contrast to his demeanor before. He had never anticipated that he would attract such immense trouble. This individual is undoubtedly a formidable force, likely among the elite ranks of the red-haired pirates. They indeed had not considered it. They assumed that the Shambadi archipelago, as the 4C of the Grand Line, was teeming with countless weak pirates. They never anticipated encountering individuals from the New World in this place. However, it is now too late to dwell on these thoughts. Upon witnessing Monkey, they have come to realize the disparity in strength between themselves and the Four Emperors pirate crew. Even this young man before them could effortlessly eliminate the notorious bounty of 120 million berries on the head of the greedy wolf Seiko. One can only imagine the terrifying power possessed by those at the pinnacle of the Four Emperors pirate crew. Yet, they remain unaware that Monkey is merely an intern within the crew. I have just stated, Monkey remarked with a smile. What? Agros exclaimed in fear. Impersonating the red-haired pirates leads only to death, Monkey continued with a grin. Nevertheless, Pabu and the others felt a profound sense of fear and reverence in their hearts. They hurriedly exclaimed, Don't. Yet, Machi had already brought down the katana with a decisive stroke, without hesitation. In an instant, the blade was enveloped in a shroud of haki. He swung his katana with a swift motion. Whoosh! A sharp and fierce blade of energy sliced through the air. The brilliance of this light was so intense that it rendered the eyes of three individuals unable to open. A chilling and formidable aura enveloped them entirely, leaving them rooted to the spot, helplessly watching as the radiance advanced toward them. Thud! A torrential rain of blood cascaded from above. Pabu's throat was brutally severed. And moments later, his head was propelled skyward by the force of the strike, only to plummet back to the ground. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Plop! Pabu's lifeless body collapsed onto the earth, blood gushing forth, saturating the air with a potent scent of iron. The notorious liar, Pabu, with a bounty of 190 million berries, was thus slain by Machi. This transpired in the mere span of a second. It was evident that Machi's prowess utterly overwhelmed Pabu. Is this how it ends? Agros and Kachi could scarcely believe the events unfolding before their eyes. They gazed upon Pabu's lifeless body, their minds enveloped in a haze of disbelief. He was their captain, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1.9 billion berries. Yet, before he could even retaliate, he was brutally slain. A pirate with a bounty nearing 2 billion berries lay so vulnerably before them. The surrounding pirates bore witness to this shocking spectacle, and an eerie silence fell over the scene as they stood transfixed, dazed by the unfolding events. Suddenly, one among them snapped back to reality. It had to be him. This was precisely how the infamous Greed Wolf Seiko had met his demise. To think that one could dispatch Greed Wolf Seiko in an instant. And now this individual as well. Wait, doesn't this person bear a striking resemblance to the master of deceit, Pabu? It truly is him. Why is he here? I can't help but wonder, could this entire affair have been orchestrated by them? What affair? The recruitment of crew members by the red-haired pirates. Could it be a ruse to deceive us? In that instant, they grasped the horrifying truth. This had been a meticulously crafted deception from the very beginning. How infuriating to discover it unfolded right here in the Sabaody archipelago. Thankfully, we uncovered it. Otherwise, we would have been left in the dark about how it would all conclude. As the veil of the deception was lifted, the surrounding pirates erupted with fury. However, at that moment, Kachi and Agros were not afraid of the thousands of pirates encircling them. In their eyes, they were insignificant. Yet, they were compelled to fear the young man who had just effortlessly vanquished their elder. Remain calm, hero. Agros was about to speak when Machi, without hesitation, swung his blade down. It was swift and decisive. In an instant, Agros's head was severed from his body. Splatter. His fate was as tragic as that of his leader. Before he could even muster a resistance, he met his demise on the spot, struck down in an instant. Kaki watched nearby, trembling with fear. Consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread, he stood there, staring blankly at the lifeless bodies of his two companions, his entire frame trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the demise of Agros, the crowd that had gathered around him fixated their gaze intently on Machi, their prior anger towards the trio gradually dissipating. They now feel nothing but a profound sense of awe. At this moment, they have come to realize the identities of the two deceased individuals, which has left them utterly astounded. The notorious connoisseur of deception, Pabu, who had a bounty of 190 million berries, met his demise with astonishing swiftness. Similarly, the thief Agros, with a bounty of 150 million berries, was likewise vanquished in an instant. They stared at Machi in astonishment, almost unable to believe the events unfolding before their eyes. Machi nonchalantly replicated his previous actions and dispatched Kachi, as if it were merely a casual task. Now, Machi, relying solely on his own prowess, had eradicated 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Their lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground of the central square, blood pooling around them. An utterly horrifying sight. The onlookers, gazing at the corpses of the three individuals, then turned their eyes to Machi, instantly feeling a paralyzing dread wash over them. The sheer intensity of the scene was overwhelming. They silently contemplated within their hearts. They have spent so many years in the Grand Line. Yet they have never witnessed such a scene. Even in their wildest dreams, they could not have imagined it would unfold this way. This young man appears to possess strength akin to that of a monster. He effortlessly dispatched these three pirates in an instant, utilizing merely 3 strikes. The sorcerer Kachi, a pirate with a bounty of 160 million, was likewise slain in the blink of an eye. Their hearts were filled with fear and shock as they gazed upon the young man. For a moment, no one dared to utter a word, leaving only the sound of hurried breaths. Chapter 119. Return to the naval base. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Over 1,000 pirates had gathered here, lured to the 21st district of the Sabaody archipelago by the falsehood spun by Pabu and his companions. Upon realizing that this was a ruse, their anger surged. However, it was not long before they witnessed the demise of these 3 pirates, all of whom perished at the hands of Monkey in a mere instant. Their indignation transformed entirely into astonishment at the instantaneous demise of the trio. After all, these were notorious pirates with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, whom the Navy had loathed with fervor. Yet, they perished in such a swift manner. They witnessed Machi effortlessly wield his blade 3 times, and in an instant, the heads of the 3 men fell to the ground. The occurrence transpired with remarkable swiftness. They were filled with both fear and astonishment. Even the renowned expert in deception, Pabu, with a bounty of 90 million berries, could not escape the inevitable. The attendees stood frozen, almost paralyzed with trepidation. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, heightening their senses. Pabu, the master of lies, along with his notorious companions, was well known throughout the Grand Line. It was utterly inconceivable that they had been so easily dispatched in the Sabaody archipelago. I too was taken aback by the revelation that the news of the red-haired pirates recruiting crew members was but a fabrication, and that these 3 scourges had met their demise. Who, then, was this formidable young man? His prowess was undeniably extraordinary. Whispers filled the air as everyone gazed at Monkey, who wielded a katana, their hearts pounding with dread. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. They were under the impression that the red-haired pirates had genuinely come to the Grand Line to recruit new members. However, the ultimate outcome left them disheartened. It turned out that it was all a ruse orchestrated by these 3 infamous pirates. Had it not been for the demise of these individuals at the hands of Monkey, the truth may have remained concealed. They still believe it to be true. The 3 bodies lie quietly on the ground, appearing strikingly conspicuous, which only heightens the sense of dread. Even such formidable individuals can be dispatched in an instant. If one were to confront this young man, what might the outcome be? They're undoubtedly unable to escape their grim fate. The events that transpired here have left an indelible mark upon their hearts, and for a considerable time to come, they shall not forget the horrors of this moment. It is truly terrifying. The bounty on each of these 3 pirates exceeds 150 million berries. Even within the Grand Line, their prowess is regarded as exceptional. It is astonishing that they were effortlessly dispatched by a young man here in Sabaody archipelago. The surrounding pirates gazed at Monkey with unwavering attention, their eyes filled with awe. A question looms. Who is this young man? So youthful, yet possessing such formidable strength. By all accounts, someone of such caliber would surely be known. Yet, none among them had ever heard of or encountered him. They had no inkling of his existence. The atmosphere was hushed. Monkey sheathed his katana, glanced down at the 3 corpses at his feet, and calmly surveyed his surroundings. To think that I encountered individuals impersonating the red-haired pirates in Sabaody archipelago. As I previously stated, a life must be paid for such pretenses. I have heard that these 3 are worth a substantial sum in berries. I certainly cannot let this opportunity slip away. I shall make another trip to the naval base to exchange for berries. They could never have anticipated that merely a day later, I would reap such a significant reward. With this thought, Monkey couldn't help but smile. He cast a sweeping glance around, and the surrounding pirates hastily lowered their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Monkey strode into the crowd, addressing one individual beside him. "Remove your garments." The pirate, trembling in fear, furtively glanced around and meekly replied, "Boss, this seems rather inappropriate." "Inappropriate?" Monkey inquired with a smile. "It's nothing. Just..." He removed his garments and handed them to Monkey. With deftness, Monkey picked up the coat and swiftly wrapped the 3 severed heads within it. Under the gaze of onlookers, Monkey skillfully prodded the bundle with the tip of his katana, allowing blood to drip down from the fabric like a gentle stream. Monkey did not linger in this place for long. He turned and gradually departed from the crowd. After Machi had left, the atmosphere at the scene remained stifling. No one dared to utter a word. Everyone was still immersed in the horror of the recent massacre. However, gradually, whispers began to circulate. They had indeed been killed, those three notorious pirates, their heads severed and taken away. Henceforth, the Grand Line would no longer be plagued by the infamous trio of lies. It was reminiscent of the time when the greedy wolf, Seiko, was slain. Who exactly was this young man, and why had they never encountered him before? Logically, with such formidable abilities, he should have been prominently featured on the bounty list, certainly captivating attention. Yet, how was it possible that no one had ever seen his likeness? Such a mystery loomed in the minds of all. As they gazed upon the corpses on the ground, a growing sense of trepidation towards Machi taking root. Without delay, Machi made his way to District 66 of the Sabaody archipelago. This area was the safest location within the entire archipelago, serving as the stronghold for the Navy. Despite the rampant piracy that beset Sabaody, they would never dare to act recklessly here. As Machi strolled along the streets of District 66, a vibrant scene unfolded around him. Vendors were energetically hawking their wares on either side of the thoroughfare. Navigating through the bustling streets, he arrived at a familiar place, the Navy base. Above the entrance hung the emblem of the Navy. Having visited once before, he was well acquainted with the surroundings, and thus, he approached the Navy base with ease. The guards stationed there were the same as last time. Machi himself had not anticipated that, merely 2 days later, he would find himself in this very location again. Feeling as if he were returning home. The last time Machi had come to exchange berries, it was the same guards who were on duty. It appeared that no replacements had been assigned. Observing them engaged in casual conversation at the entrance, Machi pondered what expressions would adorn their faces upon seeing him again. They had seemed quite astonished when they heard of his slaying of the greedy wolf, Seiko. No, it was shock that had gripped them. Machi had left a profound impression not only on the guards but also on the commanding officer of the Navy base and the personnel responsible for the berry exchanges. Reflecting on his previous experiences here, a faint smile crept upon Machi's lips as he playfully prodded the package containing the heads of the lies trio with the tip of his knife. He strode confidently towards the entrance, leaving a trail of blood from the severed heads in his wake. To the valiant soldiers of the Navy base, I return once more. Chapter 120, The Bounty of 500 Million Berries. At the entrance of the Navy base in District 66 of the Sabaody archipelago, several Navy personnel stood guard, protecting the entire facility. Though piracy thrived throughout the archipelago, this was indeed a Navy stronghold, and even the boldest of pirates would think twice before causing a ruckus here. They stood at the doorway, engaging in conversation. When will this way of life come to an end? Do you remember the young man who exchanged berries here yesterday? It goes without saying, the impression he left on me was profound. I never expected someone so youthful could bring down the infamous scorpion Seiko. Indeed, despite his tender age, his abilities are astonishingly formidable. The bounty on Scorpion Seiko's head was a staggering 120 million berries, placing him among the elite within the Grand Line. I cannot fathom that he was so easily dispatched. Truly, had it not been for the numerous witnesses surrounding us, I would find it utterly unbelievable. As they engaged in conversation, Machi was approaching them. When they sensed someone nearing, they ceased their dialogue. All they could see was Machi smiling at them. The atmosphere suddenly grew rather peculiar. The guards were left in a state of shock, not having anticipated that this young man would return so soon, merely a day later. The group stared at Machi with palpable fear. They are undoubtedly aware of who this young man is. Ever since learning of his exploits yesterday, these pirates have been incessantly recalling his visage. He is the bounty hunter who swiftly vanquished the greedy wolf, Seiko. What brings you here this time? The gatekeeper could not help but inquire. Could it be that? Is he here to provoke? If that is indeed the case, none among them could deter this young man. Even Major General Hobson may only contend with the pirate who commands a bounty of 100 million berries. And there is no certainty he could vanquish him. Yet, the young man before them possesses the capability to eliminate the greedy wolf, Seiko, in an instant. You must tread carefully. This is a naval base, and recklessness is intolerable. The gatekeeper warned Monkey in terror. They wield weapons in their hands, yet cannot help but tremble. Indeed, they were utterly terrified, for the individual before them possessed formidable strength. I have come to redeem the bounty. What are you all thinking? Machi said with a faint smile. What? Redeem the bounty? Several of the guards were taken aback. It was only then that they noticed the bloody parcel slung over Machi's shoulder. To their astonishment, he was indeed there to exchange for berries. Just how much was this pirate worth? It had barely been a day since the incident. They could hardly believe the events unfolding before their eyes. Do you require a glimpse of the heads to ascertain the truth? No, that is unnecessary. They promptly stepped aside. Thus, Monkey arrived once more at the location where he previously exchanged for berries. From a distance, he could still hear the chatter of the guards. Can you guess how many berries this pirate is worth this time? As Monkey approached the exchange office, he was greeted by the familiar faces of the female Navy officers. Good day, everyone. I am here to redeem my bounty. As soon as he finished speaking, several female sailors raised their heads and were met with a familiar face. Instantly, they were all taken aback. How could this young man,